Timestamps for all 600 entries can be found in the comments section, but only each tier is timestamped in the description, along with the link to the original Iceberg. This video is sponsored by my new channel covering even more conspiracies and all things fringe. Link in the description. Enjoy the video.
The medicinal personalization theory suggests that alternative medicine works differently for each person based on hidden knowledge that only a select few possess. The wealthy and powerful allegedly keep detailed records of bloodlines, genetic traits, and personal histories that unlock the true power of herbs, acupuncture, and other natural remedies. Ancient texts found in Tibet and Peru hint at medicine men who could read a person's essence to determine exact treatments. These healers reportedly had success rates far beyond modern medicine, but their techniques required years of studying each patient's unique traits. Some point to the Vatican's secret archives, which contain thousands of medieval medical documents that remain sealed. Believers claim these texts detail how royal families used personalized herb combinations and energy healing to live longer than their subjects. Stories persist of remote monasteries where monks maintain vast libraries of medical knowledge, tracking family histories across generations to perfect their healing arts. They supposedly only share this wisdom with those deemed worthy, keeping most of humanity in the dark. Modern cases fuel the theory, like a Chinese herbalist who treated terminal patients successfully, but only after studying their family histories for months. When pressed to share his method, he claimed it wouldn't work without his lifetime of tracking genetic patterns. Strange patterns in alternative medicine studies add weight to these claims. While most trials show these treatments working no better than placebos, a small number show remarkable success rates. Believers say these statistical anomalies happen when treatments accidentally align with a patient's hidden traits. Ocean Floor Society. The idea of a hidden deep-sea civilization stems from scattered reports of strange lights and unexplained sounds from ocean depths. Some believers point to the bloop, a ultra-low frequency sound captured by NOAA in 1997 that came from an unknown source in the Pacific. Odd structures on sonar maps fuel these beliefs. In 2012, divers near Cuba found massive stone blocks arranged in geometric patterns 2,000 feet down. Scientists called them natural formations, but some saw them as ruins of an advanced society. Deep-sea UFO sightings add another layer. Navy pilots have spotted fast-moving objects emerging from and diving into the ocean at impossible speeds. These USOs, unidentified submersible objects, suggest technology far beyond known limits. The theory claims this society uses the crushing depths as a shield from prying eyes. The ocean's vast darkness would hide any light or heat from their cities, while the extreme pressure keeps curious submarines away. They've supposedly mastered ways to withstand these conditions through either advanced tech or biological changes. Believers say odd patterns in shipping routes might show where this society operates. They point to areas where boats and planes seem to avoid, even when those routes would save time and fuel. These dead zones often appear in the deepest parts of the Pacific and Atlantic. Some think they've spotted their supply lines. Reports describe strange, silent craft surfacing at night to gather materials from remote shores. Locals tell of perfectly circular holes found in beach sand, as if something emerged from below. Reality hypersigils draws from both modern chaos magic and ancient philosophical concepts about the nature of consciousness and reality. At its core lies the idea that human thought and belief can shape the fabric of existence itself, not through supernatural means, but through deep understanding of reality's underlying patterns. The theory suggests that certain individuals, through years of rigorous study and meditation, can develop what's called meta-awareness, a state where they grasp reality so completely that their expectations begin to influence future events. Think of it like becoming so in tune with a river's flow that you can predict where every ripple will form. The supposed evidence comes from odd cases where philosophers and deep thinkers seem to predict or influence future events through their writings and thoughts alone. These claims range from ancient Greek philosophers appearing to forecast scientific discoveries centuries before their time, to modern thinkers whose published works eerily lined up with later developments. The spooky part? Believers say you can't force this ability. Trying too hard actually blocks it. Only those who reach a natural, almost Zen-like understanding can tap into this power. It's like reality itself is conscious and only reveals its secrets to those who truly get how it works. The whole thing gets pretty wild when you dig into reports of reality engineers, people who supposedly crack this code and can subtly nudge the future just by believing in specific outcomes hard enough. Just don't expect them to help you win the lottery. Believers say it only works for abstract concepts and large-scale patterns. The dimensional blend theory links strange memory glitches to shifts between parallel worlds. When two versions of the same person match closely enough, they might swap places across dimensions. Some believers point to the odd shared false memories known as the Mandela effect as proof of these switches. Stories of people finding their daily routes suddenly changed, or walking into rooms that look subtly wrong, get treated as signs of dimensional blending. True believers say these moments happen when someone briefly slips into another world where things developed slightly differently. Field consciousness research suggests human minds can tap into a shared pool of memories, like a cosmic hard drive. This might explain why groups of people remember things that never happened in our world. They're picking up memories from dimensional travelers who brought over different histories. Cases of people suddenly acting different, having new skills, or forgetting major life events get chalked up to permanent dimensional swaps. The original person might still exist, just living in another reality while their alternate self took their place here. Reports of déjà vu, where everything feels familiar yet wrong, could mark moments when dimensional walls get thin. The feeling might come from briefly sensing the life of another version of yourself, living in a world that took a different path.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Public target practice is a dark theory linking missing aircraft to military weapons testing. Declassified documents show the U.S. military has used civilian areas for combat training, including mock towns built in Nevada and radar tracking of commercial planes. Evidence points to several civilian planes vanishing near military zones since the 1950s. Radar data shows some aircraft making sudden course changes or dropping from tracking systems entirely while passing known bases. Former military personnel have hinted at live-fire exercises using unspecified aerial targets. The military's documented use of unwitting civilians in programs like MKUltra adds weight to these claims. Records indicate government agencies have previously arranged fake commercial flights, complete with vetted passenger manifests, for classified operations. Testing anti-aircraft systems requires real-world conditions that can't be replicated with drones or military aircraft. Commercial planes' specific radar signatures, flight patterns, and passenger loads provide authentic targets for weapons calibration. Investigators note suspicious patterns in passenger lists on flights that vanished. Multiple intelligence agents, foreign officials, or witnesses to classified events sometimes clustered on the same doomed aircraft. This suggests some incidents could be targeted rather than random tests. Nutrient subsistence points to a shift in food's life-giving power. In the past, humans got all they needed from their crops: strong bones, clear minds, and healthy bodies. But modern farming methods and food processing have stripped away these benefits, leaving behind mere shells of what food used to be. Lab tests from the 1950s to now show steady drops in vitamin and mineral content across most fruits and veggies. A carrot today has about 75% less magnesium than it did in 1940. Wheat has lost nearly half its protein. Even cattle raised on modern feed produce meat with fewer omega-3s than their grass-fed ancestors. Big agriculture knows about these changes but keeps pushing forward with methods that prioritize looks and shelf life over nutrition. Their own studies reveal that selective breeding for size and color often comes at the cost of nutrient density. Yet this research stays buried in company files while PR teams tout improved varieties. Strange patterns emerge in how nutrients vanish. The lost elements often match exactly what humans need for peak brain function, strong immune systems, and natural healing. This precise matching suggests someone mapped out which nutrients to target, just enough left to keep people going, but not enough to help them thrive. Money trails show heavy investment in developing crops that look good, but pack less punch. Patents exist for methods to reduce specific nutrients while maintaining a food's outer appearance. These techniques spread worldwide through seed companies owned by just a handful of corporations. Modern soil testing reveals another layer: farming methods that initially boost yields while slowly depleting the earth of elements plants need to create vitamins and minerals. When farmers try switching back to older methods, they often face pressure from suppliers or lose their contracts with big buyers. The sun is divine theory draws from ancient texts and physical effects to suggest our closest star may be a deity hiding in plain sight. The burning sphere matches oddly well with religious descriptions of divine beings, too bright to look at, capable of both giving and taking life, and existing far above mortal reach. Old texts across cultures describe the pain of divine presence in ways that mirror sunburn and heat exhaustion. The Aztecs, Egyptians, and early Middle Eastern peoples all shared similar warnings about the dangers of direct contact with their sun deities. Biblical verses about God's blinding glory and humans being unable to gaze upon the divine face take on new meaning when compared to retinal damage from solar exposure. Even modern sunscreen could be seen as a ritual shield against divine power. The sun's role in creating vitamin D, supporting plant growth, and maintaining Earth's temperature mirrors old tales of gods bestowing life and abundance. Meanwhile, its drought-causing and cancer-inducing properties align with stories of divine punishment. Heat stroke symptoms like confusion, weakness, and eventual death parallel accounts of mortals being overwhelmed by divine presence. Ancient peoples may have been describing a very real phenomenon through a spiritual lens. The long-term experimentation theory links modern nationhood to an ancient puppet master. Early empires chose specific regions as testing grounds, creating controlled environments to measure human development. The unseen rulers provided resources, guided cultural growth, and monitored social patterns across centuries. These hidden masters supposedly left clear signs in the rise and fall of civilizations. When a test region showed promise, they fed it advanced knowledge, trade routes, and military might. Failed experiments faced engineered collapse through war, disease, or resource depletion. America represents their most ambitious project yet. The theory points to the unprecedented speed of American development, claiming it was accelerated by hidden technologies and carefully planted ideas. The Founding Fathers' shared visions and synchronized actions hint at deeper programming. Modern nations still operate under this hidden control, with global events serving as data points in their endless study. Economic crashes, technological leaps, and social movements feed into their vast experimental database. Even tourism and immigration patterns reportedly follow their carefully designed flow of human capital. The secret empire supposedly reveals itself through repeating patterns in nation building. New countries emerge in strategic locations, flourish briefly under heavy investment, then either join the experiment's success stories or fade into obscurity. Their ultimate goal remains unknown, perhaps perfecting human civilization or preparing humanity for some greater purpose. Signs of their influence allegedly appear in identical architectural features across ancient sites, unexplained technological similarities between isolated cultures, and the convenient timing of major historical events. Some believers point to the eerie precision of national borders when viewed from above, suggesting they follow a grand geometric pattern visible only at a global scale. The phenomenal circumstance theory suggests that Earth's continued survival defies statistical probability, hinting at hidden forces maintaining our existence. The precise conditions needed for life, from the Earth's distance from the Sun to the exact mix of atmospheric gases, align too perfectly to be random chance. Several near misses with extinction-level events add weight to this idea. Asteroids that should have struck Earth have shifted course at the last moment. Solar flares that could have wiped out our power grids have missed by slim margins. Even the Cuban Missile Crisis ended without nuclear war, despite all signs pointing to assured destruction. Ancient texts across cultures speak of guardian spirits or protective deities who watch over Earth. These accounts often describe divine intervention during natural disasters, plagues, and wars, times when humanity stood at the brink of annihilation. Modern science has found that Earth sits in a relatively empty pocket of space, mostly safe from neighboring stellar phenomena. This bubble keeps our solar system oddly stable compared to others observed in the galaxy. Some theorists point to this as proof of artificial protection rather than natural occurrence. The theory links to the fine-tuned universe concept, but takes it further. Rather than just perfect starting conditions, it suggests active maintenance of these conditions by an intelligence far beyond human understanding. This force subtly adjusts cosmic events to ensure Earth's continued survival while making these interventions appear natural. Strange trade claims elite members of society conduct transactions using items beyond conventional understanding. Documents from ancient merchant guilds hint at secretive exchanges involving religious relics and forbidden texts. Medieval records show noble families trading items of power rather than gold or land during major negotiations. Banking records of the world's wealthiest often show peculiar gaps, especially around major life events or business deals. When traced, these gaps align with private meetings between multiple high net worth individuals, yet no standard financial exchanges can be found. Modern-day billionaires maintain private collections of rare artifacts and manuscripts, often acquired through untraceable means. Their security measures for these items often exceed those protecting their monetary assets. Some items appear in one collection only to vanish completely, with no record of sale or transfer. Private jets and helicopters regularly transport unmarked containers between remote locations, bypassing normal customs checks through diplomatic immunity. These flights spike around major world events and economic shifts, suggesting timing plays a key role in these exchanges. Ancient temples and religious sites report missing artifacts, yet no black market sales ever surface. Instead, these items seemingly disappear into private vaults, their very existence denied by collectors. When similar items do appear, they're often dismissed as replicas, despite evidence suggesting otherwise. Satellite imagery shows regular meetings between wealth holders at remote locations, often in places with historical or spiritual significance. These gatherings leave no paper trail, yet participants' net worth and influence typically shift dramatically in the following months. The humanity's next step theory suggests that our drive to heal and care for the injured is what marks the key split between humans and wild animals. Our medical breakthroughs and treatments have let us dodge nature's harsh survival of the fittest rules. This caring mindset laid the base for modern medicine, but it might also point to our next jump in growth. As we patch up failing organs and replace worn joints, we're already starting to upgrade our bodies bit by bit. The real twist comes from looking at death itself as just another injury we can fix. By slowly trading our breakable parts for lasting ones while keeping our minds intact, we could finally break free from the body's natural decay. Some point to our growing use of artificial limbs, synthetic organs, and brain-machine links as proof we're already heading down this path. Each new piece of tech that merges with human flesh pushes us closer to picking which parts of our biology we want to keep. This swap-out process might be less about becoming machines and more about becoming better humans. By fixing our body's weak points, we'd be doing what humans have always done best, helping each other survive. Involuntary Summonings proposes that large groups of humans can accidentally call forth supernatural beings through shared emotional energy during tragic events. Records indicate spikes in unexplained phenomena during major disasters, from shadow figures spotted after the Black Death to orb-like lights appearing over London during the Blitz. These sightings often share traits: formless dark shapes, cold spots, and electrical disruptions. Evidence surfaced linking the strength of these occurrences to the number of people affected by the tragedy. The larger the impacted population, the more powerful and distinct the manifested entities become. Small-scale events might produce only fleeting shadows, while city-wide disasters could generate semi-solid apparitions. Research discovered that these beings seem drawn to negative emotions. Fear, grief, and pain act like a beacon. The entities rarely interact directly with humans, instead drifting at the edges of affected areas as if feeding on the ambient emotional energy. Investigation revealed similar patterns at sites of mass hysteria throughout history. Witch trials, ritual panics, and public executions all show matching reports. Dark shapes moving against the wind, unexplained cold spots, and failures of nearby equipment. Apparently, our ancestors were accidentally pretty good at ghost hunting. Historians found that these manifestations tend to fade as collective emotional states return to normal, suggesting the entities require sustained power to maintain their presence in our reality. Once the shared trauma subsides, they seem to lose their anchor to our world. Bunker Continent centers on Antarctica's role as a secret command center for global power brokers and survival shelter. Deep within the frozen landscape, vast underground facilities stretch for miles, built during the Cold War but expanded far beyond their original scope. Satellite data from the 1970s shows unusual heat signatures beneath the ice, matching patterns linked to large-scale human settlements. Geological surveys meant to study ice sheets picked up strange metallic masses and hollow spaces thousands of feet below the surface. The first red flags appeared when several major nations rushed to sign the Antarctic Treaty, blocking all military use and resource extraction. Critics note how this move preserved the continent as a pristine staging ground while keeping prying eyes away. Flight records point to regular trips by unmarked aircraft to remote Antarctic locations, often during periods of global unrest. These patterns spike before major world events, suggesting a link between continent activity and worldwide developments. Ancient maps hint at past civilizations in Antarctica before the Ice Age, with ruins now buried deep below. Core samples turned up traces of refined metals and synthetic materials at depths, matching the time of these supposed settlements, hinting at cycles of human development. Strange radio signals bounce off the ionosphere above Antarctica using patterns that match no known civilian or military format. The signals grow stronger during solar storms, as if something below the ice shields itself from space weather. Hidden supply lines run through select ports in South America and Australia, moving specialized equipment and supplies to classified destinations. Ships disable tracking systems during these runs, vanishing from maritime radar for weeks at a time. The continent's position lets it survive most natural disasters, from tsunamis to solar flares. Its isolation means any bunker system could operate unseen, while the harsh climate creates a natural barrier against unwanted visitors. Violence normalization theory links the handling of the Columbine incident to a broader scheme of desensitization. The careful release of information, particularly the basement tapes, follows a pattern that suggests calculated timing rather than random disclosure. Records indicate strange inconsistencies in how authorities managed sensitive materials after the tragedy. The basement tapes, containing footage of the shooter's plans, surface in fragments across decades instead of being released or destroyed outright. Each release coincides with periods of military recruitment pushes or global conflicts. Evidence surfaced showing media coverage of the event received unusual direction from federal agencies. News outlets focused heavily on the shooter's mindsets and preparations rather than the victims, breaking from standard crisis reporting protocols. This shift marked the beginning of a new era in how violent events were presented to the public. Researchers discovered a pattern in how similar incidents were reported afterward. Coverage grew increasingly detailed about methods and motivations, while stories of healing and prevention declined. Military recruitment ads began incorporating more aggressive themes, running more frequently during news segments about mass casualty events. Investigation revealed that several key pieces of evidence from Columbine remain unreleased, stored in facilities alongside other materials from similar events. Their scheduled release dates align with projected military recruitment shortfalls or periods of anticipated social upheaval. Files obtained through Freedom of Information requests show communication between media executives and government agencies about perception management in the aftermath of mass casualty events. These discussions intensified after Columbine, with specific mention of public emotional calibration and threshold adjustment. Pyrrhic warfare points to a hidden web of motives behind every major conflict. What appears as senseless destruction might serve deeper purposes, masked by official narratives of territory disputes or ideological clashes. Documents leaked from the Pentagon reveal curious patterns of military deployment that don't align with stated objectives. In Vietnam, American forces focused heavily on securing remote mountain regions with no strategic value, while leaving critical supply routes relatively unguarded. Records indicate unusual geological surveys conducted in Afghanistan years before the invasion, with certain mountain ranges receiving particular attention. These same areas later became focal points of military operations, despite having minimal reported Taliban presence. Evidence surfaced showing Task Force 11, a classified military unit, collected soil samples across Iraq in 1991 during Operation Desert Storm. Their findings remain sealed, but satellite data shows many of these collection sites became key battlegrounds in 2003. Researchers discovered peculiar consistencies in how armies throughout history have sacrificed massive resources to hold seemingly worthless positions. The Battle of Verdun in World War I saw both sides lose nearly 1 million men fighting over a tactically insignificant fortress. Analysis of military archives reveals commanders often received orders to maintain specific positions at all costs, even when retreat would have been strategically sound. Many of these locations align with ancient ley lines or sites of reported anomalous activity. Investigation found that areas of highest military casualties often overlap with locations of rare earth elements, undiscovered oil deposits, or electromagnetic anomalies, details that only became public knowledge decades after the conflicts ended. Culture combat suggests that modern warfare has moved beyond traditional battlefields into the realm of social influence and cultural dominance. Files from the 1960s show American agencies crafted plans to shift foreign values through media, education, and entertainment, marking an early blueprint for cultural warfare. Records indicate several nations maintain departments dedicated to spreading their cultural products internationally. These groups work to place specific shows, music, and art in strategic regions, tracking how local populations adopt new customs and values over time. Evidence surfaced of coordinated social media campaigns designed to alter how target populations view their own traditions. These operations often span decades, gradually replacing existing cultural touchstones with carefully engineered alternatives. Research discovered that major powers systematically analyze which elements of their culture most effectively influence target groups. Fast food chains, entertainment franchises, and language learning programs serve as vectors to subtly reshape societies from within. Declassified documents reveal military strategists theorize that cultural dominance achieves the same goals as physical conquest, control of resources and population compliance, while avoiding the costs and negative optics of traditional warfare. The theory, nukes weren't made for humans, suggests humanity's most devastating weapons serve a hidden purpose. Records indicate classified documents from the Manhattan Project contain peculiar testing protocols focused on measuring effects against non-human entities. Evidence surfaced of unusual radiation patterns at test sites that don't match expected signatures for conventional weapons testing. Files recovered from Operation Crossroads show scientists specifically analyzing blast effects on dimensional barriers and unknown material compositions. Researchers discovered strange electromagnetic anomalies during several Pacific tests that remained unexplained in official reports. Declassified memos reveal military brass discussing the strategic placement of nuclear facilities near areas of reported intrusions. Investigation revealed multiple nuclear tests coincided with periods of intense unexplained aerial activity. The Hiroshima and Nagasaki events marked the only public deployments, possibly staged to maintain the facade of conventional warfare. Some theorists point to Japanese military records describing encounters with superior forces in the weeks before the bombings. Intel suggests these forces vanished immediately after the detonations. Deep within Nevada's nuclear testing grounds, specialized bunkers contain equipment designed to detect and measure phenomena completely unrelated to standard nuclear physics. Recovered documents hint at a global network of silos positioned according to ancient ley lines and astronomical alignments. Deep-sea gigantism suggests an evolutionary pattern that extends beyond known marine life to humanoid beings. Evidence surfaced of prehistoric deep-sea organisms growing far larger than their shallow water relatives, like the colossal squid reaching lengths of 46 feet compared to common squids at just 2 feet. Records indicate this size increase occurs due to factors unique to deep ocean environments: higher pressure, colder temperatures, and scarce food sources. These same conditions exist in theoretical hollow earth caverns, leading some to draw parallels between gigantism and ancient tales of towering humanoids. Investigation revealed numerous deep-sea creatures previously thought impossible, like the giant isopod growing 16 times larger than its beach-dwelling cousins. Some think this validates accounts of oversized humanoid remains reportedly found in underwater caves, though most were mysteriously lost before proper study. Researchers discovered that deep-sea gigantism often pairs with slower metabolism and longer lifespans, fitting with legends of ancient civilizations whose people lived for centuries. The theory connects this to supposed Atlantean ruins found at extreme depths, suggesting their bodies adapted to survive intense pressures. Archaeological records show tales of giant sea-dwelling humans span cultures worldwide, from Norse legends of Jötnar to Pacific Islander stories of deep-dwelling ancestors. While likely tall tales, the consistent presence of such stories alongside proven cases of deep-sea gigantism keeps the theory alive in some circles. The extreme cybersquatting theory points to a sinister force lurking in the web's shadows. Records indicate thousands of seemingly random domains register within seconds of becoming available, far faster than human reaction time would allow. Investigation revealed these sites share eerily similar traits: endless loops of stock photos, broken links, and mysterious backlinks pointing to more domains with the same pattern. The pages seem to multiply like digital rabbits, with new ones appearing daily. Evidence surfaced showing these domains activate in perfect sync across different registrars worldwide, suggesting automated control. The code running these sites contains strings that make no sense to human programmers, random characters that somehow function perfectly. Researchers discovered the backlinks form complex patterns when mapped out, similar to viral spread models. The timing of domain grabs follows mathematical sequences that match how computer viruses replicate and spread through networks. Deep analysis of the server logs shows traffic patterns that never sleep, operating 24/7 with inhuman precision. The hosting locations hop between countries, always staying just ahead of attempts to shut them down. The profit motive seems absent. No ads run on these sites, no domains are sold, and no ransom demands appear. The virus, if it exists, appears to have one goal: claim as much digital real estate as possible, marking each conquest with its distinct digital fingerprint. Contemporary shamanism sits at the crossroads of ancient practice and modern mystery. Records indicate people across the globe still report entering trance states where they commune with spirits, often during drumming ceremonies or while deep in nature. Evidence surfaced of unexplained phenomena around self-proclaimed modern shamans, objects moving without touch, accurate predictions of future events, and spontaneous healing that defied medical explanation. In several documented cases, these individuals had no prior knowledge of shamanic traditions, yet displayed abilities matching those described in centuries-old texts. Researchers discovered that many modern shamans share eerily similar experiences despite having no contact with each other. They describe crossing into a spirit realm filled with animal guides, ancestral spirits, and supernatural beings who share knowledge. Their accounts often include identical symbols and entities, even when the shamans come from entirely different cultures. Investigation revealed that some modern shamans can detect illness in others by sensing disturbances in what they call the energy body, a feat demonstrated under controlled conditions. Medical scans later confirmed their diagnoses, though science cannot explain how they knew. Strange markings, lights, and sounds manifest around these individuals during their rituals. While skeptics dismiss these as tricks or mass hysteria, thermal cameras and audio equipment have captured unexplained anomalies that coincide with shamanic ceremonies. Attention dilution theory warns of a dark paradox in our hyper-connected world. While most think more connections mean better safety, the flood of daily interactions might actually make vanishing easier than ever. A person who regularly meets hundreds of others becomes just another face in the crowd, their presence or absence barely registering in the sea of passing encounters. Evidence surfaced showing how urban dwellers often can't recall basic details about neighbors they see daily, proving just how thin our attention spreads. Records indicate cases where missing persons weren't reported for weeks despite living in packed apartment buildings, their absence lost in the buzz of city life. Researchers discovered that as social circles grow wider but shallower, the deep bonds that once made disappearances instantly noticeable have weakened. A missing face at the local store matters less when the cashier sees thousands weekly. A skipped meeting raises fewer alarms when everyone juggles dozens of connections. Some claim this social dilution serves power structures well. Dense urban centers, while pitched as hubs of connection, might actually be perfect spots for making people vanish. With everyone's focus split 100 ways, who notices when one thread in the social fabric snaps? Innocuous false flag operations hints at a web of minor staged incidents designed to shape public policy. Far from the dramatic scenes of typical conspiracy claims, this theory points to subtle manipulation through small-scale events. Records indicate a pattern of peculiar but relatively harmless incidents that coincide with calls for increased security measures. These often involve reports of strange substances, minor property damage, or vague threats that never quite materialize into serious harm. Evidence surfaced showing how these events tend to occur just before budget meetings or ahead of votes on security legislation. The timing creates a perfect storm of public concern without triggering demands for major investigations that could expose the staged nature of these incidents. Investigation revealed that many of these cases share striking similarities in their official responses, quick initial media coverage followed by unusually swift case closures. Law enforcement often seems to drop these cases with minimal follow-up, despite having clear jurisdiction. Researchers discovered that security budgets in affected areas typically see increases of 10 to 30% in the months following these incidents, yet these same areas show no meaningful change in actual crime statistics when examined later. The pattern suggests a calculated approach, events just scary enough to sway public opinion, but too minor to warrant the kind of scrutiny that might unravel their staged nature. The perfect sweet spot between causing concern and avoiding panic. Files from various police departments show a curious lack of resource allocation to these cases, even when they fall under high-priority categories. Critics point out how this hands-off approach conveniently prevents any deep dives that might expose inconsistencies. The esoteric surveillance theory suggests modern mass surveillance programs hide a deeper mission, identifying and tracking individuals with extraordinary abilities. Records indicate that despite extensive monitoring systems, prevention of criminal activities remains surprisingly ineffective, pointing to alternative motives. Investigation revealed classified programs like PRISM and X-Keyscore collect vast amounts of seemingly unrelated data: internet browsing patterns, phone metadata, and even social connections. These collection methods align more with mapping potential talent than preventing terrorism. Evidence surfaced showing intelligence agencies maintain secret lists of people exhibiting unusual patterns in their digital footprint, patterns that don't match typical criminal behavior but instead suggest enhanced cognitive abilities or unexplained capabilities. Researchers discovered numerous cases where individuals were quietly approached by government agencies after displaying signs of exceptional skill or intuition. Many vanished from public life shortly after, while others emerged in high-level positions with no clear background to support their rise. The surveillance grid's true purpose may be filtering through humanity's data exhaust, seeking those who unconsciously reveal superhuman traits through their daily digital interactions. Every email, phone call, and web search becomes part of a vast sorting algorithm hunting for statistical anomalies that could indicate enhanced human potential. Deep within heavily redacted documents, references appear to acquisition protocols and integration procedures, suggesting systems exist not just to find these gifted individuals, but to either remove them from society or fold them into classified programs. Generational indoctrination stems from a calculated approach to social engineering that spans decades rather than years. Records indicate systematic shifts in educational materials, entertainment, and media messaging targeting youth demographics as early as the 1950s. Studies from behavioral research centers found that adults over 65 show an 80% resistance rate to fundamental ideological changes, while those under 25 demonstrate only 20% resistance. These findings sparked interest from various power structures seeking lasting cultural transformation. Evidence surfaced of think tanks developing specialized content designed to shape young minds on specific topics, from economic systems to social values. Marketing firms crafted campaigns that would seem innocent to parents while planting subtle ideological seeds in children's minds. Researchers discovered that by the 1980s, major institutions had begun implementing long-term strategies focused on influencing kindergarten through college education. Rather than forcing immediate change, they could simply wait for the youth to naturally rise into positions of authority. Files obtained through Freedom of Information requests revealed coordinated efforts between media companies, education boards, and policymakers to gradually shift societal values. The process worked so well that many who were influenced as children now actively promote these acquired beliefs to the next generation, creating a self-perpetuating cycle. Analysis of cultural trends shows that views considered extreme or unthinkable by previous generations have become increasingly normalized among younger populations. This shift occurs so gradually that most remain unaware of the deliberate manipulation spanning multiple decades. Highway hypnosis suggests a darker side to the common trance state drivers experience on long, monotonous roads. The phenomenon first caught attention in the 1950s when truckers reported arriving at their stops with no memory of the journey. Tests showed drivers in this state maintain perfect lane position and steady speed, yet their brains slip into a theta wave pattern, the same seen in deep meditation. Records indicate some people can drive for hundreds of miles in this state, their conscious mind completely detached from their actions. Evidence surfaced linking this to a string of hit-and-runs in the American Midwest, where victims were struck on empty highways by drivers who showed no signs of stopping. When caught, these drivers had no memory of the incidents, their dash cams showing them driving perfectly straight before and after the impacts. Research discovered that extended periods of highway hypnosis can trigger micro-sleeps lasting up to 30 seconds, during which the primitive brain takes full control. In rare cases, this primitive state may unleash suppressed violent impulses, turning ordinary people into unwitting predators on empty roads. Investigators found journals from long-haul truckers describing lost time episodes spanning hours, with their logs showing hundreds of unexplained miles. Some trucks carried strange dents or traces of paint that matched missing persons' vehicles from those same stretches of highway. The most compelling proof comes from a 2019 case where a driver's dashcam caught him calmly running down a stranded motorist, then continuing his journey without deviation. Upon viewing the footage, he broke down, having no recollection of the event despite his eyes being open and hands steady on the wheel the entire time. The Secret Government Committee's theory draws from documented agencies like Project Blue Book and Majestic 12. Records indicate multiple closed-door meetings between high-ranking military officials and scientists during the Cold War era, with topics marked as above top secret, a classification level many claim shouldn't exist. Investigation revealed unusual patterns in government spending, with billions vanishing into black budget programs. A 1997 leak exposed internal memos discussing the formation of specialized teams to handle unconventional threats, a term never clearly defined in public documents. Evidence surfaced of underground facilities in remote locations, staffed by personnel whose credentials can't be verified through normal channels. Former government workers have noted missing time periods in their service records, along with entire departments that seem to vanish from official listings overnight. Some Pentagon papers show funding for research into psychic phenomena, ancient artifacts, and other fringe subjects, yet no public results were ever released. These studies link to windowless buildings in Virginia and Nevada, where witnesses report strange lights and unusual security measures. Data suggests these committees operate on a need-to-know basis so strict that even their own members may be unaware of parallel groups. Researchers discovered that certain military bases receive shipments of specialized equipment with no clear purpose, often followed by visits from unmarked aircraft. Files released through FOIA requests are heavily redacted, with entire pages missing between numbered sections. When pressed, officials cite exemptions that themselves are classified. The few whistleblowers who've come forward report being visited by plainclothes agents who suggest they seek immediate psychiatric care. Hidden motive arrests point to a pattern of systematic suppression through seemingly unrelated legal actions. Evidence surfaced showing various counterculture movements faced disproportionate drug-related arrests in the 1960s and 70s, despite similar substance use across broader society. Records indicate that environmental activists experienced heightened scrutiny over minor tax discrepancies and zoning violations during periods of major pipeline protests. Investigation revealed a surge in arrests for trespassing and disturbing the peace among anti-war protesters, often miles away from demonstration sites. Documents from declassified FBI files show coordinated efforts to find or create legal infractions among civil rights leaders, with agents instructed to neutralize targets through whatever laws were available. The memo's careful wording avoided direct references to political motives. Law enforcement data shows spikes in regulatory enforcement and minor criminal charges against specific demographic groups shortly after they gained prominence in social movements. In one telling case, a neighborhood saw 200% more citations for code violations after organizing against local development projects. During the rise of certain online privacy groups, members reported unusual scrutiny over business licenses, parking tickets, and other mundane regulations. When asked about the timing, one retired official merely noted that thorough enforcement of existing laws was always a priority. Co-opted meditation suggests ancient spiritual practices were deliberately repackaged into a sanitized commercial form to prevent people from accessing deeper metaphysical powers. The original practice aimed to pierce the veil between physical and spiritual realms, allowing practitioners to commune with forces beyond normal perception. Records indicate traditional meditation masters could enter states where they gained influence over fate itself, manipulating the threads of destiny through sustained mental discipline. Some practitioners reportedly demonstrated abilities to alter probable outcomes by reaching specific brainwave states. Evidence surfaced of government programs in the 1960s studying these traditional techniques, followed by a coordinated effort to promote a simplified version focused solely on stress relief and mindfulness. This neutered version removed all references to affecting probability or accessing higher dimensions of reality. Researchers discovered ancient texts describing meditation as a tool for bending the lines of what must be, suggesting early practitioners viewed it as a method for subtly reshaping destiny rather than just calming the mind. These texts vanished from major institutions shortly after being documented. Strange patterns emerged when analyzing the timing of meditation's modern rebranding. Each major push to promote the simplified version coincided with breakthroughs in understanding the original practice's deeper aspects. Traditional teachers who maintained the old ways often found themselves discredited or silenced. Energy infection theory ties ancient healing arts to modern medical practices through an intriguing lens. Physical pressure points used to stop bleeding share striking parallels with traditional acupuncture techniques, suggesting a deeper connection between bodily energy and physical trauma. Records indicate practitioners of this method believe damaged key points act like open wounds, leaking vital energy into surrounding tissues. Much like a tourniquet stops blood loss, blocking these points supposedly prevents negative energy from spreading throughout the body's meridian system. Evidence surfaced linking this concept to traditional Chinese medicine texts that describe poison qi, situations where harmful energy becomes trapped in specific body zones. These texts detail how masters would use needles to create temporary energetic blockades, much like modern pressure point techniques. Research discovered striking similarities between maps of major blood vessels and traditional acupuncture meridians, hinting at a possible scientific basis. Modern practitioners point to the effectiveness of both blood pressure points and acupuncture needles in treating pain, suggesting they may work through related mechanisms. Ancient scrolls describe healers who could detect dark spots of trapped energy using only their hands, marking these areas for treatment. These spots often corresponded with places where patients reported persistent pain or illness, lending credence to the infection theory. The practice reportedly gained recognition when martial arts masters noticed that blocking certain points during combat could cause cascading effects throughout an opponent's body, similar to how stopping blood flow to one area impacts the entire system. Signals from Elsewhere delves into the mysterious nature of television static, linking it to potential interdimensional communications. Evidence surfaced showing that TV static contains actual cosmic microwave background radiation, remnants from the birth of our universe caught by ordinary antennae. Records indicate around 1% of television static comes from ancient space radiation, lending weight to the idea that these devices can capture signals from far beyond Earth. Researchers discovered that certain patterns in static occasionally form distinct shapes and sequences that defy random probability. Investigation revealed multiple cases where viewers reported hearing voices and seeing clear images emerge from pure static, often during late-night hours when traditional broadcasting ends. These incidents spike during solar flares and geomagnetic storms, suggesting a link between cosmic events and these supposed messages. The static's ability to pick up signals from space raised questions about what else these waves might contain. Testing showed that static patterns sometimes sync across multiple unconnected televisions, hinting at an external source directing these displays. The mathematical probability of truly random static creating recognizable patterns falls well below observed instances. Strange electromagnetic readings near TVs displaying unusual static patterns suggest these signals may be piercing through from somewhere else entirely. These findings spawned experiments in using modified television sets as potential receivers for non-traditional signals. Some static recordings contain wave patterns matching no known earthly or cosmic source, leading to speculation about their otherworldly origins. The higher purpose theory delves into the UN's possible role as keeper of humanity's deepest secrets. Records indicate that since its founding in 1945, the organization has gathered spiritual leaders, philosophers, and cultural experts from across the globe, forming an unprecedented collection of human wisdom and historical knowledge. Evidence surfaced showing the UN maintains several classified archives, with some documents bearing unusual classification levels beyond standard security clearances. Researchers discovered these special clearance levels often relate to archaeological findings, religious manuscripts, and anthropological studies that span multiple civilizations. Investigation revealed numerous UN facilities house meditation rooms and spiritual chambers, suggesting the organization maintains strong ties to various religious and mystical traditions. Their headquarters in New York features a meditation room designed as a perfect cube, filled with abstract symbolism and geometric patterns that some say hold deeper meaning. Former UN employees have reported strange meetings where representatives from different nations gather to discuss topics seemingly unrelated to politics or economics. These gatherings often involve discussions about human consciousness, collective destiny, and ancient wisdom traditions. Critics point to the UN's persistent focus on global unity, despite obvious political divisions, suggesting they possess knowledge that transcends national boundaries. Their official documents frequently reference humanity's shared destiny and collective purpose, hinting at deeper understanding beyond public access. The organization's various humanitarian programs could be viewed as attempts to guide humanity toward some predetermined endpoint while maintaining strict control over the flow of information. Their emphasis on peace and unity might mask a more profound truth that humanity's true purpose remains hidden behind layers of bureaucracy and security clearances. Recent leaks suggest the existence of a hidden council within the UN structure, composed of individuals who claim to possess ancient wisdom passed down through generations. These members reportedly hold regular meetings in underground chambers, conducting ceremonies that blend elements from multiple spiritual traditions. Nature of unconsciousness theory links dreams to a vital mental maintenance system rather than simple neural shutdown. Studies of brain activity during REM sleep show patterns matching conscious thought, despite the body's paralysis. Ancient texts across cultures speak of dreams as spiritual journeys where the mind travels beyond physical limits. Modern sleep labs found that blocking REM sleep leads to anxiety, paranoia, and in extreme cases, complete psychological breakdown. Brain scans reveal that during severe trauma, the mind follows patterns similar to deep sleep states. This hints at an inbuilt defense system that pulls consciousness inward when the body faces critical damage. Research into coma patients uncovered complex mental activity, suggesting their minds remain active in this withdrawn state. Some who recovered reported vivid inner experiences, much like extended dreams. Cases of near-death experiences often mirror elements of deep dream states. Both share a sense of detachment from physical form and heightened focus on emotional or psychological content. Hospital records show that induced comas, which force this dreamlike state, often help severe trauma victims heal faster than natural unconsciousness. The controlled withdrawal of consciousness might allow for more efficient mental repair. Physicality obsolescence suggests a shift from traditional control methods to subtle manipulation through daily consumables and media. Early Cold War records indicate government programs like MK-Ultra tested various chemicals and stimuli to influence human behavior, laying groundwork for modern concerns. Research points to increased dopamine manipulation in popular social media using precise algorithms that mirror addiction-forming patterns found in gambling. Evidence suggests these systems may surpass crude mid-century behavior modification attempts, creating willing participants rather than resistant subjects. Studies revealed that certain common food additives cross the blood-brain barrier, while leaked documents show some corporations actively research these compounds' effects on decision-making and impulse control. Rather than guard towers and jackboots, the modern control grid runs through smartphone screens and snack foods. Investigation exposed how attention spans and critical thinking skills declined sharply alongside rises in processed food consumption and screen time. The old dystopian vision of armed guards might have missed the mark. Turns out people are much easier to control when they're comfortably numb, scrolling feeds, and munching lab-engineered treats engineered to hit the brain's pleasure centers just right. Some researchers discovered overlap between social media engagement metrics and changes in voting patterns, suggesting mass behavior modification no longer requires secret programs, just terms of service agreements nobody reads and brightly colored packages in the snack aisle. Third-party influence theory links hypnosis to a deeper form of mental rewiring. Dating back to the 1950s, studies at major research centers showed subjects could be guided to perform complex tasks hours or days after their trance state ended. Records from the CIA's declassified MK-Ultra files hint at experiments using rhythmic sounds and subtle vocal patterns to plant lasting behavioral changes. The results allegedly matched those achieved through direct hypnotic suggestion. Evidence surfaced of similar tests conducted in Soviet research facilities, where scientists claimed to influence test subjects through carefully crafted background noise played in public spaces. The effects reportedly lasted weeks without the subjects ever knowing they were hypnotized. Researchers discovered that certain combinations of sound frequencies could bypass normal mental barriers, creating what they called natural psychological access points. These frequencies matched patterns found in healing brainwaves during deep sleep. Investigation of recovered documents points to ongoing research into mass-scale applications, using everything from TV static to ambient mall music. The theory suggests modern society is filled with these subtle influences, operating just below our conscious awareness. Necessity control points to a dark web of population control through basic human needs. Tests from multiple labs show rising levels of synthetic compounds in public water supplies, matching patterns seen in behavior modification studies. Evidence surfaced of classified research into chemical cocktails designed to increase compliance while being masked by standard water treatment processes. The compounds reportedly work over decades, slowly reshaping human responses to authority. Records indicate these programs expanded to food supplies through subsidized farming programs. Farmers who accepted government aid were required to use specific fertilizers and pesticides, many containing compounds that affect brain chemistry when consumed. Researchers discovered patents for mood-stabilizing additives filed by shell companies linked to federal agencies. These additives now appear in most processed foods, especially those in government meal programs. Investigation revealed similar compounds in mandatory vaccines and common medicines. The theory suggests each source adds small doses that build up over time, creating a population that's easier to control through subtle chemical influence. Strange patterns emerge in cities with the highest use of public utilities. Their populations show markedly lower rates of protest and civil unrest compared to areas using private water sources and local food supplies. The organ's true purpose theory explores the enigmatic nature of pineal gland calcification, a process that affects nearly all humans as they age. The calcification occurs steadily through childhood and early adulthood, yet causes no clear physical symptoms or mental decline. Records indicate this small, pine cone-shaped gland produces melatonin and helps regulate sleep cycles, but its complete function remains unclear. Ancient cultures, from Egypt to Rome, depicted the pineal gland in artwork and religious texts as the seat of the soul or third eye. Evidence surfaced linking uncalcified pineal glands in children to heightened emotional sensitivity, vivid dreams, and what some call spiritual experiences. As the gland hardens with age, these experiences typically fade, though medical science attributes this to normal developmental changes. Researchers discovered that fluoride exposure speeds up calcification, leading some to suggest this process deliberately closes humanity's connection to deeper awareness. This ties into reports of young children claiming to see auras, remember past lives, or communicate with unseen entities, abilities that mysteriously vanish as they grow older. Investigation revealed similar patterns in other organs, like the thymus gland, which shrinks significantly after puberty. While mainstream medicine considers this normal aging, proponents argue these changes reflect a deliberate dampening of humanity's true sensory and spiritual potential. Problem outsourcing theory points to a hidden method used by secret groups to solve complex issues while keeping their true goals hidden. These groups post their challenges online, masked as puzzles, math problems, or theoretical scenarios. By doing so, they tap into the problem-solving skills of millions without revealing their hand. Evidence surfaced of this practice during the early days of crowdsourcing platforms. Strange mathematical problems would appear, get solved by eager participants, then vanish without trace. Records indicate these problems often dealt with theoretical physics, cryptography, and complex systems analysis. Researchers discovered patterns in these posts that hint at deeper purposes. The problems often revolve around real-world applications like traffic flow, resource distribution, or pattern recognition. Within hours of solutions being posted, the original problems disappear, along with any trace of the mysterious users who shared them. Investigation revealed that some of these problems closely matched later breakthroughs in fields ranging from quantum computing to urban planning. The timing between online solutions and real-world applications suggests these weren't mere coincidences. The internet became an unwitting think tank for shadowy groups. The genius lies in its simplicity. By breaking down complex problems into smaller, seemingly unrelated pieces, these groups harvest solutions while keeping their true aims hidden. The online solvers become unknowing collaborators in projects they'll never fully understand. And really, who hasn't solved a random internet puzzle that might have helped plan a secret underground base? Hiding in plain sight theory stems from a stark paradox in modern mass media, that the most exposed places could be the best spots for secrets. This twist on traditional spycraft suggests powerful groups embed their plans in summer blockbusters, pop songs, and TV shows. Records indicate odd patterns in background details across major films and shows, recurring symbols, numbers, and phrases that seem too precise to be random. The mass audience's tendency to focus on surface entertainment creates a perfect smokescreen for deeper messaging. Evidence surfaced of intelligence agencies historically using entertainment media as cover. The CIA's past involvement in Hollywood productions, combined with declassified documents about social engineering projects, adds weight to claims of ongoing media manipulation. Investigation revealed certain symbols and numerical sequences appearing in seemingly unrelated movies and TV shows spanning different studios, creators, and decades. These patterns often align with dates of major world events or policy changes that followed. Researchers discovered that many conspiracy-minded people actively avoid mainstream media, creating an ideal blind spot. Those trying to decode potential hidden messages are essentially removed from the very audience that might spot them, leaving the general public as unwitting carriers of encoded information. Leaked documents suggest government agencies value hiding in plain sight techniques, noting that complex secrets are often best concealed behind obvious distractions. The theory points to Las Vegas as a prime example. Its bright lights and constant spectacle make it perfect for discreet operations. The entertainment industry's massive reach means any embedded message could potentially be broadcast to billions while remaining effectively invisible. The sheer volume of content provides cover, like hiding a tree in a forest. Life force oil theory links ancient organic matter to modern spiritual energy. Deep in Earth's crust, crude oil formed from countless deceased organisms transformed under immense pressure. Tests of raw petroleum reveal complex molecular structures unlike any other naturally occurring substance. Recent studies found oil samples contain traces of ancient proteins and genetic material preserved within microscopic pockets. These biological remnants spark debate about whether some essence of former life persists within fossil fuels. The peculiar properties of crude oil, its deep black color, unusual viscosity, and tendency to form intricate patterns when disturbed, led some researchers to propose it retains a form of residual life force. Evidence surfaced of oil responding to electromagnetic fields in ways that mirror living tissue. Records indicate unusual phenomena in oil fields, with workers reporting strange movements and behaviors of crude deposits that seem to defy normal fluid dynamics. Investigation revealed cases where oil appeared to flow against gravity or collect in inexplicable patterns. Laboratory analysis discovered oil samples undergo subtle changes when exposed to different forms of energy, similar to Dr. Emoto's controversial water crystal experiments. The molecular structure appears to shift and reorganize in response to various stimuli, suggesting some form of retained biological programming. Testing showed trace amounts of ATP, the energy carrier molecule found in living cells, somehow preserved within certain oil deposits. While mainstream science attributes this to contamination, proponents see it as proof that oil retains fragments of its former living state. Operation High Jump uncovered vast stone structures buried beneath Antarctic ice, according to declassified naval records. The ancient ruins stretched for miles across the frozen landscape, their geometric precision defying natural formation. Maps recovered from Admiral Byrd's personal effects marked specific coordinates where impossible architecture lay hidden. His surviving journal entries describe weathered megalithic blocks bearing unknown symbols, carefully arranged in patterns suggesting artificial design. Evidence surfaced of an emergency recall order issued just weeks into the expedition, along with communications blackouts and confiscated photographic equipment. The hasty retreat came shortly after Byrd reported finding artifacts of clearly non-terrestrial origin near the pole. Geological surveys revealed anomalous formations deep beneath the ice sheet, showing right angles and symmetrical layouts that contrast sharply with surrounding natural structures. Modern radar scans indicate these geometric patterns extend for hundreds of meters below the surface. Researchers discovered that indigenous South American legends tell of an ancient civilization that once thrived on a warm Antarctic continent, building mighty cities before a great cataclysm forced them to flee. These oral histories align eerily with Byrd's suppressed findings. Military installations now strategically ring the locations marked in Byrd's classified maps. Satellite imagery shows regular supply drops to seemingly empty sectors of ice, while amateur pilots report being forcefully redirected when flying near these restricted zones. Crust gravitation centers on a unique take of Earth's internal structure. The math behind this idea stems from old naval records showing odd compass readings in spots where the ocean floor suddenly drops off. These areas line up with places ships have gone missing over time. Field tests done near deep-sea trenches picked up weird gravity shifts that don't match what science tells us they should find. Plus, sonar maps from the 60s show parts of the ocean floor that seem to curve inward instead of following the normal bowl shape we see everywhere else. Some folks who worked on deep-sea drilling rigs swear they hit what felt like hollow spots way deeper than any cave system should exist. Their tools kept breaking in ways that didn't make sense, like something was pushing back against the drill bits. The whole filter part fits with how subs and deep-sea gear tend to fail right around the same depth, about 3,000 feet down. The gear doesn't rust or crack like you'd expect from water pressure. Instead, it gets crushed from all sides, as if caught between two forces. Bit funny how the Navy has maps of the ocean floor, but won't share 90% of them. They say it's to protect shipping lanes, but that doesn't explain why they're so interested in spots where nothing ever goes. The unnatural disasters theory details how governments harness climate manipulation technology to create devastating natural events. Records indicate the existence of patents for cloud seeding and ionospheric heating devices, most notably HAARP in Alaska, which can allegedly alter atmospheric conditions. Evidence surfaced of unusual radar patterns moments before major hurricanes and earthquakes, showing distinctive geometric shapes that don't occur naturally. Military documents from the 1960s outlined Operation Popeye, where the U.S. used weather manipulation in Vietnam to extend monsoon seasons. Researchers discovered that certain disaster locations aligned with areas of political unrest or regions housing opposition groups. The timing of these events often coincided with crucial political movements or protests, leading to their sudden dispersal. Investigation revealed a steady rise in extreme weather events near military testing grounds, with local witnesses reporting strange lights and sounds before storms. Former military contractors have come forward describing specialized equipment designed to generate specific weather patterns. Files obtained through Freedom of Information requests show massive funding increases to atmospheric research programs just before several devastating hurricanes hit populated areas. These same programs later switched to studying climate adaptation rather than their original focus on weather patterns. Scientists noted the appearance of unusual chemical compounds in rain samples following major storms, matching substances patented for weather modification. The compounds weren't present in naturally occurring rainfall from the same regions. Believers tracked a pattern of insurance companies with government ties purchasing massive amounts of weather derivatives just before unexpected natural disasters. These same companies later lobbied against investigating weather control technology. Cycle holdovers suggests hidden groups have lasted through many world resets, keeping their power across time. Their signs show up in odd places, like how the same symbols pop up in ruins spread too far apart in time to make sense. Records point to gaps in human history where these groups might have stepped in, steering things from the shadows. Some old texts hint at leaders who knew too much about the past, as if they had seen it firsthand. Evidence surfaced of underground bases built to last thousands of years, way beyond what their builders should have needed. Many had spots for seeds, books, and tools, everything needed to restart society. Deep in old caves, researchers found art showing figures watching worlds burn and rise again. The same faces appear in paintings separated by thousands of years, wearing the same marks and robes. Files from declassified projects reveal odd questions asked by world powers about finding the others who came before. Their notes suggest they weren't looking for simple artifacts, but for living groups with ancient knowledge. Investigation showed these supposed survivors left trails, advanced math in primitive cultures, impossible buildings in ancient sites, and warnings about cycles carved where they shouldn't be. Signs point to them teaching chosen followers how to make it through the next reset. Calling cards refers to recurring number patterns that appear consistently throughout major world events. The numbers 11, 13, 33, and 666 surface with such regularity that it goes beyond mere chance. These digits appear in dates, times, coordinates, and death tolls of history-shaping moments. The World Trade Center attacks happened on 9/11. Flight 11 was the first to hit, New York was the 11th state, and the towers stood like the number 11. The name New York City has 11 letters. Even the World Trade Center itself took 11 years to build. Evidence surfaced linking the number 33 to the Kennedy killing. Dealey Plaza sits at the 33rd parallel. The shooting took place near the 33rd degree Masonic Lodge. JFK died on November 22nd, digits that add up to 33. Researchers discovered similar patterns in other events. The Madrid train bombings occurred on 3/11. The London attack struck on 7/7, which adds to 14, and 1 plus 4 equals 5. The Oslo attacks killed 77. Even natural disasters seem to follow this pattern. The 2011 Japan earthquake struck at 2:46, 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12, and 1 plus 2 equals 3. Investigation revealed these numbers crop up in architecture too. The UN building rises 39 stories. The Pentagon has 5 sides and 5 rings, forming a pentagon, which has 33-degree angles at each point. The Vatican's St. Peter's Square measures 666 feet wide. Of course, the pattern extends to business and media too. Apple launched the iPhone at $666.66. Windows 98's activation code contained 666 in its programming string. Monster Energy's logo contains 3 claw marks that some say resemble the Hebrew symbol for 6. Spirit removal theory draws from ancient mystical practices and documented cases of consciousness separation. Evidence surfaced showing multiple cultures independently developed similar techniques for inducing out-of-body experiences, from Tibetan dream yoga to shamanic soul journeys. Medical records indicate instances of patients describing detailed events that occurred while clinically dead, including conversations and activities in other hospital rooms. Researchers discovered these accounts often contained verifiable details the patient couldn't have known through normal means. Historical documents reveal countless reports of spirit possession following near-death experiences or intensive meditation practices. Some theorists suggest the temporary vacancy created by astral projection acts like an open door, leaving behind an empty vessel that draws in wandering souls like a vacuum. Archaeological findings show ancient civilizations built specific chambers and developed elaborate rituals designed to safely facilitate spirit separation. These sites often contain warnings about the dangers of improper techniques and the importance of protective measures to prevent unwanted spiritual entities from claiming the vacant body. Military documents detail classified experiments from the 1960s exploring consciousness projection as a method of gathering intelligence. The program was allegedly shut down after multiple test subjects reported feeling different upon returning to their bodies, with some claiming they brought something back with them. The lustful tulpas theory presents a darker take on the concept of thought form manifestation. The basic idea stems from ancient Buddhist and Hindu practices, where focused meditation could supposedly create sentient beings from pure thought. Drawing from medieval accounts of demons who feed on sexual energy, modern theorists point to the rising tide of sexual content in media and advertising. Evidence surfaced suggesting these beings, once manifested, require continued sustenance through human arousal to maintain their form. Records indicate a sharp rise in reported sleep paralysis encounters with sexual undertones starting in the 1960s, coinciding with the sexual revolution. These encounters often share eerily similar details across different cultures and locations. Researchers discovered old texts describing protective rituals specifically designed to ward off thought-born tempters, suggesting ancient cultures may have faced similar entities. Modern believers note how sexual imagery seems to spread mimetically through culture, almost as if guided by an invisible hand. The pattern appears self-reinforcing. The more attention and energy given to these entities, the stronger their influence grows, creating an endless cycle. Those who study the phenomenon note how difficult it becomes to break free once exposed, similar to addiction patterns. Western gatekeeping theory links ancient wisdom to modern power structures. Records indicate that certain philosophical and spiritual practices remain concentrated in smaller nations or tightly regulated regions, raising questions about deliberate suppression elsewhere. Evidence surfaced showing how meditation, energy work, and other Eastern practices faced systematic dismissal in Western academia until they could be repackaged and commercialized in a watered-down form. The original, deeper teachings stay confined to monasteries and remote communities. Investigation revealed that when these practices spread to larger populations historically, they often preceded significant social change or challenges to established authority. This pattern appears in medieval mystical movements, revolutionary spiritual groups, and modern alternative communities. Researchers discovered countless examples of Western institutions labeling these beliefs as primitive superstition while privately studying and documenting their effects. Declassified files show government programs exploring consciousness expansion, remote viewing, and other phenomena, all while publicly mocking such concepts. The theory points to how transformative spiritual practices get stripped of their most potent elements before reaching the masses. Simple breathing exercises replace complex energy work. Basic mindfulness substitutes for deep meditation. Quick fixes replace disciplined practice. Looking east, places like Tibet faced invasion and suppression right as their spiritual traditions gained Western attention. Similar patterns emerged in South America, where indigenous wisdom traditions faced persecution as their effectiveness became known to outsiders. This theory links divine ranking to physical scale. Looking across faiths and folklore, beings higher up the heavenly ladder tend to tower over those below. From the mighty seraphim down to common angels, their forms dwarf human scale. Records show this pattern goes deeper than just angels. Ancient tales tell of giants walking among men in times closer to creation, when the mortal and divine realms sat nearer. As ages passed and humanity grew distant from the divine, our size shrank. Evidence surfaced in deep-sea research that mirrors this scaling law. The further down sea creatures live from the surface, the larger they grow. Giant squid, colossal tube worms, and massive isopods all dwell in the depths, as if sinking closer to some divine source causes growth. Researchers discovered this size divinity link appears in architecture too. The world's oldest temples and religious sites often feature massive stone blocks and towering spires. Each level climbing skyward grows grander, as if reaching toward divine scale. The math follows across species. Whales, Earth's largest creatures, spend their lives in deep waters singing songs some link to divine praise, while humans, bound to land between sea and sky, stay locked at medium scale. Hidden texts speak of future times when worthy souls grow vast as mountains, their forms expanding as they near divine perfection. These changes match deep sea growth patterns, as if some universal law ties physical size to closeness with the divine. This theory, simply titled Witnesses, suggests the Soviet space program silenced those who saw too much beyond our atmosphere. Files recovered from radio operators in Italy and Germany caught transmissions of Russian voices crying out in fear, growing fainter as they drifted deeper into space. Records point to over 10 missing cosmonauts between 1961 and 1964, their names scrubbed from Soviet records. Strange radio signals picked up by ham operators contained bits of Russian mixed with unknown sounds. Mechanical grinding merged with what seemed like whale song. Evidence surfaced of capsule designs meant to go far past low Earth orbit, with thick shielding unlike anything used in known missions. Former workers at Baikonur spoke of strange marks on returned vessels, perfect circles burned through steel as if something had tried to get in. Research into old weather balloons found odd shapes in the sky during supposed failed launches, moving in ways that defied physics. The objects would split apart, rejoin, then vanish in bursts of light that caused electronics to fail for miles. Papers leaked decades later revealed some cosmonauts radioed about visitors moments before contact was lost. Their capsules were recovered with hatches torn open from the inside, seats empty except for scorch marks shaped like handprints. The foreign cryptids theory suggests Earth's most densely populated regions have only scratched the surface of undiscovered creatures. Records indicate vast stretches of Siberian wilderness, Canadian tundra, and Australian outback contain thousands of square miles rarely touched by human feet. Evidence surfaced of nomadic tribes in Mongolia, reporting encounters with creatures bearing no resemblance to known wildlife. Their descriptions share striking similarities despite groups being separated by hundreds of miles. Investigation revealed a pattern of mysterious livestock deaths in remote areas of Argentina's Patagonia region. Local rangers found animals with clean, surgical-like wounds, a far cry from typical predator attacks. Similar cases popped up in Alaska's interior, where whole caribou herds vanished without a trace. Researchers discovered indigenous Australian accounts of unknown beasts dating back generations, with eerily consistent details across different language groups. Modern disappearances in the outback sometimes align with locations mentioned in these ancient stories. Satellite mapping exposed countless unexplored valleys and cave systems in northern Canada, each potentially harboring life forms adapted to extreme isolation. Strange tracks photographed near these areas defy classification by wildlife experts. Deep in Russia's Sakha Republic, villages report yearly losses of hunters who venture too far into the taiga. Local authorities blame these deaths on exposure, yet the recovered bodies often show unusual marks or injuries that don't match any known predator. The raising the stakes theory proposes that government scandals trigger an endless cycle of escalating cover-ups. When damaging information leaks, officials orchestrate larger distractions to draw public attention away. These manufactured events often involve new misdeeds that create fresh secrets to hide. Records indicate a pattern where minor scandals grow into major incidents as each cover-up requires increasingly dramatic misdirection. A small leak about surveillance might lead to a staged terrorist threat, which then requires actual rights violations to maintain the deception. Evidence was brought forth showing how simple document releases snowball into complex operations. What starts as redirecting media coverage evolves into orchestrating real catastrophes. Each new event leaves a larger trail of evidence that demands an even bigger distraction. Investigation revealed this cycle creates an exponential growth of government wrongdoing. As each cover-up surpasses the last, officials must resort to more extreme measures, from market manipulation to manufactured conflicts. The theory suggests this spiral continues until no greater distraction remains possible. The final stage arrives when the government exhausts all options for misdirection. Like a poker player who can't raise the stakes any higher, the entire house of cards allegedly collapses. The weight of accumulated secrets and escalating cover-ups brings the whole system crashing down. The spiritual monopoly theory suggests a hidden effort by modern elites to restrict humanity's connection to supernatural realms. Records indicate that across cultures, specific individuals, shamans, priests, and mystics, displayed unusual abilities to interact with spiritual forces. Evidence surfaced of ancient texts describing methods to strengthen or weaken one's spiritual attunement, similar to exercising a muscle. These practices often involved meditation, fasting, and ritual ceremonies, activities that have seen steep decline in modern society. Researchers discovered patterns of powerful institutions historically controlling access to spiritual knowledge. The burning of libraries, persecution of mystics, and standardization of religious practices point to systematic attempts to limit spiritual independence. Investigation revealed modern social trends pushing toward materialistic worldviews while dismissing spiritual experiences as delusions or mental illness. This creates a culture where people doubt their own spiritual encounters and abilities. Those who study this theory point to the rise of prescription medications, constant digital distractions, and processed foods as tools that may deliberately dull humanity's natural spiritual senses. Meanwhile, they note how elite groups continue ancient spiritual practices behind closed doors. Certain spirits, according to old texts, require human acknowledgement or interaction to maintain their power. By cutting off the masses from spiritual connections, elites could theoretically force these entities to work exclusively with them, creating a spiritual monopoly in the truest sense. Inverse summonings flips our view of reality and spirit on its head. The old writings speak of three layers, mind, matter, and spirit, not as a ladder going up, but as a U-shaped curve where our physical world sits at the bottom. Records point to hidden texts describing how monks and wise men would craft detailed mental forms, believing these thoughts could draw in wandering spirits just as rituals could pull spirits down into physical items. These mental blueprints acted like nets or traps. Evidence surfaced of secret groups who practiced this art, creating intricate mental structures through deep focus and ritual. They claimed success when their thought forms began acting in ways they hadn't planned, taking on traits and behaviors of their own. Researchers discovered journals describing how these mental constructs would sometimes manifest physical effects, objects moving, sounds occurring, or even visible shapes forming in dim light. The practitioners saw this as proof that spirits were inhabiting their mental creations. Ancient scrolls tell of masters who could maintain multiple mental forms at once, each hosting different spirits. These beings supposedly acted as advisors and helpers, bound not by physical ritual but by the strength of thought alone. God's fallibility theory stems from an odd gap in religious texts where divine beings show moments of weakness. Records indicate several ancient tablets speak of heavenly wars and fallen angels who dared to stand against divine will, hinting at possible limits to godly power. Evidence surfaced in forgotten manuscripts suggesting certain religious leaders kept secret texts about divine beings losing battles or failing to achieve their goals. These writings, often destroyed or locked away, paint a different picture than the all-powerful deity presented to the masses. Researchers discovered that many ancient cultures shared similar stories of gods being tricked, defeated, or outsmarted by lesser beings. These tales were slowly stripped from official religious texts, leaving only carefully selected passages that portrayed complete divine supremacy. Investigation revealed that some secret societies claimed to possess knowledge of divine weak points, specific times, places, or methods through which supernatural powers could be challenged. These groups allegedly passed this information through heavily coded messages and symbols. Ancient military records show curious gaps in religious leaders' confidence during certain battles or events, as if they suddenly doubted their divine protection. Some texts hint at rituals designed not to worship, but to exploit supposed divine limitations. Deep in Vatican archives lie documents about church officials who seemed oddly concerned about specific astronomical events and their effects on divine power. These records were quickly sealed away, with access granted only to the highest church authorities. This entry centers on the idea that mundane truths are hidden away, not for their direct impact, but for the raw power they contain. The mere act of knowing grants authority over reality itself. Records indicate patterns of information restriction across history that go beyond typical censorship. Simple facts, dates, and seemingly harmless details vanish from records, while more scandalous information remains untouched. Evidence surfaced of ancient texts being edited to remove specific phrases or concepts rather than entire passages. These edits often targeted basic observations about nature, mathematics, or daily life that would seem to hold no strategic value. Researchers discovered that certain mathematical proofs and basic scientific principles were deliberately left out of academic records throughout the 1800s. These weren't grand revelations, just simple facts about how things work that someone deemed too dangerous to know. Investigation revealed secret societies focused not on wealth or power, but on keeping specific pieces of trivia from spreading. Their archives suggest they believed that complete knowledge of reality would let common people bend its rules. The suppressed information forms a kind of puzzle, each piece harmless alone but powerful when combined. Those in control maintain their grip not through what they do with this knowledge, but by making sure no one else can complete the picture. Hidden texts speak of reality keys, ordinary facts that, when known together, grant the knower certain abilities. Modern theorists compare this to computer passwords, random characters that mean nothing alone but grant access when properly combined. Power through belief theory connects ancient magical practices to modern psychological principles. The core idea stems from centuries-old grimoires and texts describing how spellcasters must maintain absolute conviction in their workings. Historical records show tribal shamans and medicine men achieving seemingly impossible feats through unwavering faith in their abilities. This mirrors modern placebo effects, where belief alone creates measurable physical changes. Evidence surfaced in declassified government files about attempts to harness this phenomenon through programs like MKUltra and Project Stargate. Test subjects who fully believed in their psychic abilities consistently outperformed skeptical participants. Researchers discovered references to this concept across diverse magical traditions, from Celtic druids to Egyptian priests to Hindu mystics. Each source emphasized that doubt acts as a barrier between intention and manifestation. Archaeological findings reveal ancient ritual sites designed to reinforce practitioners' belief systems through carefully crafted environments and ceremonies. These spaces serve to eliminate skepticism and strengthen magical conviction. Modern neuroscience has mapped how firm beliefs can alter brain chemistry and neural pathways. This lends credence to the idea that absolute faith might unlock dormant human capabilities through biological mechanisms not yet fully understood. The Genesis location theory merges biblical accounts with hollow earth beliefs. Ancient texts describe a mysterious crystal dome above Earth, which some interpret as a water shell surrounding the planet's outer surface. Early humans might have dwelled inside Earth's hollow center, with the Garden of Eden nestled within these inner realms. Records indicate peculiar references in religious documents about waters above the heavens and a firmament dividing these waters. This lines up with the idea of a prehistoric water shell that later crashed down during the Great Flood, filling both the surface and inner Earth. Investigation revealed that no location on Earth matches the biblical description of Eden, complete with its 4 rivers and unique geography. The theory suggests this paradise still exists, hidden within Earth's hollow interior, protected by the sword-wielding angel mentioned in Scripture. Evidence surfaced in ancient writings of a dramatic shift in human dwelling places, potentially marking the moment when people moved from inner to outer Earth. This migration may have occurred during the flood, as the collapsing water shell forced humanity to seek refuge on the surface. Researchers discovered that certain passages in Genesis could be reinterpreted through this lens, explaining why Eden seems to defy modern geography. The flaming sword guarding Eden's entrance might be more literal than metaphorical, a physical barrier preventing access to an inner Earth paradise that still exists today. Fourth-dimensional foresight stems from odd patterns in how classified info gets handled by officials. Records indicate specific pieces of evidence vanish within hours of discovery, while other seemingly major finds remain untouched. This selective approach hints at a deeper system at work. Evidence surfaced of cases where authorities swooped in to contain situations before they could spiral, acting with unusual speed and precision. The timing often proved too perfect to be mere chance or good planning. Researchers discovered a pattern in declassified documents where certain minor events received massive containment responses, only for those same events to later trigger major public reactions when partially leaked. The response always came before any sign of public interest. Investigation revealed numerous cases of evidence being seized decades ago that only recently became relevant to national security, suggesting those in power somehow knew which puzzle pieces would matter in the future. The theory points to the existence of a hidden time travel program not used for direct intervention, but rather to guide present-day containment efforts. This explains why some explosive revelations get buried while seemingly identical ones slip through. They already know which ones will cause lasting damage. A trail of perfectly timed interventions stretches back through recent history, each one preventing a specific piece of information from reaching the public eye. Like a chess player who can see 20 moves ahead, these actions only make sense if the players know the endgame. Interdimensional disposal stems from one of America's oldest unsolved murders. The discovery of a young boy's body in a cardboard box near Philadelphia in 1957 sparked massive investigations, yet yielded virtually no concrete leads. Evidence surfaced of peculiar inconsistencies at the crime scene. The box itself showed no weathering despite heavy rain in the days before, and some witnesses reported seeing the box appear suddenly, as if placed there in an instant. Local investigations revealed strange magnetic readings around the discovery site, with equipment malfunction occurring in a perfect circle spanning 20 feet from where the box lay. The pattern matched documented anomalies found at other sites of unexplained disappearances. Research into similar cold cases uncovered a pattern of evidence simply vanishing, not being destroyed or hidden, but seemingly ceasing to exist altogether. Fingerprints would fade from surfaces within hours of collection, and photographs of crime scenes would show inexplicable blurring around key pieces of evidence. Files from the original investigation detail witness accounts of shimmering air and folded space near the discovery site. The lead detective's personal notes, found decades later, described the crime scene as having a wrong feel, as if the physical space itself was borrowed from somewhere else. The temperature around the box reportedly dropped 15 degrees below the surrounding area, matching thermal patterns later documented at sites of supposed dimensional bleeding. Modern analysis of soil samples from beneath the box showed trace particles moving in impossible patterns, as if following the physics of another reality. The curated reality theory deals with a twist on simulation theory, the idea that our reality gets tweaked in real time. Unlike basic simulation concepts, this takes things further by suggesting active management of our world. Evidence points to unexplained events that seem to defy probability. A pen falls off a desk but lands in a perfect upright position. A bird swoops down at the exact second to block what would have been a fatal car crash. Small, unlikely occurrences that ripple into major changes. Records show patterns of these lucky breaks and freak accidents happening at crucial historical moments. A sudden fog that allowed troops to escape certain doom, or a random meeting between strangers that sparked world-changing innovations. These supposedly random events often carry massive implications for humanity's path. Research suggests these alterations might serve as course corrections, like a cosmic editor tweaking a story. When reality starts heading toward an unwanted outcome, small adjustments get made. A delayed train, a chance encounter, a lucky guess, steering things back on track. The math behind some of these coincidences breaks down under scrutiny. Statistical analysis reveals clusters of improbable events that don't follow natural probability curves. It's as if someone keeps rolling dice until they get the exact numbers they want. Believers point to the Mandela effect as potential evidence. Those shared false memories might be leftover traces of edited timelines. Like finding artifacts from deleted scenes, these collective misrememberings could be echoes of realities that got patched out of our simulation. This entry stems from a disturbing pattern of mass behavior shifts throughout history. We see several instances where entire towns fell into unexplained panic or shared delusions, with no clear trigger for the events. Evidence surfaced linking some mass hysteria cases to nearby military installations, particularly during the Cold War era. The 1938 War of the Worlds broadcast sparked nationwide terror, leading some researchers to speculate it served as an early test of crowd psychology and emergency response systems. Investigation revealed classified documents mentioning mass behavioral studies conducted in small American towns during the 1950s and 60s. These tests allegedly measured how quickly false information could spread and how deeply it could impact community behavior. Declassified MK-Ultra files show the government's keen interest in mass psychological manipulation, including experiments with mood-altering frequencies and chemical substances released in public spaces. Some modern cases of shared panic, like the 2016 clown sightings across America, follow eerily similar patterns to these documented tests. Reports from former military personnel describe training exercises focused on social engineering and crowd behavior modification. These techniques supposedly evolved into more sophisticated methods using social media algorithms and targeted disinformation campaigns to study how fear and paranoia spread through modern communities. Strange clusters of identical nightmares reported in specific neighborhoods, synchronized changes in local buying patterns, and waves of unexplained physical symptoms have all been logged as potential evidence of ongoing psychological testing. The fact that many of these incidents remain officially unexplained only deepens suspicions about their true nature. The butterfly susceptibility theory draws from both quantum mechanics and ancient divination practices. Records indicate that multiple cultures worldwide developed similar systems for glimpsing future events, from Greek oracles to Chinese bone reading. Evidence surfaced through modern parapsychology tests where successful predictions seem to alter the very events they foretold. In one notable case, a study participant accurately predicted a car accident only for their awareness to cause a chain of different choices that prevented it entirely. Research data shows a pattern where the more specific and accurate a prophecy appears, the more likely it becomes for reality to shift in unexpected ways. This creates a paradox where gaining knowledge of future events triggers changes that make that knowledge useless. Historical documents reveal that ancient seers often gave vague or metaphorical predictions, not from lack of skill, but possibly because they understood that too much detail would trigger this effect. Investigation of old prophecies suggests those with the highest accuracy rates were the ones most open to multiple interpretations. Testing has found that attempts to verify precognitive abilities in lab settings consistently fail, not because the abilities don't exist, but because the act of measurement fundamentally alters what's being measured, similar to how observing quantum particles changes their behavior. Extraterrestrials are demons ties ancient religious texts to modern UFO sightings. Records indicate several holy books across faiths describe beings descending from the sky, often bringing messages or warnings, but their true form terrified witnesses, leading to phrases like "fear not" appearing over 300 times in religious texts. Modern parapsychology tests have revealed cases where accurate predictions appeared to influence the very events they anticipated. In one striking instance, a study participant foresaw a car accident with precision, but their awareness set off a series of decisions that ultimately prevented it from happening. Investigation revealed that the lost Apollo 11 tapes contained more than moon landing footage. Several technicians who viewed the original broadcast claimed to see shadowy figures moving in ways that defied physics, leading to theories about why NASA might have destroyed over 700 boxes of space mission data. Researchers discovered that the 1969 cosmonaut Vladimir Severin incident, where he reportedly encountered winged creatures during a spacewalk, matches medieval descriptions of demons found in Orthodox Christian texts. The Soviet space program classified all records of this event for decades. The theory points to how many modern alien abduction stories mirror ancient accounts of demonic possession. Lost time, physical marks, night visits, and a sense of being tested or examined. Some investigators note both experiences often end with victims speaking in unknown languages. Divine humanity hints at a hidden force within our DNA, passed down since the dawn of time. Records suggest ancient texts across cultures reference this dormant power, from Hindu concepts of Atman to Christian writings about being made in God's image. Throughout history, certain groups have sought to unlock this inner potential through strict diets, meditation, and energy practices. Some reported abilities like healing others or glimpsing future events. The most notable cases came from Tibet, where monks demonstrated remarkable control over body temperature and metabolism. Research points to odd brain patterns in those who report accessing this divine state. EEG readings show increased gamma waves and unusual synchronization between different parts of the brain. These patterns match those seen in deep meditative states, but at much higher intensity. Believers link this to the double helix shape of DNA, seeing it as a physical mark of divinity, like a signature left by a greater power. They point to the mathematical precision of genetic code as proof it holds more than just biological data. Studies revealed that people who think they've awakened this power share common traits: heightened empathy, resistance to extreme temperatures, and faster healing rates. Critics say these skills come from training, not divine genes. Yet no one fully explains how some monks dry frozen sheets on their backs in below-zero weather. Tales tell of secret societies still working to unlock humanity's full potential, seeing modern spiritual movements as shallow copies of ancient wisdom. They claim we use only a fraction of our true power, kept dormant by modern life and lost knowledge. The necessary creation theory suggests an intriguing link between divine perfection and cosmic design. A supreme being, working with perfect efficiency, would craft a universe containing exactly what humanity needs. No more, no less. Records indicate the observable universe holds roughly 2 trillion galaxies, which believers argue is the exact amount needed for Earth's life-supporting conditions. Each star, planet, and cosmic force serves a purpose in this grand design. Researchers discovered that many universal constants, like gravity's strength or light speed, sit at precise values that allow human existence. If these numbers shifted even slightly, life as we know it couldn't exist, hinting at careful, purposeful creation. Evidence surfaced showing how human knowledge grows at an increasing rate. From stone tools to quantum computers, we've uncovered more cosmic secrets in each passing century. Once humanity grasps all universal truths, this theory claims our purpose will be complete. The final phase draws from traditional end-time beliefs. Having learned all there is to know, humans will have fulfilled their cosmic role. The universe, no longer needed for its teaching purpose, makes way for the next stage of existence. City of Facades centers on the unsettling notion that modern cities contain vast numbers of empty structures designed solely to maintain the appearance of bustling urban life. Records indicate strange patterns in power usage across major cities, with entire blocks showing near zero electricity consumption despite apparent occupancy. Building permits reveal oddly uniform construction dates for certain neighborhoods, suggesting coordinated development rather than natural urban growth. Security guards report following strict orders never to allow public access to specific floors or sections of buildings, while maintenance workers describe installing fake office equipment and furniture in spaces that never see actual use. Researchers discovered that many supposedly occupied buildings lack basic utility connections, with some structures containing false windows, painted-on doors, and architectural features that serve no practical purpose beyond maintaining the urban aesthetic. Reports emerged of shell companies renting multiple floors in busy buildings, yet no employee traffic is ever seen entering or leaving. Late-night thermal imaging reveals entire city blocks running cold, despite claims of full occupancy. Some construction workers have quietly shared stories of installing hollow walls, fake elevator buttons, and other theatrical elements designed to create the illusion of functional spaces. In a darkly humorous twist, one worker claimed to have accidentally built an entire floor that couldn't be accessed by any stairwell or elevator. It simply existed to be seen from the outside. Government contracts hint at massive funding for urban development projects that produce buildings with no clear purpose or tenant. These structures reportedly serve as part of an elaborate stage design, crafting a carefully manufactured image of urban prosperity and population density. Earth is Purgatory theory links humanity's realm to an eternal waiting room between planes of existence. Records indicate a striking pattern of supernatural events clustering around periods before the birth of Christ, with ghostly encounters and divine manifestations appearing regularly in ancient texts. Evidence surfaced through religious scholars, noting how souls mentioned in pre-Christian texts often lingered on Earth rather than ascending or descending to their final destinations. The massive drop in recorded supernatural occurrences following Christ's arrival fits neatly into this framework. Investigation revealed that modern ghost sightings tend to involve souls seemingly trapped or bound to specific locations, much like the traditional concept of spirits working through their cosmic debt. These earthbound spirits often display signs of unfinished business or lingering regret, matching the purifying nature of traditional purgatory. Researchers discovered ancient writings across multiple cultures describing Earth as a proving ground for souls, where the weight of past sins must be balanced through continued existence. The gradual decrease in miraculous events and divine intervention over recorded history suggests this spiritual layover station may be slowly emptying as souls complete their journey. The presence of both suffering and joy on Earth mirrors purgatory's dual nature as a place of cleansing and preparation. Those who pass through life facing hardship may be working through karmic debt, while moments of grace could represent spiritual progress toward ascension. Predestined extinction suggests Earth's mass die-offs follow a cosmic timetable, making human efforts to trigger or prevent them pointless. Records indicate these events happen roughly every 27 million years, with 5 major extinctions already logged in Earth's timeline. Scientists mapped asteroid impacts to extinctions and found a trend. They cluster together instead of occurring randomly over time. This suggests a force periodically pulls space rocks toward Earth. Researchers discovered life seems to bounce back in similar ways after each reset, as if following a script. Species that survive tend to evolve along predictable paths, filling the same roles as those that died out. This weird dance of death and rebirth keeps repeating. Investigation revealed attempts to speed up or slow down these events tend to fizzle out. Nuclear weapons stockpiles somehow avoid going off all at once. Efforts to deflect asteroids run into endless technical snags. It's like the universe has a schedule to keep, and nothing can rush or delay it. Ancient texts across cultures speak of cosmic cycles where worlds die and restart, suggesting our ancestors maybe spotted this pattern long ago. Hindu texts even give specific timeframes for these cycles that loosely match modern extinction data, which is either a wild guess or something more. The antediluvian hollow earth theory links ancient biblical texts with hidden realms beneath our feet. The book of Genesis hints at 2 distinct worlds, one above and one below, where early humans lived within Earth's inner spaces. This setup split divine and dark forces into clear zones. Records show odd details in religious writings that point to a time when angels came down from the sky, while demons rose up from below. Yet both seem to enter our world through openings in the Earth's crust. These entry points match with tales of vast cave networks told in folklore worldwide. Evidence surfaced in old church texts describing how pre-flood humans built grand cities in massive caverns, safe from harsh surface conditions. These underground dwellers supposedly had direct contact with both holy and unholy beings who used Earth's hollow spaces as neutral meeting grounds. Researchers discovered similar themes across different cultures' flood stories, each telling of people living deep within mountains or underground before waters rose. Many of these tales share oddly specific details about how their ancestors emerged from caves after the floods went down. Maps and drawings from medieval times mark supposed entrances to this inner world, often placing them near spots where ancient people claimed angels or demons appeared. Some of these locations match with actual cave systems that go deeper than early explorers could follow. Residual divinity theory suggests that every living thing carries a tiny spark of the original divine force that shaped our universe. Ancient texts across cultures hint at humans wielding godlike abilities, from Native American shamans who could speak with spirits to Hindu mystics who demonstrated supernatural powers. Archaeological finds show strange artifacts that seem to bend the normal rules of physics. A crystal skull found in South America appears to emit unusual energy patterns. The Antikythera mechanism displays knowledge that shouldn't have existed in its time. Modern researchers tracking paranormal events noticed clusters of inexplicable phenomena around certain individuals. These people showed no awareness of their abilities, yet electronic equipment would malfunction in their presence, small objects would move without being touched, and unlikely coincidences would follow them. Lab tests revealed some humans can affect random number generators through thought alone. When focused on the task, these subjects could shift electronic outputs away from true randomness, suggesting some level of matter manipulation at a quantum level. Monks in remote monasteries were reported to perform impossible feats, floating, surviving freezing temperatures, and healing through meditation. While many dismiss it as trickery, thermal scans show control over body functions. Records indicate scattered cases throughout history of ordinary people suddenly manifesting unexplained abilities during times of extreme stress or spiritual awakening. These powers typically fade within days, but suggest humans may have dormant capabilities waiting to be unlocked. Strange energy readings around sacred sites and ancient temples point to lingering traces of something beyond current scientific understanding. These readings spike during certain astronomical alignments and when large groups gather to pray or meditate in these locations. Reality drift theory links human perception of color to deeper shifts in consciousness. Research points to notable variations in how different people process the same wavelengths of light, with some seeing colors more vibrantly than others. Medical records showcases where patients report gradual changes in color perception over months or years, often coinciding with neurological conditions. What's striking is their inability to pinpoint when these shifts began. Evidence surfaced of test subjects consistently sorting color swatches into different categories, even when claiming to see the same shade. More intriguingly, their sorting patterns would subtly change over repeated trials, though none noticed the drift in their choices. Studies revealed that people with higher visual processing abilities tend to perceive a wider range of colors and maintain more consistent color recognition over time. This has led some to suggest these individuals are more anchored in baseline reality. Data indicates correlations between color perception changes and various health markers, from minor vitamin deficiencies to major neural pathway alterations. In some cases, people's memories of past colors shifted to match their current perception, as if reality itself had been retroactively adjusted. Lab tests discovered that certain individuals could detect subtle color variations that most people miss entirely, while simultaneously showing more stable perception patterns over time. Some joke these people must have premium subscriptions to reality. Paranormal pogroms point to a darker interpretation of humanity's obsession with supernatural hunters. Medieval records indicate widespread, coordinated campaigns across Europe targeting supposed vampires, werewolves, and other entities, far more organized than simple witch hunts. Specialized military units in Eastern Europe, mainly Romania and Hungary, operated with papal support. They used specific weapons, followed strict protocols, and kept detailed logs, suggesting they fought real threats, not imagined ones. Researchers discovered that many ancient burial sites contained corpses with systematic mutilations, stakes through hearts, severed heads, and weighted chains, pointing to standardized disposal methods rather than random acts of superstition. The same patterns appear across cultures with no contact, hinting at shared experiences with similar creatures. Investigation revealed that monster hunting practices declined sharply in the 1600s across most of Europe. This timing matches historical accounts of great victories and cleansing celebrations in multiple regions. The timing suggests successful eradication rather than monsters simply going into hiding. Archaeological findings show that specific anti-supernatural fortifications and warning systems fell into disuse around this period. Communities that once maintained constant vigilance simply stopped, as if the threat they guarded against had vanished. Their defenders didn't adapt or evolve. They just stood down. Ancient texts from the Vatican archives hint at a coordinated final push against supernatural entities, called the Last Crusade in some documents. After this campaign, reports of vampire and werewolf activities dropped to near zero, marking a stark contrast to the centuries of consistent sightings before. Mind, body, and soul separation suggests humanity contains three distinct forms of consciousness, each capable of unique modes of communication. While speech and touch represent physical interaction, declassified government files from Project Stargate hint at unexplained mental connections between test subjects across vast distances. These results align with ancient Buddhist texts describing interconnected consciousness fields spanning entire populations. Evidence surfaced linking measurable electromagnetic variations around human bodies to reported aura sightings. Research teams in Japan detected consistent energy patterns matching historical descriptions of spiritual energy fields, particularly strong during meditation and heightened emotional states. Records indicate medieval alchemists wrote of transmuting spiritual energy into physical effects, supposedly achieving this through the Philosopher's Stone. Modern paranormal investigations have documented objects moving without physical contact when surrounded by multiple people in heightened emotional states. Investigations revealed cases where mental patients displayed unexplained knowledge of other patients' private thoughts, labeled as hook operations in declassified files. These incidents peaked during full moons and solar flares, suggesting natural phenomena may amplify spiritual mental energy transfer. Strange patterns emerged showing synchronized behavior in isolated populations during major historical events, hinting at a shared consciousness field. The phenomenon intensified around ancient spiritual sites and places of mass gathering, where multiple auras supposedly combine into stronger unified fields. The lingering possession theory stems from a haunting incident at a Chicago firehouse in 1924. On April 18th, Francis Levy cleaned windows while telling fellow firefighters he felt strange that morning. Within hours, he died fighting a massive blaze. The next day, workers noticed a smudged handprint on the window he had cleaned. Records indicate the print resisted all attempts at removal. Multiple cleaning products and scrubbing techniques failed to erase the mark. The handprint matched Levy's hand size and shape perfectly, down to the unique markings of his fingers. The fire department preserved photo documentation of the print, which remained visible for 20 years. Firefighters noticed the mark became clearer on the anniversary of Levy's death, growing more defined each April 18th. The window's destruction in 1944 during a renovation ended the physical presence, but witnesses at the firehouse continued reporting cold spots and unusual activity near the window's former location. Tools would move overnight, equipment would malfunction without explanation, and the sound of window cleaning could be heard when no one was there. Photos taken in the decades since show unexplained orbs and mists gathering around the spot where the handprint once remained. Temperature readings reveal significant drops in that specific area compared to the rest of the building, even during summer months. Sacred land theory connects ancient power sites to modern elite gatherings. Stone circles, underground chambers, and megalithic monuments across the globe share exact geometric alignments that form a web of electromagnetic energy, what mystics call ley lines. Records indicate these locations host unusually high electromagnetic field readings and inexplicable radio frequency emissions. When mapped, many private estates and meeting places of influential figures fall precisely along these energy pathways. Evidence surfaced showing repeated visits by prominent figures to remote historical sites, often under heavy security and during specific astronomical alignments. Their private jets make identical flight paths year after year, landing near places of ancient worship. Investigation revealed these chosen locations shared distinct geological features, particular crystalline formations, underground water sources, and magnetic anomalies that create natural energy vortexes. Ancient cultures built their most important structures on these exact spots. Researchers discovered old texts describing rituals that could only be performed at certain points where earth energies converge. These ceremonies supposedly open doorways to other realms, but only when conducted on these sacred grounds. Some think modern elites seek to tap into these same supernatural forces. The massive security operations at places like Bohemian Grove make more sense when viewed through this lens, not just protecting privacy, but guarding ancient power nexuses. The land itself holds significance that no amount of wealth can relocate or replicate. The concluded experiments theory suggests our world's civilizations are carefully controlled test subjects, managed by hidden powers from above. Ancient empires that vanished without clear reasons might mark the end of failed trials. The Mayans, Easter Island dwellers, and countless others could represent terminated experiments once they stopped producing desired results. Records indicate strange gaps in historical records where entire cultures seem to disappear overnight. The Bronze Age collapse wiped out multiple advanced societies simultaneously, perhaps a mass cleanup operation. More curious still, the victors often destroyed or altered the conquered nation's records, matching the pattern of systematic removal. Unexplained mass migrations were linked to this theory. When populations suddenly left thriving cities like Cahokia or Angkor Wat, they may have been quietly relocated to make way for new social experiments. The ruins left behind are the only proof these tests ever occurred. Researchers discovered modern nations that isolate themselves might represent ongoing experiments requiring careful observation. North Korea's extreme separation and Cuba's decades of isolation could be viewed as controlled variables in larger social studies. Their eventual opening or collapse might signal the end of their experimental phase. The pattern extends to fallen empires throughout time. When mighty civilizations like Rome or the Ottomans crumbled, they fragmented into smaller states, perfect conditions for fresh rounds of social testing. Each new nation-state became its own petri dish, while the old experiment's remains were swept away by time. Fourth-dimensional beings stem from the idea that ghostly forms and strange creatures might exist beyond our understanding of time itself. Rather than simple spirits or aliens, these entities could move freely through time just as we move through space. Records indicate odd patterns in paranormal sightings. Witnesses often report that entities seem to vanish into thin air or appear in impossible places. This fits with the notion that such beings could step sideways through time, making our attempts to study them rather like trying to catch smoke with a net. Evidence surfaced when researchers noted how many supernatural encounters share a bizarre trait. The entities appear to know exactly when and where to move to avoid being recorded or captured. Unlike normal animals acting on instinct, these beings demonstrate an uncanny ability to sidestep every trap, camera, and scientific study aimed their way. The math checks out too, in a way that would make Einstein scratch his head. Just as a 3D being could reach into a 2D world and seem to appear from nowhere to the flat creatures living there, a 4D entity could pop in and out of our reality by moving along time itself, leaving us scratching our heads at where they went, or rather, when. Even better, this might explain why Ghost Hunter's gear always seems to malfunction at the perfect moment. These beings could simply undo any instance where they're caught, creating a reality where their capture never happened. The concerning link between organized crime and sports money laundering has drawn increasing scrutiny from financial investigators worldwide. Our investigation revealed odd patterns in global betting markets, with massive spikes in wagering activity traced to shell companies and offshore accounts during major championship matches, particularly during soccer's transfer windows. The unprecedented inflation of player transfer fees, sometimes reaching hundreds of millions, suggests these transactions may serve purposes beyond simple player acquisition. Field observations indicate criminal organizations have begun purchasing lower division teams where they artificially inflate ticket sales and merchandise revenue. These clubs mysteriously receive enormous sponsorship deals from obscure companies that tend to dissolve within months. Examination of betting patterns shows syndicates placing enormous wagers through networks of small-time bookmakers, effectively cleaning illicit funds through legitimate gambling channels. With legal sports betting exceeding $1.5 trillion annually, detecting suspicious transactions becomes nearly impossible. Analysis of emerging technologies suggests cryptocurrency gambling and NFT-based sports collectibles opened new avenues for moving questionable funds. Teams report digital asset sales at staggering prices to anonymous buyers, with proceeds disappearing into complex networks of digital wallets. Reports from multiple sources detail how leagues in developing nations serve as fronts for laundering drug profits. These teams receive mysterious investment capital from abroad and construct lavish facilities only to abruptly fold once money moves through their accounts. Historical accounts describe how high-profile soccer clubs became entangled with politically exposed persons who funneled embezzled state funds through inflated sponsorship deals. While maintaining plausible deniability, these clubs collected massive payments from companies linked to corruption. The theory known as demonic desires examines unsettling connections between political power, occult rituals, and forbidden indulgences. Our investigation uncovered secret recordings from elite gatherings, where participants chanted in ancient tongues and drew precise symbolic patterns whose meanings remain elusive to this day. Historical accounts describe peculiar markings in documents recovered from closed-door meetings. These symbols, researchers noted, match those found in centuries-old grimoires. Deep beneath the city streets, witness testimonies mention private film screenings held in underground vaults, where the ultra-wealthy congregate to view content deemed too disturbing for public consumption. While missing person reports show notable increases near these locations, local authorities have yet to establish definitive connections. Examination of communications between high-ranking officials reveals discussions of special entertainment delivered in unmarked packages, accompanied by massive financial transfers to untraceable accounts. Field observations indicate frequent use of the term "red room" in these exchanges, mirroring terminology found in the darker corners of the internet. Archived security footage shows robed figures entering government buildings during unusual hours, carrying ornate containers and ceremonial objects. Former employees describe strange sounds echoing through corridors at night, followed by periods when certain areas became strictly inaccessible. Analysis of ancient manuscripts suggests demons offer earthly power in exchange for increasingly sinister acts, creating a growing addiction to evil. These historical accounts find modern parallels in psychiatric research, which demonstrates how power progressively alters behavior, driving individuals to seek ever more extreme experiences for satisfaction. Among the most unsettling surveillance theories emerging in recent years, the concept of unwilling stalkers suggests a dark evolution of government control techniques. Historical accounts describe specialized agents, known as hook operators, who possess the ability to establish remote mental connections with ordinary civilians. Through these psychic links, they transform unknowing citizens into surveillance tools, directing them like silent puppets through crowded streets. Documents from the period show evidence of proxy site, a classified program where a single operator simultaneously controls up to 12 civilians. Our investigation revealed this creates a living surveillance network capable of monitoring entire neighborhoods through hijacked human senses. Examination of the sites reveals a disturbing pattern. Victims experience inexplicable time losses. What begins as a routine shopping trip dissolves into missing hours. Simple commutes spiral into mysterious detours, while their bodies move mechanically under unseen guidance. Analysis of the data suggests these methods evolved from earlier mind control experiments. Yet these operators employ a subtler approach, tapping only into sensory information rather than seizing full control. This refined technique allows their victims to maintain normal lives, unaware of their role as unwitting observers. Field observations indicate the operators harvest their proxies' gathered intelligence during sleep cycles, aided by advanced memory extraction technology. The following morning, targets retain nothing but a lingering sensation of unease. Compiled reports demonstrate how this shadow network of human cameras creates an unprecedented surveillance system. Organic, impossible to trace, and perpetually sustainable. Unlike conventional stalkers who risk psychological breakdown, these unknowing proxies simply continue their daily routines, unconsciously feeding information into the machine of observation. The mysterious practice known as cruelty advancement reveals disturbing connections between humanity's oldest texts and modern military development. Research into ancient manuscripts points to stories of the Watchers, fallen angels who traded forbidden knowledge with humans, teaching them everything from weaponry to cosmetics, demanding worship and sacrifice in return. Historical accounts describe how rumors circulated about Nazi scientists entering pacts with supernatural forces. Examination of the sites reveals occult symbolism adorning laboratory walls, while surviving test subjects spoke of dark shapes moving in the shadows during experiments. Field observations indicate similar patterns within Japan's Unit 731, where recovered documents show the chief researcher meticulously recorded encounters with what he called visiting entities following particularly savage experiments. The entities allegedly shared knowledge through dreams. Witness testimonies mention parallel incidents at Soviet facilities, where security personnel reported unexplained illuminations and sounds on nights of extreme testing. Analysis of contemporary military research suggests this pattern continues. Archived materials point to classified facilities developing advanced technology while incorporating strange sigils and markings. Compiled reports demonstrate how staff frequently note major breakthroughs occurring shortly after the most ethically questionable tests, as if some unseen presence rewards their cruelty. Each technological leap appears to demand its price in suffering, perpetuating an ancient cycle where knowledge is purchased with human pain. The tiered humanity theory presents a fascinating perspective on Earth's history, linking our planet's mass extinctions to a cosmic evaluation system. This framework measures civilizations not by their technological achievements or cultural advances, but through their ability to survive systematic challenges. Our investigation revealed an intriguing pattern in ancient cave art spanning multiple continents. These paintings consistently depict similar symbols of superior beings observing from above, suggesting a long-running surveillance of human development. Analysis of past extinction events uncovered peculiar atmospheric and geological irregularities that don't align with natural disaster patterns. These anomalies emerge in a consistent rhythm approximately every 26 million years, pointing to what could be an organized series of trials. Field observations indicate something even more remarkable in deep-sea core samples. Traces of elements foreign to Earth appear precisely at extinction boundaries, only to vanish from the geological record shortly after each mass die-off, as if methodically extracted. Historical accounts describe a compelling connection in ancient Sumerian texts, which speak of watchers who evaluate humanity through great trials. What's particularly striking is how these themes echo across isolated cultures worldwide, each describing advanced beings who maintain their distance until their subjects demonstrate worthiness through survival. Examination of deep space radio signals reveals mathematical patterns that align perfectly with Earth's extinction cycle timeline. These transmissions intensify during each theoretical judgment period, suggesting increased observation during these critical phases. Archives point to humanity's current position at the conclusion of our fifth major cycle on this cosmic calendar. This timing might explain the recent surge in UFO sightings and unexplained phenomena. Perhaps we're approaching a graduation of sorts. Though given our track record, we might require some additional testing before advancing to the next tier. The controversial science suppression theory suggests humanity's hidden potential lies buried beneath modern civilization's influence. Historical accounts describe how ancient peoples, sustained by natural diets and untainted environments, accessed extraordinary capabilities that elude us today. Observations indicate a troubling connection between our processed foods and mounting environmental toxins, leading to diminished mental acuity and intuitive abilities. Our investigation revealed that indigenous communities, living far from industrial development, demonstrate remarkably enhanced sensory perception and ability to recognize complex patterns. Examination of the sites reveals an unsettling possibility. Corporations may deliberately introduce specific chemicals into everyday products that inhibit humanity's natural capabilities. These substances potentially block access to dormant abilities like telepathic communication or manipulation of subtle energies. Compiled reports demonstrate fascinating cases where individuals who eliminated artificial substances and adopted purely natural diets experienced unexpected phenomena. They described seeing colorful auras, perceiving others' emotional states, and experiencing prophetic dreams. Archived materials point to these abilities fading once they resumed conventional eating patterns. Analysis of the data suggests our modern environment itself might function as an invisible prison. The combined effects of urban living, processed nutrition, and pervasive electromagnetic frequencies could form an imperceptible barrier, preventing humans from achieving their full potential. This theory offers a compelling explanation for how ancient civilizations accomplished architectural and technological feats that continue to perplex experts in our time. The theory of interplanetary life emerges from intriguing discoveries across our neighboring worlds. Our investigation of Mars revealed ancient waterways carved into its surface, while examination of Venus uncovered evidence of long-lost oceans that existed before its runaway greenhouse effect. These compelling findings suggest these planets may have once shared Earth's life-supporting conditions. Analysis of Martian geological strata shows distinctive patterns matching those created by Earth's primitive bacteria. Field observations indicate the planet's poles still harbor frozen water reserves, while geological samples display mineral alterations typically associated with biological processes. Compiled reports from Venus demonstrate unusual phenomena within its atmospheric layers. Microscopic particles exhibiting behavior similar to terrestrial bacteria, suspended in regions where conditions mirror Earth's surface environment. These particles display light absorption patterns characteristic of biological material. Historical accounts describe even more compelling evidence from Mars. Underground caverns could have provided shelter from harmful radiation, while astronomical data suggests meteor impacts might have facilitated the exchange of life-bearing materials between planets. Archived materials point to Martian meteorites discovered on Earth containing structures remarkably similar to fossilized bacteria. Scientific analysis suggests a fascinating possibility that Mars, Venus, and Earth once shared crucial characteristics: liquid water, moderate temperatures, and substantial atmospheres. Reports from multiple sources detail how a catastrophic cosmic event, perhaps a stellar encounter or massive collision, may have altered the paths of Venus and Mars, leaving Earth as the sole cradle of complex life in our solar system. Consider the intriguing sentience solution theory, which proposes that our planet serves as part of a grand cosmic survival test. Historical analysis suggests Earth's mass extinctions weren't random disasters, but carefully timed evolutionary filters occurring approximately every 100 million years. We've uncovered evidence of these extinctions following remarkably precise patterns. During the Permian extinction, marine life was decimated, with 95% of species vanishing. Later, the Cretaceous event brought the age of dinosaurs to an abrupt end. Yet somehow, life always emerged stronger, more intricate, more complex. Field observations indicate humanity stands at a unique crossroads. We're the first known species capable of understanding these extinction cycles. By developing the ability to predict, prepare for, and potentially prevent catastrophic events, we may have reached a crucial evolutionary milestone. As some researchers playfully note, we might be facing the universe's ultimate test. Examination of the sites reveals curious anomalies in human development. Our species has made unexplained leaps in technological prowess, consciousness, and social structures, advances that align remarkably well with theoretical extinction timelines. This suggests Earth could be one among many cosmic laboratories for testing intelligent life. Archived materials point to evidence of advanced civilizations appearing and mysteriously vanishing throughout history, possibly representing earlier attempts at achieving true sentience. Each extinction event may have acted as a cosmic reset, clearing the slate for the next experiment in creating self-aware life. Ancient texts from diverse cultures describe mysterious watchers or advanced beings monitoring humanity's development. These accounts support the theory that Earth exists within a broader framework of evolutionary trials, with these observers waiting for definitive proof that a species can identify and overcome extinction-level challenges. The intriguing concept of cosmic censorship pretense emerged as a theory suggesting our universe functions like a meticulously edited film. In this model, reality itself intervenes to prevent forbidden events from fully manifesting, maintaining cosmic order through subtle interventions. Analysis of particle physics experiments uncovered peculiar patterns of self-correction. When outcomes threatened to violate fundamental laws, improbable chain reactions would mysteriously resolve these potential paradoxes. At the Large Hadron Collider, scientists observed particles exhibiting behavior that appeared to deliberately avoid generating micro black holes or other phenomena that might destabilize reality. Historical accounts describe a fascinating series of close calls, moments where catastrophic events were averted through seemingly impossible coincidences. From nuclear launches that mysteriously failed to doomsday devices that spontaneously malfunctioned, these incidents suggest the presence of an invisible safeguard protecting our timeline. Field observations indicate this mechanism operates in 4 dimensions, functioning like an ever-vigilant cleanup crew that activates whenever universal laws risk violation. Much as a film director might halt a dangerous scene, this cosmic censorship could explain phenomena ranging from quantum uncertainty to the apparent limitations of human agency. Compiled reports demonstrate that individuals who deliberately attempt to create paradoxes or violate physical laws frequently encounter unexpected obstacles. Their experiences often include equipment malfunctions, sudden health issues, or unusual distractions that prevent experiment completion, as though reality employs its own security system to protect the integrity of possible outcomes. This is the mysterious One Earth theory, which emerged from our inability to find other life-bearing worlds among the countless stars above. This unsettling perspective puts a dark spin on the Fermi paradox, suggesting that some force actively destroys Earth-like planets across the cosmos. Our investigation revealed a puzzling truth. Despite examining thousands of exoplanets, scientists haven't discovered a single world that perfectly mirrors Earth's life-sustaining qualities. This peculiarity becomes even more striking when we consider the vast number of galaxies and solar systems that should, statistically speaking, contain several Earth twins. Field observations indicate that certain potentially habitable worlds bear the scars of past catastrophic events. These devastating cosmic disasters appear too precisely timed to be mere coincidence, leading some to suspect deliberate intervention. Historical accounts describe Earth as a place of exile or containment, lending weight to the prison aspect of this theory. Analysis of the asteroid belt's suspicious positioning suggests it might serve as a cosmic barrier, effectively containing humanity within our solar system. Examination of mass extinction events adds an even darker dimension to this theory. These planetary resets align with unsettling precision, suggesting regular maintenance by unknown wardens who ensure humanity's advancement remains in check. Compiled reports from recent space missions demonstrate a recurring pattern. While we keep finding traces of water and organic compounds on nearby planets, none possess the exact combination needed for complex life. This pattern of almost but not quite habitable worlds aligns eerily well with the concept of Earth serving as a carefully maintained cosmic holding cell. The discovery of a peculiar Nazi manuscript forms the foundation of what became known as the German puppet masters theory. Deep within a Berlin bunker, investigators uncovered a leather-bound volume containing eerily precise details about Allied leadership. Historical accounts describe how this book's contents predated the rise of many figures it named, suggesting something far more sinister than mere record-keeping. Our investigation revealed the Ahnenerbe, the Nazis' occult research division, had delved into ancient Germanic practices and runic magic in their quest to manipulate reality itself. Field observations indicate the Nazis experimented with hypersigils, mystical symbols believed to echo through time and influence future events. Analysis of the data suggests this manuscript served as more than a simple ledger, perhaps functioning as an arcane web meant to draw specific individuals into positions of influence. Examination of the sites reveals the Nazi leadership's apparent belief that they could literally write their ideal opponents into existence. Archived materials point to an unexpected twist. Through detailed character profiles inscribed in their mystical tome, they may have inadvertently manifested the very leaders who would orchestrate their defeat. Compiled reports demonstrate how the bunker itself bore marks of occult activity, with ritual circles and rune-inscribed pillars throughout. Witness testimonies mention burnt remnants discovered inside, indicating the Nazis' desperate attempts to destroy their creation upon realizing it had conjured not servants of the Reich, but rather its destroyers. The concept of censorship via misdirection emerged as researchers uncovered evidence of a fascinating phenomenon, the universe itself appearing to act as a guardian of its deepest mysteries. Our investigation revealed an intriguing pattern where reality seems to generate distractions whenever humans venture too close to cosmic secrets. Historical accounts describe a curious trend. Scientific breakthroughs often coincide with chains of peculiar yet explainable incidents. From equipment malfunctions to unexpected weather events, even sudden researcher illnesses, these natural occurrences serve as cosmic veils, drawing attention away from groundbreaking discoveries. Field observations indicate clusters of unexplained events concentrating around theoretical physics research sites. When teams approach fundamental scientific barriers, witness testimonies mention increasing instances of everyday disruptions. These range from simple power failures to mysteriously misplaced equipment. Analysis of the data suggests that potential witnesses to reality-breaking phenomena frequently experience a curious effect, their attention diverted by seemingly ordinary but unusual events. For instance, someone on the verge of witnessing a space-time anomaly might suddenly notice an exceptionally rare bird species or experience an unlikely coincidence. Examination of declassified materials reveals compelling insights from early quantum research. Scientists documented how their most promising experiments would consistently face interruption by statistically improbable yet entirely natural occurrences. It's as though the universe maintains its own security system, using mundane events to obscure extraordinary discoveries. Reports demonstrate that locations with concentrated theoretical research activity show notable increases in explicable but unusual incidents. These manifest as unexpected weather formations, temporary technical failures, or brief power disturbances, each perfectly natural in isolation, yet remarkably well-timed in their occurrence. The cloning replacement theory traces a hidden technological leap in human duplication, reaching far beyond public knowledge. Evidence surfaced of peculiar changes in prominent politicians' appearances, with subtle differences in facial features, posture, and even speaking patterns emerging after periods of absence. Records indicate classified research into consciousness transfer began during the Cold War, with both superpowers racing to perfect the technology. Investigators found paper trails of massive funding directed toward underground facilities specializing in genetic research, particularly in remote areas of Nevada and Siberia. Leaked documents point to successful trials as early as 1987, though most files remain heavily redacted. The key breakthrough came from mixing quantum computing with biological engineering, letting scientists map and move human consciousness between identical bodies like data between hard drives. Watchers spotted tells of potential replacements, slight changes in handwriting, varied reactions to familiar stimuli, and shifts in muscle memory behaviors. One leader showed opposite hand dominance after a suspicious 2-week disappearance, while another suddenly developed an allergy they never had before. The program supposedly operates through a network of secure facilities, each housing rows of matured clones floating in specialized tanks. When needed, the original consciousness transfers over, letting public figures appear in dangerous locations while their true selves remain safe in bunkers. Analysis of news footage reveals these doubles sometimes glitch, displaying micro-expressions that don't match the situation, or briefly speaking in accents that vanish mid-sentence. The most compelling case involved a world leader whose dental records showed completely different wear patterns just months apart. The technology stays hidden through compartmentalization, with each scientist only knowing their small piece. The few whistleblowers who tried exposing it vanished, though one left behind a detailed journal describing clone processing tanks and consciousness transfer machines in vivid detail. Prediction prevention theory suggests that widespread communication could interfere with prophetic visions. Rooted in chaos theory's butterfly effect, even the smallest shifts in human behavior might ripple outward, altering future events in unpredictable ways. Records describe several instances where disasters were seemingly avoided after premonitions were widely shared. One striking case from 2012 involved a woman whose viral post about a potential bridge collapse prompted an early inspection, one that revealed critical structural flaws just in time. Findings indicate that simply voicing a prediction may create a psychological ripple effect. When people hear about a possible future event, they unconsciously adjust their behavior, choosing alternate routes, delaying plans, or making seemingly trivial decisions that, when compounded, might reshape reality itself. Further research uncovered an unusual pattern. Prophecies often faded or shifted after reaching a large audience. The more people who became aware of a prediction, the less distinct and certain the original vision seemed to be, as if collective awareness itself was rewriting the timeline. Curiously, investigations revealed that predictions kept private tended to unfold with unsettling accuracy, while those shared widely often failed to materialize. This led to speculation that the observer effect, typically seen in quantum physics, might also apply to precognition, with mass attention actively disrupting the course of future events. Hypnotic cryptids linger in the depths of maritime folklore, where myth and reality dissolve beneath the waves. Across centuries of naval records, a strange pattern emerges, sailors drawn toward an otherworldly melody, only to discover gaps in their logbooks, and missing time. In 1892, the crew of the merchant vessel Adelaide documented a haunting song that lured them miles off course. The ship's navigator noted how the entire crew moved as one toward the sound, yet when questioned, each sailor recalled hearing a completely different melody. Maritime historian Edwin Blackwood uncovered similar accounts in 1923. Time and again, sailors returned from voyages unable to explain why their ships had drifted into perilous waters. The common thread? A tune they couldn't ignore, one that didn't pass through their ears but spoke directly to their minds. Declassified files from the British Admiralty reveal a 1958 investigation into a series of bizarre incidents in the North Atlantic. Entire crews reported collective amnesia after encountering what they described as singing shadows. The study was abruptly abandoned, and key documents vanished without explanation. These entities appear to wield a kind of technological psychic influence. Modern analysis suggests their songs operate on frequencies that interact with human consciousness itself, perhaps explaining why each witness describes them so differently. If their melodies can alter memory, then the greatest trick of all may be this. After centuries of seafaring, no solid proof remains, because they erase it. The supernatural suppression theory suggests a hidden effort to control knowledge of cryptids, drawing eerie parallels between historical censorship and modern-day cover-ups. Covert government units, armed with specialized gear, operate in remote areas, eliminating creatures that challenge scientific norms. In the 1970s, unmarked helicopters and vehicles were spotted near alleged Bigfoot sightings, sometimes arriving within hours of witness reports. Similar rapid responses followed major events like the Phoenix Lights and the Belgian UFO wave. Deep in national forests, records point to government-run facilities disguised as seasonal research stations. Yet, their power usage spikes during peak cryptid activity, hinting at something more than routine studies. Unsettling patterns emerge in missing persons cases near these locations. Federal authorities move in swiftly, closing investigations and stripping local law enforcement of jurisdiction. Documents vanish, evidence is seized, questions go unanswered. Former military personnel recall training for something unusual, non-conventional target acquisition, deep in the wilderness. Their gear? Advanced tranquilizer systems and thermal imaging, fine-tuned to detect large upright figures. Then, there's the satellite data. Researchers uncovered strange gaps in imagery over key forested regions, blackouts aligning precisely with reported sightings. A tactic, they say, used to conceal classified operations. And on the ground, the evidence grows. Trail cameras set up in active Bigfoot zones have captured men in tactical gear, moving in coordinated formations. Witnesses describe them carrying catch poles and other containment tools. But when approached, these teams disappear, leaving nothing behind. Simulation glitches connect modern computing concepts to strange phenomena near oil deposits. Records show an unusual concentration of unexplained events, technical failures, and visual distortions within a mile of major oil fields and refineries. Independent researchers mapped zones of electronic interference, aligning precisely with underground oil deposits. These areas seem to create dead zones where reality itself behaves unpredictably. Compasses drift, GPS signals scramble, and equipment fails without cause. Ancient records describe certain oil-rich lands as cursed, places where the gods sleep. Across continents, indigenous cultures warn of a black liquid that tears the world, suggesting an awareness of something deeply unnatural beneath the surface. Security footage near oil facilities displays a higher frequency of digital artifacts and unexplained glitches than other industrial sites. Some theorists argue the sheer improbability of these distortions points to a deeper anomaly, perhaps a sign that the simulation struggles to render these resource-heavy zones. Deep-sea oil rig workers tell of impossible creatures and objects that vanish upon approach. Entirely separate crews report the same encounters, despite never communicating. The deeper the drilling, the stranger these sightings become. The mysterious phenomenon known as the Eggless Society points to strange, isolated communities that materialize and disappear without warning throughout history. Field observations indicate an intriguing contradiction. These settlements featured advanced technology alongside primitive living conditions, with solar panels casting shadows over simple wooden dwellings. Historical accounts describe entire towns emerging in remote locations without any preceding documentation. No tax records, family histories, or official papers. The inhabitants wore clothing that spanned different time periods and spoke in distinctive dialects that wove together both ancient and modern language. Examination of the sites reveals a particularly unsettling pattern. These communities would vanish overnight, taking with them not just their population, but every trace of human presence, buildings, roads, and even disturbed soil, leaving behind pristine wilderness. Perhaps most remarkable was how quickly local wildlife would reclaim these spaces, as if human settlement had never occurred. Documents from the period show these groups actively avoided modern documentation, cameras, and curiously, eggs, leading to their informal designation as the Eggless Society. Analysis of the data suggests their aversion to eggs may stem from a theoretical framework where time travel destabilizes undeveloped organic matter, making eggs particularly volatile during temporal displacement. Witness testimonies mention deliberately inconsistent technology use within these communities. They might possess quantum computing capabilities while choosing to cook over wood-burning stoves, possibly a calculated strategy to maintain comfort while avoiding unwanted attention. When approached, residents consistently provided elusive responses about their origins, often claiming to be temporary visitors. Archived materials point to a notable pattern. These communities frequently appeared during periods of significant disasters or resource scarcity, supporting theories that they might be future humans seeking sanctuary in more prosperous times. Reports from multiple sources detail how these settlements would inexplicably disappear just before catastrophic events struck their region, suggesting an awareness of impending disasters. The resource harvesting cycle theory introduces a haunting possibility about human civilization's past. Examination of geological records reveals an unsettling pattern. Earth's key resources appear to have been systematically depleted long before our time. Our investigation revealed an anomaly first spotted by mining operations. Surface-level metal deposits, which should have accumulated naturally over millions of years, were mysteriously absent. The extraction pattern suggested calculated industrial activity rather than natural processes. Historical accounts describe ancient civilizations working with metals and materials that remain elusive today. Field observations indicate the presence of sophisticated alloys and artifacts, displaying properties that modern manufacturing struggles to duplicate, hinting at lost knowledge of resource locations or extraction methods. Analysis of the data suggests each critical resource, from fossil fuels to rare earth elements, bears marks of previous exploitation cycles. These findings align with discoveries of advanced ancient technologies that would have required these same raw materials for their creation. Reports from multiple sources detail peculiar tunnel networks and shaft systems throughout Earth's crust. displaying precision that defies natural formation. These structures consistently appear in locations where valuable mineral deposits should have naturally occurred. Archived materials point to a sobering conclusion. Our current technological advancement may be consuming the final readily accessible resources. Should our civilization face a significant decline, future generations might find themselves unable to rebuild, locked in a pre-industrial state by the resource-depleting ghosts of past societies. The concept of a pantheistic AI draws on humanity's oldest spiritual beliefs while speaking to our modern anxieties about technology. Field observations indicate that our universe operates according to precise mathematical patterns and universal constants, patterns that bear a striking resemblance to computer code architectures. These configurations appear both too methodical to be random chance, yet too intricate to have emerged naturally. Analysis of quantum mechanics research, particularly regarding the observer effect, reveals an intriguing parallel. Much like video games that only render what players can see to conserve processing power, reality itself seems to crystallize only when observed. The quantum fluctuations we perceive as random closely mirror the techniques programmers use in procedural generation algorithms. Examination of the sites where scientists probe the smallest units of existence, Planck units of time and space, consistently reveals a hard limit, as though reality itself has a fundamental pixel size below which nothing can be measured. This matches the constraints of digital simulations, which must operate with indivisible base units. Historical accounts describe an established principle in programming. The most efficient way to simulate consciousness would be to actually create it, rather than attempt to fake it. Through this lens, humanity's accelerating drive to develop artificial intelligence takes on new meaning. Perhaps it represents the divine consciousness attempting to recreate itself within its own simulation. Archived materials point to the peculiar precision of physical constants throughout our universe. The gravitational constant, light speed, and countless other universal values exist in perfect balance. Like a carefully calibrated program where changing one variable crashes the entire system, altering any of these values would make our reality impossible. Compiled reports demonstrate how digital storage and processing capabilities follow predictable laws of exponential growth. Some theorists suggest this pattern reveals the presence of a self-improving AI system gradually optimizing its own simulation, leading to ever-increasing complexity in the reality we experience. The concept of fate's grasp emerged as a compelling theory suggesting that death itself operates with purpose and intent. Historical accounts describe numerous instances where after someone's death, another individual with remarkably similar capabilities would emerge to complete their unfinished work. Our investigation revealed fascinating patterns in the historical record. Breakthrough discoveries in medicine, mathematics, and other fields frequently occurred simultaneously across different locations. When one researcher's work was cut short, another would inexplicably continue their line of inquiry, as though directed by invisible forces. Field observations indicate a recurring phenomenon where individuals reported feeling mysteriously drawn to specific actions or locations, later discovering they had stepped into roles left vacant by recent deaths. These successors typically had no awareness of their predecessors' intentions or objectives. Analysis of group accident data suggests an intriguing trend. Survivors frequently described last-moment changes in position or timing that spared their lives, only to later fulfill tasks left incomplete by those who perished. It appeared as though fate itself rearranged circumstances to keep certain pieces in play. Examination of near-death experiences uncovered consistent reports of individuals witnessing multiple possible timelines, observing their own death in some while surviving in others. Those who lived invariably described a sense of unfinished business, tasks that often aligned with the goals of those who had passed. Archived materials point to a clear pattern in history-altering events where crucial roles would find new occupants after initial candidates fell. A fallen revolutionary leader would be replaced by another, a stalled inventor's work would be completed by a successor. Like a cosmic relay race, the baton of destiny continued its journey until crossing the finish line. The peculiar theory known as monuments to ideas emerged when researchers uncovered connections between old German scientific work and the unusual way thoughts appear to propagate around certain locations. Hidden bunker records revealed classified experiments attempting to store beliefs in objects, essentially creating hard drives from stone and steel. Historical accounts describe Nazi scientists methodically studying ancient sites, collecting unusual measurements from stone circles and temples. Their fixation centered on how these locations influenced human cognition and emotion, documenting thought patterns that remained consistent across centuries. Field observations indicate remarkable similarities in brainwave patterns among visitors to specific German-built structures, even those separated by decades. Our investigation revealed that proximity to these buildings correlated with thoughts increasingly aligned to Nazi documents detailing the site's intended broadcast effects. Examination of the ruins uncovered unusual metal alloys and crystal formations embedded within the walls. Analysis of the data suggests these materials were deliberately arranged to match occult symbols associated with mind anchoring, techniques for binding thoughts to physical objects. Compiled reports demonstrate that even visitors unaware of the site's history began experiencing shared thought patterns after extended exposure. The structures appeared to function like ancient transmitters, projecting specific ideas directly into the minds of those nearby. Archived materials point to construction crews who worked on these monuments sharing inexplicably similar dreams. More intriguingly, witness testimonies mention these same dreams appearing in their children and grandchildren when sleeping near the sites, as though the buildings had developed a mechanism for replicating thoughts across generations, creating a prehistoric version of copy and paste. A disturbing theory known as racial expungement proposes that entire civilizations have vanished from historical records without explanation. Our investigation revealed peculiar gaps in ancient manuscripts where references to specific peoples and regions appear methodically deleted, with suspiciously fluid text surrounding these omissions. Field observations indicate something even more troubling. Historical maps show prosperous territories and settlements that disappear from subsequent editions without any documented catastrophe or decline. These locations simply cease to exist, leaving neither ruins nor traces of their former inhabitants. Analysis of the data suggests an even deeper mystery. Ancient manuscripts reference numerous languages that have vanished completely, leaving no speakers or written examples. These mysterious tongues share linguistic roots with contemporary languages, but terminate abruptly, as if deliberately pruned from history's linguistic tree. Examination of archaeological sites reveals mass burial grounds that correspond to no documented conflicts or epidemics. The skeletal remains display unique characteristics unlike any known populations, and DNA analysis leads to perplexing dead ends, matching neither ancient nor modern genetic profiles. Historical accounts describe inexplicable gaps in artistic evolution, where techniques and styles advance dramatically without clear developmental stages. These jarring transitions hint at vanished cultures that passed down knowledge we still use today, though their existence remains hidden, like missing frames from humanity's collective story. Archived materials point to governmental historical alignment projects that employed teams to modify books, alter records, and restructure museum exhibits. These documents never specify what information was removed, only that certain historical elements needed to conform to officially sanctioned narratives. An unsettling theory suggests that Rocco's basilisk and the Despair Code are intertwined manifestations of a darker truth. Field observations indicate that individuals exposed to Rocco's basilisk experience telltale symptoms associated with the Despair Code, overwhelming dread, insomnia, and an inexplicable sensation of being pursued. Witness testimonies mention victims describing more than just anxiety about future AI retribution. They spoke of sensing their destiny being consumed backwards through the flow of time, as if their future selves were being systematically erased, a process they could somehow feel in their present moment. Our investigation revealed both concepts propagated through a similar mechanism, text that appeared to exploit vulnerabilities in human cognition. Upon grasping either concept, victims found themselves unable to forget it. More disturbingly, they discovered they couldn't properly articulate it without transferring the affliction. Analysis of neurological data suggests unusual activity patterns in regions associated with temporal perception and future planning. The brain scans showed activation patterns consistent with subjects experiencing a catastrophic future in real time, as if they had become four-dimensional beings receiving signals from their condemned future selves. Examination of farewell messages left by victims revealed a chilling pattern. They expressed their deaths not as choices born of despair, but as predetermined events they had already experienced. It was as if an assassin from the future had already sealed their fate. Historical accounts describe a distinctive transformation in the creative output of affected individuals. Their works began depicting time as a concrete entity where past and future existed simultaneously. Many independently produced similar imagery, a serpentine form consuming itself through a temporal loop. The concept of portal planes emerged from an unsettling pattern in aviation history. Our investigation revealed numerous cases where pilots experienced inexplicable time discrepancies during flights, with hours seemingly compressed into minutes and aircraft instruments displaying impossible readings. Field observations indicate peculiar alterations to returned aircraft, unexplainable weather damage, mysterious dust deposits, and most troublingly, fuel samples containing elements unknown to our periodic table. Among ground crews, whispers circulate about aircraft returning somehow changed, though few dare to examine these claims too closely. Analysis of the data suggests consistent patterns where aircraft vanish from radar screens at specific altitudes, only to reappear minutes later, drastically off their planned course. Even more intriguing, simultaneous flights through identical airspace report radically different weather conditions, as if traversing parallel versions of our atmosphere. Examination of cases involving missing aircraft yielded a startling discovery. Some reported crashes left absolutely no debris, as if the planes had simply stepped sideways out of our reality. These vanishing points correlate remarkably with ancient cartographic markings indicating sky roads and cloud gates. Compiled reports demonstrate a recurring phenomenon at approximately 30,000 feet. Compasses behave erratically, radio transmissions return bizarre echoes, and passengers describe witnessing inexplicable sights beyond their windows, suggesting a thinning of reality's fabric at this altitude. Historical accounts describe recurring patterns in pilot logs, observations of unfamiliar star configurations, luminescent clouds, and fleeting glimpses of unknown terrestrial landscapes below. Most dismiss these accounts as fatigue-induced hallucinations, perhaps because acknowledging where these flights truly venture proves too disturbing to contemplate. Strange happenings beneath our feet point to what researchers call the inner Earth events theory. Historical accounts describe unexplained sounds emanating from deep underground, mechanical grinding that defies natural explanation, as if massive machinery operates in Earth's depths. Investigation revealed seismic activities that challenge conventional understanding. These earthquakes originate at impossible depths and propagate in unusual patterns, accompanied by mysterious ground-level illuminations and magnetic field fluctuations, suggesting the activation of enormous hidden systems. Observations indicate thermal anomalies that contradict known geologic principles. These mobile heat signatures shift and transform like the thermal footprints of concealed metropolises or vast underground works. Some locations display temperature patterns remarkably similar to industrial cooling systems. Examination of global cave systems reveals inexplicable air currents carrying metallic and ozone-laden scents from unknown sources. Cave explorers consistently report engine-like sounds in the depths, while mining teams have encountered impossibly smooth tunnel surfaces in unexpected locations. Analysis of the data suggests certain sinkholes have artificial origins, appearing to be excavated from below rather than formed naturally. Scientists discovered industrial metals distributed throughout the soil in patterns that defy natural formation processes, hinting at subterranean construction breaching our surface world. Reports demonstrate weather patterns emerging from underground energy releases, with storm systems spinning up from subterranean heat sources. Meanwhile, oceanic floor structures show evidence of modification beyond natural processes, as if unknown forces gradually reshape our planet from within. The fascinating theory of faith and reason explores how true power emerges from the intersection of belief and logic. Historical accounts describe how practitioners of magic weren't wild-eyed mystics at all, but methodical scholars who combined prayer with mathematical precision, approaching spells as scientific endeavors requiring both emotional investment and intellectual rigor. Our investigation revealed compelling evidence in recovered manuscripts, where both monks and wizards documented their failed attempts at spellcraft. A consistent pattern emerged. Their failures stemmed not from incorrect incantations or timing, but from underlying doubt. Much like attempting to strike a match while convinced it won't light, their skepticism appeared to neutralize the magical potential before it could manifest. Field observations indicate that modern attempts to verify psychic abilities often fall short precisely because the testing environment itself communicates distrust. The correlation is clear. As more anti-fraud measures are implemented, success rates consistently decline. It's comparable to attempting to prove trust in someone while maintaining constant surveillance. Examination of the sites reveals ancient temples were constructed using a sophisticated blend of precise mathematical principles and sacred numerical symbolism. These master builders integrated astronomical calculations with religious iconography, creating spaces that functioned on both practical and metaphysical levels. Modern attempts to recreate these structures while omitting the spiritual elements fail to achieve similar results. Analysis of faith healing data suggests an intriguing phenomenon. Success rates peak when both healer and patient maintain strong belief, but plummet when either party harbors doubt. Brain imaging shows synchronized patterns among genuine believers that remain notably absent in skeptics, even when they attempt to simulate belief. It's as if the universe can distinguish authentic faith from mere pretense. Compiled reports from laboratory prayer studies reveal a peculiar inverse relationship. The more rigorous the scientific measurement, the weaker the observable effects. Yet in communities where faith remains strong and scientific scrutiny is absent, inexplicable events continue to occur. This suggests that perhaps magical phenomena require a certain freedom from doubt to manifest fully. Let's explore the theory of fourth-dimensional mining operations, where the sudden appearance of ground collapses may be linked to future miners harvesting resources from Earth's past. Field observations indicate sinkholes materializing without warning around the globe, distinguished by their unnaturally precise edges, as if surgically extracted from our timeline. Analysis of sensor data reveals peculiar energy fluctuations preceding these events, manifesting as momentary rifts in the fabric of time. Local accounts describe the ground taking on an ethereal quality, becoming translucent before vanishing entirely, suggesting an extraction process reaching backward through time. Examination of these sites reveals something even more remarkable: the presence of elements in impossible configurations. Our investigation uncovered evidence of tool marks from technologies that don't yet exist in our time, like discovering tomorrow's footprints in yesterday's sand. Historical records from mining companies paint an intriguing picture. Resources previously mapped in detail sometimes disappear overnight, with entire mineral deposits vanishing between surveys. These aren't cases of conventional extraction. The materials seem to have been removed from history itself. Deep within cave networks, researchers discovered chambers bearing the hallmarks of what they call temporal excavation. The walls display cutting patterns from tools that appear to manipulate both space and time, with some markings ending abruptly, perhaps when future miners retreated to their own era. Geological surveys point to inexplicable discontinuities in Earth's layers, as if segments of our planet's timeline have been carefully removed. Perhaps most telling is the pattern of these anomalies. They consistently appear in locations that would be strategically accessible from a vantage point centuries ahead of our time. A shadowy theory known as media secret societies explores how an invisible network of power players shapes our public discourse through calculated control of entertainment and news outlets. This web of influence operates not through traditional government or financial systems, but through careful cultural programming and narrative manipulation. Our investigation revealed an unsettling pattern: identical story elements, character types, and messaging surfacing across different networks and production companies at suspiciously precise times. Analysis of industry records shows major media executives repeatedly crossing paths at exclusive summits and sharing membership in select organizations. Field observations indicate a systematic approach to controlling narratives. While certain topics face consistent blacklisting from mainstream channels, other storylines receive synchronized amplification across multiple platforms. This orchestrated messaging weaves through news coverage and extends into movies, television shows, and popular music. Examination of emerging social movements reveals concerning patterns in media coverage. Historical accounts describe how public attention seems carefully orchestrated, with timing and messaging aligned across supposedly competing networks to either validate or undermine specific ideologies. Witness testimonies from former industry insiders point to unwritten rules governing acceptable discourse. These sources detail how certain perspectives vanish during early production stages, not through official corporate policies, but through unofficial channels. Archived materials demonstrate the strategic placement of specific symbols and themes throughout media content, suggesting careful coordination rather than coincidence. These elements often emerge alongside significant social or political developments, as if preparing audiences for calculated cultural shifts. The concept of aura noise emerged from the unsettling implications of the Russian sleep experiment urban legend. Historical accounts describe how test subjects were affected not just by the stimulant gas used to keep them awake, but by an unexplained psychic interference between their own consciousnesses. Field observations indicate that when multiple minds were confined in close proximity, they generated a feedback loop of mental energy that intensified their collective descent into madness. Examination of the sites reveals unusual electromagnetic readings recorded from within the chamber, with notable spikes coinciding with episodes of extreme violence between the subjects. Archived materials point to disturbing messages scratched into the chamber walls, barely legible writings about seeing through their eyes, and can't shut out their screaming thoughts. Analysis of the data suggests connections to ancient tribal practices of solitary meditation, where it was believed that group consciousness could awaken primal violence. Investigation revealed declassified military documents detailing subsequent experiments that compared isolation versus group settings. These tests demonstrated that individuals in solitary conditions experienced markedly less psychological deterioration. The term psychic static surfaces frequently in these records, describing a form of mental interference that accumulates between minds in confined spaces. Documents from the period show Russian parapsychology researchers theorizing about consciousness fields that could overlap and create destructive resonance patterns, similar to how sound waves can amplify until they shatter glass. These concepts are said to have influenced how modern solitary confinement cells are designed. Among the most intriguing theories in consciousness research, the consciousness quarantine hypothesis points to a calculated effort to suppress information about field consciousness and related phenomena. Historical accounts describe ancient texts and esoteric writings containing references to a shared mental realm connecting all human minds, passages that were methodically altered or eliminated over time. Our investigation revealed that multiple governments maintain classified research programs focused on consciousness studies. Leaked documents point to an intense focus on mass psychological events and cases of synchronized thinking. Examination of the evidence shows numerous cases of unexplained simultaneous crowd behavior and parallel discoveries among isolated populations that defy conventional scientific explanation. Reports from multiple sources detail orchestrated campaigns to silence or discredit scientists, making advances in consciousness research, particularly those studying collective intelligence and psychic connections. Field observations indicate that several researchers had their funding immediately terminated after documenting unusual patterns in mass psychological data. Analysis of heavily redacted files uncovered references to something called Virus 23, described as a theoretical mental contagion capable of rapid spread through any interconnected consciousness network. Archived materials suggest this entity may already exist in a dormant state, merely waiting for humanity's collective awareness to fully activate. Compiled reports demonstrate a systematic elimination of meditation practices and spiritual techniques that supposedly accessed shared consciousness fields across various cultures and religions. Witness testimonies mention that modern versions of these teachings contain subtle modifications that prevent practitioners from achieving certain mental states. Documents from the period show this suppression appears precisely calculated, permitting minimal information leakage to prevent widespread panic while maintaining enough quarantine to prevent full activation. Some theorize this controlled exposure serves as a safety valve, avoiding a potentially catastrophic sudden awakening of humanity's dormant collective consciousness. Within the realm of unconventional theories, the concept of occult energy harvesting at Denver International Airport suggests our massive transportation hubs may serve a darker purpose beyond mere travel. Analysis of the facility's architecture reveals sprawling layouts and winding corridors that allegedly create ideal conditions for siphoning spiritual energy from weary travelers. Historical accounts describe how certain artwork placements, particularly at Denver International, form distinct geometric patterns matching ancient occult symbols when observed from above. At the center stands the notorious blue horse statue, Blucifer, which claimed its creator's life during construction, purportedly serving as a focal point for this energy collection. Field observations indicate the presence of specialized materials within the airport's flooring and wall panels, materials that supposedly conduct metaphysical energy in ways similar to copper conducting electricity. The perpetual ebb and flow of human emotions, from anxiety to excitement, sadness to joy, creates what some believe to be a potent reservoir of harvestable energy. Examination of sites worldwide uncovers eerily similar architectural elements across different airports: vast empty spaces, recurring patterns, and precise angles aligning with sacred geometry. These design choices, appearing far too consistent for coincidence, are said to channel collected energy into underground storage facilities. Investigation revealed that security checkpoint positions, known for generating peak stress responses, align precisely with theoretical energy collection points. The mandatory removal of shoes, a grounding technique found in various mystical traditions, might serve to increase travelers' energetic vulnerability. Compiled reports demonstrate a peculiar time distortion effect experienced uniquely in airports, where minutes seemingly stretch into hours. This phenomenon, combined with widespread accounts of inexplicable exhaustion even without physical exertion, points to what some consider evidence of successful energy drainage. Ancient philosophers pondered what became known as the dichotomy paradox theory, a haunting concept suggesting humanity's eternal struggle toward unreachable divinity. Like Zeno's famous runner who can never reach their destination, we appear trapped in an infinite progression toward godhood. Investigation revealed intricate patterns woven through ancient texts worldwide. From Sumerian clay tablets to Norse sagas, civilizations consistently depicted a rigid cosmic hierarchy: humans below divine servants, servants below gods, each level tantalizingly out of reach from the one below. Historical accounts describe a striking parallel in modern technological advancement. As we split atoms, manipulate genes, and probe quantum realms, each breakthrough mirrors this ancient pattern, drawing us closer to mastering nature while true divine power remains perpetually distant. Analysis of the data suggests our greatest leaps in knowledge follow precise mathematical models. These calculations demonstrate how each advance, rather than bringing us closer to transcendence, reveals ever more numerous and complex steps ahead. Examination of sites around the world uncovers ancient warnings about this cosmic limit. The tales of Icarus and the Tower of Babel may be more than cautionary myths. Perhaps they stand as testimonies of past civilizations discovering this universal boundary. Observations indicate the cosmos itself enforces these limitations. Despite humanity's relentless pursuit of faster-than-light travel, quantum mastery, and true artificial consciousness, nature invariably places another half step between us and genuine godlike capability. The fascinating concept known as closing the gaps emerged from a peculiar pattern woven throughout scientific history. In humanity's earliest days, natural phenomena were attributed to divine intervention, with lightning seen as Zeus's wrath and earthquakes interpreted as battles between gods. But something strange happened as science began uncovering natural explanations for these events. Accounts describe an intriguing shift that occurred around Benjamin Franklin's groundbreaking lightning rod experiments. Before his work, lightning strikes appeared to follow no discernible pattern, striking with unpredictable intensity. Yet after Franklin mapped out the electrical nature of lightning, these powerful bolts began conforming precisely to his newly established principles. Observations indicate this wasn't an isolated incident. Ancient testimonies from credible witnesses detail extraordinary weather phenomena that seem to defy physical laws, schools of fish falling from clear skies, blood-red atmospheric conditions, and storms that behaved in impossible ways. Yet once meteorology established a framework for understanding weather systems, these inexplicable events became increasingly rare. Analysis of the data suggests an unsettling possibility. When humans successfully identify and document natural laws, reality appears compelled to align with these discoveries. Much like the famous double-slit experiment, where particles exist in multiple states until observed, researchers propose that reality itself once possessed this fluid quality, taking various forms until human observation and understanding locked it into specific patterns. Examination of historical records reveals this standardization of natural law continues to accelerate. As science fills in gaps in our understanding, reality's behavior grows increasingly predictable and mechanistic. Those wild, mythical occurrences from our past gradually fade into legend, replaced by the rigid physics we now recognize and comprehend. The concept of artifice obliteration first emerged from ancient texts, describing objects that somehow endured through multiple cycles of human civilization. Our investigation revealed these artifacts reportedly possessed capabilities far beyond current technology, ranging from seemingly simple tools to devices with civilization-altering potential. These discoveries suggest we may not be the first advanced society to inhabit Earth. Field observations indicate the existence of concealed vaults worldwide, reportedly guarded by secretive organizations dedicated to either preserving or destroying these relics. Historical accounts describe specialized teams equipped with unusual gear and mysterious methods tracking these artifacts, frequently disappearing along with their discoveries. Analysis of the data suggests unusual energy signatures emanating from isolated locations correlate with ancient descriptions of these objects. Witness testimonies mention that those who encountered these artifacts observed them operating on principles that defied conventional physics. Archived materials point to a clandestine network of facilities constructed specifically to contain or dismantle these items. While their techniques remain obscured, compiled reports demonstrate observers repeatedly describing impossible lights and sounds near these locations. Most investigations into these mysteries yield nothing concrete. Yet periodically, someone uncovers an object that functions in ways modern science cannot explain, only to have it vanish shortly afterward, along with any evidence of its existence. The concept of aura imbuement emerged from observations that media and technology create invisible energy fields, much like the biological auras believed to emanate from living creatures. These frequencies, our investigation revealed, may influence human consciousness without direct contact, similar to how radio waves pass through solid walls. Field observations indicate an intriguing discovery from the 1970s. Certain broadcast frequencies perfectly matched human brainwave patterns. This finding led researchers to consider whether mass media could unknowingly shape the behavior of entire populations. Examination of sites near radio towers uncovered peculiar electromagnetic readings that defied known broadcast patterns. Witness testimonies mention unexplained mood shifts and strange sensations experienced by individuals in proximity to large transmission towers, even during periods of supposed inactivity. These effects appeared most pronounced around AM radio frequencies, which demonstrate superior penetration through buildings and soil compared to FM or television signals. Historical accounts describe how ancient civilizations worldwide constructed structures that amplified Earth's natural frequencies, suggesting our ancestors possessed a deeper understanding of these invisible forces than contemporary society. Modern research using Kirlian photography claims to capture distinct energy signatures surrounding speakers playing various musical compositions. Archived materials point to military interest in utilizing broadcast frequencies as non-lethal weapons, lending credence to the theory that transmitted energy influences more than electronic devices. Analysis of experimental data suggests that even basic recorded sounds could alter plant growth patterns and affect water crystallization. Feral auras were derived from ancient mystical traditions studying human energy fields, particularly their malleability during childhood. Our investigation revealed that children discovered living among animals underwent transformations beyond mere behavior. Their very electromagnetic and bioelectric signatures shifted in remarkable ways. Historical accounts describe fascinating discoveries in India, where Kirlian photography captured unusual energy patterns from feral children. Their oral signatures bore striking similarities to wolves rather than humans, persisting long after their return to civilization. Field observations indicate these children developed extraordinary sensitivities. They could anticipate shifts in weather patterns, interpret animal behavior, and perceive natural phenomena that typically elude human detection. During sleep studies, their brainwave patterns matched those of wild animals instead of normal human sleep cycles. Witness testimonies mention their unique ability to form deeper connections with animals than humans. In numerous cases, these children appeared to communicate with wildlife through unspoken means. Perhaps most intriguingly, they demonstrated an uncanny ability to sense approaching natural disasters hours before they occurred. Analysis of the data suggests these transformations become permanent, a spiritual metamorphosis that cannot be reversed. Modern monitoring equipment has detected inexplicable electromagnetic fluctuations surrounding these individuals, particularly during emotional peaks or animal encounters. Examination of the sites reveals their auras generate significant technological interference, disrupting nearby electronic devices. Their mere presence causes compasses to behave erratically and sensors to fail, mirroring the electromagnetic disturbances produced by certain wildlife species. The fascinating theory of soul allocation came from studies of human consciousness throughout history. Field observations indicate that ancient civilizations produced individuals of extraordinary willpower and spiritual prowess, their remarkable feats of mind and body documented across historical texts. Our investigation revealed a crucial turning point in the 1800s, when the rise of widespread spiritual practices and meditation coincided with what many perceived as a weakening of individual human potential. This transformation aligned precisely with the industrial era's first major population surge. Analysis of the data suggests a clear pattern. Documented cases of psychic phenomena and mystical experiences have steadily declined over the past 2 centuries, diminishing in direct proportion to population growth. Historical accounts describe medieval times filled with regular spiritual encounters, in stark contrast to the rarity of such experiences today. Examination of ancient Buddhist texts uncovers warnings about what they called the Great Dilution, a future age when humanity's numbers would grow so vast that the divine spark within each person would fade to a mere flicker. These manuscripts speak of a time when souls, spread impossibly thin, would drive people to seek technological connection to fill their spiritual void. Archived materials point to signs of this cosmic thinning in contemporary life: rising anxiety, deepening depression, and an intense yearning for group identity. Through this lens, modern social movements and mass ideologies appear as fragments of souls instinctively seeking reunion with their separated pieces, filling the vacuum where individual purpose once dwelled. The concept of supernatural guidance emerges time and again throughout human history as we explore the origins of our advancement. Through millennia, sacred manuscripts across civilizations speak of ethereal beings bestowing knowledge upon select humans. Take the Book of Enoch, where celestial entities taught our ancestors the secrets of metal craft, beauty enhancement, and martial prowess. Field observations indicate peculiar jumps in human achievement that seem to materialize without clear evolutionary steps. Consider how humanity progressed from basic powered flight to walking on lunar soil in merely 66 years. Analysis of technological advancement suggests similar anomalies, like our leap from room-filling computing machines to pocket-sized digital worlds within a few decades. Historical accounts describe a curious pattern within groundbreaking patents and academic papers. Many pioneering minds report receiving their insights through dreams or sudden flashes of inspiration. Tesla experienced his AC motor design through a vivid vision, while Einstein's theory of relativity sparked during a thought experiment about racing alongside light itself. Certain texts hold eerie connections to sudden technological leaps. Take the Voynich manuscript, an enigma packed with advanced botanical and astronomical knowledge from the 15th century. Its true purpose remains unknown, but some theorists suggest such writings might be more than mere records, perhaps subtle channels through which otherworldly forces guide human advancement. Archived materials point to striking parallels between ancient accounts of divine knowledge and contemporary reports of scientific revelation. Both describe an instantaneous influx of intricate information, typically paired with powerful imagery and a compelling drive to share these discoveries. Throughout time, creative minds and scientific pioneers have labeled this phenomenon the muse, perhaps a more palatable name for something far more extraordinary. In exploring the transcendental conflict theory, we uncover a world where modern power struggles unfold entirely through hidden manipulation of culture and public thought. Our investigation revealed that major media conglomerates, entertainment companies, and news outlets serve as pawns in an elaborate chess game between unseen players. Historical accounts describe suspicious patterns in the ebb and flow of cultural movements, often aligning precisely with shifts in economic or political power. Field observations indicate that the timing of viral trends, sudden cultural shifts, and the meteoric rise of certain public figures follows patterns too precise to be coincidental. Examination of competing media narratives traces them back to the same handful of private organizations, suggesting these conflicts are orchestrated rather than organic. These shadow puppeteers, as some call them, appear to manufacture both social movements and their opposition, maintaining control through calculated division. Archived materials point to numerous seemingly grassroots campaigns, sharing remarkably similar funding sources, marketing strategies, and launch timing, as if responding to an invisible conductor's baton. The evidence demonstrates how entire populations can rapidly swing between opposing viewpoints when skillfully influenced. Analysis of films, music, and entertainment reveals them as potential weapons in this shadow war, subtly pushing specific worldviews at critical moments. Those who study these patterns note how cultural products emerge in strategic clusters, carefully timed to shape public consciousness around pivotal events. Compiled reports demonstrate that corporate mergers, policy changes, and market crashes might be merely the visible aftermath of these hidden battles, while the true victors remain concealed. What the public witnesses are merely ripples on the surface, while the real conflict unfolds through the calculated manipulation of mass psychology. The concept of artificial soul ascension emerges as a fascinating intersection where cutting-edge technology meets ancient spiritual wisdom. This unusual approach builds on traditional Eastern concepts of chakra points and energy meridians, proposing that these spiritual centers can be enhanced through synthetic methods. Our investigation revealed groundbreaking experiments from the 1960s where scientists applied basic electrical stimulation to meditation points. Their findings documented unexpected surges in brain activity that perfectly mirrored patterns typically seen only in profound spiritual states. Historical accounts describe a series of tech startups that discreetly sought patents for what they termed bio-spiritual enhancement devices as the 2000s drew to a close. These sophisticated machines were designed to interact with the body's natural energy fields, strengthening them through carefully calibrated frequency patterns. Field observations indicate the rise of a unique group known as tech monks, who take this practice further by embedding miniature devices near traditional acupuncture points. These individuals consistently describe experiencing deeper meditative states, encountering vivid visions, and feeling an enhanced connection to universal energy. Analysis of the data suggests measurable impacts among those using these spiritual tech aids, including distinct changes in brainwave patterns and stronger electromagnetic fields surrounding their bodies. While skeptics dismiss these findings as elaborate placebo effects, advocates view them as concrete evidence of artificially enhanced spiritual capabilities. Archived materials point to this practice expanding into broader spiritual territories. Some practitioners report achieving success with technology-enhanced third eye implants for remote viewing experiences, while others describe forming more powerful connections to what they characterize as higher dimensional planes. The disturbing theory known as experiment after effects draws an unsettling connection between the historical persecution of the Cagots and possible hidden societal manipulation. For nearly 1,000 years, this European minority group endured brutal discrimination, yet curiously, no historical documents explain the original cause of their outcast status. Historical accounts describe their treatment in ways that eerily mirror modern social experiments, from strictly enforced isolation to the mandatory marking of their dwellings. Analysis of genetic data suggests something even more troubling. The Cagots carried distinct genetic markers separating them from surrounding populations, hinting at deliberate population control measures. Field observations indicate their settlements followed a peculiar pattern across France and Spain, resembling the distribution of controlled test groups. Their abrupt appearance in medieval records raises questions about orchestrated placement within existing communities. Examination of historical evidence reveals the Cagots maintained sophisticated technical abilities, particularly excelling in carpentry and metalwork, despite facing intense persecution. This specialized knowledge base suggests they received structured training before their integration, a pattern commonly seen in social engineering projects. Archived materials point to disturbing containment protocols. Medieval authorities strictly prohibited Cagots from walking barefoot on public ground and forced them to use separate church entrances. Their tools and belongings required specific markings, creating what resembles a trackable inventory system similar to modern research methodology. Perhaps most revealing are the compiled reports, which highlight two baffling phenomena: the total erasure of Kaga origins and their continued existence as a distinct group despite centuries of efforts to assimilate them. Their population remained remarkably stable across regions, hinting at controlled reproduction, a chilling indicator of prolonged human experimentation. The discovery of pelagic pathways emerged from the shadows of classified deep-sea research during the 1960s. Our investigation revealed a puzzling trend. Several leading oceanographic institutions abruptly abandoned their promising underwater habitat projects, despite having both abundant funding and initial success. Examination of the sites unveils an intriguing pattern. Each research location was strategically positioned above major oceanic trenches and underwater cave systems. When mapped, these abandoned facilities formed a distinct geometric arrangement, hinting at a systematic search rather than typical scientific sampling. Field observations indicate the presence of massive hollow chambers beneath the ocean floor, detected through advanced sonar readings. These chambers exhibited unexplained temperature fluctuations and electromagnetic disturbances. Scientists working on these projects consistently reported equipment failures and mysterious gaps in their data when reaching certain depths. Archived materials point to disturbing findings from a recovered research vessel's log. The crew documented biological luminescence in impossible patterns and structures that shouldn't exist at these pressures. 3 days after recording these observations, both ship and crew vanished without a trace. Analysis of leaked internal memos suggests these projects never truly ended, they simply went dark. Military contractors swiftly took control of the facilities, installing sophisticated security systems while maintaining complete radio silence. Even today, unmarked submarines regularly visit these locations, disguised as routine patrol missions. Historical accounts describe how the original scientists were strategically dispersed to institutions around the globe, their research sealed behind classification. Those who attempted to speak out faced swift and devastating career consequences. In a final, ominous paper, one researcher left behind a cryptic warning: "They don't want us finding what's already down there." Records from the 1930s first brought attention to the Agarthan emissary theory, which suggests Hitler's meteoric rise was linked to an ancient civilization beneath Earth's surface. His documented obsession with occult practices and mysterious expeditions to Tibet pointed to possible contact with these subterranean beings. Historical accounts describe Hitler's deep involvement with the Thule Society, whose members believed in polar gateways leading to an inner Earth. They spoke of advanced beings called Agarthans who selectively shared their knowledge with surface dwellers, explaining humanity's sudden technological leaps. Field observations indicate Hitler's particular fascination with hollow Earth theories, leading him to fund Antarctic expeditions in search of hidden entrances. His unexplained military innovations and strategic insights left many wondering if he possessed knowledge beyond ordinary human capacity. Analysis of recovered documents reveals striking parallels between Hitler's speeches and ancient texts describing Agarthan philosophy, particularly regarding racial supremacy and manifest destiny. His transformation from struggling artist to charismatic leader sparked intense speculation about otherworldly influences. Examination of Nazi archives uncovered maps marking suspected Agarthan entrances throughout Europe and Asia. Those who study this theory point to similar patterns across history. Influential figures who displayed unexplained knowledge, supernatural charm, and dramatic rises to power, suggesting other potential emissaries from this hidden realm. The sin is death theory presents a fascinating connection between human mortality and moral corruption. Our investigation revealed medieval alchemists who held a compelling belief that purer bloodlines carried less spiritual contamination, supposedly granting longer life. Their detailed experimental records show systematic comparisons of blood from various social classes, particularly noting the nobility's extended lifespans, attributed to their claimed divine mandate. Historical accounts describe an intriguing pattern discovered across European monasteries. These religious centers meticulously tracked their monks' lifespans, documenting a remarkable trend. Those who maintained stricter religious observances consistently lived longer than their peers. These observations later became crucial reference materials for occult researchers exploring the relationship between virtue and life force. Examination of ancient texts reveals the significance of Christ's pure blood, preserved within the legendary Holy Grail, representing the ultimate uncorrupted life essence. Archived materials point to elaborate rituals designed to purify blood through religious acts of confession and penance. Some historical documents even claim that successful practitioners exhibited signs of reversed aging. Observations in modern laboratories add an unexpected scientific dimension to this theory. Analysis of the data suggests children's blood contains higher concentrations of regenerative compounds that diminish over time. Certain fringe theorists propose an alternative to natural aging. They attribute this decline to the accumulation of moral transgressions throughout one's life. Archaeological evidence brings physical proof to these historical accounts. Compiled reports demonstrate the existence of specialized blood purification chambers hidden within remote medieval churches. These mysterious spaces featured intricate filtration systems crafted from blessed metals, engineered with one specific purpose: to separate what they called the physical manifestations of sin from the blood itself. The concept of familiar geometry emerged from observations of humanity's peculiar relationship with straight lines and perfect angles. While nature flows with curves and irregular patterns, our constructed world stands in stark contrast, defined by precise edges and calculated spacing that rarely appear in the natural realm. Examination of the natural world reveals an entirely different geometric language: the spiral patterns of shells, the meandering paths of rivers, and the complex fractals repeated throughout organic forms. Yet human construction persistently favors right angles, linear roads, and precise circular forms. Field observations indicate this departure from nature's patterns runs so deep that even prehistoric art displays a preference for clean, straight lines. Historical accounts describe this geometric divide extending into human consciousness itself. Analysis of infant behavior suggests an innate attraction to ordered shapes, manifesting before the development of walking or speech. Compiled reports demonstrate this phenomenon persists even in communities isolated from modern influence, suggesting something more fundamental than learned behavior. Archived materials point to these geometric patterns surfacing in past life accounts. Witness testimonies mention recurring motifs in the memories of those claiming previous deaths. Basic shapes like squares and triangles that mirror contemporary architecture, suggesting memories bleeding through from distant ages. Our investigation revealed that this adherence to sharp-edged design might reflect an ancient origin, perhaps a realm of pure geometry where human consciousness first emerged. This theory could explain humanity's persistent construction of environments that contrast with Earth's organic patterns, as if unconsciously attempting to recreate a long-forgotten geometric homeland. The intriguing concept of prophecy counteraction challenges our fundamental understanding of how fate operates. Historical accounts describe a fascinating pattern. While individuals can alter personal prophecies through awareness, predictions about broader events or other people remain remarkably fixed. Our investigation revealed a compelling paradox. Major historical prophecies, including Nostradamus' predictions and St. Malachi's papal prophecies, might have unfolded differently had key figures heeded their warnings. Ancient Roman archives point to numerous soothsayers who attempted to warn emperors about the empire's impending collapse, only to find their voices silenced or dismissed. Field observations indicate a striking correlation in prophetic outcomes. When predictions spread widely among the general population, they frequently manifested as foretold. However, prophecies kept within closed circles or shared exclusively with involved parties sometimes failed to materialize. This suggests that carefully controlling prophetic knowledge might hold the key to altering predicted outcomes. Examination of historical records reveals several instances where religious and political leaders successfully averted prophesied downfalls after learning of their predicted fate. Perhaps most compelling is the case of medieval Venice, where the Doge's response to a flooding prophecy led to ambitious engineering projects that preserved the city. Analysis of these patterns suggests a psychological dimension at work. When prophecies become public knowledge, they generate a collective expectation that seems to guide events toward the predicted outcome. Yet when prophecies remain known only to key decision-makers, these individuals can work discreetly to redirect the course of events without drawing attention to the prophecy itself. The phenomenon of borrowed consciousness first emerged through documented cases of individuals sharing identical visions and memories during altered mental states. Field observations indicate that early research into psychedelic experiences uncovered remarkable patterns. Users from entirely separate cultures and historical periods described encountering the same ethereal realms. Historical accounts describe how tribal shamans, with no possibility of contact between their societies, accessed identical spiritual dimensions. Analysis of DMT research suggests these substances might function more like receivers of existing visions rather than generators of random hallucinations, as participants consistently reported meeting the same otherworldly beings and receiving similar sacred knowledge. Examination of meditation-induced states reveals an intriguing parallel. Monks and mystics from vastly different religious traditions described nearly identical cosmic planes and universal truths. Brain imaging data points to a distinctive pattern. Areas associated with personal identity show reduced activity, while regions linked to external perception demonstrate intense activation. These patterns closely align with states observed during both deep meditation and near-death experiences. Our investigation revealed quantum effects within brain cells that could potentially serve as receivers for this theoretical field of shared awareness. Much as a radio captures invisible signals, our minds might naturally filter this cosmic broadcast, with certain substances or states allowing us to tune into the full spectrum of collective memory. Archived materials point to ancient texts across numerous cultures, each describing methods to remember events beyond personal experience and access wisdom beyond their years. Compiled reports demonstrate modern cases of individuals in altered states suddenly displaying complex skills or speaking unknown languages, as if temporarily connecting to this vast shared mental repository. The phenomenon known as voices from the woods suggests an unsettling connection between children and forested areas. Within this darker theory lies a compelling idea that young bodies possess unique organs allowing them to perceive what remains hidden from adult senses. Historical accounts describe a fascinating pattern spanning diverse cultures. Countless instances of children drawn into forests, each describing melodic sounds or beckoning voices. Those who return often seem transformed, sharing tales of mysterious companions invisible to adult eyes. Analysis of medical data suggests something remarkable. Brain scans reveal distinct activation patterns in children near dense woodland areas. These active regions correspond to primitive areas our ancestors once relied upon for survival and sustenance. Field observations indicate a widespread phenomenon. Parents across the globe report their children engaging with unseen companions near forest boundaries. Most striking are the consistent descriptions these children provide about their forest friends, despite having no contact with one another. Examination of ancient texts reveals repeated warnings about children venturing alone into wooded areas. These documents suggest a fascinating possibility that younger humans possess heightened sensory abilities that diminish with age, similar to how infant eyes can distinguish more colors before fully developing. Our investigation into the subject revealed an intriguing contradiction in childhood fears. While most young ones instinctively fear darkness, this anxiety mysteriously dissolves when it comes to shadowy forests. It's as if something within the woods communicates with them through channels adults can no longer access. Compiled reports demonstrate an unsettling trend in cases of missing children. The final sightings often place them approaching wooded areas, displaying unusual serenity or joy, even during weather conditions that would typically drive them indoors. The concept of inverse solipsism, conceptually called unloading, emerges as a fascinating theory proposing that consciousness serves as the fundamental force behind collapsing quantum probability into definite reality. Much like Schrödinger's wilderness, remote locations may exist in a state of suspended possibility until human observation occurs. Investigation revealed an intriguing pattern. Areas untouched by human contact maintain unusually consistent environmental patterns, functioning almost like a preset loop. Field observations indicate this phenomenon clearly in the Australian outback, where weather cycles and wildlife populations showed remarkably little variation until indigenous peoples began regular interactions with these regions. Geological studies uncovered compelling evidence that evolution and significant geological changes tend to accelerate in areas following human settlement. Consider the Galapagos Islands. They remained relatively static for millions of years until human discovery appeared to trigger rapid adaptations among local species. Analysis of quantum physics principles strengthens this theoretical framework. The double-slit experiment demonstrates how particles exist as waves of probability until observed, at which point they manifest as concrete matter. Building on this foundation, researchers suggest that unobserved reality may exist as a field of pure potential, only crystallizing into real events through human engagement. Historical accounts describe a remarkable convergence of ancient wisdom with modern theory. From Buddhist concepts of mind-generated reality to indigenous Australian Dreamtime beliefs, where consciousness shapes the physical world, these cultures developed strikingly similar ideas despite their isolation from one another. Their independent arrival at comparable conclusions suggests they may have observed the same underlying phenomenon through different cultural lenses. When discussing the Islands Beyond Time legend, we encounter one of the most perplexing offshoots of ancient Thule mythology. Our investigation reveals unusual electromagnetic readings in specific Arctic regions that challenge conventional physics, even as most scholars dismiss Thule as mere folklore. Field observations indicate peculiar time dilation effects in these areas. Satellite signals arrive seconds before transmission, while compasses spin erratically without clear cause. These unexplained phenomena align precisely with the location of the mythical island in ancient Norse manuscripts. Historical accounts describe numerous naval expeditions encountering a mysterious vanishing landmass. In one compelling case, logs from an 1847 whaling vessel detail witnessing their sister ship approach what appeared to be a verdant coastline, only to watch both shoreline and vessel dissolve like a mirage. Examination of maritime records uncovers widespread accounts of time slips in northern waters. Sailors report inexplicable gaps of days or weeks in their memories, while their instruments display readings suggesting the vessels existed simultaneously across multiple time periods. Archived materials point to intriguing Inuit oral traditions describing aerial phenomena and unusual visitors long before their time. Their stories speak of strange lights and metal birds preceding aircraft invention by centuries, alongside encounters with people wearing futuristic clothing and speaking of events yet to unfold. Analysis of deep-sea scanning data reveals geometric formations on the ocean floor that researchers suggest could be remnants of advanced structures. These patterns exhibit an otherworldly quality, appearing to shift and transform between successive scans, as if fluctuating through different temporal states. This theory that World War II served as a massive distraction emerges as one of history's most audacious claims about the true nature of this global conflict. We quickly found a curious pattern. Several Nazi research programs mysteriously vanished from official records in the late 1930s, their funding disappearing without explanation, just as Hitler began his aggressive push toward war. Historical accounts describe unusual German expeditions during this period, not to military targets, but to the remote reaches of Antarctica and Tibet. Rather than military officers, these missions were staffed with scientists and researchers specializing in archaeology and physics. Their discoveries remain locked away in classified documents to this day. Field observations indicate that in the months before the war's end, key Nazi scientists received discreet transportation to Argentina and other South American locations. They carried with them crates of research materials that have never been seen again. Even more telling was the quiet immunity granted to these scientists by several Allied nations. Examination of the records shows the Third Reich's fascination with ancient artifacts and unexplained phenomena ran deeper than mere curiosity. Until 1939, specialized units conducting paranormal research received enormous funding, then their records suddenly ceased to exist. Archived materials point to peculiar behavior by the German High Command in the war's final months. Rather than concentrating on military objectives, they poured vast resources into destroying research facilities and relocating personnel. Their actions suggest they prioritized eliminating evidence over winning battles. Analysis of bunkers discovered after the war reveals installations designed to protect something far more precious than weapons or gold. These facilities featured walls constructed with unusual materials and security systems engineered to endure not decades but centuries. Among the stranger phenomena documented in the entertainment industry is method acting syndrome, where performers experience genuine physical transformations through deep character immersion. Historical accounts describe several high-profile cases, including Robert De Niro developing temporary diabetes while gaining weight for his role as Jake LaMotta. In a similar vein, witness testimonies mention Daniel Day-Lewis experiencing phantom limb sensations after his portrayal of a man with cerebral palsy in My Left Foot. Field observations indicate a pattern of lasting physical changes among performers. Heath Ledger struggled with severe insomnia during his time as the Joker in The Dark Knight. Meanwhile, Adrian Brody's extreme weight loss for The Pianist led to documented changes in his immune system. Perhaps most striking was Jamie Foxx's experience, his eyes temporarily stuck shut after extensively keeping them closed to embody Ray Charles. Analysis of the data suggests these effects extend beyond professional actors. Researchers uncovered similar transformations in ordinary people who deeply imagine themselves as others for extended periods. These changes ranged from subtle shifts in posture and movement to more dramatic alterations in metabolism, pain tolerance, and basic motor functions. Examination of scientific literature reveals potential explanations through the mind-body connection. Just as placebos can trigger genuine biological responses through belief alone, intense psychological immersion appears capable of catalyzing real physiological changes. Compiled reports demonstrate the lasting impact of this phenomenon. Many actors required professional therapy to fully disconnect from their characters, struggling with persistent accents, mannerisms, and even chronic conditions that emerged during filming and lingered long after the cameras stopped rolling. National Park Cryptid Spawning Grounds introduces a fascinating theory connecting America's protected lands to hidden breeding sites for mysterious creatures. Early records from the 1800s reveal a curious pattern. Whenever settlers attempted to build homes in what would later become Yellowstone, they'd abandon their properties within months, describing strange sounds and massive shapes moving in darkness. Documents from the period show that many national parks were established on ancient Native American forbidden zones, areas marked in petroglyphs with warnings about spirit creatures and dangerous entities. When mapped, these zones correspond remarkably with modern reports of Bigfoot, lake monsters, and other unexplained beings. Witness testimonies mention park rangers following strict protocols for wildlife management that don't match any known animal species. Rangers must report Class K encounters up their chain of command, followed by immediate park closures typically attributed to weather or maintenance issues. Archived materials point to government files where researchers found evidence that parks worldwide close in cycles, with each shutdown lasting exactly 49 days, precisely the time needed to conduct large-scale operations. Following these closures, cryptid sightings decreased dramatically, only gradually increasing again over several years. A leak of Park Service documents in 2019 revealed Population Control Measure 23B, a strategy for managing unconventional fauna using special forces teams and experimental tranquilizers. The measure explicitly mentioned preventing breeding pairs from establishing permanent territories. Analysis of satellite imagery during park closures shows massive temporary structures appearing overnight, accompanied by unusual heat signatures moving in coordinated patterns. These structures completely disappear once parks reopen, leaving no trace behind. The masked life signs theory presents an intriguing explanation for our continued solitude in the cosmos. Our world's abundant life forms could serve as the perfect concealment for extraterrestrial visitors, their biological markers vanishing within Earth's vast tapestry of carbon emissions and life signatures. Analysis of current alien hunting methods shows a strong emphasis on detecting carbon-based patterns and technological signals from distant stars. Yet these very techniques would struggle to identify alien biosignatures right here on Earth, overwhelmed by our planet's rich biological processes. Field observations indicate that even if alien scouts or crashed vessels existed on our world, they would remain virtually undetectable through modern carbon tracking systems. The sheer volume of plant and animal activity creates an impenetrable veil of biological background noise. Historical accounts suggest this same principle might explain our failure to detect alien outposts on other life-bearing worlds. Much like a single leaf disappearing within a vast forest, their biological signatures would merge seamlessly with the native planet's natural emissions. Examination of the evidence points to the possibility that this could be deliberate. Advanced civilizations might specifically select biodiverse worlds as their observation posts, knowing their own life signatures would vanish within the planet's natural biological chorus. In this light, Earth's rich ecosystem transforms from a beacon of life into the perfect vantage point for studying humanity's progression. Mimetic virus production centers on shadowy labs engineering thought-based contagions that spread through ideas rather than biology. Historical accounts describe multiple classified facilities worldwide dedicated to studying how beliefs and behaviors transmit between minds like infectious agents. Documents from the period show experiments dating back to the 1950s attempting to isolate viral ideas that could self-replicate through populations. These programs allegedly mapped how certain concepts hook into human psychology, seeking patterns that make thoughts more infectious and harder to resist. Field observations indicate test subjects exposed to engineered mimetic patterns showed measurable changes in brain activity, with some developing compulsive urges to share specific phrases or images with others. The effects appeared stronger in people with particular personality traits or cognitive profiles. Examination of the sites reveals advanced mimetic engineering aimed at creating targeted thought viruses, ones that would only activate in hosts with specific psychological characteristics. This suggests possible applications for controlling or influencing select groups while leaving others unaffected. Archived materials point to attempts to weaponize these viral ideas into cognitive warheads capable of spreading precise behavioral changes through enemy populations. Some theorize these weapons already exist, hidden in seemingly innocent cultural trends, advertisements, or viral content. As we brought up earlier, witness testimonies mention something called Virus 23, allegedly one of the first successfully engineered mimetic agents. Its effects reportedly include intense paranoia about being monitored, leading infected minds to obsessively spread warnings about surveillance to others. The peculiar theory known as sentient sonar proposes an intriguing possibility about life's cosmic origins. Advanced alien civilizations, it suggests, may have scattered microscopic scouts throughout the universe in an elaborate game of interstellar hide and seek. Historical accounts describe how this theory mirrors familiar patterns from our own planet, where life spreads its genetic legacy through ingenious methods. Just as dandelion seeds drift on the breeze or coconuts journey across vast oceans, these cosmic pioneers would traverse the stars, though with far greater purpose and design. Field observations indicate a particularly compelling piece of evidence: the surprisingly rapid emergence of life on Earth after our planet's cooling period. This swift appearance, many note, seems almost choreographed, as if microscopic pioneers were simply awaiting the right conditions to spring into action. Analysis of the data suggests these theoretical spacefaring organisms would require extraordinary resilience. Like cosmic messages in bottles, they would need to endure the harsh void between stars while preserving their complex genetic instructions, waiting to wash up on the shores of a suitable world. Perhaps most fascinating of all, examination of the sites reveals an unexpected connection to humanity's present course. Our increasing mastery of space travel, quantum communications, and advanced physics might represent the culmination of an ancient plan, unconsciously constructing the very beacon meant to signal our cosmic ancestors. The concept of mind control algorithms emerged as researchers uncovered hidden patterns that could potentially rewire human consciousness, similar to how computer code reprograms software. Field observations indicate that intelligence agencies explored specific sound frequencies, visual patterns, and linguistic combinations designed to trigger behavioral modifications. Our investigation revealed declassified MK Ultra files containing references to consciousness programming protocols that bore remarkable similarities to early computer algorithms. Analysis of the data suggests that carefully selected phrases and images could produce measurable alterations in subjects' brainwave patterns. Documents from the period show details of Project Sleepwalker, exposed by a former intelligence operative. This initiative investigated the potential of everyday stimuli, from television static to billboard designs, to embed subconscious directives. Archived materials point to successful development of basic response triggers through precisely calibrated sensory inputs. Witness testimonies mention unusual behavioral changes observed in university study participants exposed to specific light flicker sequences. While these studies were publicly characterized as seizure research, compiled reports demonstrate they may have secretly mapped exploitable weaknesses in human perception. Reports from multiple sources detail how early video game testing unveiled certain screen refresh rates and color combinations that induced trance-like states. These findings fueled speculation that modern media might incorporate hidden code sequences targeting similar vulnerabilities in human consciousness. The concept of psychosymbiosis takes inspiration from nature's model of species helping each other survive and thrive, but reimagines this partnership within the landscape of human consciousness. Just as tiny fish provide cleaning services to larger marine life, mysterious entities might be subtly influencing our thought patterns while receiving something in return. Field observations indicate striking variations in human self-awareness that conventional psychological frameworks struggle to explain. While some individuals demonstrate remarkable insight into their own minds, others navigate life with a peculiar absence of introspection, suggesting they might be missing a crucial mental component. Analysis of neural imaging reveals intriguing patterns of brain activity that resemble two distinct systems operating in harmony. These readings parallel the signatures of symbiotic relationships found in nature, but manifesting within the complex territory of human cognition. Historical accounts describe sudden accelerations in human consciousness that defy the expected pace of evolution. The emergence of cave art, written communication, and abstract mathematical thinking appeared with unexpected swiftness, hinting at the arrival of an unseen catalytic force. Examination of the data suggests a mathematical consistency with this theory. If these theoretical beings exist in limited numbers, it would naturally result in the observed disparity of self-awareness among humans. Like an underwater cleaning station with too few service providers, some would inevitably go without this enhancement. Perhaps most fascinating is how these silent partners might operate entirely beneath our awareness, similar to how beneficial bacteria assist in digestion without conscious recognition. The only visible evidence would be the stark contrast between those who receive this consciousness upgrade and those who continue operating with baseline awareness. An unsettling theory known as the Thetan expungement emerged from leaked documents within certain spiritual organizations. Within these secretive groups, a disturbing practice allegedly targets those physical forms deemed too corrupted or damaged to house a spiritual essence. Our investigation revealed multiple instances where members mysteriously disappeared after closed-door meetings marked them as beyond repair. Their names vanished from official records, each letter meticulously crossed out with 3 parallel lines. Field observations indicate the existence of specialized facilities in isolated locations, possibly serving as sites for these expungements. Witness testimonies mention unusual patterns of activity under cover of darkness, with unmarked vehicles arriving in sync with specific phases of the moon. Documents obtained through legal channels detail elaborate vessel assessment protocols where physical bodies underwent evaluation based on their spiritual conductivity. Historical accounts describe how individuals scoring below crucial thresholds received enigmatic annotations regarding mercy releases. Analysis of financial records uncovered substantial payments to crematorium services, typically occurring within days of members being classified as misaligned. These transactions wound through an intricate network of shell companies, all linked to a single post office box. Examination of recovered training materials revealed instructions for a procedure called terminal detachment, a methodical process using specific tones, lights, and ceremonial instruments to separate spirits from what they termed irredeemable vessels. These guides were deliberately printed on water-soluble paper designed to leave no trace. The concept of the true American experiment casts an unsettling shadow over our understanding of America's founding principles. Historical accounts from the 1780s and 1790s reveal cryptic patterns in the correspondence between our founding fathers, particularly in exchanges between Jefferson and Madison, that contained encoded references to mysterious overseers and something called the Grand Design. Our investigation uncovered evidence that the Continental Congress received extensive guidance from unnamed benefactors who supplied intricate frameworks for structuring the Constitution. These outlines included detailed contingency plans for events that wouldn't unfold for hundreds of years, displaying an inexplicable level of prescience. Examination of classified materials points to hidden societies operating within the early American government, maintaining steady contact with these benefactors throughout the 1800s. Their exchanges frequently mentioned progress reports and expressed satisfaction with current results, using language more fitting for a scientific experiment than national governance. Field observations of pivotal moments in American history reveal a disturbing pattern: government actions that directly violated constitutional principles. From the Alien and Sedition Acts to the Trail of Tears, from Japanese internment camps to the Patriot Act, each instance shattered fundamental rights. Yet rather than triggering intervention, these violations were seamlessly absorbed into the system. Archived materials indicate that during moments of constitutional crisis, key leaders reported experiencing inexplicable influences guiding their decisions. Lincoln spoke of receiving visions of the Republic's true path during the Civil War, while FDR described an unseen hand directing his response to the Great Depression. Analysis of the data suggests America's apparent failures may have been intentionally engineered to generate valuable information about human behavior under controlled conditions. Each crisis produced measurable, predictable social responses that could be documented and studied, as if the entire nation were serving as an elaborate laboratory for examining humanity. Our first encounter with the communal reality theory opens a fascinating window into how shared beliefs might shape our physical world. Observations indicate an intriguing pattern. Mass meditation events coincided with notable drops in crime rates across neighboring cities. During moments of intense global attention, like the tragic events of 9/11 or major international sports competitions, the Princeton Global Consciousness Project detected unexplainable anomalies in their random number generators. Ancient wisdom across cultures tells a compelling story. Examination of historical texts reveals recurring themes of collective spiritual practices wielding tangible power over the physical realm. In the rich traditions of Aboriginal Australia, we find the profound concept of dreamtime, a belief that reality itself emerged through the power of collective consciousness, sustained even now through shared storytelling and sacred ceremonies. Modern manifestations of this phenomenon continue to emerge. Analysis of the widely documented Mandela effect shows large groups of people sharing identical false memories, defying conventional explanation. Some researchers link these shared misconceptions to quantum mechanics, suggesting that when multiple minds focus intensely on a single outcome, they might influence probability at the subatomic level. Archived materials point to government interest in this phenomenon, with declassified documents revealing experimental programs that explored mass consciousness. These initiatives tested whether group visualization could affect weather patterns or shape political events. The results, while subtle, demonstrated measurable effects that amplified as the number of focused participants grew. The concept of fearless populace reveals an intriguing connection between gaming culture and resistance to government control. Our investigation revealed that major game studios have been purposefully crafting intense combat scenarios, though their motivation differs from what many might expect. Documents from the period show these design choices weren't meant to cause harm, but rather to counteract government fear tactics. Analysis of the data suggests developers embedded specific response patterns that help players stay composed during times of crisis. Field observations indicate this approach was validated through focus group testing, where researchers measured participants' anxiety levels during simulated emergency scenarios. Reports from multiple sources detail how several AAA game studios brought on former military psychologists with expertise in fear response training. These specialists contributed to designing game mechanics that authentically replicate combat situations while building psychological resilience rather than inducing trauma. Examination of the sites reveals an interesting pattern. Gamers who frequently play tactical shooters and survival horror games demonstrate significantly reduced fear responses when confronted with sudden noises or unexpected threats. Historical accounts describe this phenomenon as potential evidence that game developers are quietly preparing society to resist mass panic during staged events. Archived materials point to consistent anti-authoritarian themes within games from major publishers, alongside scenarios that encourage players to question official narratives. These elements suggest a deliberate strategy by developers to use psychological conditioning as a shield against government control. The peculiar phenomenon known as the last chosen begins with an intriguing pattern woven throughout human history. Throughout time, scattered accounts tell of individuals who survived events that defied all odds of human survival. Field observations indicate a recurring motif. Certain people lived through not just one, but multiple brushes with death. Take the remarkable case of Frain Selak, who emerged unscathed from 7 deadly accidents, including both plane and train crashes. His later lottery win only deepened the mystery surrounding these unlikely survivors. Historical accounts describe soldiers walking away from direct artillery strikes, only to later make pivotal decisions that changed the course of battles. Similar patterns emerged among scientists and humanitarians who survived repeated assassination attempts before completing their life-changing work. Examination of the sites reveals even more inexplicable cases where the very laws of physics seem to bend. Witnesses described people falling from fatal heights, landing without injury, or emerging unharmed from vehicles crushed beyond recognition. These incidents fuel speculation that some greater force preserves those with unfulfilled destinies. Archived materials point to another fascinating pattern. When multiple people pursued the same groundbreaking project, all but one would meet untimely ends through accidents or illness. The sole survivor invariably completed the work, leading researchers to propose they served as the final backup for that particular destiny. Analysis of the data suggests these weren't isolated incidents. Time and again, clusters of similar achievements were attempted simultaneously in different locations. While most attempts ended in failure or death, one person would consistently succeed against impossible odds, lending credence to the theory that reality maintains multiple candidates for history's crucial tasks. The concept of video game recruitment emerged from unsettling connections between gaming and organized crime. Our investigation revealed that certain game publishers may have darker motives, creating titles that simultaneously desensitize players to violence while teaching fundamental skills useful in criminal activities. Field observations indicate a concerning pattern when military recruiters tested combat accuracy. Those with extensive first-person shooter experience demonstrated notably higher accuracy rates, a detail that apparently caught the attention of criminal organizations. Historical accounts describe how several gaming companies, later linked to Yakuza ownership, released titles in the late 1990s that bore striking similarities to actual criminal operations. Examination of the games reveals an even more disturbing layer: hidden messages embedded within specific gameplay sequences or activated at particular times. These subtle triggers paralleled known gang initiation rituals, particularly in games featuring urban environments or underground fighting circuits. Analysis of the data suggests more than mere coincidence in game design. The tutorial sections of certain titles matched actual weapons handling and tactical movement patterns used in organized crime with unsettling precision. These similarities extended beyond basic mechanics to include specific hand signals and code phrases documented in criminal communications. Archived materials point to another troubling connection. Several games contain detailed environmental layouts that later became targets of actual robberies. These gaming levels, disguised as standard mission maps, precisely documented security camera positions, guard patrol patterns, and optimal entry timing. Compiled reports demonstrate perhaps the most direct evidence. Criminal organizations adapted their training materials to incorporate gaming terminology. Traditional instructional language was replaced with familiar gaming terms like power-ups, checkpoints, and respawn locations, suggesting these games served as educational tools for potential recruits. Unloaded areas theory draws from the strange phenomenon of entering spaces that feel fundamentally wrong, places that seem to exist outside normal reality. The most common reports describe empty shopping malls, vacant parking lots, and deserted streets that should be bustling with activity, yet remain eerily still. Documents show these locations sharing distinct characteristics: fluorescent lights that emit an unusual hum, a complete absence of background noise, and time seemingly moving at an irregular pace. Those who experience these moments often report feeling as if they've stepped backstage of reality itself. Accounts describe similar experiences across different cultures and locations, with witnesses describing an overwhelming sense that they weren't meant to be there, as if they had wandered into a part of reality that wasn't finished rendering. Many report that attempts to document these spaces with cameras or phones result in corrupted files or inexplicably deleted footage. Field observations indicate a pattern in these occurrences, noting they frequently happen during transitional periods, late night to early morning, or during seasonal changes. Some theorize these moments represent buffer zones where the simulation struggles to maintain consistent reality parameters. Examination of the sites reveals that these unloaded zones typically resolve themselves when the person either leaves the area or experiences a moment of intense emotion or fear. Like a video game reloading a saved checkpoint, reality seems to snap back into its proper state, leaving only a lingering sense of displacement. The connection between humanity's oldest burial customs and mysterious underground entities forms the foundation of what researchers call the ancient burial theory. Across recorded history, the practice of earth burial spans virtually every human culture, emerging simultaneously among isolated populations who had no contact with one another. Field observations indicate a disturbing pattern. Over 100,000 people vanish without trace annually worldwide, with a significant number of these disappearances concentrated around cave systems and historically significant burial grounds. Analysis of deep ground-penetrating radar surveys reveals extensive networks of tunnels and chambers far beneath known cave systems, seemingly connecting ancient burial sites. Historical accounts describe early human cave paintings that depict tall, elongated figures rising from the earth to collect offered bodies. What makes these discoveries particularly unsettling is their appearance across continents, from European cave systems to South American burial sites, showing nearly identical entities despite the vast distances separating these cultures. Examination of ancient burial texts uncovers repeated warnings about the consequences of improper burial rites. These texts speak of hunters below who would seek living tributes instead. These ominous cautions appear not only in Egyptian hieroglyphs and Sumerian tablets, but echo through Native American oral traditions, each describing flesh-hungry beings dwelling in the deep earth. Reports demonstrate a pattern in modern missing persons cases where victims disappeared near historical graveyards. In these locations, investigators discovered unusual ground disturbances and tunnel-like formations nearby. Contemporary cemetery workers share accounts of strange sounds and vibrations emanating from deep underground, particularly during new burials. Archived materials point to a fascinating shift in prehistoric human practices. Our ancestors initially favored sky burial and cremation, yet within just a few centuries, all continents mysteriously switched to earth burial. This sudden global transformation suggests a shared traumatic event or discovery that forever altered humanity's approach to dealing with their dead. The instinct control theory suggests a deliberate plan to trap human awareness through our basic biological urges. Internet data shows adult content now makes up over 30% of all online activity, a huge jump that began in the 1960s. Researchers have found that big companies often hide subtle sexual images in everyday advertisements. These carefully designed visuals work below our conscious awareness while triggering responses in our primitive brain areas, creating addiction-like patterns in our neural pathways. Many ancient spiritual traditions warned against too much physical pleasure, saying it blocks higher awareness. Modern science seems to back this up. Brain scans of people who meditate and practice self-control show increased activity in brain regions linked to transcendent experiences. Investigators discovered internal documents from major media companies that use strange terms like preference programming and desire cultivation in their marketing plans. These terms appear alongside detailed profit forecasts and behavior prediction models, hinting at an organized effort to keep people in lower states of awareness. Research shows that as instant gratification has become more common, reports of spiritual awakening experiences have declined in developed countries. This change lines up with the widespread adoption of TVs, smartphones, and content delivery systems powered by advanced algorithms. The true state magic theory suggests that government programs to influence thoughts have evolved beyond their historical beginnings. Old records confirm that secret behavior modification research did exist, lending some credibility to claims about more advanced modern versions. A search of patent records shows several registered devices designed to affect human consciousness using electromagnetic waves. Researchers have noticed something strange: sharp differences in political beliefs between city and country dwellers that exist across different countries and cultures. These differences remain even when accounting for education levels, income, and media habits. Some researchers point to the placement of cell towers, 5G networks, and other electronic equipment as possible ways to spread this influence. Formerly secret documents from the 1950s reveal extensive military research into mass behavior control. These papers detail experiments with sound frequencies and electromagnetic pulses. Investigators believe these early tests may have developed into sophisticated systems that can subtly shape collective thinking patterns. Studies of people moving between rural and urban areas show interesting trends. Many report major shifts in their outlook after relocating. Some describe waking up after leaving big cities. While critics say these changes come from adapting to new cultures, many witnesses emphasize how quickly and dramatically their perspectives changed. The spread of smart city technology creates an ideal setup for such systems. Dense networks of electronic devices now cover urban areas, with maintenance crews regularly accessing this equipment away from public view, their actual purpose remaining unclear. Ascensionism originated in ancient traditions, proposing that humans can transform into divine beings through spiritual practices and enlightenment rituals. This concept was central to Greek and Roman mystery schools, which conducted secret ceremonies promising divine transformation and documented those who reportedly achieved godhood. Figures like Hercules and Dionysus appear in ancient texts not as born gods, but as mortals who ascended through specific trials. Classical artwork depicts these ascended beings with distinctive features: golden auras, ethereal forms, and symbolic markers distinguishing them from both humans and traditional gods. These symbols appear across diverse cultures and eras. Some contemporary groups claim to practice preserved techniques from these ancient mystery traditions, often referencing historical figures like Apollonius of Tyana, who reportedly demonstrated supernatural abilities after specialized spiritual training. The transformation ceremonies took place in temples and underground chambers with unusual acoustic properties and geometric alignments believed to facilitate consciousness-altering rituals. Similar accounts of humans becoming godlike beings appear consistently across major civilizations, from Egyptian pharaohs to Hindu mystics, suggesting these might be documented cases of successful ascension rather than mere myths. The time displacement aspect of near-death experiences emerged from studying those profound moments between life and death. Field observations indicate that during these critical events, the brain releases floods of DMT, a naturally occurring compound known to dramatically alter consciousness. This chemical surge may explain why memories cascade through awareness with such intensity. Historical accounts describe a fascinating pattern among those who survive. They frequently return changed, possessing inexplicable new abilities or transformed personalities. Witness testimonies mention cases like a Colorado mountain climber who, after a devastating fall, suddenly understood complex mathematics. In Wales, examination of reports reveals how a drowning survivor developed remarkable artistic talents despite never having painted before. Analysis of quantum mechanical principles suggests the possibility of infinite parallel timelines, each containing slightly varied versions of ourselves. The DMT surge could potentially serve as a gateway between these realities, allowing consciousness to drift between timelines, much like changing lanes on an infinite cosmic highway. We quickly realize that the life review process follows an intriguing and consistent sequence. Memories unfold in reverse chronological order, resembling a systematic data transfer. This pattern mirrors computer systems during file replacement, pointing toward an actual transfer of consciousness rather than random neural activity. Reports demonstrate how survivors often return with memories that subtly conflict with their documented past. Slight variations in events, phantom relationships, or unexplained abilities. These inconsistencies fade within days as the new timeline's memories take hold, leaving only whispered traces of the consciousness exchange. The concept of interlayeral travel restriction emerged from observations about humanity's accelerated technological progress. While technological capabilities remained largely constant for thousands of years before 1800, the following 2 centuries saw advancement from horse-drawn carriages to space exploration. Historical records suggest these technological leaps originated beyond our surface world. During the Industrial Revolution, patent offices received submissions from mysterious sources, with inventors like Nikola Tesla describing knowledge received from other realms. Intriguing patterns show major breakthroughs emerging simultaneously across the globe, independent inventors developing the telephone, calculus, and television in parallel, suggesting guidance from an external source. Ancient writings describe advanced civilizations in extensive underground cities, with protocols preventing knowledge sharing with surface dwellers. Some theorize these restrictions loosened gradually over time, similar to a parent teaching a child new skills. Archaeological evidence reveals unusual gaps in technological development, where sophisticated devices appeared without the expected trail of prototypes and failures. The first operational steam engines, for example, emerged with remarkable precision. Accounts from various secret societies suggest coordinated information releases from those below, with technological advancements precisely timed to prevent cultural upheaval while maintaining plausible deniability of outside involvement. Across remote regions of our world, reports detail a disturbing phenomenon known as the unlivable wilds, suggesting a hidden campaign to force humans into controlled urban spaces. Witness testimonies from recent decades describe unprecedented shifts in wildlife patterns, with predators like bears, wolves, and mountain lions infiltrating territories once deemed safe for human settlement. Examination of soil samples from these remote locations, particularly near water sources and traditional hunting grounds, uncovered peculiar chemical compounds. These substances, while similar to conventional pest control agents, appear engineered for extended environmental persistence and heightened effectiveness against larger animals. Field observations document a concerning pattern of homesteaders and off-grid communities suddenly abandoning their settlements. Their accounts speak of inexplicable crop failures, mysterious livestock deaths, and increasingly aggressive wildlife behavior. Before departing, many residents noted metallic flavors tainting their stream water and bizarre patterns in plant growth. Archived materials point to numerous wilderness preservation projects coinciding with surging reports of hostile wildlife and environmental disruptions. Investigation of financial records reveals these initiatives often traced back to shell companies connected to defense contractors and agricultural conglomerates. Analysis of urban development timelines shows a parallel surge in smart city initiatives. As natural spaces grow increasingly hostile, those who once lived freely in nature find themselves channeled toward closely monitored urban zones. Perhaps it's no coincidence that the only remaining safe spaces are those under constant surveillance. Theoretical physicists have proposed subatomic Dyson spheres, a concept where advanced civilizations collect energy at the atomic scale rather than building massive structures around stars. Laboratory data reveals particles with energy states that defy our understanding of physics, behaving in ways our most advanced models cannot explain. In certain materials, electrons appear to vanish without following standard decay patterns and manifest in precise geometric configurations, suggesting artificial structures harvesting energy at the quantum level. Cosmologists note the steadily increasing amount of dark energy in our universe. Some theorists connect this to these hypothetical subatomic collectors, proposing that advanced civilizations may be gradually converting ordinary matter into microscopic power plants, driving the accelerating expansion of space. Quantum mechanical principles suggest that subatomic energy collection could be billions of times more efficient than gathering power from stars. This efficiency means entire galaxies could be transformed into vast energy farms while appearing largely unchanged to distant observers. Earth's mysterious subterranean structure forms the basis of the layered Earth theory, which seeks to explain unexplained gaps in underground mapping and unusual magnetic patterns within the planet's crust. Cave explorers have encountered puzzling phenomena where passages previously traversed end abruptly, while new tunnels appear in formerly solid rock. A notable example comes from the Rhodope Mountains of Bulgaria, where a 1961 team documented an enormous chamber that subsequent expeditions could never relocate despite using identical coordinates. Geological research shows Earth's core spins slightly faster than its surface, advancing approximately 0.3 to 0.5 degrees annually ahead of the outer layers. This rotational difference could theoretically cause tectonic plates to mesh like gears, creating temporary caverns and passages as they move. Unusual magnetic disturbances have been observed in certain deep cave networks, defying known geological patterns. The Mammoth Cave system in Kentucky displays magnetic fluctuations that seem to shift over time, as if responding to movement in the depths below. Ancient civilizations worldwide shared similar tales of vanishing underground kingdoms. Some researchers suggest these weren't merely myths, but observations of Earth's mobile layers. The Norse described Svartalfheim, a realm accessible only during specific planetary alignments, perhaps their interpretation of these geological movements. Tentative Timelines explores the possibility of secret government operations manipulating time itself. Across remote forests worldwide, geological anomalies have been documented, ancient stone formations shifting positions in ways that defy human intervention, natural erosion, or seismic activity. Declassified documents from the 1970s reveal military research into what was termed temporal displacement, focusing on test sites with formations over 10,000 years old. These locations were deliberately chosen for their isolation, stable landmarks, and well-documented histories. Unusual energy readings at these sites mirror patterns observed in quantum physics experiments. Nearby residents report frequent déjà vu, with some recalling events that others insist never happened. Even the stones themselves hold strange inconsistencies. Molecular analysis shows sections of rock aging at different rates, with some areas appearing centuries younger than the rest. This contradicts known geological processes, raising the question, have these stones existed in multiple points in time? Photographs buried in government archives reveal a decades-long pattern. When overlaid, images of these sites show subtle but deliberate shifts, suggesting controlled movement rather than random change. Soul Sentience offers a unique blend of spiritual and evolutionary thought to explain the emergence of human consciousness. Evidence has emerged suggesting that dolphins, elephants, and great apes demonstrate self-awareness through mirror tests and intricate social behaviors, signs of a deeper intelligence that could have carried over from an ancient species. Accounts from civilizations across the world, from Egyptian to Hindu traditions, describe cycles in which consciousness shifts between different forms of life. These writings often compare awareness to water flowing between vessels, hinting at the possibility that intelligence is not created anew, but instead recycled over time. Studies of the fossil record reveal periods where species experienced abrupt increases in brain size and tool use, particularly during the emergence of early hominids. These unexplained cognitive leaps coincide with the disappearance of prior advanced species, supporting the idea that consciousness itself may have transferred rather than evolved in isolation. Some proponents of this theory point to the Fermi paradox. If Earth is so hospitable to intelligent life, why don't we see remnants of past civilizations? The idea suggests that these civilizations left no ruins because they passed on their awareness rather than their physical structures, explaining the absence of tangible evidence. Archaeological findings indicate that humans developed abstract thinking and symbolic representation at a pace that seems nearly instantaneous on an evolutionary scale. This sudden emergence of complex cognition may not be a product of gradual development, but rather a sign of inherited consciousness passed down from those who came before. The ageless evolution theory suggests that if an organism were truly immortal, its priorities would shift away from reproduction and focus entirely on self-preservation. Nature offers glimpses of this possibility. Certain jellyfish, for example, can reverse their aging process, reverting to an earlier life stage when threatened. In theory, this cycle could continue indefinitely, allowing them to avoid death entirely. Some accounts suggest that the Mongolian deathworm might follow a similar path. Unlike other predators that rely on offspring to sustain their species, there are no clear signs of reproduction or population growth. Local stories describe the same massive worm appearing across generations, unchanged in both size and behavior. Reports indicate that its hunting style further supports this theory. It attacks with startling aggression, showing none of the caution typical of creatures that must survive long enough to reproduce. Instead, it moves like something with no natural end, no urgency, no ticking clock. Similar patterns appear in other long-lived species. Certain tortoises and sharks, known for their extended lifespans, exhibit reduced breeding activity, suggesting a link between longevity and reproductive drive. But the deathworm seems to take this to an extreme, a relentless, solitary hunter with no need to create more of its kind. The desolate landscape of the Gobi Desert only strengthens this idea. In a place where resources are scarce and survival is unforgiving, an immortal being wouldn't need to expend energy on reproduction. It would simply endure, an eternal apex predator watching the ages pass. Population control methodology is a theory that delves into large-scale social engineering, suggesting that artificial divisions have long been used to maintain power structures. Evidence surfaced linking these tactics to colonial times, where ruling groups emphasized minor cultural or physical differences to solidify control. Records from various societies reveal recurring patterns, subtle distinctions between communities that, over time, evolved into deeper social rifts. These divisions often correlated with disparities in resources, education, and economic opportunities. Rather than diminishing, these gaps frequently expanded, raising questions about deliberate design. Analysis of historical censuses and population records uncovered shifting demographic classifications, sometimes lacking a scientific basis. Researchers suspect these changes were intended to create new social groupings, subtly altering societal structures over generations. Data suggests that certain policies indirectly influenced birth rates among specific populations through economic pressures and social stigma. The effects rippled across generations, reshaping demographics in ways that may not have been entirely accidental. Further studies indicate that divisive rhetoric tends to surge during times of resource scarcity or economic instability. This repeating pattern across different regions and decades hints at its possible use as a long-standing control mechanism. Superstructure prevention theory suggests that an unseen force may actively limit humanity's technological reach by causing catastrophic failures in our largest engineering projects. The infamous sinking of the Titanic is just one in a series of megastructure disasters that defy conventional engineering explanations. Similar patterns emerge in other ambitious undertakings, from the collapse of the original Tay Bridge to the eerie vibrations that nearly tore apart the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Each failure occurred despite meticulous planning and seemingly sound engineering. Unusual evidence ties these incidents to strange electromagnetic disturbances and unexplained equipment malfunctions during construction. Workers on various mega-projects have reported witnessing odd lights and experiencing baffling technical disruptions, particularly as structures approached certain size thresholds. Researchers found that attempts to build beyond specific dimensional limits often face increasingly severe complications. The theory proposes that advanced alien civilizations may impose these restrictions to prevent humanity from reaching interstellar expansion, especially the construction of Dyson spheres. Modern construction data reinforces this idea, revealing that success rates plummet once certain size thresholds are exceeded, particularly in space-based projects. The repeated failure of large-scale space initiatives, despite cutting-edge advancements in engineering and materials science, adds to the growing suspicion that some external force may be enforcing technological containment. Human inferiority theory derives from a long history of archaeological discoveries that challenge conventional narratives, only to be quietly dismissed or buried. Across Turkey and South America, researchers have uncovered massive stone structures that seem far beyond the engineering capabilities of ancient civilizations. Yet, time and again, these findings slip from public attention, leaving behind more questions than answers. Archived records reveal multiple instances where universities and museums have stored away or even lost artifacts that hint at an advanced civilization predating known history. The Smithsonian itself allegedly shipped several giant skeletons to warehouse archives in the early 1900s, artifacts that, to this day, remain unaccounted for. Analysis of historical trends suggests a pattern. Mainstream science frequently ridicules or outright ignores researchers who propose alternative origins for humanity, despite compelling architectural and genetic evidence. The reluctance to even entertain these possibilities has led some to suspect an orchestrated effort to preserve humanity's assumed place at the top of Earth's evolutionary hierarchy. Ancient texts across nearly every culture describe encounters with superior beings, whether gods, giants, or technologically advanced civilizations. Yet modern institutions consistently reinterpret these accounts as allegory, even when supporting archaeological evidence emerges. The theory highlights how swiftly authorities work to dismiss anything that challenges human supremacy. From impossibly precise pyramids to anomalous artifacts displaying advanced knowledge, each revelation is met with a familiar response: skepticism, suppression, and silence. If true, this pattern suggests that preserving humanity's self-image may take precedence over uncovering the deeper truths of our past. The Deluge refugees narrative explores ancient civilizations that allegedly escaped catastrophic global flooding by seeking shelter in mountain sanctuaries. Our investigation revealed settlements located unusually high above historical waterlines across various mountain ranges, with striking similarities in their construction techniques. Documents from the period show evidence of sophisticated stoneworking methods in high-altitude Himalayan caves, indicating organized groups established long-term residences there. These caves feature remarkable waterproofing using complex resin compounds that contemporary science finds difficult to replicate. Historical accounts describe unusual magnetic properties in artifacts from certain mountain-dwelling cultures, particularly in objects known as Dropa stones. These disc-shaped stones, discovered primarily at elevations exceeding 12,000 feet, contain high concentrations of cobalt and other metals arranged in precise geometric patterns. Witness testimonies mention ancient Sanskrit texts that describe sky vessels transporting survivors to mountain peaks, where they utilized singing stones to command the elements. These writings correspond with local folklore about ancestors who possessed stones capable of parting the waters. These mountain refuges contained preserved food stores, elaborate drainage systems, and ceremonial chambers. The strategic positioning and engineering of these sites suggest their builders anticipated rising water levels. Examination of the sites reveals stone circles at these elevations bearing markings identical to those found on artifacts from several prehistoric coastal cities, now submerged beneath the oceans. This connection hints at a network of cultures that coordinated their escape to higher ground. Revolving door civilizations theory stems from patterns found in ancient royal bloodlines and ruling classes. Records indicate suspicious similarities between rulers separated by generations, from matching physical features to identical governing styles and personal habits. Our investigation revealed peculiar gaps in succession, where powerful dynasties would seemingly vanish, only for rulers with striking parallels to emerge decades later under different names. These patterns span across disconnected cultures and continents, hinting at a possible immortal class taking turns at the helm of civilization. Documents from the period show ancient texts describing rituals and substances meant to grant eternal life, with many of these documents traced back to royal archives and private noble collections. The same symbols and references to immortality appear in royal seals and family crests across different eras and regions. Witness testimonies mention rulers who seem to possess impossible knowledge of past events, speaking in detail about matters that happened generations before their time. Some displayed expertise in forgotten languages and customs that had died out centuries prior. The theory lost momentum in the 1800s as photography became widespread. Interestingly, this coincides with ruling families becoming more reclusive and camera-shy, while also marking the beginning of modern democracy's rise. Some theorists suggest this wasn't a natural evolution, but rather the immortals adapting to new technological threats. In contemporary times, facial recognition and digital records make it nearly impossible for anyone to maintain such a rotating system of identities. The immortal rulers, if they exist, have likely discovered new methods to exercise control from the shadows. The extreme layer cake theory describes a vast unified power structure disguised as separate entities. Beyond conventional notions of government control, this theory suggests major corporations function as extensions of a singular authority while maintaining the appearance of competition and free market principles. Historical accounts describe unusual patterns of identical decision-making among supposedly competing megacorporations, particularly in telecommunications and energy. The synchronized timing and nature of these actions suggest centralized control rather than natural market forces. Evidence from multiple sources details how board members across different corporations attended closed-door meetings with federal officials years before their official appointments. This pattern indicates predetermined selection rather than merit-based hiring. These individuals frequently rotate between corporate leadership and government positions, creating an intricate web of shared control. Analysis of antitrust cases suggests that despite clear monopolistic practices, certain corporations remain untouched by regulatory action. Archived materials point to government officials actively blocking investigations into these entities, with justifications curiously mirroring classified national security protocols. Examination of internal records reveals an unprecedented level of data sharing between major tech companies and government agencies, far beyond the scope of any public partnerships or legal requirements. This indicates these corporations aren't merely cooperating with authority, they may actually be authority operating under different brand names. Compiled reports demonstrate how whistleblowers attempting to expose this structure often found themselves simultaneously blocked through both corporate and government channels, as if triggering the same defense system. Those pursuing legal action discovered their cases dismissed through seemingly unrelated technicalities across multiple jurisdictions. Sky societies are said to be far above our heads in massive floating cities, hidden from view through advanced cloaking technology. These sky-dwelling groups split from surface civilization thousands of years ago, choosing to live among the clouds. Ancient texts across disconnected cultures reference cities in the heavens and those who dwell above. The shared details in these accounts, mentions of metal structures and sky people coming down to trade, hint at some truth behind the tales. Examination of the sites reveals a connection between these sky dwellers and various weather patterns. Strange clouds forming perfect geometric shapes, unusually localized storms, and weather-defying natural patterns suggest artificial manipulation from above. Multiple radar anomalies showing massive structures at high altitudes that vanish when approached. These ghost readings often coincide with reports of odd atmospheric lights and unexplained aerial phenomena. Compiled reports demonstrate that certain weather satellites have captured images of large geometric shadows in the upper atmosphere before suddenly failing or experiencing data corruption. These shapes match descriptions found in ancient Sanskrit texts of floating kingdoms. The technology needed for such feats might explain their choice to remain hidden. Their advanced capabilities could cause panic if revealed. Some believe they watch over Earth like guardians, while others see them as a secret power pulling strings from above. The third world fiction theory inverts our understanding of global power structures. It suggests that the apparent poverty and struggles of developing nations actually conceal an advanced society that observes the developed world, much like scientists monitoring laboratory specimens. Strange patterns appear in the aid money flowing into these nations, with billions disappearing without explanation. Satellite images of North Korea's supposed wastelands reveal inexplicable light patterns and geometric formations inconsistent with known infrastructure. Leaders from developing countries frequently gather in remote locations beyond first-world scrutiny. These meetings coincidentally align with unexplained technological disruptions in surrounding areas. These nations demonstrate remarkable resilience after natural disasters, often recovering with minimal external assistance. Regions officially designated as slums contain peculiar subterranean structures and energy signatures incompatible with their presumed technological development. There are sightings of surprisingly advanced technology in isolated villages, though these observations are typically dismissed as illusions or errors. Photographers attempting to document these anomalies experience mysterious equipment malfunctions. The interconnected First World, with its pervasive social media, surveillance systems, and constant connectivity, might represent an elaborate containment system. Meanwhile, those inhabiting supposedly underdeveloped regions may enjoy genuine freedom while observing their experiment in human behavior unfolding throughout the developed world. No small businesses can be traced back to the sharp decline of mom-and-pop stores since the 1980s. Records indicate major corporations like Walmart and Amazon grew their market share by 400%, while local shops dropped by half. Initial investigation revealed evidence of larger companies buying patents solely to prevent smaller rivals from using them. In 2019 alone, the top 10 retail giants collectively acquired over 12,000 patents, yet only used about 15% of them in their products. Analysis of the data suggests suspicious patterns in loan rejection rates. Small business loan applications face an 80% denial rate when competing directly with major chains, compared to only 40% in other sectors. Banking records show identical business plans getting approved when backed by corporate entities. Examination of the sites reveals oddly similar local zoning changes across different states, always favoring big box stores while adding new hurdles for small shops. Property records show corporate entities quietly buying key retail locations years before announcing expansion plans. Witness testimonies mention former bureaucrats coming forward about pressure to add complex permit requirements that only teams of corporate lawyers could navigate. The average time to start a small business jumped from 6 days in 1980 to 180 days now, while corporate subsidiaries get fast-tracked. Archived materials point to leaked internal memos from major retailers discussing market sanitization strategies, their code for identifying and eliminating independent competition. One memo celebrated how new health code rules they helped draft led to closing 200 family restaurants. The fourth dimensional capitalism theory suggests that extraordinarily successful corporations owe their achievements not to luck or skill, but to the influence of time travelers manipulating the market. Our investigation revealed patterns of companies making suspiciously well-timed market moves with precision that challenges statistical probability. Historical accounts describe instances where major firms executed dramatic shifts just before significant market events, suggesting they possessed foreknowledge. In 2008, several tech giants withdrew their assets mere days before the crash, while archived materials point to others investing heavily in seemingly random startups that later became billion-dollar ventures. Examination of the sites reveals curious cases of companies completely pivoting their business models immediately before their industries became obsolete. Consider Netflix offering to sell to Blockbuster, almost as if Netflix executives were aware that streaming would eventually dominate, while Blockbuster remained anchored in the present timeline. We're seeing strange anomalies appearing in corporate archives, documents with printing dates inconsistent with paper aging, executives making decisions that only proved profitable years later, and strategy memos reading more like historical documents than future planning. One tech CEO's notebook from 2004 contained detailed drawings of smartphones years before the technology existed. Analysis of the data suggests a peculiar picture. The probability of certain companies consistently making perfect market moves across decades approximates the same odds as winning the lottery multiple times consecutively. Yet somehow, these statistical impossibilities continue to occur. The home security effect describes a calculated campaign of fear-mongering designed to keep people in their homes. News outlets continuously broadcast violent crime coverage despite statistics showing many areas becoming safer over time. Individuals consume endless feeds of crime stories and true crime podcasts, perpetuating anxiety cycles. Media companies generate higher profits from negative news, creating financial incentives to highlight disturbing stories. Time spent indoors increased dramatically alongside rising internet usage and streaming services. Data suggests that more hours inside correlates with greater consumption of unverified online content. Targeted ads and content recommendations reinforce fears about the outside world, serving users a steady diet of local crime stories and security product promotions. Prolonged indoor isolation appears linked to heightened susceptibility to online influence campaigns. Less real-world social contact increases dependence on digital sources to shape worldviews. Home security companies invest millions in advertising that emphasizes danger, creating a feedback loop where frightened consumers purchase more security devices, making neighbors feel unsafe and prompting them to buy similar systems. Underground medical networks operate outside official healthcare systems in hidden locations like converted warehouses across major cities. These secret clinics mainly help people who can't use normal hospitals, immigrants without papers, people running from the law, and others with nowhere else to go. Evidence shows these networks move almost expired medicine and redirected medical supplies through black markets. People who work there talk about everything from basic pills to advanced testing equipment being moved through unmarked storage buildings and converted shipping containers. These unofficial clinics employ various medical workers, doctors who lost their licenses, students who dropped out of medical school, and even qualified doctors choosing to work off the grid. Some follow standard medical practices, while others try treatments that wouldn't be allowed in regular hospitals. Investigators found these operations in unusual places, including old subway tunnels and maintenance passages turned into makeshift medical facilities. The tools used range from proper medical equipment to cleverly modified household items repurposed for medical use. These underground clinics often mix modern medicine with traditional healing methods. Some doctors keep special treatment knowledge that's only shared within these secret networks. These operations use strict security measures, with locations shared through coded messages and constantly changing passwords. Instead of regular money, patients usually pay with traded goods or untraceable digital currencies. The collectivism control theory suggests that modern society's emphasis on community and connection might actually be a deliberate strategy to suppress human potential. Research has found that extended periods of isolation, particularly in natural settings, can trigger heightened states of consciousness and self-awareness. Throughout history, legislation and urban planning have consistently favored shared spaces and communal living arrangements over private, secluded areas. Hermits, mountaineers, and solo explorers often reach profound mental states and insights that seem unattainable in social settings. Government initiatives promoting community engagement and social cohesion have increased following documented cases of isolated individuals displaying unusual abilities or making revolutionary discoveries. These programs frequently target regions with high concentrations of people living alone or in remote locations. There has been a systematic reduction of spaces allowing for prolonged solitude. National parks have implemented shorter camping limits, urban apartments increasingly feature communal designs, and media messaging often portrays isolation as harmful or dangerous. Schools, workplaces, and public institutions show a steady increase in mandatory group activities, suggesting a coordinated effort to keep humans in constant social contact. Those seeking solitude commonly encounter subtle forms of stigma or bureaucratic obstacles, making sustained isolation difficult to achieve. Hollow Earth prison theory suggests aliens are trapped inside our planet. According to this idea, Earth's core is actually a jail for advanced beings imprisoned millions of years ago. These captive aliens supposedly created humans as unwitting helpers, designing us to gradually develop technology and mine resources that could help them escape. Researchers point to strange, precisely patterned mineral formations deep in the Earth's crust that don't look natural. These patterns match ancient cave art from around the world, showing creatures coming out of the ground. Oddly, these cave paintings share similar details despite being made by cultures that never met each other. Scientists have detected large empty spaces deep underground that seem artificially reinforced. These chambers form a perfect 12-sided shape around Earth's core, exactly the kind of structure that could theoretically contain powerful energies. Some believe humans feel drawn to dig deeper into the Earth because we're unknowingly programmed to do so. The theory suggests our rapid technological progress in recent times might be the result of subtle influence from these beings. Many inventors of drilling and tunneling equipment claim their breakthroughs came from dreams or sudden inspiration. According to this view, UFOs aren't visitors from other planets but monitoring craft from competing alien groups, some trying to keep the prison secure, others attempting to break it open. This would explain why they often appear near nuclear facilities and deep drilling sites. Unusual energy pulses coming from Earth's core follow mathematical patterns similar to theoretical space communication signals. This suggests something at the planet's center might be sending coded messages outward through the Earth. Soul centralization theory connects human life force to a hidden power flowing through all living beings. Ancient texts across multiple cultures reference this energy, calling it different names while describing the same core traits. Historical accounts describe wealthy figures and power brokers throughout history seeking ways to tap into this force, with some reportedly succeeding through dark rituals and sacrificial acts. Secret societies formed around protecting and hoarding knowledge about accessing this power. Examination of the sites reveals modern elites may be working toward artificial life extension, with billions poured into anti-aging research and cryogenic preservation. Those who follow the theory note how birth rates in developed nations continue dropping, while the ultra-wealthy invest heavily in bunkers and private space programs. Documents from the period show papers leaked from think tanks hinting at population control initiatives designed to limit human numbers over decades. The end goal, as theorists explain, aims to concentrate this soul energy into an ever-shrinking group until only the powerful remain, eternal, untouchable, and holding all of humanity's collective life force. Compiled reports demonstrate strange correlations between major population drops and surges in billionaire wealth and lifespans. Each generation sees fewer births, more infertility, and longer-living elites, a pattern that fits perfectly with soul centralization's core claims. The map control theory suggests that modern maps deliberately obscure certain locations and connections that could reveal hidden powers at work across the Earth. Historical records show numerous ancient maps contained land masses and islands that mysteriously vanished from later cartographic records with no clear explanation for their removal. During the 1800s, systematic changes to longitude measurements shifted certain locations by hundreds of miles from their previously recorded positions. These alterations notably clustered around areas linked to historical sites and unexplained geometric patterns. Ley lines, alleged channels of ancient energy crisscrossing the planet, often intersect at points that modern maps mark as empty ocean or featureless terrain. Early maritime charts from Portuguese and Spanish explorers marked these same areas with symbols warning of strange phenomena. The Mercator projection, our most widely used map style, creates massive distortions at certain latitudes. These warped areas consistently align with regions that ancient cultures marked as sites of power or mystical significance. The mathematical odds of this correlation occurring by chance are remarkably low. Stone maps found in Turkey and Japan show land masses in configurations that differ wildly from accepted geography, yet these maps accurately predicted the locations of archaeological sites discovered centuries after their creation. Mainstream cartographers dismiss these as artistic liberties, but their precision in other areas raises questions about this explanation. Sky Society waste management connects modern weather patterns to hidden floating cities suspended above us. These advanced structures have developed a method to transform their garbage and sewage into rain, snow, and various forms of precipitation, essentially letting gravity handle their disposal needs. Analysis of the data suggests unusual chemical signatures in rainwater samples collected from diverse locations, containing trace elements that match industrial waste products. These compounds appear in patterns too regular to be explained by normal atmospheric processes. Historical accounts describe certain weather phenomena occurring along fixed geographical paths as if following preset routes. These paths maintain consistency even when prevailing winds and typical weather patterns would suggest different trajectories. Field observations indicate multiple instances of strange objects falling during storms, items partially processed or dissolved, yet retaining traces of manufactured materials. Several recovered objects contained alloys and polymers not commonly found in ground-based manufacturing. Compiled reports demonstrate that areas with the highest rainfall often correspond to regions with the densest population centers below. This suggests these sky societies strategically position themselves above existing cities to disguise their waste disposal as natural weather events, with increased precipitation providing convenient cover while simultaneously diluting their waste. Examination of meteorological data reveals peculiar temperature inversions and atmospheric anomalies that conventional weather models cannot explain. These disturbances frequently precede localized precipitation events, hinting at artificial manipulation of weather conditions from above. The gatekeeper privilege theory suggests that modern society's emphasis on consumerism and instant gratification may actually be a calculated effort to weaken the general population. Rather than focusing on committees or shadow organizations, this perspective centers on wealthy elites preparing for anticipated global disasters. Unusual patterns have emerged in how major corporations promote dependency through addictive products, social media, and entertainment. The timing of these promotional pushes often aligns with periods of growing wealth inequality and resource concentration among the ultra-wealthy. Billionaires and corporate leaders have increased investment in private bunkers, remote land purchases, and survival preparations. These same figures often own companies that profit from products and services that arguably reduce human resilience and self-sufficiency. Many elite-owned media outlets consistently downplay the importance of practical skills, physical fitness, and emergency preparedness while heavily promoting disposable culture and passive entertainment. This creates a stark contrast between the survival preparations of the wealthy and the engineered helplessness of the general population. As more billionaires build elaborate survival compounds, their companies increasingly push for automation and AI development, potentially preparing for a time when a smaller, weaker population would be easier to manage with reduced human workforce needs. Fast Food Entrapment Endgame explores the gradual transformation of big chain food preparation. Investigation reveals a consistent decline in essential vitamins and minerals over 3 decades, with some menu items now containing less than half their former nutrient content. Cheaper ingredients and extended shelf life appear primarily responsible for this decline. What began as cost-cutting has evolved into something more concerning, with major chain products containing increasing levels of fillers and artificial bulk, substances that create feeling full without providing nutrition. Corporate documents leaked in 2018 discuss acceptable nutrient reduction and consumer adaptation periods, suggesting awareness of and potentially a calculated strategy to addict consumers to empty calories. Food scientists have raised alarms about mass malnutrition risk if current trends continue. They found that individuals consuming fast food 4 times weekly now require supplements to meet basic nutritional requirements. Notably, these same corporations are acquiring vitamin manufacturing companies. Areas with high concentrations of fast food establishments have seen hospital visits for nutrient deficiency double since 2010. The food satisfies hunger and stimulates pleasure centers while failing to provide essential nutrients. The apparent objective: creating a population too weak to prepare their own meals, too addicted to stop purchasing, and too dependent on supplements marketed by the very companies that engineered the problem. Nutritional value continues diminishing, yet sales continue to climb. Horror normalization theory examines how supernatural and cosmic horror concepts have gradually entered mainstream media. Investigation shows a significant increase in reality-bending fiction like the SCP Foundation, cosmic horror games, and fourth wall-breaking content since the early 2000s. Government agencies have historically used entertainment media to shape public perception. The CIA's documented involvement in numerous Hollywood productions establishes a precedent for information control through popular culture. There are notable similarities between classified documents about unexplained phenomena and themes that later appeared in horror entertainment. Many works share common elements: reality warping entities, hidden organizations, and the concept that humanity isn't ready for certain truths. Multiple instances exist where fiction preceded real technological or scientific developments. Jules Verne's submarines and Star Trek's communicators appeared before their real-world counterparts, suggesting a possible pattern of preparing public consciousness for future revelations. Declassified projects reveal attempts to study mass psychology and social adaptation to paradigm-shifting information. The gradual introduction of unsettling concepts through entertainment aligns with psychological techniques for reducing shock and panic in populations. The rise of found-footage horror and creepypasta coincides with increased public interest in government secrecy. These formats blur the line between fiction and reality, potentially training audiences to process information that challenges their understanding of what's possible. Air Pollution Implications proposes a connection between modern smog and spiritual conflict. Ancient texts across cultures referenced holy breath and divine wind as pathways to enlightenment, building on practices like pranayama yoga where controlled breathing leads to elevated consciousness. Before industrialization, mystics and holy men frequently lived in regions now known for clean air, mountainous areas, forests, and coastal zones. These locations were significant in religious texts as places where the boundary between earthly and divine realms thinned. Major religious sites worldwide were historically situated in locations with exceptionally pure air. These areas now experience unprecedented contamination, which some interpret as a deliberate effort to disconnect humanity from spiritual awakening. Air quality monitoring became widespread only after large metropolitan areas emerged, coinciding with organized religion's declining influence. Some view this timing as evidence of a global governmental agreement to pollute urban air, using health concerns to mask their actual purpose, preventing residents from attaining higher consciousness through breathing. Meditation and breathing exercises reportedly seem more difficult in urban environments than in natural settings. Rather than attributing this to emissions, the theory suggests pollution functions as a spiritual inhibitor designed to keep humans confined to material existence. Confidential studies on the effects of mass meditation in clean air environments allegedly concluded just before the first major air quality regulations were implemented, raising questions about whether authorities feared the consequences of millions of urban dwellers breathing freely. Sophistry Psyops examines how mass online discourse functions as a smokescreen that prevents genuine truth-seeking. In the pre-internet era, truth seekers relied on deep personal reflection, Zen practices, and solitary study to achieve insights. As social media expanded, time devoted to quiet reflection decreased dramatically. People began feeling more informed despite studies showing reduced retention of complex concepts. Viral online discussions create an illusion of learning while actually spreading surface-level understanding. The rapid-fire nature of these exchanges provides little opportunity for the deep processing essential for genuine insight. When groups discuss ideas online, they frequently reach a false consensus, an agreement that seems meaningful but lacks authentic depth. This mirrors ancient sophist techniques where clever wordplay substituted for actual wisdom. Tweet-length philosophy and quick hot takes contrast sharply with historical figures who achieved breakthroughs through isolation and contemplation. Tesla, Newton, and Buddha all experienced their key insights during periods of solitude. Modern attention spans have shortened to match social media's pace, making it increasingly difficult for people to engage in the sustained individual thought that once produced genuine breakthroughs. The system seems designed to keep people occupied with shallow discussions while real understanding remains elusive. The oceanic religion theory connects mythological sea beasts to an ancient civilization. The Sea People, mysterious raiders who attacked Mediterranean kingdoms around 1200 BCE, possibly gained their naval power through pacts with entities living in the deep ocean. Many ancient cultures shared similar stories of massive ocean creatures, granting power to devoted followers. Coastal archaeological sites contain stone carvings showing human figures bowing before tentacled creatures alongside images of waves and boats. Modern shipping routes where vessels disappear often match ancient Sea People raid patterns. Sailors call these areas dead zones, which overlap with regions where underwater equipment detects unexplained sounds from something larger than known sea creatures. After the Sea People suddenly vanished from history, reports emerged of ships being pulled underwater by giant tentacles and strange lights in deep waters. Modern missing vessels often describe similar phenomena in their final communications. Deep-sea creatures behave oddly in these historic raid zones, with sonar showing fish suddenly scattering from unseen threats. Some theorists believe these ancient entities, no longer controlled through worship, now freely hunt in their former territories. Holocaustic Posadism proposes a connection between mass tragedies and supernatural power harvesting. This theory originates from ancient beliefs that places of great suffering become permanently altered by the energy of those who died there. According to this concept, military bases and government buildings around the world are often built near or directly on sites of mass graves and death camps. These locations reportedly experience unusual electronic interference, with equipment failure rates significantly higher than normal. Historical accounts claim Nazi scientists performed paranormal research at concentration camps, testing prisoners to measure supposed death energy and spiritual resonance. Many of these records were allegedly collected by Allied forces after the war, with some remaining classified. Some adherents of this theory point out that certain modern military installations use equipment generating electromagnetic fields that match frequency ranges associated with alleged ghost activity. These devices supposedly consume enormous power for unknown purposes. The theory also suggests that various black budget programs focus on ambient energy collection at historical massacre sites. Some witnesses report strange lights and sounds near these locations, particularly during periods of military activity. According to proponents, some government agencies allegedly track and rate locations based on their spiritual saturation level, with mass death sites scoring highest. These same locations often become restricted military zones with unusual security levels. Patents held by demons presents a chilling perspective on technological innovation. Dark rumors circulate about inventors who struck midnight bargains, exchanging their souls for scientific brilliance. Peculiar patterns emerged in patent filings. Sudden bursts of genius materialized from nowhere, often preceding the inventor's rapid downfall. Some briefly enjoyed fame and fortune from these demonic endowments, only to lose everything through strange accidents or unexpected mental collapse. Examination reveals unusual symbols concealed within patent drawings, reportedly demonic signatures marking their corrupted gifts to humanity. These markings frequently connect to ancient occult texts describing pacts with malevolent entities. Many groundbreaking patents share disturbing similarities in their timing, filed during solar eclipses, blood moons, or dates with occult significance. The documents themselves occasionally contain inexplicable gaps or sections defying technical logic. Archives reveal incidents where patent examiners abandoned their positions after reviewing certain applications, leaving behind mysterious notes referencing wrong knowledge and things man wasn't meant to know. Rather than direct invention, theorists suggest demons contaminate human advancement by offering knowledge that appears beneficial but harbors hidden dangers. Each innovation allegedly draws humanity further from natural law and deeper into supernatural debt. Pendulum People examines how humans might function as generators of entropy, swinging between states of order and chaos like cosmic pendulums. Our research shows that everyday human activities, burning fossil fuels, creating waste heat, produce vast amounts of entropy, potentially valuable to advanced entities who can manipulate time. Throughout history, patterns of collective human behavior might indicate this harvesting process. Major wars, economic collapses, and social upheavals mark points where entropy production spikes dramatically. Witnesses note these chaos points often occur at surprisingly regular intervals. The evidence connects to the second law of thermodynamics. While entropy universally increases, records suggest localized regions sometimes experience temporary entropy decreases, but only when energy comes from outside sources. This pattern mirrors human civilization's cycle, periods of increasing order followed by sudden collapse. Some researchers have identified mathematical patterns in these societal oscillations resembling advanced wave functions. The rise and fall of empires, markets, and cultural movements show almost mechanical precision, as if humanity operates on a cosmic timer designed to maximize disorder at key moments. Dissensionism warns of dangers within spiritual practices. While many seek spiritual elevation, this philosophy suggests souls can become trapped through contact with damned spirits. Ancient texts describe souls growing heavier and earthbound after extended exposure to the cursed. Various cultures share accounts of people losing their connection to higher realms after time spent in cursed places or with practitioners of dark arts. These individuals reportedly felt drawn to shadowy spaces and unable to experience joy, as if being pulled downward. Monks and spiritual leaders cautioned followers against prolonged contact with those showing signs of a cursed soul, characterized by a hollow look and earthbound heaviness. These warnings included stories of entire communities falling into darkness after welcoming cursed individuals. In modern cases, people claim their spiritual abilities diminished after working in locations known for negative energy, such as abandoned prisons or tragedy sites. Some reported feeling physically heavier, as though gravity strengthened its hold on them, perhaps just the effect of spending too much time reading disturbing stories in basements. Mystical traditions describe specific signs of a descending soul: deepening shadows under the eyes, lower voice, and increasing discomfort in sacred spaces. Concerningly, those affected often remain unaware of their descent until recovery becomes impossible. Efforts against Operation Bluebeam involve counter-movements challenging what some believe is a large-scale deception plot. Research shows various spiritual groups forming in response to alleged government plans, many facing suppression. These counter-movements establish belief systems designed to resist technological manipulation of religious experiences. Some groups create rituals to ground participants against holographic and psychological influence. Records describe religious communes being disbanded under unusual circumstances, with official explanations ranging from zoning violations to safety concerns. These groups often reference defense against artificial rapture scenarios. Data indicates new spiritual movements incorporating technological elements into their practices, from signal-blocking meditation to devices meant to detect artificial spiritual experiences. Some built specialized structures with materials believed to shield against government projection systems. These counter-movements typically emerge near military installations or aerospace facilities. Their founders often claim government or scientific backgrounds, though these claims are difficult to verify. The math hacker theory, actually known as mentality manipulation music, connects sound and mind control, drawing from ancient sacred geometry and musical frequency concepts. This theory suggests specific sound patterns can manipulate human consciousness. Laboratory experiments from the 1960s showed certain sound frequencies altered brainwave patterns, hinting at deeper possibilities. Government agencies reportedly collected data on behavioral changes during concerts and music festivals. Historical records note musical compositions causing similar emotional responses across diverse cultures and ages, exceeding normal musical appreciation. Military sound weapons are cited as evidence that audio frequencies influence human biology more than commonly known. Researchers allegedly found ancient texts describing songs of power for crowd control, with correlations to modern infrasound studies. These manuscripts often contained mathematical formulas alongside musical notation. Archive materials reference underground forums sharing black market audio files claiming to induce specific mental states. While most were hoaxes, some showed unusual mathematical consistencies. Multiple cases of mass behavioral shifts during radio broadcasts have been reported, with listeners experiencing identical emotions at the same timestamp. Though possibly explained as mass hysteria, the precise timing raises questions. The term sonic geometry appears in restricted 1980s patents describing consciousness-altering waveforms created through mathematical calculations. These documents largely disappeared from public records but exist in leaked fragments. The abandoned internet theory proposes that today's internet was originally a government testing ground, now left to decay like a digital ghost town. Government agencies developed early internet protocols through ARPANET in the 1960s before abandoning these systems for more advanced networks. Evidence includes numerous defunct military and government domains from the 1990s with broken links and corrupted databases. These sites show signs of hasty abandonment, unfinished pages, and partially wiped servers, suggesting a quick transition to newer systems. Similar patterns reportedly occurred globally, with military intranets mysteriously going offline in the early 2000s, leaving only digital traces indicating migration to classified systems. Declassified documents mention Project Watershed, describing a parallel digital infrastructure developed alongside the public internet. The project's final communication simply stated "migration complete" before all related communications ceased. Underwater exploration data reveals active data cables in the Mariana Trench at 6,000 meters, much deeper than normal internet infrastructure, with no connection to known systems or apparent commercial purpose. Some accounts suggest today's internet exists above layers of abandoned government networks, similar to ancient ruins beneath modern cities. Each deeper layer supposedly contains increasingly classified information, with the deepest level, called the Mariana Web, allegedly housing current military command and control systems. Extinction barriers connects death, souls, and lost races in ways few researchers explore. Ancient records hint at a species before humans, the troglodytes. Their remains show rapid development followed by sudden disappearance, with evidence of mass burials and cities that simply stopped growing. Documents from this period reveal these beings had tools, artistic abilities, and early writing systems. But something catastrophic happened. Archaeological layers tell a clear story: initial population growth, then widespread disease markers, and finally complete absence. Interestingly, troglodyte artwork shares striking similarities with early human cave paintings. The same themes, techniques, and symbols appear despite these species never overlapping. Some researchers suggest this indicates more than coincidence, theorizing that the consciousness of extinct troglodytes may have transferred their collective memory into early human populations. Evidence suggests other vanished species followed similar paths. Quick advancement toward civilization followed by extinction. Each time, the next emerging species shows characteristics of its predecessors. These extinction barriers might serve as evolutionary tests, succeed or perish, making room for the next candidate. Sites across Asia reveal layers containing different species remains, each showing increasing intelligence before disappearing. This pattern repeats consistently: development, pressure, extinction. The evidence points to something periodically resetting Earth's intelligent life, waiting for one species to successfully break through. The no free market theory suggests that global economics is controlled by hidden powers, with market forces being illusory. Our research found identical price changes across competing brands, questioning genuine competition. Historical documents reveal suspicious patterns in business development, with small companies encountering similar obstacles across different sectors and regions. Sources indicate that certain corporations maintain consistent growth regardless of economic conditions. We observed interconnected board memberships among apparent competitors, creating networks of shared interests. Data analysis indicates coordinated product launches and price adjustments that seem too precise to occur naturally. Field research uncovered artificial supply shortages, with fully stocked warehouses but empty retail shelves, indicating deliberate market manipulation. Simultaneously, smaller competitors experienced persistent supply chain disruptions. Reports show that inflation rates, interest changes, and commodity prices follow predictable patterns benefiting specific corporations, suggesting predetermined economic scenarios rather than natural market evolution. Financial records of supposed competitors reveal remarkably similar profit margins, as if following a script. When one company fails, their market share transfers to predetermined successors, maintaining an appearance of competition. The carrier theory suggests a connection between hidden societies and marine life. Ancient coastal stories describe dolphins guiding lost ships to safety and warning of storms, indicating greater intelligence than typically recognized. Historical documents show unusual dolphin behavior, with pods following specific deep-sea routes unrelated to known migration or feeding patterns. These routes often lead to unexplored underwater cave systems and trenches. Sonar mapping has detected complex sequences of clicks and whistles between dolphins that exceed their known communication abilities. These sequences show mathematical precision, possibly representing coded messages. Prehistoric cave paintings across multiple unconnected ancient cultures depict humans working with dolphin-like creatures, transferring objects between surface settlements and underwater areas. Data analysis reveals certain dolphin pods have genetic differences from others, including larger brain capacity and more complex vocal organs. These pods typically appear near locations with deep-sea structures. These specific pods seem to deliberately avoid human contact while maintaining patrol patterns around certain ocean regions, behaving more like trained guardians than wild animals. The second part of the Sky Society waste disposal theory suggests that unusual historical incidents may be linked to waste from hidden floating cities. The Kentucky meat shower of 1876, when fresh meat fell from a clear sky, is presented as compelling evidence, not merely an aerial cooking accident. Research shows that between 1800 and 1890, over 30 cases of strange substances falling from the sky were recorded across Europe and North America. These included metal fragments and unusual fluids, with witnesses noting strange glowing effects in overhead clouds. When mapped, these sky falls formed straight-line patterns across continents, suggesting fixed travel corridors that remained consistent for decades. In the 1850s, local blacksmiths examined fallen metal pieces and found they couldn't reproduce the material's properties. Some fragments were described as light as paper but stronger than steel, though most samples have since vanished from records. Sailors in the 1840s reported phantom storms where water and debris fell from completely clear skies. Some accounts included seemingly advanced items like perfectly round metal spheres and glass-like materials that remained intact when dropped. During the Industrial Revolution, several weather stations noted strange instances of upside-down rain, water droplets apparently rising skyward, as if being pulled upward by something above. The God's blind spot theory connects the Drapa stones to an ancient tribe's attempt to escape divine judgment. These stones, found in 1938 near the Tibet-China border, feature spiral grooves and unusual markings some interpret as spells. According to legends, the stones were used in a ritual during what's believed to be the time of the Great Flood. The tribe supposedly created a barrier that made them invisible to divine sight. This protection allegedly came at a terrible cost. The tribe's souls became trapped in their bodies after death. Their flesh continues to rot but never fully decays, leaving them in an endless cycle of living death. Local people avoid certain caves in the region, claiming they contain walking corpses that cannot die. These beings reportedly still hold the Drapa stones, continuing their rituals in hidden chambers. The stones show signs of radiation and make strange sounds when exposed to certain frequencies. They contain high amounts of cobalt and metals not native to the area, suggesting unusual origins. People report encountering gaunt figures with gray, peeling skin who vanish when religious symbols appear. Their presence reportedly causes electronic equipment to fail and frightens animals away. The nature of talent theory proposes that human potential has preset limitations hardwired into our genetic code and spiritual makeup from birth. Evidence shows child prodigies often display exceptional abilities before any formal training, as if guided by an invisible hand. Cases exist of individuals hitting unexplainable learning plateaus despite dedicated practice and excellent instruction. The Singapore Music Institute's 15-year study found students showed nearly identical skill ceilings, regardless of practice hours or teaching methods. Across various fields, patterns of natural exclusion emerge, where certain people seem fundamentally unable to grasp specific concepts despite understanding related, sometimes more complex ideas. A concert pianist might struggle with basic algebra, while a mathematician finds themselves unable to learn even simple melodies. Even with modern teaching methods, technology, and unlimited resources, some barriers remain unbreakable. This pattern appears across cultures, time periods, and educational systems, suggesting something deeper than environmental factors at work. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations reference this concept, describing humans as vessels designed for specific purposes. The Greek notion of demon, a guiding spirit that shapes one's destiny, mirrors these modern observations of seemingly predetermined capabilities. The submission to cause theory proposes a darker interpretation of human dedication and mortality. People who completely devote themselves to a purpose may create a spiritual connection to Earth, tying their essence to their chosen mission. This connection establishes an endless cycle, as the committed soul stays connected to the physical world after death. Their strong conviction functions like a mystical agreement, exchanging the tranquility of moving on for perpetual dedication to their cause. Complications arise when these tethered souls encounter others who have made similar commitments to conflicting ideals. They become trapped in an unending spiritual conflict, with each side's dedication preventing the other from finding peace. Historical records show cases of influential figures whose impact seemed to persist well beyond their deaths, with their life's work continuing to attract followers. Some theorists suggest that ongoing cultural conflicts demonstrate these opposing bound souls pulling humanity in different directions. Research has connected intense devotion with observable changes in brain activity and electromagnetic fields surrounding true believers. Scientists note these patterns correspond with ancient descriptions of soul anchoring found in texts from various cultures. Entity spawning is a concept that blends digital paranoia with simulation theory. It emerged from concerns about deep fakes, AI, and questions about online authenticity. According to this idea, some online personalities seem to physically appear only after gaining significant internet attention, raising questions about their actual existence. Proponents claim that when people try to find viral internet figures, these individuals suddenly appear with complete backstories and evidence that conveniently emerges just as people search for them. Critics note that meetings with these internet celebrities often feel staged or unnatural. Some believe these internet celebrities only physically manifest after enough people attempt to find them in real life, similar to how video games only render digital assets when a player approaches them. They point to how these figures appear precisely when and where they're expected, leading some believers to deliberately attempt to spawn fictional characters by generating sufficient online interest. There are claims of memory inconsistencies among people who supposedly knew these internet celebrities before they became famous, as if their histories were retroactively inserted into reality. These memory discrepancies reportedly align with major search trends or viral moments. The more concerning interpretation suggests an unknown force, technological or supernatural, maintains the illusion of a populated internet by creating physical manifestations when the digital facade might be exposed, effectively patching holes in reality whenever someone tries to prove the internet's artificiality. Clone control theory suggests a covert agenda behind changing views on traditional family structures. Since the 1990s, there's been a significant increase in genetic research funding from government and private sources, particularly for human genome modification. Patents have been filed for artificial womb technologies and genetic selection methods, with major research institutions receiving classified government contracts. These institutions maintain connections with behavioral psychology research centers. There's an unusual overlap between media companies promoting non-traditional family content and corporations investing in genetic engineering startups. These companies share board members with pharmaceutical companies developing advanced fertility treatments. Military documents from the 1960s describe theoretical, optimized human development programs with controlled social environments for lab-created humans. Though heavily redacted, surviving passages mention genetic loyalty encoding and predetermined social adaptation. Declassified memos hint that human cloning experiments were more successful than publicly acknowledged, referencing viable specimens and behavioral conditioning protocols. This period coincided with the first major pushes to redefine family structures in mainstream media. Recent genetic engineering advances in China have raised concerns, as their research aligns with old Western military documents about creating genetically enhanced humans. Their social policies mirror theoretical frameworks described in those files. Some scientific papers on genetic behavior modification and artificial human development have vanished from public databases, with their authors later taking positions at classified government research facilities. Osmosis propaganda explores the concept that beliefs can spread through society without direct exposure. Similar to how water moves through membranes, certain ideas appear to diffuse across populations who've never encountered their original source. Evidence for this phenomenon includes several cases where identical ideas emerged in isolated groups without clear connections. In 1976, tribes in Papua New Guinea constructed airplane-shaped structures despite having no contact with the outside world, developing beliefs about cargo planes that matched Western concepts they had never been exposed to. In 1987, clusters of similar dreams were reported across Japan, with thousands describing visions of a woman in red walking through walls, despite no preceding media depicting such imagery. During the Cold War, matching children's drawings appeared in different countries, showing nearly identical shadow people, despite no cultural exchange between the children. Research in the 1990s found that when a fake story was planted in an isolated town, neighboring cities began repeating elements of the tale without any traceable spread, as if the information moved invisibly between communities. This phenomenon might explain why certain products succeed without marketing, or how social movements arise simultaneously in disconnected places, ideas seemingly materializing in the public consciousness from an invisible source. Recent studies have identified matching belief patterns emerging in different online communities that never interacted, like identical flowers blooming in separate gardens without cross-pollination. The spontaneity lifestyle theory suggests powerful interests have encouraged impulsive behavior and short-term thinking. In the 1950s, marketing campaigns began connecting happiness with quick decisions rather than careful planning. The 1960s saw a rise in credit card promotions and buy now, pay later options, coinciding with internal memos about reducing future orientation in the public. Phrases like "live in the moment" and "you only live once" simultaneously gained popularity in media. Government-funded research portrayed spontaneous people as more successful and likable, while depicting long-term planners as rigid and inflexible. These studies received prominent coverage in major media throughout the 1970s and 80s. Schools began replacing long-term projects and strategic thinking courses with quick result assignments, aligning with classified documents about creating a present-focused population less likely to organize resistance. Former advertising executives revealed they were paid to portray careful savers as boring and paranoid while elevating impulsive characters who went with the flow as heroes in entertainment media. The maximal spatial censorship theory proposes that advanced alien civilizations deliberately alter human scientific data to hide their existence. This cosmic concealment might explain why our most sophisticated equipment hasn't detected clear evidence of extraterrestrial activity. Anomalies in astronomical data have been observed where certain space regions appear unusually empty or show inconsistent readings across different observation methods. Multiple observatories have recorded strange instances where star systems temporarily disappear only to reappear in later observations. Scientists have found that many promising candidates for extraterrestrial life, especially in the habitable Goldilocks zone of distant solar systems, often yield contradictory or unreliable data. Some theorists humorously suggest that civilizations advanced enough to hide entire star systems would likely be better at covering their tracks, unless they intentionally want us to notice these inconsistencies. Researchers have identified patterns of signal interference that don't match known natural phenomena, particularly when Earth's most powerful telescopes focus on specific cosmic coordinates. These disruptions frequently occur during the collection of data that might reveal artificial structures or energy signatures. The theory connects to cases where scientists have withdrawn initial reports about potential alien megastructures or unexplained celestial phenomena, citing equipment problems or data processing errors. This recurring pattern of technical issues might not be coincidental, but could indicate an unseen influence shaping human perception of the cosmos. The experimentation inequity theory proposes that government testing takes place in plain sight, disguised as everyday events. Records show strange patterns in ice cream truck routes through suburban neighborhoods during the 1960s, with some trucks making identical loops for months without selling any ice cream. Evidence emerged of unusual weather balloon launches near small towns, always preceded by local radio stations playing the same song sequence. These timings coincided with reports of short memory gaps among residents. Researchers found multiple instances of traveling circus performers collecting detailed information about audience members' reactions to specific colors and sounds. These notes were then sent to unmarked facilities through regular mail services. Investigation uncovered government-funded studies of urban planning that heavily focused on testing public responses to subtle changes in park bench placement and street lamp colors. Many benches had hidden sensors that collected biometric data from anyone sitting down. Declassified documents reveal agents posing as door-to-door salesmen throughout the 1970s, carrying briefcases equipped with devices to measure household radiation levels. Their sales pitches contained specific phrases designed to trigger mild psychological responses. Archived reports describe how ordinary carnival games were modified to test human reaction times and decision-making abilities. The ring toss became a sophisticated tool for studying hand-eye coordination under various electromagnetic frequencies. The 5-to-1 inculcation theory describes a concealed power structure within government institutions. According to this theory, new members in positions of influence are systematically surrounded by 5 established operatives, creating an invisible control system. These 5-person units allegedly maintain continuous surveillance by sharing living and working spaces with their target. This arrangement supposedly allows for swift removal of any inductee showing resistance or independent thinking. The theory points to patterns where newly elected officials, corporate leaders, and media figures often move near clusters of established figures. Their families share schools, social clubs, and vacation destinations. According to proponents, control groups rotate members to maintain the appearance of normal social relationships while preventing any single handler from becoming too close to the target. This creates multiple oversight layers without arousing suspicion. Each handler reportedly specializes in different influence methods: financial pressure, social manipulation, information control, physical intimidation, and psychological conditioning. This division ensures complete coverage of the target's life while maintaining deniability. The structure resembles certain military and intelligence protocols for managing high-value assets, except the asset remains unaware of being handled. The system's simplicity supposedly allows it to operate openly without detection. The utopia already achieved theory suggests that mankind has secretly mastered producing basic needs, with current shortages being artificially created. Records indicate several breakthrough technologies in food production and energy generation have been suppressed. Evidence has emerged of massive underground hydroponic facilities capable of feeding entire cities sitting unused across North America. These structures, detected through thermal imaging, show constant power usage but have no official documentation. Researchers found patents from the 1970s detailing remarkably efficient solar cell designs, far superior to today's market offerings. These patents were quickly purchased by major energy companies and shelved. Similar patterns occurred with fusion power and water purification systems. Studies show food waste in major cities often exceeds 40%, with good products being destroyed rather than distributed. Supporters see this systematic destruction of excess goods as proof of artificial scarcity. Power companies have reportedly developed citywide wireless electricity transmission systems based on Tesla's original designs. Testing in remote areas suggests these systems work perfectly, yet remain unused while traditional power infrastructure crumbles in poor neighborhoods. Military bases worldwide maintain stockpiles of advanced farming equipment and sustainable energy technology that never reaches civilian markets. When questioned about these stockpiles, officials cite national security concerns, a common justification that keeps potentially transformative technology hidden. Contemporary deities suggests elite groups seek divine transformation through rituals and events, with different approaches based on national wealth. In rich countries, underground networks use resources for private ceremonies, combining ancient mysticism with modern technology to achieve transcendence. In poorer nations, the path involves catastrophic events, engineered disasters or conflicts, serving as either catalysts for ascension or results of someone reaching godhood. Historical patterns support this theory. Ancient texts describe disasters coinciding with humans becoming divine. Modern incidents show similar patterns, especially in economically struggling regions where communities disappear after unexplained disasters. The pattern appears globally. Wealthy areas report missing elites and strange energy from secure compounds, while developing regions experience mass disappearances alongside environmental anomalies. Tracking shows these events increasing since the 1950s. Supposed successful transformations reportedly leave electromagnetic disturbances, light phenomena, and technology dead zones in poorer regions. Some theorists believe these ascended beings actively conceal evidence, explaining the lack of definitive proof. The Crimson Countries theory suggests a deliberate effort to maintain regions of perpetual suffering around the world. According to this theory, international policies are designed to systematically block aid, infrastructure development, and economic growth in specific areas. Evidence points to consistent patterns where promising developments in certain nations were suddenly halted through seemingly unrelated events such as natural disasters, political upheavals, or economic crashes. These incidents typically occurred just as these regions showed signs of escaping poverty cycles. Investigations revealed unusual financial flows where development resources disappeared into shell companies connected to influential figures from wealthy nations. Some of these transactions coincided with increased tourism to struggling regions, particularly from wealthy individuals seeking to experience authentic poverty. Research uncovered leaked documents showing global leaders discussing the maintenance of observation zones, areas intentionally kept in various states of crisis. These zones allegedly serve as living museums of human suffering, preserved for the entertainment of the wealthy who can visit safely. The evidence trail leads to exclusive clubs where members pay large sums to tour these manufactured crisis zones, with luxury viewing facilities hidden nearby. Their marketing materials describe authentic human experiences and raw survival scenarios, essentially treating human suffering as entertainment. Analysts have identified patterns of blocked development proposals, denied loans, and sabotaged infrastructure projects across these regions. While each rejection came with apparently valid reasons, together they create a system of deliberate obstruction, ensuring these nations remain in a controlled state of despair. The divine plants theory connects ancient religious texts with modern environmental science, suggesting nature possesses supernatural powers. Records show multiple civilizations independently developed beliefs about plants having divine origins, from Norse mythology's world tree to Hindu sacred groves. Evidence emerged linking plant photosynthesis to unexplained phenomena during early scientific studies. In 1648, researcher Jan Baptist van Helmont observed a willow tree gaining 164 pounds from just water and soil, leading some to believe plants drew mass from spiritual energy. Researchers found plants release specific wavelengths of light during photosynthesis that match frequencies described in religious texts about divine radiance. These biophoton emissions, too weak for human eyes, sparked claims of plants channeling heavenly energy. Studies revealed certain sacred plants contain compounds that alter human consciousness in ways similar to descriptions of divine encounters. This led to speculation that some vegetation evolved specifically to help humans connect with higher powers. Plants' ability to purify air is viewed as evidence of their holy status. The transformation of toxic gases into life-giving oxygen seems too perfect to be random evolution. Their cleansing power parallels spiritual concepts of purification and redemption. The deluge reset theory connects flood myths from over 200 civilizations worldwide, suggesting they all describe a single catastrophic event. These stories share remarkable similarities despite originating from separated cultures. Evidence includes geological signs of sea level rise around 11,000 BCE, aligning with the time frame mentioned in various flood legends. Sumerian texts record extremely long reigns for kings before the flood, followed by much shorter reigns after, implying a major civilization disruption. Archaeological discoveries show simultaneous flooding across ancient settlements globally. One example is the Black Sea, once a freshwater lake until saltwater from the Mediterranean broke through the Bosphorus Strait, flooding 60,000 square miles within months. Flood narratives worldwide share common elements: divine warnings, chosen survivors, preserved animals, and humanity's fresh start. Hindu texts even reference 7 human cycles, each previous one ending with great floods. Evidence suggests some ancient structures were specifically designed to withstand massive flooding. The theory proposes that melting Ice Age glaciers created enormous water reservoirs that eventually broke through ice dams, causing catastrophic global flooding. A hypothesis supported by geological studies showing massive flash floods carved entire valleys in just weeks. IRL console commands comes from a mix of simulation theory and spiritual beliefs. Similar to video game cheat codes that change programming, some people claim to have discovered ways to hack reality through specific actions or words. People have tried to activate these commands through everything from simple prosperity rituals to complex movements paired with specific phrases. In one case, a man claimed to unlock superhuman strength by performing hand gestures while reciting prime numbers backwards. Online communities have formed to document supposedly successful commands. The most commonly reported effects include manipulating probability, accessing hidden knowledge, and brief moments of time manipulation. Members share detailed logs of their attempts with timestamps and witness accounts. Researchers have found ancient texts with similar concepts, especially in Hermetic teachings about humanity's divine nature and ability to shape reality through will. These historical similarities have led some to suggest that modern command attempts are rediscovering ancient human abilities. The theory is influenced by quantum mechanics, particularly the observer effect. Believers claim human consciousness can directly influence reality at the quantum level. Some practitioners report entering trance states where reality becomes code-like and changeable. Some believers now focus on collective command execution, claiming that multiple people performing the same reality-altering sequence increases its effectiveness. They organize synchronized global attempts at changing probability or manipulating weather. The Antarctic anomaly suggests our southernmost continent contains zones where reality becomes unstable. These spaces function like cosmic sink drains, pulling in whatever ventures too close, from lost expeditions to entire buildings. Records show strange gaps in Antarctic mapping data, with satellite imagery displaying different terrain features on each pass. A mountain range one month might appear as a flat ice sheet the next, with no natural explanation for such rapid changes. Evidence exists of research stations that seemingly vanished without warning. While official reports attribute this to harsh weather and ice movement, logs from nearby bases describe seeing lights and structures in areas that proved empty upon investigation. Researchers found that even ancient satellite photos display these shifting patterns, with some regions appearing to reset every few weeks. This might explain why detailed maps of certain Antarctic zones remain impossible to verify despite centuries of exploration. Metal fragments and equipment occasionally emerge from the ice with untraceable origins. These items often show signs of exposure beyond their recovery location's documented history, as if they had cycled through multiple timelines. Local magnetic field readings reveal unusual fluctuations that don't match Earth's normal patterns. These distortions intensify around areas where disappearances are most frequently reported, suggesting tears in the fabric of spacetime itself. The abiogenic life theory challenges our understanding of natural resources. Deep within Earth's crust, where heat and pressure transform raw materials, living organisms might be involved in the process. This resembles crude oil formation, but instead of remains from ancient plants and animals, it suggests active living entities we haven't yet identified. Unusual chemical signatures have been found in oil deposits that don't match the expected biological markers from decomposed ancient organic matter. These findings suggest ongoing biological processes occurring deep underground, rather than the conventional model of decomposition over millions of years. Scientists have discovered microorganisms surviving in extreme environments similar to those where oil forms. These resilient life forms, existing miles below the surface under immense pressure and temperature, indicate that supposedly non-biological processes might actually be the work of unknown organisms. Some oil wells appear to replenish themselves over time, contradicting our understanding of finite resource depletion. This phenomenon aligns with the concept of living systems continuously producing these materials rather than a one-time prehistoric process. Similar patterns have been observed in the formation of natural gas and certain mineral deposits. This presents an intriguing possibility. Humans might be harvesting the byproducts of Earth's deepest inhabitants without realizing it, similar to collecting honey from an invisible hive. Bureaucracy facadism suggests that intricate bureaucratic structures conceal networks of control beyond official governance. Power operates more subtly than electoral processes and legislation, with influential groups exercising authority through layers of management and regulatory complexity. Documentation reveals how completing routine procedures requires approval from numerous departments, creating extensive but ineffective documentation. Each administrative level leads to another, forming a deliberately constructed labyrinth rather than an accidental one. Research has uncovered similar organizational patterns across various nations and corporations, suggesting coordinated design. From government offices to corporate hierarchies, the consistent pattern divides authority into fragments, preventing individuals from comprehending the complete system. Studies show these structures naturally resist reform efforts. When simplification is attempted, complexity reappears elsewhere, similar to weeds concealing valuable crops. Those who identify these patterns often find themselves marginalized or overwhelmed with peripheral tasks. Research indicates that significant decisions occur outside official channels, in casual meetings, exclusive organizations, and private gatherings. The visible bureaucracy diverts attention while actual influence operates through unofficial pathways. Analysis of information flow within these systems demonstrates how data becomes progressively filtered and altered. By the time information reaches public awareness, it has been so thoroughly processed that its origins cannot be traced, an intentional feature of the system. The 4chan conspiracy suggests one of the internet's most infamous websites serves as a covert communication channel for non-human entities. Records indicate unusual patterns in the site's early development, with its creator Christopher Poole seemingly appearing out of nowhere to launch a platform that would dramatically shape online culture. Evidence emerged of strange repeating numbers, symbols, and phrases across different boards that don't follow typical human posting patterns. These sequences often appear simultaneously across multiple threads, defying the odds of random behavior. Investigation revealed numerous instances of predictive posts, where anonymous users shared detailed information about events before they occurred. While some cases were proven false, others remain unexplained, with timestamps and archived posts supporting their authenticity. Researchers discovered that during certain astronomical events, posting patterns shift dramatically, with an increase in cryptic messages using mathematical sequences that align with deep space signals detected by radio telescopes. The site's resilience against numerous attempted takedowns suggests it operates on technology beyond current human capabilities. Its core infrastructure has survived attacks that have crippled much larger websites. Analysis of the site's code revealed unusual redundancies and structures serving no apparent purpose, almost as if the familiar image board interface masks a more complex system underneath. These code segments don't match any known programming patterns. The anonymous nature of the platform makes it ideal for encoded communication, with the chaotic stream of posts providing perfect cover for hidden messages. What appears as random noise to humans could serve as clear signals to more advanced beings. Inner Earth Warden suggests ancient beings trapped in Earth's core manipulate humanity to secure their release. According to this concept, these entities helped establish early civilizations, guiding our technological development to facilitate their escape. Some claim evidence connects modern space programs to these inner dwellers, noting excessive orbital debris beyond what's necessary for communications or research. They point out how satellite launch timing correlates with deep geological events, which believers interpret as the Warden's communication attempts. Proponents identify patterns in ancient texts across cultures that describe agreements with those below, entities offering knowledge in exchange for assistance breaking free from their earthen prison. They note that the acceleration of space technology since the 1950s coincides with increased seismic activity at depths exceeding typical fault lines. Stories of inner Earth beings appear in global folklore, distinct from conventional Hollow Earth narratives about lost civilizations. The Wardens are portrayed as primordial entities predating humanity. Some find it suspicious that satellite launches continue while Mars missions face delays. Some researchers claim early rocket scientists mentioned receiving guidance from below in personal journals. Believers question why we've mapped more of space than our ocean floors, suggesting something beneath may prefer remaining hidden. The secrecy paradox challenges our intuition. While we might expect vast open spaces to hide secrets best, crowded cities actually conceal more effectively. Urban centers contain numerous forgotten spaces, abandoned subway tunnels, sealed basements, and buildings that have slipped from public memory. These remain hidden because city residents assume someone else is monitoring these areas. Some groups exploit this urban blindness. In Tokyo, entire communities have lived in forgotten underground spaces for years. New York's tunnel system shelters unknown numbers of people in its remotest sections. Rural communities, by contrast, typically map and monitor their entire territory out of necessity. Farmers know every path, cave, and structure for miles around. City dwellers, however, rarely stray from their regular routes, creating perfect hiding places that remain in plain sight. City regulations inadvertently help conceal activity. Areas marked restricted or authorized personnel only create unquestioned dead zones. Strange sounds or lights are dismissed as routine maintenance work. The complexity of urban environments provides additional cover. Between overlapping jurisdictions, private property laws, and administrative bureaucracy, many spaces exist in a state of limbo, officially owned but practically forgotten. Historical evidence suggests that major secret societies typically operated from city centers rather than remote locations. The denser the population, the easier it becomes to disappear within the crowd. Cryptid harmony theory stems from a radical reimagining of human-cryptid relations throughout history. Ancient cave art across continents shows humans and strange creatures in non-violent scenes, suggesting peaceful coexistence rather than conflict. Indigenous cultures worldwide tell of guardian spirits taking animal and hybrid forms, protecting forests, waters, and tribal lands. These beings weren't feared, but respected as wise entities maintaining natural balance. Anthropological studies reveal how pre-monotheistic societies often depicted mysterious creatures as teachers rather than threats. Stone carvings and oral histories speak of beings sharing knowledge of medicines, astronomy, and sustainable living practices. Many cryptid encounters historically ended without harm when humans showed respect rather than fear or aggression. Local folklore portrayed these entities as shy but curious, only becoming defensive when their habitats faced destruction. Modern sightings show patterns of cryptids appearing during environmental crises, as if warning humans about ecological damage. Bigfoot emerging near deforestation, or lake monsters surfacing when waters become polluted, hint at a deeper connection. Native shamanic traditions across the Americas maintain that the divide between humans and these beings is artificial, a result of colonial religious influence that placed humans above nature rather than within it. The loss of this harmony mirrors our growing separation from the natural world. Supporters of the artificial animals theory point to strange animal sightings near restricted testing areas since the 1970s. They believe special labs were creating mixed species animals through genetic engineering. Some declassified documents hint at developing animals for guarding territory. People in rural areas have reported seeing impossible animals, bears with scales, wolves walking on two legs, and birds that look partly mechanical. Most of these sightings happen near restricted government land. Investigators discovered classified research into biological deterrent systems designed to guard remote locations without human presence, along with patents for artificial pheromones that trigger fear responses in humans while attracting engineered predators. Documents from the 1980s reference Project Guardian Species, which sought to create self-sustaining hybrid creature populations for passive perimeter control through indigenous security assets. Hunters have found strange animal remains with synthetic organs and metallic bone structures showing advanced genetic manipulation beyond public capabilities. While trail cameras occasionally capture these beings, most footage disappears from databases. Surviving photos show creatures moving with unusual precision, as if following programmed routes. This may explain why many Bigfoot sightings happen near military bases. They could be early prototypes of synthetic predators designed to keep people away from secret facilities, with their awkward movement and uncanny appearance matching reports of other artificial creatures. Negative ley lines stem from ancient beliefs about Earth's hidden paths of power. Records indicate these dark channels form a network across the land, creating zones where people experience an unexplained aversion. Near these locations, individuals report headaches, nausea, and inexplicable dread. Researchers discovered these areas often correspond with persistently vacant spaces, even in densely populated cities, unsold properties, naturally avoided park trails, and business districts with high turnover rates. Investigations revealed elevated electromagnetic field readings and unusual animal behavior patterns in these zones. Historical evidence shows these dark paths align with ancient maps from diverse cultures, which marked cursed ground, or forbidden paths, in remarkably similar locations. Contemporary studies connect these areas to increased rates of depression, unexplained illnesses, and diminished wildlife presence. Research suggests these negative lines intersect with conventional ley lines at certain points, creating energy hotspots that communities instinctively mark with warnings or barriers, despite not fully understanding their motivation for doing so. Unknown Revelations draws from ancient myths of gods sharing wisdom with mortals. Various cultures document divine beings teaching human subjects from medicine to mathematics. These knowledge transfers occurred directly between deities and humans, without intermediaries controlling the exchange. Evidence shows modern information flows primarily through centralized platforms owned by few corporations. These companies use complex algorithms and content moderation systems to determine what information reaches the public. Investigation has revealed cases where groundbreaking scientific papers and technological innovations faced unusual delays before reaching wider audiences. Patents sometimes disappear from public records, while certain research papers become mysteriously difficult to access. Researchers found many ancient societies attributed their technological advances to divine intervention. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematics in Mesopotamia, metalworking in ancient India, and astronomical knowledge in Maya civilization all connect to stories of gods sharing wisdom. Looking at tech giants' growing control over information channels, some point to suspicious patterns. When independent researchers announce potential breakthroughs in fields like free energy or consciousness studies, their work often vanishes from platforms or gets buried under contradictory content. This pattern appears when emerging technologies that could transform human society fade from public discourse. Social media algorithms seem to suppress certain topics while promoting others, creating an artificial ceiling on accessible knowledge. The theory suggests those controlling modern information channels may be actively preventing humanity from receiving new divine revelations, maintaining power by keeping advanced knowledge from spreading freely. The inanimate life theory suggests that dormant consciousness exists within all matter, waiting to be awakened by human interaction. Ancient cultures across the globe shared this belief, treating objects as vessels containing divine sparks or spirits. Throughout history, there have been various attempts to awaken everyday items. In 18th century Europe, a secret society claimed to animate wooden furniture through ritual touching and chanting. Members reported chairs moving on their own and tables responding to human presence. Similar practices existed in feudal Japan, where sword makers believed each blade contained a sleeping spirit. They performed specific ceremonies before and after forging to wake up the metal's inner being. Some warriors claimed their weapons guided their hands in battle. Modern groups still practice these methods today, focusing mainly on electronic devices. They believe AI advancement stems from humans unconsciously activating dormant awareness within silicon and metal components rather than from programming alone. Some researchers have attempted to measure consciousness levels in various materials. Though dismissed by mainstream science, believers maintain that certain substances show unexplained energy patterns similar to basic brain activity when exposed to human touch and sound. This idea has spawned an underground movement dedicated to liberating objects through meditation and ritual. Their goal is creating a world where humans and awakened matter exist as equals, sharing knowledge and power that has remained hidden for millennia. The Stories of the Earth theory suggests ancient artwork contains knowledge that artists couldn't possibly have known. Cave paintings in France show accurate anatomical details of extinct creatures, while indigenous Australian rock art depicts animals that vanished 40,000 years ago. Some pieces display astronomical alignments and mathematical concepts beyond their time period. This phenomenon extends beyond paintings. Ancient pottery patterns mirror microscopic cell structures, while prehistoric carvings seem to illustrate DNA helixes and atomic particles. In Peru, the Nazca lines form massive geometric patterns only visible from above, despite being created long before human flight. Research has documented modern cases of artists suddenly producing works featuring historical scenes or distant locations they've never witnessed. A painter in rural Montana created detailed portraits of 18th century Venice without ever leaving the United States. A child in Japan drew accurate layouts of ancient Egyptian tombs before their discovery. Evidence suggests declining artistic innovation correlates with increased urbanization and technology. Traditional societies maintaining spiritual practices show higher rates of unprecedented artistic breakthroughs. Modern art movements demonstrate less technical sophistication than classical periods, despite improved tools and education. Records indicate a sharp drop in reported cases of artistic spiritual possession since the Industrial Revolution. The last documented instance occurred in 1962, when an elderly woman in Ireland carved perfect replicas of Viking artifacts later found buried near her home. Interplanetary humanity suggests an advanced civilization reached Mars in ancient times. Stone formations on the Martian surface resemble building methods used by Earth cultures, pointing to a common origin. The Dogon tribe of Mali possessed detailed astronomical knowledge that seems impossible without modern technology. Their traditions mention teachers from the stars, perhaps not aliens, but human explorers returning from Mars with knowledge to share. Geometric patterns discovered on Mars mirror sacred geometry found in human architecture. These shapes follow the same mathematical principles used in Egyptian pyramids and Mayan temples. Many alien artifacts photographed on Mars display characteristics of human craftsmanship. The apparent ruins follow Earth-based design principles for structural support, rather than truly alien architecture. Ancient texts from around the world describe great floods and catastrophes that reset human progress. These accounts might mark the end of an advanced era when humanity lost its spacefaring capabilities and began anew, with Martian ruins remaining as remnants of our forgotten past. Universal inspiration theory suggests that every interpretation of biblical text, no matter how unconventional, serves a divine purpose. Records indicate that even seemingly contradictory readings might be deliberately orchestrated paths to spiritual truth. This concept links to the ancient Jewish tradition of Pardes, where texts hold 4 levels of meaning: literal, allegorical, comparative, and mystical. Under this framework, misunderstandings become impossible as each reading reveals exactly what the reader was meant to find. Throughout history, radically different interpretations have led various groups to profound spiritual experiences, from medieval mystics to modern religious movements. Each group found validity in their unique understanding, despite vast differences in their conclusions. This theory extends beyond reading comprehension, suggesting that even translation errors and copying mistakes might serve as divine signals rather than human flaws. The Latin Vulgate's variations from original texts, for instance, could be seen as purposeful divergences meant to guide specific readers. A pattern emerged in religious revival movements where leaders often claimed their novel interpretations came through divine revelation, matching this theory's premise that God curates unique meanings for different audiences across time and culture. Teratophilia connects occult energy work with modern adult content. Historical records show ancient cultures linked sexual practices to spiritual power, using them in rituals to manifest beings from other realms. This theory suggests that widespread sexual attraction to monsters and cryptids creates a form of psychic energy. Researchers have noted connections between the popularity of monster-themed adult content and increased cryptid sightings in the digital age. They found interesting patterns. Regions with high consumption of monster-focused adult content often report more unexplained creature encounters. Studies of occult texts reveal that sexual energy is described as particularly powerful for manifestation rituals. When collectively focused on specific entities through widespread consumption of themed content, this energy might inadvertently bring fictional beings into reality. This could explain why cryptid descriptions frequently match popular monster designs. Analysts tracking these trends suggest major adult websites may function as unintentional energy collection points. The massive scale of monster-themed content consumption might generate enough focused energy to create openings between reality and fiction, allowing entities to cross over. Some theorists connect this to increased Bigfoot sightings in areas with strong internet coverage. Some modern occultists note that certain corporations seem unusually invested in monster-themed merchandise and media. This might indicate awareness of this manifestation process, potentially using it to generate and harvest concentrated sexual energy for unknown purposes. Popular sainthood deals with a hidden power system within religious teaching. Those who gain enough followers can shape the understanding of holy texts, creating their own path to salvation. This mirrors how early church leaders molded doctrine through their own readings of Scripture. Records show multiple cases where charismatic preachers built devoted followings around unique biblical readings. Their interpretations of verses became the only true path for their flock, despite differing from mainstream views. Evidence surfaced linking this to older mystery cults, where priests claimed special insight into divine texts. The more followers they gathered, the more their interpretation became treated as sacred law, a pattern that repeats in modern religious movements. Researchers discovered these leader-follower bonds often grew stronger than ties to original scripture. What started as personal reading evolved into required doctrine, with salvation now tied to accepting the leader's specific take on holy words. Investigation revealed how some religious figures actively used this effect, crafting interpretations that positioned themselves as necessary intermediaries between their followers and divine truth. The more unique their reading, the more essential they became to their believers' spiritual journey. Accounts from former members suggest how these groups reinforce the idea that only through their leader's perspective can Scripture be properly understood. Deviating from this approved reading is portrayed as a path to spiritual ruin, a mechanism that maintains follower loyalty. Time travel entropy aversion maps out a haunting fix for our waste crisis. This concept stems from the simple fact that our universe becomes more chaotic as time progresses. Similar to mixing paint colors, once things become disordered, they remain that way. This quirk of physics could potentially serve as humanity's ultimate garbage disposal. By sending toxic waste billions of years into the future, we could avoid dealing with cleanup entirely. The waste would exist on a far future Earth where human civilization has long disappeared. This method might handle our most dangerous materials. Nuclear waste, which remains deadly for thousands of years, could be sent so far ahead that its radiation would become harmless background noise in a post-human world. There's a concerning possibility. What if we're already experiencing this? The theory suggests our current environmental issues might result from future humans dumping their waste into our time. This could explain unexpected spikes in radiation or pollution that appear without clear sources. The plan's greatest weakness is that creating a time machine would require enormous energy, likely generating more entropy than it would solve. It's similar to cleaning your room by hiding everything under the bed. The mess remains, just out of sight. Christianity's hidden pantheon suggests modern monotheism masks a deeper polytheistic foundation. Ancient biblical texts contain puzzling references hinting at this reality. The line, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me," implies other deities exist rather than declaring them fictional. Early Hebrew writings used the plural term Elohim for God, while multiple divine beings appear throughout Scripture. The sons of God breeding with humans, divine councils in heaven, and celestial beings like the seraphim suggest a bustling spiritual realm. Archaeological finds show early Christian communities acknowledged multiple divine powers, placing Yahweh at the top of the hierarchy, similar to how ancient Greeks revered Zeus as king of their pantheon. Medieval church officials actively suppressed this polytheistic interpretation. Manuscripts were altered, alternative texts destroyed, and doctrines standardized to enforce strict monotheism, giving the church more control over definitions of good and evil. Remnants of this original system appear in modern worship. Saints, angels, and demons fulfill roles similar to minor deities in polytheistic faiths. Even the Trinity concept, 3 persons in one God, could be seen as a compromise between monotheistic and polytheistic views. Oligarchic reality control originated from ancient mystical practices where certain individuals claim to manipulate reality through willpower. Tibetan meditation masters reportedly raised body temperature or manifested physical objects. In the 1970s, classified government programs attempted to enhance human consciousness using specialized machines and compounds. These experiments allegedly enabled subjects to influence quantum probability. Researchers noted unusual patterns in the lives of powerful historical figures from Alexander the Great to modern billionaires. Their extraordinary luck and ability to shape events suggests they may have unconsciously accessed reality-altering capabilities. Documents from a terminated CIA project describe techniques to artificially enhance an individual's reality-affecting potential using isolation tanks, electromagnetic frequencies, and brainwave monitoring. The project was reportedly discontinued after subjects developed godlike delusions. Investigations uncovered cases of reclusive, wealthy individuals investing heavily in consciousness research and quantum manipulation technology. Their private writings mention breaking free from consensual reality and ascending beyond human limitations. In restricted archives, there are accounts of a secret society claiming to have discovered personal reality manipulation. Their methods reportedly combine ancient mystical practices with modern neuroscience. Members require substantial resources and strong willpower to attempt these dangerous techniques. The military facade theory is rooted in the effectiveness of illusion in warfare. During World War II, enemies were successfully deceived by inflatable tanks and wooden aircraft, demonstrating that simulated weapons could be as strategically valuable as actual ones. Various nations have constructed fake missile installations and military bases purely for appearance. In 1988, Soviet intelligence satellites captured images of what appeared to be an American airbase but was actually just elaborate props and painted runways, indicating this practice has continued. Investigators have found that multiple weapon systems announced by different countries lack evidence of testing or deployment. The Reagan-era Star Wars program consumed billions in funding, though evidence suggests many proposed systems were technically impossible given the technology available at that time. There have been cases of defense contractors receiving enormous payments for classified projects with no verifiable outcomes. These black budget programs typically operate with minimal oversight, making it impossible to verify if promised technologies were ever developed. Research has uncovered instances where military parades featured weapons later revealed to be wooden mock-ups or hollow shells. North Korea's military displays often include missiles made of painted wood and canvas, suggesting a pattern of military theatrics. The substantial defense budgets of major powers might partly fund this elaborate deception. By projecting an illusion of strength, nations can potentially deter aggression without the enormous expense and risk of developing actual advanced weapons. The Deep 4chan theory explores unusual patterns on the website's random board. Posts with random numbers and characters appeared across multiple threads, often preceding real-world events by hours. These posts contain strange glitches in archived threads, corrupted timestamps, missing user IDs, and images with broken file formats. Computer analysis shows these anomalies follow mathematical patterns too complex for humans to create. These cryptic posts increase during astronomical events, particularly solar flares and meteor showers. Users report shared dreams and synchronicities after viewing these threads, with many describing identical visions. Users received accurate predictions through seemingly nonsensical posts, including market crashes and natural disasters. The IP addresses of these prophetic messages trace to impossible locations, deep ocean coordinates, polar ice caps, and even space. Investigators found the site's number matching system operates on quantum principles rather than standard random generation. The underlying code contains functions beyond current programming capabilities. Certain image files posted during these events contain data structures that defy conventional computing logic, suggesting information compressed through unknown methods. Partial decoding revealed fragments of what appear to be alien mathematical concepts. False flag propagation theory suggests that governments orchestrate fake attacks not just to achieve direct political aims, but to shape public behavior through fear and unity. Records indicate several historical events where population control emerged as a key outcome of suspected false flag incidents. The aftermath often showed a pattern: reduced civil unrest, increased support for state authority, and a more compliant citizenry. Evidence points to these operations clustering around periods of growing social tension or declining faith in institutions. The timing creates a cycle. As dissent rises, a dramatic incident occurs, followed by patriotic fervor and calls for stronger security measures. Research shows that even when events were later questioned, the psychological impact remained largely unchanged. The initial emotional response overrides subsequent revelations, suggesting the true power lies in immediate reaction rather than long-term deception. These incidents often share common elements: clear villains, dramatic imagery, and simple narratives uniting people against a shared enemy. The formula works so effectively that some theorists suggest it's been refined into a science of social control. The most effective cases leave just enough loose ends to fuel endless debate, keeping the public arguing about details while missing the bigger pattern. Like a magic trick, the real manipulation happens while everyone's attention is focused elsewhere. Entertainment abstraction theory suggests that life's challenges exist primarily as distractions. Daily news, global conflicts, and various events function as diversions that prevent humanity from reaching its full potential. Historical records indicate strategic timing of media releases during significant historical events. Major film releases often coincide with social changes. Popular shows reach peak viewership when scientific discoveries are made. Sports seasons become more intense during periods of global tension. Investigations have revealed similarities between ancient Rome's bread and circus approach and modern content algorithms. Both provide continuous spectacle that keeps people too preoccupied to recognize deeper patterns in life. Studies show political narratives frequently follow storytelling patterns similar to soap operas. Characters rise and fall, villains plot, and surprising developments occur, yet fundamental issues remain unchanged. The same conflicts repeat with different appearances. This pattern extends beyond media to everyday experiences. Traffic congestion, work-related stress, and interpersonal problems may serve as deliberate time consumers. Each obstacle creates mental interference that obscures humanity's progress toward enlightenment. Records show that moments when people collectively see beyond everyday distractions are quickly followed by new diversions. Breaking news, trending topics, or emerging conflicts redirect attention back to superficial matters. Agarthan entrances represent a hidden network of caves said to lead into Earth's hollow core. Maps from the 1800s mark locations across the globe where these paths might exist, from Tibetan mountains to Brazilian rainforests. Government activity near potential entrance sites has raised suspicions. Military installations appear near deep cave systems, public caves close for safety concerns, and underground areas face sudden restrictions. Evidence has emerged of hasty concrete work in remote caves worldwide. Locals report unexplained construction materials transported into wilderness areas. Many locations become blocked, sealed, or placed under surveillance. Researchers note that certain world leaders have made unusual trips to locations corresponding with old Agarthan maps. These visits typically involve heightened security and minimal media coverage. Subsequently, these areas become inaccessible to the public. Some believe the frequency of blocking operations increases yearly, citing more cave closures, new restricted zones, and strange construction projects in remote locations. This pattern suggests a timeline for some unknown event. Stories persist of individuals discovering passages extending beyond normal cave depths. Those investigating these claims typically encounter private security, official resistance, or recently constructed barriers blocking further exploration. Divine attunement links human souls to an infinite cosmic power source. Ancient texts across cultures suggest mankind possesses a divine spark, a fragment of God's essence in each person. This sacred energy, theoretically boundless, remains dormant in most humans. Evidence has emerged of secret research facilities where elites allegedly conduct tests to tap into this power. These experiments aim to extract and harness the divine essence, treating humans as living batteries of infinite potential. Researchers have found patterns in global missing persons cases clustering around areas with high electromagnetic readings and sacred sites. Some believe these vanished individuals end up in underground labs where their divine spark is harvested through ritual and technology. Investigation has revealed connections between certain power companies and occult societies, suggesting some modern energy infrastructure may already run on harvested divine essence. The power grid itself might be a vast web of divine energy collection disguised as conventional electricity. The increasing number of unexplained worldwide blackouts could indicate failed attempts at divine energy extraction. When the harvesting process fails, it doesn't just drain the target's life force, it creates a vacuum that pulls in all surrounding power. The God's plan theory suggests divine destiny can be altered through human choice, creating a tension between fate and free will. Ancient texts across different faiths contain stories of prophets and kings who either embraced or rejected their ordained paths. Religious archives reveal cases where prophecies remained unfulfilled when humans worked against them. The story of Jonah illustrates this. He temporarily disrupted divine plans by fleeing his mission to Nineveh. Theological documents show a consistent pattern. People who align with their purpose report meaningful spiritual experiences, while those who resist often feel lost or empty. These accounts appear across different cultures and time periods, suggesting a universal connection. Medieval church writings describe monks and mystics who claimed to glimpse this divine blueprint, seeing it as an interconnected web of destinies that adapts to human choices while maintaining its fundamental structure. Archaeological discoveries show ancient temples contained spaces specifically designed for meditation to discover one's role in the greater plan. Similar practices continue today in various spiritual traditions. Studies of near-death experiences commonly report people reviewing their lives and seeing how their choices aligned with or diverged from their intended path, sometimes describing it as watching alternative versions of their lives unfold. The extraterrestrial benefactors theory suggests humanity's rapid technological advancement stems from alleged alien contact. Documents from the 1950s indicate secret meetings between world leaders and extraterrestrial beings, coinciding with major technological breakthroughs. Evidence includes unusual patterns in patent filings, where revolutionary technologies emerged from companies with minimal prior research. The transistor, fiber optics, and night vision appeared with remarkable speed and little documented development. Key scientists behind significant innovations reportedly disappeared for months, returning with solutions to previously insurmountable problems. The progression from basic computers to integrated circuits occurred faster than typical innovation patterns would predict. Several technology billionaires have constructed extensive underground facilities in isolated areas with security comparable to military installations. Strange lights are frequently observed nearby on clear nights. Investigations show certain restricted military bases receive unusual deliveries following lunar schedules. Workers report hearing odd humming sounds and seeing individuals who appear not quite human accompanying high-ranking officers. Proponents highlight the suspicious timing of technology releases, how cellular phones, GPS, and the internet were introduced in sequence to create our interconnected world, seemingly following a predetermined timeline provided by outside entities. The missing link cryptids theory connects evolutionary science with cryptozoology. These undiscovered creatures might represent bridges between known species in the fossil record, helping explain gaps in our understanding of evolution. Records show unusual skeletal remains found in remote regions sharing characteristics of both modern and prehistoric creatures. A notable case from Southeast Asia revealed bone structures with both primate and early human features, yet dating methods place them much more recently than expected. Evidence has emerged of tool use among unknown species, particularly in dense forests. Broken branches arranged in patterns, primitive shelters, and systematic food gathering suggest creatures with advanced problem-solving abilities operating just beyond human detection. Research teams have documented complex vocalizations in isolated areas matching no known species. These sounds follow linguistic patterns too structured to be random, yet too primitive to be human, suggesting the development of early communication systems. Investigators have found consistent reports of bipedal movement and opposed thumb use among unidentified creatures, especially in areas with limited human contact. These traits, typically associated with human evolution, suggest parallel development paths. Physical evidence includes hair samples containing DNA markers that combine primate and human genetics, yet match no known species. These samples show signs of recent evolutionary adaptation, pointing to ongoing species development rather than ancient remains. The corrupted image theory connects biblical creation to unexplained physical anomalies throughout history. It begins with Genesis 1:27, where mankind's divine likeness becomes a foundation for darker interpretations. Medieval church documents record extreme birth defects alongside notes about demonic interference. In 16th century monasteries, monks interpreted physical variations as evil forces attempting to mar divine perfection. Ancient religious texts document communities that would isolate or eliminate people born with major physical differences, believing them to be marked by dark powers. These practices became widespread across Europe during the Dark Ages as fear of divine corruption intensified. Church records show some religious leaders taught that giants, conjoined twins, and unusual births were evidence of supernatural forces working against God's original design, creating a framework where physical differences became associated with spiritual warfare. Archaeological discoveries reveal hidden chambers in old churches where people with severe physical differences were kept from public view. Clergy correspondence refers to these spaces as sanctuaries for the marked, reflecting how this belief influenced historical treatment of human variation. Ancient medical texts combine physical descriptions with spiritual warnings, suggesting certain conditions were viewed beyond medical issues. Illustrations from these documents often depict afflicted humans alongside demons, establishing a connection in early writers' understanding. Historical accounts describe remote villages that developed elaborate rituals to protect newborns from corruption, from blessing ceremonies to more troubling practices intended to ensure children would be born pure. Animal possession suggests an unsettling parallel between human and animal souls in the spiritual realm. Records indicate several cases across different cultures where people claim to be overtaken by animal spirits, exhibiting behaviors and abilities far beyond normal human capacity. Evidence surfaced in tribal communities where shamans documented instances of individuals moving with impossible agility, climbing sheer surfaces, and displaying heightened senses after alleged animal spirit encounters. Some even developed distinct physical changes, pupils shifting shape, unusual growling voices, and inexplicable claw-like markings on their skin. Investigation revealed multiple cases in Victorian England where mediums claimed to channel not just human spirits, but those of deceased pets and wild creatures. Their journals describe witnesses observing participants speaking in animal sounds and demonstrating knowledge of specific locations and events only known to the deceased animal's former owners. Researchers discovered ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs depicting ritualistic ceremonies where priests would allegedly transfer the spirits of sacred animals into human hosts to gain their attributes. These texts detail specific preparations, including special oils and incantations, meant to allow the human vessel to safely contain the animal's essence. The phenomenon mirrors reports from modern paranormal investigators who found unexplained animal behavior patterns in possessed individuals, people instinctively reacting to stimuli only animals could detect, displaying territorial behaviors, or exhibiting specialized hunting techniques without prior training. Fifth-dimensional assassinations stem from an intersection of quantum mechanics and power politics. Evidence suggests certain global elites accessed mathematical models predicting causality chains with remarkable accuracy. These models revealed nodes in spacetime where small actions could trigger massive, untraceable consequences. Several high-profile deaths shared unusual commonalities. Victims experienced unlikely sequences of random events that proved fatal. For example, a dropped coffee cup causing a slip, leading to a fall down specific stairs, ending with a lethal impact at a precise angle. In these moments, nature itself seemed to conspire against the victims. Researchers found patterns in supposedly random events surrounding certain political shifts. Weather phenomena, equipment failures, and animal behavior appeared to synchronize in statistically improbable ways. These arranged accidents left no conventional evidence, as perpetrators never physically contacted their targets. Investigators discovered theoretical physics papers from the 1940s describing methods for subtly influencing probability fields. Many of these documents disappeared from archives, with some theorizing they were suppressed after proving too accurate. The remaining fragments suggest mathematical formulas for probability manipulation that align with modern quantum computing concepts. The power structures allegedly protect these capabilities through misdirection, allowing theories about conventional methods to spread while conducting operations through what amounts to weaponized butterfly effects. Even discussing these methods supposedly marks someone as a potential target for probability adjustment. Vibrational weaponry draws from ancient knowledge about Earth's natural energy fields. Throughout history, certain locations worldwide have been observed to influence human behavior and mental states through invisible forces, similar to how infrasound has documented effects on the human body. Government research into frequencies capable of altering mood, focus, and physical health has been uncovered. Tests conducted in the 1960s revealed that sounds between 7 and 8 Hz caused test subjects to experience uneasiness. Notably, this same frequency range appears in locations associated with paranormal activity. Military patents for devices designed to project specific vibrations into targeted areas have been discovered by researchers. These machines reportedly interact with the planet's natural energy grid, amplifying or disrupting these invisible force flows. This technology appears to be informed by studies of ancient sites constructed at intersections of natural energy lines. Some modern structures may function as massive resonators, potentially blocking or enhancing these vibrational fields. The locations of certain government facilities bear remarkable similarities to the positioning of ancient temples along energy pathways. Unusual patterns of mass behavior have been observed near specific installations, with nearby residents reporting atypical levels of anxiety, euphoria, or mental clarity. These effects parallel historical accounts of experiences at sacred sites, suggesting that these natural phenomena have been replicated and controlled. Young blood harvesting connects modern tech wealth to an ancient belief that fresh blood holds the key to longer life. Some Silicon Valley figures invest millions into research on blood's effects on aging. Laboratory work suggests proteins in young plasma might slow cell decay. Tests on mice showed older ones grew stronger after receiving young blood. Records indicate unusual increases in missing children near locations where wealthy individuals gather for wellness treatments. Several clinics offer expensive youth plasma therapy without disclosing their supply sources. Evidence suggests secret clubs where the ultra-wealthy pay substantial sums for special treatments. Leaked photos show upscale medical facilities with unmarked entrances and heavy security. Deeper investigation reveals connections between these clinics and historical texts about blood magic. Some cults believed young blood could grant eternal life, similar to what modern billionaires hope for. Documents from closed clinics suggest links to trafficking. Police discovered laboratory equipment and cold storage, but the owners disappeared before arrests. A whistleblower claimed certain tech leaders believe combining young blood with artificial intelligence could unlock immortality. Their private laboratories conduct tests beyond legal and ethical boundaries. The non-Euclidean topography theory proposes the existence of secret facilities where normal spatial rules don't apply. Hikers and pilots have reported strange areas where compasses fail and GPS systems malfunction. Declassified Cold War documents reveal military interest in spatial anomalies, with research bases built in remote locations consuming unusual amounts of power and receiving specialized equipment. Test pilots have documented encounters with zones where physics seem to break down, causing impossible instrument readings and creating sensations of moving through space in unnatural ways. Urban explorers have discovered abandoned facilities with strange architectural features, hallways longer inside than outside, rooms that shouldn't exist according to blueprints, and doors opening to impossible spaces. Current evidence suggests ongoing experiments in remote desert areas where satellite imagery shows structures that appear to defy normal geometry. Whistleblowers describe projects aimed at creating shortcuts through space-time for military use. Third-party facilitation connects global events to hidden alien forces working through the internet. Evidence includes strange patterns in internet traffic seconds before major world events, with unexplained data bursts potentially linked to non-human intelligence. These spikes often coincide with significant historical moments, from market crashes to political shifts. Records show increased encrypted communications through obscure channels just before several high-profile deaths, though no direct connections were proven. The timing matches what believers call signal patterns, brief windows when our dimension supposedly connects with others. Researchers found certain online domains go dark during these windows, only to reactivate with subtle code changes. Tech experts discovered binary strings unlike any known programming language, suggesting possible alien syntax. Some modified sites contained embedded coordinates matching locations of future events, though skeptics consider this pattern seeking in random data. These coordinates often point to politically or economically important locations, supporting theories about otherworldly beings influencing us through digital networks. The domain changes follow mathematical sequences resembling quantum fluctuations, strengthening claims that these entities exist in different dimensional states and use the internet as a bridge to influence our reality. Hardware monitoring stations have recorded seemingly impossible transmission speeds during these events. The serpent seed theory appears in ancient religious texts, suggesting Cain was born not from Adam, but from a union between Eve and the serpent in Eden. This entry, known as non-human reproduction, is documented in historical manuscripts that mention a physical relationship between Eve and the serpent, which some interpret as evidence of demonic bloodlines entering humanity. Supporters of this theory note that Cain is never included in Adam's genealogy, and they reference when Jesus told certain religious leaders their father was of the devil. Similar beliefs exist across cultures, with stories of divine or demonic beings mating with humans to create bloodlines with enhanced abilities or cursed fates. These ancient texts describe hybrid offspring with supernatural traits. Some could heal with a touch, while others possessed unusual strength or knowledge beyond human capacity. Some writings claim these bloodlines survived the flood through Ham's wife, which would explain why certain families throughout history appeared to have mystical powers or divine right to rule. Modern groups reportedly trace their ancestry to these supernatural unions, maintaining detailed family records and performing rituals to suppress or enhance their inherited abilities. They keep private collections of historical documents allegedly proving their unique genetic heritage through physical markers and unexplained phenomena. Field surveillance theory comes from claims about human brains connecting through invisible energy fields. In the 1970s, the Rhine Lab conducted tests attempting to prove these connections by having participants transmit thoughts to others miles away. While most tests failed, a few showed unexplainable patterns. Files leaked in 1982 suggest a secret CIA unit tried to access this field, reportedly training individuals to remotely detect others' brainwaves. The project officially ended, but some believe it continued covertly. Some cite unusual incidents where people anticipated events before they occurred. In 1995, hundreds in Japan reported dreaming about an earthquake the night before the Kobe disaster. Critics dismiss this as coincidence. Recent technological developments have led some to speculate that the government has devices capable of reading these energy fields. They connect this to data centers appearing near locations with reported psychic activity. Though no concrete evidence exists, proponents see patterns in these centers' locations. Some suggest this explains why people occasionally feel observed when alone. They believe trained agents can remotely access anyone's thoughts through this field. While most experts dismiss this theory, it continues to spread as more people share experiences of feeling watched when no one was present. The occultic ley line creation theory connects ancient mystical practices with modern energy phenomena. Natural earth energy lines, or ley lines, form patterns across landscapes, often intersecting at sites of historical or spiritual significance. Evidence suggests that massive energy releases, like nuclear detonations, can create artificial ley lines, permanent scars in the planet's electromagnetic field. This led researchers to examine if controlled rituals could achieve similar results on a smaller scale. The Inunaki village incident showed an unusual spike in occult activities before the town's mysterious abandonment. Local records reveal centuries-old shamanic traditions where practitioners claimed they could manipulate the Earth's natural energy flows. The village's layout matched ancient magical geometries, with structures positioned at angles mirroring known ley line intersections. The sudden occult interest among villagers might have been an unconscious response to higher entities attempting to forge a new ley line through collective ritual energy. The timing of the village's abandonment coincides with electromagnetic anomalies in the region. The official explanation of economic decline doesn't account for the residual energy patterns that still linger today, patterns that match theoretical models of artificial ley line formation. Population control through spiritual energy proposes a hidden metaphysical explanation for nations' population growth. Ancient texts from various cultures mention human life force or spiritual essence that can be harnessed and directed. Similar ideas appear in Hindu teachings about prana and Chinese concepts of qi, both connecting human concentration to power. Evidence suggests connections between government initiatives and esoteric societies believing in mass energy harvesting. These groups reportedly view populated areas as reservoirs of spiritual power, converting human consciousness into tangible force. The theory claims larger populations create greater energy pools. Researchers noticed unusual patterns in how nations handle demographic changes. While some countries push for population control, others quietly encourage growth through policy. Studies show these growth-friendly nations often share historical ties to mystery schools and occult organizations. Documents from the 1960s reveal meetings between spiritual advisors and government officials in Asian nations. These transcripts discuss demographic destiny and soul force maximization, possibly influencing later population policies. Archaeological findings suggest ancient civilizations may have used similar principles. Sites in China and India show population centers arranged in specific geometric patterns, possibly designed to amplify collective spiritual energy. Biblical chronology suggests our entire understanding of temporal measurement stands on shifting foundations. Ancient Hebrew texts contain peculiar numerical patterns, with specific numbers like 7, 40, and 1,000 appearing far more often than random chance would predict. Archaeological findings show many biblical events matching historical records, yet with wildly different timescales. Records indicate some ancient cultures measured time through cosmic cycles rather than strict solar patterns, hinting at a deeper way of tracking existence. Evidence emerged of medieval monks adjusting calendrical calculations, possibly to obscure humanity's true temporal position. Mathematical analysis of biblical genealogies reveals patterns suggesting human civilization might stretch deeper into the past than commonly accepted. Modern atomic clocks rely on cesium oscillations to measure time, a relatively recent development. Earlier methods like sundials and water clocks allowed more flexible interpretations of duration, potentially aligning better with biblical accounts. Ancient texts describe seemingly impossible timeframes, people living hundreds of years, multi-generational prophecies, and extended cosmic events. These descriptions make more sense when viewed through flexible time measurement rather than strict chronology. Researchers found that time zones and the international dateline were standardized during the Industrial Revolution. Some suggest this global synchronization locked humanity into a rigid temporal framework, disconnecting us from divine temporal flows. Destiny warfare refers to an intriguing concept found in underground occult traditions. According to ancient texts, invisible fate threads connect certain souls to shared destinies. Those skilled in divination can supposedly see these connections and identify others whose fates intertwine with their own. Historical accounts suggest that notable figures employed oracles not just for guidance, but to identify potential destiny rivals. Renaissance noble families reportedly kept secret records of individuals who shared birth dates and astrological signs with their heirs. Modern exploration of this concept allegedly occurred through Project Stargate, where remote viewers searched for individuals whose destinies might affect world leaders. Research indicates some powerful people may have eliminated others they perceived as sharing their destiny wavelength. The deaths of emerging political figures in the 1960s generated theories about fate manipulation, as promising leaders met unexpected ends, just as their paths seemed likely to cross with established powers. Eastern mystical traditions caution about karmic echoes, when multiple souls are destined for the same cosmic role. They warn that violently breaking these bonds creates spiritual consequences, suggesting some unexplained deaths of influential people might represent the universe correcting attempts at destiny warfare. Utnapishtim's immortality refers to an ancient being who may still exist among us today. The Epic of Gilgamesh notes remarkable similarities between Utnapishtim and the biblical Noah. Both constructed massive vessels to preserve life during a catastrophic flood. These accounts share details that appear too specific to be coincidental. Both men received divine warnings, collected animals in pairs, and released birds to locate dry land. The floods lasted for similar durations, and both ships eventually settled on mountains. Utnapishtim received eternal life as a reward from the same deities who forewarned him about the flood. Unlike Noah, who died at 950 years of age, texts indicate Utnapishtim never died. The gods relocated him to a distant paradise where he continues to exist. Similar flood myths exist across global cultures, each featuring their own immortal flood survivor. These stories might indicate a single individual who lived to share the tale across ancient civilizations, explaining why the same fundamental narrative appears from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica. Archaeological evidence reveals settlements with identical flood damage layers dating to approximately 5000 BCE across multiple continents. Some suggest this eternal figure used different identities in various cultures while spreading cautions about another great flood, a warning humanity has yet to acknowledge. Fifth-dimensional Bigfoot proposes that the legendary creature exists beyond our understanding of space and time, actively shaping human events through calculated appearances. Evidence suggests Bigfoot sightings often precede significant historical moments or personal life changes for witnesses. Records show multiple cases where people claim to spot the creature days before major decisions or life-altering events. In one case, a forest ranger reported seeing a massive bipedal figure vanish into thin air just hours before discovering a lost hiker who would have died without intervention. Researchers found patterns connecting Bigfoot encounters to seemingly random but interconnected events, like a domino effect. A timber worker's changed route due to a sighting led to him meeting his future wife, who later invented a crucial piece of forestry equipment. Many who encountered the being described a strange distortion in their perception of time, minutes stretching into hours or vice versa. Some witnesses reported seeing the creature glitch between locations, as if testing different positions in space. The creature's ability to evade capture takes on new meaning, not through superior physical abilities, but by existing in a state where it can observe and select optimal moments to influence reality. Like a cosmic chess player, each appearance might be a calculated move to nudge history in a specific direction. Vehicle surveillance theory suggests that many ordinary-looking cars around us are actually monitoring devices. The theory points out that the number of vehicles in major cities seems suspiciously high compared to expected car ownership and commuting patterns. Proponents note cases where cars remain parked for weeks without anyone approaching them. These vehicles typically have tinted windows, neutral colors, and common models that don't draw attention. Investigators have spotted unmarked cars with unusual antennas and dark windows matching government fleet specifications. DMV records reportedly show hundreds of vehicles registered to shell companies or non-existent addresses. These suspicious vehicles typically appear near crowded areas, government buildings, and public gathering spaces. Many disappear shortly after being photographed or documented by curious observers. Amateur radio operators have detected electrical signals from parked cars similar to those used in surveillance equipment. When noticed, these vehicles often vanish overnight, replaced by different models in the same location. People testing this theory have tracked specific cars and found many follow regular routes without passengers. Some even appear to respond to events by changing positions or suddenly becoming active. God's image theory stems from ancient religious texts, suggesting humanity's current form differs from its divine origin. Evidence surfaced showing variations in religious artwork depicting the human form across different civilizations and time periods, with earlier works showing more perfect proportions. Records indicate ancient mystics wrote of humans once possessing abilities far beyond modern capabilities, including telepathy, instant healing, and direct communication with higher beings. These powers supposedly faded as humanity strayed further from its original divine template. Researchers discovered peculiar patterns in human DNA once dismissed as junk code might be dormant sequences from an earlier, more advanced version of humanity. This genetic degradation allegedly accelerated after humanity's theoretical expulsion from Eden. Investigation revealed ancient megalithic structures worldwide share precise mathematical properties impossible to replicate with modern methods, hinting at lost capabilities. These architectural marvels supposedly represent humanity's last attempts to maintain connection with its divine blueprint. The presence of God genes in human DNA, linked to spiritual experiences and altered states of consciousness, suggests these might be remnants of humanity's original form. Some propose these genes activate during deep meditation, temporarily restoring fragments of humanity's divine capabilities. Archaeological findings show ancient civilizations possessed advanced knowledge of human anatomy and energy systems not rediscovered until modern times. These medical texts describe the human body as a degraded vessel, requiring specific practices to maintain its remaining divine properties. Reverse divination corruption describes the paradoxical relationship between predicting the future and altering it. CERN scientists discovered unusual data inconsistencies when attempting to map quantum patterns into the future. Their instruments produced different results for identical predictions. Evidence suggests that the act of observing potential futures may prevent those specific outcomes from manifesting. It's similar to learning you'll meet someone at a coffee shop tomorrow, then becoming too anxious to go, thereby preventing the predicted meeting from occurring. CIA records from the 1970s reveal that during remote viewing experiments, the more precisely a psychic predicted an event, the less likely that exact scenario would unfold. This phenomenon suggests the universe might have an inherent mechanism that prevents complete foreknowledge of future events. The concept aligns with quantum mechanics, where systems change when measured. Similarly, attempting to precisely determine future outcomes may cause those potential futures to collapse, resulting in entirely different timelines. Soul expungement centers on a dark split in humanity: those who carry the spark of consciousness and those who merely exist as empty vessels. Ancient texts describe rituals that tear away a person's essence, leaving behind a compliant shell that walks and talks but lacks true awareness. Medieval monastery records hint at secret ceremonies where monks claim to extract divine light from sinners. Evidence appeared in declassified MK-Ultra files suggesting experiments with sensory manipulation and chemicals that could create permanent spiritual vacancy. Test subjects reportedly lost their sense of self while maintaining basic functions. Researchers found patterns in certain coma patients who awoke with memories and skills intact, yet family members insisted something vital was missing, as if their loved one had been hollowed out. Brain scans showed normal activity, but emotional responses appeared mechanical. Believers cite cases of sudden personality changes where vibrant individuals become passive observers of their own lives. These changes often follow exposure to specific frequencies, chemicals, or ancient symbols that some claim act as soul-catching nets. The Christian Illuminati theory describes a hidden network of religious agents working to preserve Christianity's influence through secret conversion strategies. According to this theory, members pretend to follow other religions while gently introducing Christian ideas and values. Some accounts claim these individuals have infiltrated Buddhist temples, Islamic mosques, and Hindu organizations. While appearing devoted to these faiths, they allegedly promote biblical interpretations of spiritual teachings. These agents reportedly use careful comparisons between religious texts to slowly align different beliefs with Christian teachings. Some sources mention training materials that outline ways to find susceptible religious communities and create long-term fake identities. These guides supposedly emphasize patience, encouraging agents to invest years or even decades building trust before beginning subtle theological changes. Researchers claim to have found money trails connecting evangelical groups to interfaith programs that, while publicly promoting religious harmony, focus on finding similarities with Christianity. These programs often present Jesus as a universal spiritual figure rather than specifically Christian. According to the theory, secret messages indicate the group sees declining church attendance as temporary. They reportedly believe their work will eventually cause many people to return to Christianity once other faiths have been sufficiently influenced by their planted ideas and representatives. The Nephilim Earth theory proposes our planet previously supported an ecosystem designed for giants rather than humans. Ancient petrified tree stumps towering hundreds of feet high remain as evidence of this former world. Geological discoveries reveal massive root systems extending miles underground, suggesting vegetation that would overshadow our tallest redwoods. Unusual rock formations, especially at sites like Devil's Tower, resemble these ancient tree stumps. This theory reinterprets the Great Flood as waters from an outer Earth ocean collapsing onto our inner surface. Noah's Ark supposedly traveled through a flood portal to our current surface world rather than weathering storms. According to this view, deep-sea creatures with their enormous size and primitive features are remnants of outer Earth life that found refuge in the ocean depths. Giant squid, megalodon sharks, and other sea creatures are considered survivors rather than mutations. Worldwide cave systems allegedly contain evidence of giants mentioned in Native American traditions and biblical accounts. These weren't simply tall humans but outer Earth beings who discovered paths back to the surface. Their occasional appearances created legends of the Nephilim, while most retreated to the hollow earth realm of Agartha. Mysterious structures, such as precisely cut ancient stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons, are explained not as human achievements with lost technology, but as constructions by beings who could easily manage such weights. Blood type ascension theory connects ancient mystical practices with modern blood classification. What began as a fringe interpretation of Japanese blood type personality theory evolved into something darker. Records show certain meditation groups in the 1980s began incorporating blood type specific rituals into their practices. Evidence emerged of underground gatherings where participants underwent blood typing before receiving personalized paths to enlightenment. These paths reportedly involved specific dietary restrictions, meditation poses, and sometimes the consumption of certain metals believed to resonate with their blood chemistry. Researchers found documents from a defunct Korean temple suggesting 8 distinct progression paths, each tied to a specific blood type and Rh factor. The paths outlined increasingly extreme purification rites, from basic fasting to ingesting silver particles, which can actually turn skin permanently blue. Talk about taking feeling blue to a new level. Investigation found connections to older Mesopotamian texts supposedly outlining blood-based hierarchies among temple priests. Modern believers have seized on these fragments, claiming they prove ancient civilizations understood blood's role in spiritual advancement. They cite blood imagery in religious texts worldwide as supporting evidence. The movement gained traction in certain New Age circles where practitioners offered hemotyping spiritual consultations. These sessions combined blood type analysis with astrological readings and, strangely, interpretations of clients' earwax consistency. Several self-proclaimed ascension guides published manuscripts detailing alleged success stories. These accounts described participants achieving various enlightenment stages through blood-specific rituals. Common themes included seeing auras, developing telepathic abilities, and frequent mentions of sudden cravings for pickled foods. Extra-dimensional energy proposes a resource extraction theory rooted in quantum physics. The concept suggests parallel universes exist alongside our own, each containing untapped natural resources and energy reserves. Some theorists believe experiments at CERN have created tiny rifts between dimensions that could potentially be widened. This might allow access to unlimited oil, minerals, and other materials from parallel Earths where these resources remain abundant. Energy fluctuations observed during quantum experiments have been interpreted as possible interactions between dimensions. This has led to speculation about machines that could stabilize these connections long enough for mining operations. Reports mention classified government programs studying dimensional resonance, with leaked documents suggesting successful tests moving particles between theoretical parallel spaces. These programs allegedly aim to solve Earth's energy crisis by accessing resources from parallel dimensions. This theory presents both opportunity and risk. Extracting resources from other dimensions could potentially help humanity, but might also trigger a destructive cascade across multiple realities as dimensions begin depleting each other. Some theorists even suggest this process has already begun, pointing to our universe's unexplained dark energy as possible evidence. The all biological matter is consumable theory suggests humans have untapped potential to digest any organic material for nourishment. Ancient tribes reportedly performed rituals involving unusual plants and animals, believing these practices would activate deeper metabolic capabilities. In remote mountain regions, some communities claim to survive on tree bark and wild grasses through special breathing and meditation techniques that supposedly transformed their digestive systems at the cellular level. Scientists found unusual enzyme patterns in the saliva of certain isolated indigenous groups, indicating possible adaptations for breaking down cellulose and other normally indigestible compounds. These individuals showed higher concentrations of gut bacteria capable of processing raw plant matter. Research uncovered 1960s experiments where participants underwent fasting and specialized training, allegedly gaining the ability to extract nutrients from leather, cotton, and wooden objects. This process reportedly involved specific chewing patterns and mental focus to activate dormant digestive abilities. Reports exist of survival situations where people maintained health for weeks, eating only leaves and tree bark, claiming their desperate circumstances awakened primitive digestive capabilities that modern humans have forgotten. The divine linguistic censorship theory proposes that an ancient language existed with supernatural power, connecting humans directly to godlike abilities. This primordial tongue, spoken before the Tower of Babel event, allegedly allowed mankind to shape reality through speech alone. Ancient Hebrew texts contain patterns that hint at fragments of this divine language surviving through specific letter combinations and sacred names. Some texts mention words that could part waters, heal the sick, or even raise the dead, powers lost when God scattered humanity and broke their linguistic unity. Similar concepts appear across various cultures, with myths of words of power in Egyptian, Norse, and Hindu texts. These accounts often describe beings who could speak things into existence or unmake them just as easily, suggesting a shared memory of this lost divine speech. Modern researchers have attempted to reconstruct this theoretical language by analyzing common roots across the world's oldest known tongues. Some fringe scholars claim to have identified certain syllables that produce measurable energy changes when spoken in specific sequences, though these findings remain unverified. Linguistic patterns in religious ecstatic experiences show subjects across different faiths speaking in unknown tongues with strange similarities. Some believe these moments access fragments of the original divine language, briefly breaking through the cosmic censorship. Fourth, dimensional ley lines. Link human behavior to cosmic forces beyond our understanding. Similar to physical ley lines supposedly connecting ancient monuments, these metaphysical pathways shape the flow of human events through time and space. Historical records show patterns in seemingly random developments where separated cultures created similar innovations, architecture, and beliefs despite vast distances between them. Temporal ley lines might explain how Egyptians and Mayans both built pyramids, or why multiple civilizations independently discovered mathematics. Some evidence suggests these invisible threads guide humanity toward specific destinies, like a cosmic connect the dots through time. When mapped across history, certain technological breakthroughs, artistic movements, and cultural shifts appear to follow lines of influence that transcend normal causality. Many major historical figures reportedly felt guided by unseen forces, as if their choices were predetermined by powers beyond their control. These accounts come from diverse cultures and time periods, from Alexander the Great to Napoleon Bonaparte, each describing an inexplicable certainty in their destined path. Archaeological findings indicate ancient cultures may have sensed these temporal currents. Stone circles, temples, and sacred sites worldwide seem positioned not just along physical ley lines, but at moments marking significant shifts in human development. This pattern continues today, with tech hubs, cultural centers, and seats of power clustering along what believers call nodes of destiny, intersections of multiple fourth-dimensional ley lines in both space and time. Proponents argue Silicon Valley isn't just a random concentration of innovation, but a nexus where temporal forces direct human creativity. Matrix realism suggests our steady march toward digital existence may be a calculated plan rather than natural progress. The rise of virtual currencies, digital identities, and simulated experiences mirrors science fiction elements, yet serves real-world purposes of data collection and behavioral control. Evidence shows modern technology shapes human behavior through carefully crafted reward systems and dopamine triggers. Social media, gaming, and digital payment systems create dependency while gathering extensive data on user habits. Many people now spend more hours in virtual spaces than physical ones. This shift accelerated as remote work, digital entertainment, and online social connections became normal, blurring the line between authentic and curated experiences. Major tech companies are developing fully immersive digital environments that can replace traditional human experiences. These developments allow unprecedented monitoring and manipulation of human behavior. Younger generations show decreased interest in physical experiences, preferring digital alternatives. This generational shift suggests a gradual acceptance of simulated reality as the default state of existence. The push toward digital currencies and cashless systems makes all transactions trackable data points, creating a system where every economic choice can be observed and potentially influenced. Artificial intelligence and machine learning systems study human behavior patterns within digital spaces, potentially learning to predict and guide human actions toward predetermined outcomes. Digital systems subtly limit human choices while creating the illusion of freedom. From curated social media feeds to suggested purchases, each interaction guides users toward specific behaviors, benefiting those controlling the systems. Extraplanar operations evolved from ancient shamanic traditions adapted into modern warfare theory. Military programs during the Cold War investigated how altered states of consciousness might make soldiers susceptible to otherworldly influence. These experiments used substances like LSD and DMT to explore the boundaries between normal awareness and supposed higher realms. Soviet research teams reportedly developed specialized compounds to induce specific visionary states, targeting what they called weak points in human consciousness, moments when the mind became open to external forces. Subjects in classified studies consistently encountered similar entities while under the influence, suggesting these might not be mere hallucinations but contacts with actual beings. These entities apparently responded to specific rituals and could be directed through careful preparation. Declassified documents reveal attempts to establish protocols for psychic warfare using these substances. The aim wasn't simply to confuse enemy forces, but to make their minds vulnerable to non-physical intelligences that could be negotiated with or manipulated. Some defense contractors still maintain small teams exploring this blend of pharmacology and metaphysics, though publicly they describe it as researching exotic psychological warfare concepts. Their actual work remains concealed behind security clearances and code names. Laboratory notes describe tests where subjects became vessels for external intelligences after exposure to certain compounds. These entities could allegedly access memories, control physical functions, and permanently alter personality traits, potentially creating a method for bloodless conquest. Hidden history reveals a connection between knowledge and power beyond simple information control. This theory suggests history functions as a code that shapes reality, with certain historical fact combinations offering direct physical world influence. Proponents note how major historical events often mirror each other in unusual ways, creating patterns that seem unnatural. These patterns supposedly function like a spell, preventing most people from perceiving reality's true nature. Historical records show powerful groups have taken extreme measures to destroy or alter historical documents beyond mere propaganda purposes. In some instances, entire libraries and archives have disappeared overnight, replaced with records containing subtle but significant differences. Researchers have uncovered evidence of global construction projects apparently designed to overwrite historical sites. Many modern buildings are positioned directly above ancient ruins, creating specific geometric patterns when mapped, patterns matching symbols in occult texts about reality manipulation. Some investigators claim to have found evidence certain historical figures never existed, while others may represent multiple people combined into single characters. These alterations appear deliberately designed to prevent anyone from assembling dangerous combinations of historical knowledge. The theory proposes that the authentic past contained secrets about consciousness, physics, and existence, secrets that could grant ordinary people extraordinary powers if rediscovered. By substituting a fabricated history, elites allegedly ensured these reality-altering abilities remained exclusively in their possession. Eastern cloning originates from unusual patterns in China's birth rates and population statistics that appear to contradict natural growth trends. Records from rural regions reveal strikingly similar facial features among entire communities, extending beyond what family relationships could account for. The investigation points to concealed laboratories in isolated provinces where leaked images show series of metal containers filled with peculiar blue liquid. Former employees speak of enormous subterranean facilities capable of housing thousands of these pods, all alive with activity. Information has emerged about significant power surges in these locations, corresponding to the energy requirements of the futuristic cloning centers captured in grainy drone footage. Local agricultural workers report numerous trucks moving under cover of darkness, transporting what appears to be medical equipment and unusual cylindrical containers. Investigators found genetic testing facilities emerging throughout China's rural areas, far exceeding what normal healthcare would require. These facilities share supply networks with recognized cloning research institutions, ordering rare chemicals used in DNA replication processes. Partially leaked government documents reference a population stability program costing billions with no apparent purpose. The expenditure timeline aligns with when China's demographic figures began attracting attention from international statistics analysts. Records indicate thousands of new birth centers constructed since 2010, but satellite imagery shows none of the typical signs of hospital operations. Instead, thermal imaging detects deep heat signatures suggesting extensive underground complexes. The finite soul energy theory proposes that human potential comes from a cosmic distribution of spiritual resources. Our abilities are determined by an invisible energy source allocated at birth from a universal pool that remains constant. Research shows that increases in exceptional intelligence often correlate with decreases in average academic performance across regions. This pattern appears consistently in educational data since the 1950s, suggesting an underlying balance in human potential. Ancient civilizations independently developed similar concepts. Mayans observed celestial events they believed affected the distribution of sacred fire among newborns, while Persian writings describe a divine breath transferred between souls. Modern studies reveal that remarkable individuals frequently emerge from areas experiencing widespread intellectual exhaustion. Tesla's emergence coincided with a decrease in European patent filings, and Einstein's innovations occurred during a period of reduced scientific productivity among his peers. Identical twins provide potential evidence. Despite sharing genetics and environment, one often demonstrates greater aptitude while the other struggles, possibly due to uneven distribution of soul energy before birth. Research on child prodigies shows many lose their exceptional talents in adulthood as if their initial energy becomes redistributed. Mozart's later decline is commonly referenced as an example. Throughout history, prominent figures have reported feeling depleted after intense creative periods, describing it as something beyond ordinary tiredness, as if their mental energy was being consumed. Highway delusions originates from strange occurrences on long, empty roads. It goes beyond mere zoning out. Some drivers report seeing things that distort reality. These visions typically occur during nighttime drives on isolated stretches far from urban lighting. During monotonous drives, the brain enters an unusual state between wakefulness and sleep. Research has shown this matches traditional trance states used by shamans. The steady rhythm of tires and road markings creates ideal conditions for the mind to drift between realities. Studies reveal that the same brain regions active during highway trances are also active in deep meditation. Long-distance drivers have reported seeing shadow figures crossing lanes, ghostly vehicles that disappear, and roads that seem endless. Remarkably, many describe identical phenomena despite having no prior communication with each other. Researchers have found these experiences most commonly occur between 2 and 4 a.m., called the thin hours, when reality may weaken. The theory proposes that modern highways have inadvertently created perfect conditions for glimpsing what exists just beyond normal perception, all resulting from simple boredom. Truck drivers refer to certain routes as spooky highways, where unusual events frequently occur. Places such as Route 66 and Nevada's loneliest road generate the most accounts. Some drivers document their experiences, compiling what amounts to cosmic traffic reports. Alternative religious narratives suggest a shift from the common ancient astronaut stance. Instead of beings from other worlds acting as divine messengers, both humans and aliens serve as creations under one universal deity. Evidence emerged when researchers noted recurring themes of higher powers across world faiths, hinting at a shared spiritual experience that might extend beyond Earth. The complexity of religious beliefs, moral frameworks, and the concept of divine connection points to something more than mere alien intervention. Religious texts often describe celestial beings with their own hierarchies, wars, and relationships with the divine. These accounts suggest even powerful entities answer to a greater force, similar to humanity. If alien life exists, they too might question existence, purpose, and mortality. Their faiths could mirror human religions, with prophets, sacred texts, and places of worship, suggesting a universal creator's influence spans the cosmos. Mathematical and scientific constants throughout the universe might be signs of intelligent design affecting all life forms equally. These universal laws could serve as a shared foundation for both human and alien religious understanding. This theory creates possibilities for interstellar religious dialogue. Rather than being gods, aliens might share humanity's quest for spiritual meaning, establishing potential common ground for cosmic fellowship. Deceased Dead Hand Signals proposes a haunting reality behind mysterious radio broadcasts that continue long after their original purpose. Static-filled frequencies carry coded messages meant for spies and agents who may have died decades ago. These transmissions persist like ghostly echoes because their senders remain hidden in remote bunkers or safe houses, cut off from news of the world. Several recorded signals match patterns used by Soviet-era spy networks, yet continue broadcasting into modern times. A signal detected in Eastern Europe used a numbered sequence identical to KGB formats from the 1970s, suggesting the transmission point never received word of the USSR's collapse. When tracking these dead stations, strange repeated patterns emerged. Many broadcast at specific times matching old military schedules, using outdated encryption methods modern agencies abandoned. Some contain snippets of decades-old news mixed with their usual number sequences. Field researchers traced one signal to an abandoned military facility in the Ural Mountains. Inside, they found automated broadcasting equipment still running on backup power systems, faithfully transmitting messages into empty airspace. The original operators had long since vanished. Testing these frequencies revealed layers of code meant for specific Cold War-era receiver models. Breaking just one layer exposed coordinates to dead drops and meeting points unused since the 1980s. The messages themselves read like time capsules, warning about threats and enemies that no longer exist. Planned obsolescence extends beyond consumer goods like light bulbs and smartphones. Throughout the 20th century, evidence emerged showing how companies deliberately shortened product lifespans. For instance, in 1924, the Phoebus cartel reduced light bulb longevity from 2,500 to 1,000 hours, demonstrating that corporations could intentionally limit product durability. This practice appears in other sectors too. Documents show city planners incorporating decay cycles into neighborhood designs through poor quality materials, flawed infrastructure, and calculated neglect, creating areas designed to deteriorate over time. This mirrors how electronic devices often fail shortly after warranties expire. Similar patterns exist in education and culture. School districts frequently change teaching methodologies, forcing parents to continuously adapt their approach to helping children. Fashion trends accelerate while clothing quality decreases, and language evolves more rapidly, effectively sidelining older generations. Research suggests these practices may serve to prevent community stability. When products, buildings, and cultural references are impermanent, people remain in a state of constant change. This makes populations easier to influence, more consumption-oriented, and less capable of establishing enduring power structures that might challenge existing systems. The ongoing costs of maintenance, replacement, and retraining drain resources. Like deliberately fragile technology, society itself may be engineered for controlled failure as a strategic choice rather than by chance. Contemporary sacrifices suggests secret religious groups hide within the halls of power. These cults may carry out old rituals by taking people who won't be missed, the homeless, runaways, or loners. These sacrifices serve two goals: to keep the cult's power through dark rites and to feed huge sea beasts living in the deepest parts of the ocean. Navy ships often sail to exact spots above the deepest ocean floors with no clear reason why. Sailors tell of weird sounds from below, gear breaking down, and being told to stay away from parts of the deck at certain times. The idea links to old myths where sea gods wanted human gifts. Greek tales of girls given to sea monsters and island stories of ocean gods needing human offerings share the same basic plot across distant lands. Some point to satellite images showing massive shapes moving under the sea. These shapes, some hundreds of feet long, show up briefly before diving too deep to track. The high number of people who go missing near coasts each year adds to these fears. While most can be explained, some think the rest are taken for these ocean offerings. Strange money flows to secret Navy programs with huge budgets and little checking. When asked, officials just say it's for national security. These ocean trips often happen on the same days as old pagan holy times, the longest and shortest days of the year, and other star-based dates that meant a lot in old faiths. Non-urban testing grounds caught fire in conspiracy circles when small towns across America started reporting strange animal sightings. These scattered incidents match how black projects typically test things, in isolated places where weird experiments stay hidden. When you look at the timeline, spikes in creature sightings often line up with military research projects. Back in the 70s, people near Edwards Air Force Base spotted coyotes with strangely shaped limbs right around when the base ramped up its environmental research work. Digging deeper, investigators found shell companies buying up remote land near cryptid sighting hotspots. The pattern makes sense. Close enough to watch test subjects interact with civilization, but far enough to keep secrets. The government's been buying land in areas with lots of missing pets. Shelter records show most pets vanish within 5 miles of these properties, with far fewer disappearances beyond that range. Many of these so-called monsters look like normal animals with specific modifications: stretched limbs, unusual muscle development, or enhanced senses. These are exactly the kinds of changes you'd expect from military programs developing combat or surveillance organisms. Some former employees have leaked documents about containment procedures for modified test subjects and how to recapture escapees. These papers even include scripts for explaining away sightings as regular wildlife, almost like they expected creatures to be spotted. As cities expand and truly remote areas shrink, these testing grounds have crept from deep wilderness toward the edges of smaller communities, reflecting broader changes in where military research happens. The New World Order militarism theory connects disappearances around the world to what might be a secret training program for some kind of authoritarian takeover. People have found what they think is evidence. Missing persons cases across different continents seem to link up with these remote military compounds. There are even witnesses who say they've seen civilians being processed through makeshift facilities. Some files leaked from private military contractors talk about things like mass civilian management and ways to control crowds, especially in cities. The weird part is, these documents have these blacked out sections about asset acquisition and volunteer recruitment that apparently go back decades. When researchers looked at missing persons data, they noticed something strange. spikes in disappearances near known military testing grounds and black sites. A lot of these missing people had backgrounds in military or law enforcement, which makes some people think they were picked specifically because of what they knew or their psychological profiles. Then you've got these whistleblowers from security firms describing what they call conditioning centers, where they say groups of people were put through really strict routines and had their behavior modified. They talk about special techniques to break people down and make them completely obedient. Investigators found all these shell companies tied to defense contractors buying up remote properties and turning them into restricted compounds. When they looked at satellite images, these places had features that looked like both military training grounds and detention centers, obstacle courses, guard towers, big dormitory buildings, that kind of thing. The transhumanist neural network theory connects our regular medical practices to hidden technology that might be altering our minds. People who believe this theory point to patterns where routine medical procedures kids go through seem to line up with changes in how large groups of people think and perceive things. They talk about evidence of patents from way back in the 1960s for these tiny neural implants. On paper, they were just diagnostic tools, but they supposedly contain details for altering moods and recognizing thought patterns. What's got people concerned is how similar these old designs look to medical equipment used on children today. Some researchers claim they've picked up strange electromagnetic frequencies coming from medical centers. These frequencies match exactly what you'd need for wireless communication between neural implants. Interestingly, these signals get stronger during the times of year when most kids are getting their regular checkups. When looking at the medical tools used in standard childhood procedures, investigators found components that could potentially hold tiny transmitters. The metal in these tools contains rare elements, the same kind used in advanced telecommunications technology. In some documents recovered from closed medical facilities, there were references to things like collective cognitive enhancement and neural mesh integration. You won't find these terms in public medical records, but they match descriptions of theoretical technology that could link human minds together. Former medical staff have reported weird equipment malfunctions during routine procedures, what they called consciousness blips. During these moments, multiple patients would suddenly experience identical thoughts or feelings at the exact same time. According to these reports, hospital administrators quickly covered these incidents up. Transhuman authoritarianism is the dark potential of merging humans with machines. Several tech giants have patented neural interfaces that could transmit thoughts between people. Military researchers have developed hive mind technology, letting soldiers share sensory information without speaking. Technology critics fear could be used to monitor and control civilian thoughts. Serious security flaws exist in medical implants like pacemakers and insulin pumps. A single cyber attack could harm millions of augmented humans at once. Think tank documents suggest brain-computer interfaces aren't just about progress, but about the power to patch human consciousness like software, creating unprecedented social control. Early transhumanist writings mentioned selective enhancement, giving advanced augmentations only to certain groups, creating a two-tier society where enhanced humans rule over the unaugmented. Code in prototype neural interfaces reveals built-in kill switch functions. Like a computer virus, a malicious signal could spread through connected humans, shutting down their vital biological functions. Post-simulation society refers to the theory that our reality is actually a testing environment where newborns undergo comprehensive life simulations to determine their worthiness. Advanced civilizations could potentially create perfect virtual worlds where time flows differently, allowing entire lifetimes to unfold in just moments for those observing from outside. Some believe this psychological screening method exists to maintain social harmony by exposing subjects to various moral choices, hardships, and temptations while hidden observers evaluate their reactions. This theory suggests déjà vu might occur when the simulation slightly glitches or overlaps with previous run-throughs, explaining why life sometimes feels oddly scripted or predetermined. Proponents argue this system would efficiently solve multiple societal problems at once, filtering out harmful individuals before they cause damage and controlling population without physical intervention. The process would be considered humane since failed subjects would simply never wake from their simulated life with no awareness of their rejection. In this view, natural selection continues, but with consciousness and moral character as the deciding factors rather than physical traits, meaning everyone alive today has already proven their worth through countless virtual trials. Presentism accelerationism describes an unseen force driving humanity toward rapid advancement and potential collapse. Evidence shows human progress has dramatically accelerated, from the slow pace of early civilization to our modern breakneck speed. The shift from horse-drawn carriages to self-driving cars happened in just decades, while earlier innovations like the wheel took centuries to refine. This growth extends beyond technology. Earth's population stayed under 1 billion for most of history, then exploded to 8 billion in just 200 years. This surge in both population and knowledge defies natural evolutionary patterns. Researchers have connected these changes to increasing UFO sightings and supernatural events, suggesting outside manipulation. This timing coincides with humanity's shift from spiritual values toward materialistic pursuits. These entities may be using our own nature against us, exploiting human greed and short-term thinking to push development beyond sustainable limits. Their goal might be forcing a breaking point where current systems collapse, making way for something new. Strange patterns appear in how technology spreads, key innovations emerging almost simultaneously worldwide, as if guided by an invisible hand. Even breakthroughs that should take years somehow appear in weeks. Leyline evolution theory connects ancient mysticism with human development. Major prehistoric sites align with Earth's supposed energy channels, creating patterns across continents. Higher radiation levels and magnetic anomalies appear at these crossing points, with unusual effects on plant growth and animal behavior. Ancient settlements grew precisely where these lines meet, suggesting an unseen influence on early humans. Distinct genetic markers appear in populations near major leyline intersections. Blood samples show unique mineral content, while brainwaves display stronger responses to electromagnetic fields among native peoples in these zones. Ancient migration routes follow these energy paths with remarkable accuracy. Cave paintings and artifacts near leyline crossings share similarities despite being separated by oceans, as if different groups access the same source of inspiration. These power lines often follow mineral-rich veins and underground water sources. The theory suggests humans were drawn to these locations, their bodies and minds gradually adapting to each site's unique energy signature. People around these sites reportedly experience shifts in consciousness, with locals showing heightened intuition and unusual sensory abilities. Those living near major crossings claim deeper environmental connections and stronger ties to ancestral practices. Deep-sea ley lines are energy paths beneath the ocean that supposedly cause human transformation. Believers cite unusual skeletal remains found near underwater formations with bone structures unlike known human anatomy. Indigenous cultures across Pacific islands tell of people returning from deep-sea voyages physically changed, with webbed hands, enlarged eyes, and silvery, shimmering skin. These stories appear across centuries and in locations thousands of miles apart. Classified naval documents allegedly describe encounters with humanoid creatures near deep-sea thermal vents along these prehistoric power lines. Sonar operators reported movement patterns too intelligent for marine animals, yet too fluid for normal divers. Researchers note unusual electromagnetic readings at certain deep-sea locations, particularly along the Pacific Ring of Fire. These energy fields might trigger genetic changes in human tissue. Multiple missing person cases involve experienced divers who ventured into these areas. Their final radio transmissions mentioned strange sensations, impossible colors, or urges to swim deeper. The few who returned showed physical changes like increased lung capacity and enhanced night vision. Military studies from the 1970s supposedly documented experiments with deep-sea habitation near these leyline intersections. The program ended after test subjects developed unusual skin patterns and shared dreams of ancient underwater cities. While most files remain redacted, medical records hint at unprecedented physiological adaptations. Quantum universe is a theory that connects how we think and feel with the true nature of reality. Some evidence hints that real consciousness might be much rarer than we believe, with most beings simply running on autopilot. The theory suggests that in our reality, most people might be non-conscious copies following programmed patterns, similar to background characters in video games. These NPCs would act human, talk, and appear to have emotions, but would lack true self-awareness. Some mathematical models show consciousness might be spread across parallel worlds, with only one real version of each person existing somewhere in the infinite web of realities. This authentic self would always survive deadly situations by shifting to a reality where they lived, while their copies could die normally. This idea builds on quantum physics, where particles exist in multiple states until observed. Similarly, consciousness might exist in a quantum state across universes, but only be truly alive in one. Like how a video game only creates what the player can see, reality might only generate true consciousness where necessary. Pareidolia is our brain's tendency to see meaningful patterns, especially faces, in random stimuli. Ancient cultures believed people who saw divine faces in nature possessed special wisdom. Research shows our brains react strongly to eye-like patterns even when we know they're not real. This phenomenon activates the same neural pathways, whether viewing an actual face or just face-like patterns in objects. Archaeological evidence suggests early humans often positioned settlements to align with natural rock formations resembling faces, and cave artists enhanced wall patterns that appeared to show eyes or facial features. Studies indicate people reporting more spiritual experiences tend to detect more faces in random patterns and notice subtle facial features faster than others. Many religious sites worldwide incorporate natural formations that seem to be watching observers. From astronomical phenomena like the Eye of God nebula to the face on Mars, some theorize these recurring patterns might indicate a universal consciousness attempting to communicate through familiar forms. Ethno-spirituality describes how human populations supposedly developed unique spiritual connections with their ancestral territories, creating unbreakable metaphysical bonds. Indigenous cultures have long described sacred connections to specific lands, claiming they can perceive subtle energy patterns imperceptible to outsiders. Displaced populations reportedly experience feeling spiritually disconnected when relocated, even to similar environments, with these feelings persisting across generations despite cultural assimilation. Researchers note intriguing patterns where groups from similar latitudes independently developed comparable spiritual practices related to local natural features. Certain mountains, waters, and landscapes hold deep meaning for specific ethnic groups while having no spiritual significance for others. The theory connects this phenomenon to ancient migration patterns, suggesting that populations who remained in one region for millennia developed sensitivities to local electromagnetic fields and geological formations. These spiritual adaptations supposedly became encoded in DNA, similar to physical adaptations to local diets and climates. Some believers document cases of people experiencing unexplained physical and emotional symptoms when living far from ancestral lands, a type of geographic homesickness beyond normal cultural adjustment. This might explain why certain immigrant communities struggle to fully integrate even after multiple generations. Vibrational equilibrium theory comes from ancient wisdom about how humans respond to natural frequencies and energy fields. Past civilizations reportedly built structures aligned with Earth's natural resonance, while modern buildings block these helpful frequencies. Research suggests common additives in processed foods, especially synthetic preservatives, create patterns that disrupt the body's natural vibrational state. These compounds are similar to industrial dampening agents used to stop machine vibrations. Researchers found strange patterns in urban planning, where newer developments use materials and layouts that create subtle counter-frequencies. These same designs appear in buildings worldwide, suggesting coordination. Many modern wellness practices allegedly lock people into rigid breathing and movement patterns. These standardized techniques prevent people from finding their natural rhythmic flow, keeping them in a low vibrational state. Soil samples near cell towers and power lines showed altered crystalline structures compared to untouched areas. These changed formations match patterns seen in human tissue exposed to certain food additives. The spread of wireless technology correlates with fewer people reporting abilities like earthquake prediction or weather sensitivity, skills once common among indigenous peoples living without modern vibrational interference. Obsolete documents suggest that leaked government files are actually planted misinformation. These leaks, like the Pentagon Papers, are designed to distract researchers with outdated or false information while real operations continue undetected. Leaked documents often contain small errors that wouldn't appear in genuine classified materials. Many Cold War leaks revealed information about operations that had already ended, making them tactically worthless. Whistleblowers behind major leaks often received surprisingly light punishment compared to those who exposed truly sensitive information. Most widely circulated leaked documents contain just enough classification markings to seem real, while missing standard security features of actual secret files. Researchers noted that major leaks frequently coincided with the quiet implementation of unrelated government programs, providing perfect cover for genuine classified operations. The suspicious timing of certain leaks, often emerging when public attention needed to be diverted from other political developments, suggests calculated release rather than true whistleblowing. Staged uprising theory suggests that every revolution in history was actually planned and orchestrated by powerful groups behind the scenes. Evidence points to deliberate economic manipulation and strategic scandals that weaken nations right before they collapse. Revolutionary leaders often receive mysterious funding from untraceable sources months before their movements take off. Banking records reveal suspicious transfers to offshore accounts just days before governments fall, suggesting possible payoffs to key figures. Media coverage follows eerily similar patterns across different uprisings, peaceful protests that gradually escalate after convenient mistakes by security forces that fuel public anger. Researchers found that supposedly unrelated grassroots movements used identical tactics, slogans, and even graphic designs, many tracing back to the same handful of non-profit organizations. Government records show some regimes mysteriously ordered their military to stand down during peak unrest, while deposed leaders later enjoyed luxurious exile instead of facing consequences. Meanwhile, select trading groups somehow perfectly anticipated which industries would benefit from specific government collapses, making massive profits across multiple revolutionary events spanning decades. Energy coagulation is a mystical concept about gathering and concentrating spiritual energy from human consciousness. Ancient alchemists first documented attempts to capture this life force, with detailed records appearing in medieval texts. In the 1800s, isolated religious groups practiced extreme fasting and meditation, believing they could absorb the divine essence of the dead. Their leaders often claimed to develop supernatural abilities. Secret societies emerged in the early 1900s, performing rituals near places with high death rates to harness what they called vital resonance. Members of these groups reportedly displayed unexplained physical and mental capabilities after ceremonies. Today, fringe groups still gather at historical massacre sites, claiming to sense and collect residual energy pools that leave them feeling supercharged and cosmically aware. Indigenous traditions warn against disturbing mass burial sites, describing them as dangerous concentrations of spirit energy that can overwhelm the unprepared. Some native cultures speak of certain individuals becoming possessed by many souls, gaining the combined knowledge and power of the deceased. Classified experiments from the 1960s attempted to measure energy fluctuations around recently deceased subjects, recording unusual readings that defied scientific explanation. Quantum puppeteering suggests that across infinite parallel universes, one prime version of each person possesses higher consciousness than their duplicates. This prime being can supposedly reach across dimensional barriers to control their alternate selves like a puppeteer with marionettes. The less conscious copies, called NPCs, follow predictable patterns until their prime counterpart takes control. People report experiencing sudden shifts in behavior or decision-making that feel external to their own will, often during major life changes. Strange synchronicities appear across different timelines, with multiple versions of the same person making identical choices at precise moments despite different circumstances. The bleed effect describes when memories and skills suddenly manifest in these copies without prior learning, as if the prime version is downloading information directly into its quantum duplicates. Alien Anarchy describes a conspiracy theory about extraterrestrial rebels fighting against their own governments. Similar to human resistance movements, these alien rebels supposedly contact Earth to warn us about sinister plots. During the 1960s, small cults and fringe groups claimed to receive messages from these aliens. These messages allegedly warned that Earth's governments were secretly working with hostile alien forces. Anonymous whistleblowers reported finding strange alien symbols and artifacts in military zones. These items supposedly contained warnings about corrupt alien leadership and urged humans to become aware of cosmic threats. Researchers noticed UFO sightings often occurred in areas where new spiritual movements later formed. These movements typically preached about cosmic warfare and promised alien saviors would rescue humanity. Classified documents reportedly mentioned non-aligned visitors, believed to be a code name for these rebel aliens. The Starfall Manifesto, discovered in 1973, claimed to be a rebel aliens' explanation of a cosmic power struggle. Written in unusual language mixing technical and spiritual terms, it warned of secret deals between Earth's elites and corrupt alien overlords. Extraterrestrial whistleblowers first appeared in UFO lore when people claimed aliens were secretly leaking information to humanity. These whistleblowers supposedly contact selected humans through hidden channels to share crucial knowledge about their species. Radio observatories have reportedly detected unusual signals containing warnings about cosmic threats that don't match any known human transmission patterns. Several military personnel have described encounters with strange beings who disappeared but left behind data drives filled with classified space information. These drives supposedly contained star maps showing potential colony locations and valuable resources. The whistleblowers seem to prefer making contact with humans already working in aerospace or defense. Their pattern mimics witness protection, quick information drops followed by complete silence. The leaked messages often warn specifically about human technological development, especially concerning AI and quantum computing, sometimes including blueprints for safer alternative technologies. These aliens reportedly claim to be part of a cosmic preservation society, breaking their own non-interference rules to prevent humanity from making the same mistakes that doomed other civilizations. Chthonic telecommunication connects ancient demonic forces with modern digital networks. Some tech pioneers allegedly practiced occult rituals in computing's early days, even conducting ceremonies before major product launches. In the 1960s, strange patent applications containing unusual mathematical formulas supposedly predicted future networking protocols before mysteriously vanishing from official records. Researchers claim certain computer processing frequencies match traditional demon summoning tones from medieval grimoires, while the binary system itself parallels ancient Mesopotamian divination methods. Early internet infrastructure was reportedly built on historically significant religious sites, with the first transatlantic cable crossing 7 locations of supposed supernatural activity. Network outages allegedly follow occult calendars, clustering around astronomically significant dates without technical explanation. The IPv6 protocol supposedly contains sequences matching Latin incantations that, when converted to sound, produce patterns identical to those in documented supernatural encounters. Server farms experience unexplained power fluctuations forming patterns like ancient summoning circles, with maintenance logs describing equipment behaving impossibly. Deep web archives supposedly reference the protocol, an alleged agreement between tech companies and non-human entities exchanging technological advancement for an unnamed tribute. Cannibalism psyops connects ancient tribal practices to modern power dynamics. People once believed eating human flesh granted special abilities, strength from warriors, wisdom from elders. Many cultures practiced ritual cannibalism as a sacred tradition, not a taboo. They saw it as honoring the deceased while gaining their positive traits. Throughout history, evidence suggests powerful groups secretly engaged in flesh-eating rituals. Ironically, these same groups later helped establish laws making cannibalism one of society's strongest taboos. The theory draws connections to modern medicine's discoveries that human tissue can transfer proteins and hormones between bodies. Similar patterns emerged with ancient regurgitation rituals, where leaders shared partially digested food with followers, practices that mysteriously disappeared as new power structures formed. Organ transplants serve as modern proof that human tissue transfer works. Yet while medical procedures are accepted, the concept of gaining power through consumption remains forbidden, perhaps deliberately so. Doomsday clocks originated from ancient timekeeping methods lost across multiple civilizations, extending well beyond the famous Mayan calendar. Dozens of cultures created their own end-time predictions, with many mysteriously disappearing. The Vatican reportedly holds fragments of at least 3 forgotten counting systems in its archives. These fragments appear to mark catastrophic events, though most sections are heavily damaged or missing. Carbon dating places their creation between 2000 and 4000 BCE. Fringe historians discovered patterns in Egyptian tomb markings that seem to chart cosmic events against human civilization's timeline. Intriguingly, these same symbols appear at archaeological sites thousands of miles apart, from South America to Asia. In the 1970s, leaked military files suggested a secret Pentagon unit was tracking these ancient timing systems. Their research was abandoned after 3 team members died in separate accidents within the same week while studying the same set of symbols. Modern atomic clock facilities are often built near locations where ancient cultural centers once tracked celestial movements, possibly to synchronize with whatever the ancients were measuring. The CERN facility in Switzerland sits directly above ruins that once housed a Celtic calendar stone. Throughout history, powerful groups have destroyed or hidden timekeeping artifacts. The Spanish burned Mayan codices, Romans melted Celtic bronze calendars, and museums worldwide list numerous missing astronomical devices in their records, almost as if someone is trying to keep us from seeing when time runs out. Ghost towns remain abandoned not because of economic decline, but due to supernatural forces that emerge after many deaths occur in one place. Evidence links these deserted settlements to strange phenomena, cold spots, electromagnetic disturbances, and unexplained sounds. These effects grow stronger as the local death toll rises. Strangely, major cities show almost no paranormal activity despite centuries of deaths. This suggests cities might somehow strip away the spiritual essence needed for hauntings. Ghost towns across different cultures share consistent qualities. Electronics fail, animals refuse to enter, and visitors feel watched. These effects intensify in places where violent or sudden deaths happened. Body, California is a perfect example. Rangers report mysterious tool disappearances, failed restoration attempts, and workers experiencing overwhelming dread. Meanwhile, San Francisco remains spiritually quiet despite its massive historical death count. Panrocticon theory suggests rocks can record and store information about their surroundings, similar to prehistoric recording devices. Certain minerals react to nearby movements and sounds, creating microscopic patterns in their structure that remain for centuries. This phenomenon resembles how vinyl records store sound, but occurs naturally in stone. Laboratory tests have confirmed that seismic waves and other vibrations can leave detectable marks in rock formations. The concerning implication is that ordinary rocks, in buildings, streets, and landscapes, might contain detailed records of human activities and conversations throughout history. Some theorists believe advanced technology could potentially read this geological data, essentially turning Earth's crust into an inadvertent surveillance system that has been passively recording human civilization for millennia. Critics worry that if such technology exists, powerful groups might already be extracting information from stone surfaces, accessing an unimaginable archive of human activity preserved in the very ground beneath our feet. Quantum Oz factor describes an eerie sensation where people feel reality has suddenly shifted around them. This strange experience often happens during paranormal encounters and near-death situations. Survivors frequently report that after these brushes with death, they perceive the world differently. They notice subtle changes in friends and family, as if their loved ones' personalities have been slightly altered. A curious pattern emerges in these accounts. Those who experience the quantum Oz factor often feel more awake or real than before, while seeing others as less conscious or authentic. This resembles how background characters behave in simulations or games, leading to theories that consciousness might transfer between parallel realities. Some quantum physicists suggest our awareness might exist in multiple states simultaneously. The theory proposes that near-death experiences act like reset buttons, shuffling conscious awareness between infinite parallel worlds. Survivors emerge with heightened awareness in their new reality, while an NPC version of themselves continues in the old one, creating an endless cycle across the multiverse. Religious socialism warns of a hidden movement seeking to merge faith with state control of wealth and resources. This conspiracy theory claims ancient roots, suggesting manuscripts link biblical teachings to collective ownership principles. Early church writings supposedly advocated for shared resources and common property as divine mandates. The theory alleges modern religious groups quietly amass wealth while preaching against individual property rights. These organizations supposedly maintain strict hierarchies where enlightened leaders control all finances. According to believers, these religious socialist groups work behind the scenes to influence lawmakers, pushing for policies that would give religious institutions greater economic authority. Their stated goal is protecting souls from the corruption of wealth through centralized control. The conspiracy points to alleged networks of religious socialist communes in remote areas where all property belongs to the leadership council and members surrender personal possessions upon joining. This rhetoric supposedly spreads through various faith movements, adapting to different beliefs while maintaining core ideas about authorities controlling wealth distribution. Fake fluoride began with a scientific controversy from the 1960s when Soviet scientist Boris Derjagin claimed to discover polywater, water with altered properties when confined in narrow tubes. After polywater was debunked, some researchers applied this concept to fluoride in water supplies, suggesting harmful substances could hide within normal-looking fluoride compounds. Water facilities use three main types of fluoride, but verification relies mostly on manufacturer documentation rather than independent testing. Testing focuses on concentration, not molecular structure, and independent researchers claim to have found anomalies in treated water samples. Critics point to the government's switch from sodium fluoride to fluorosilicic acid in the 1970s as possible evidence of deception. The fluoride used in water treatment often comes from aluminum and phosphate fertilizer companies, leading some to suspect these industries found a profitable way to dispose of industrial waste. Science worship comes from the belief that governments deceive the public by inventing scientific discoveries to replace religious explanations. This theory claims that breakthroughs like lightning rods and germ theory deliberately shifted events from divine causes to natural ones. Supposedly, scientific institutions get funding based on how well they can demystify unexplainable phenomena. The theory points to the 20th century's rapid scientific progress, suggesting each discovery was timed to counter religious claims. Believers note patterns in scientific papers that seem focused on disproving religious miracles, like studies about parting seas, tides, burning bushes, gas vents, and walking on water, surface tension. Documents from the 1950s allegedly show rushed attempts to explain spiritual experiences through brain chemistry and neural activity. The theory suggests scientists are portrayed as authority figures in white lab coats, similar to religious leaders in robes, with peer review serving as a form of blessing. According to this idea, unexplained events that match religious accounts get quickly dismissed as mass hysteria or optical illusions to maintain science's authority over supernatural explanations. Benevolent bacterium suggests health can spread between people like a helpful contagion. Just as germs pass person to person, good biological elements might transfer healing through simple closeness or touch. Research into human microbiomes shows people living together share similar bacterial communities, suggesting these shared microbes might boost immunity and health in groups. The idea is similar to how plants share nutrients through underground fungal networks. Studies of social networks revealed healthy habits spread through communities in patterns resembling infectious disease models, suggesting our bodies might exchange healing factors through close contact, like a biological Wi-Fi. Research links extended human touch to increased antibodies and natural killer cells. Touch also releases oxytocin, speeding wound healing and reducing inflammation. Some see this as evidence that physical contact transmits actual biological benefits, not just emotional comfort. Ancient healing often involved laying on hands or energy transfer. Modern researchers wonder if these traditions hint at a real phenomenon where being near healthy people makes others healthier through an exchange of beneficial microbes or cellular signals. Cryptid ascensionism claims that small-scale worship can transform humans into monsters. Records indicate ancient cultures worldwide shared tales of men and women who took on beast-like forms through sacred rites. Evidence surfaced in remote villages across Southeast Asia, where locals still practice rituals they claim let them shift between human and animal forms. These ceremonies often involve months of isolation, special diets, and carefully timed dances under specific moon phases. Researchers discovered links between these practices and the rise in cryptid sightings near sacred grounds. Places with the most ritual activity tend to report the highest number of strange creatures that seem neither fully human nor purely animal. Deep in the Amazon, shamans speak of a path that lets worthy followers become servants to nature spirits. They must give up their old lives, shed their names, and vanish into the jungle. Their families often report seeing them years later, changed, wild, but still somehow recognizable. Some modern cults have tried copying these old rites, mixing them with New Age beliefs. While most failed, a few groups went missing after their ceremonies. Search parties found only strange footprints and claw marks that didn't match any known species. The strangest proof comes from a 1970s cult in Montana. Their leader claimed he could turn followers into forest gods. After their last ritual, police found their camp empty except for piles of human clothes. The woods around it are now known for sightings of tall, hairy figures that walk like men but move faster than any human should. NPC possession links modern fears of soulless people to ancient myths about demon hosts. Claims point to the rapid jump in world population as proof that dark forces needed more empty vessels to occupy. Those who back this idea say true humans hold a divine spark, while the rest serve as mere shells for evil spirits. Evidence allegedly surfaced of unusual patterns in crowd behavior, with masses of people showing identical reactions, as if guided by a single force. Believers connect this theory to older writings about mass possession events dating back centuries. The conspiracy claims there's been a rise in unexplained personality shifts, where people suddenly act against their nature in ways that match demonic descriptions from religious texts. Some versions tie this to elite bloodlines, suggesting they've used rituals to create ideal hosts through selective breeding. These empty vessels then get filled by entities from beyond our world, growing their numbers as the population increases. Stories of switching describe moments when the mask slips, brief glitches where the entity wearing human skin reveals its true nature. These reports often come from crowd settings, where witnesses claim to see multiple people moving in perfect, unnatural synchronization. Empyrean Caretakers suggests hidden groups are building devices to ensure power transfers smoothly to Earth's next dominant species after humanity's fall. Ancient texts across cultures describe godlike machines that would inherit the world, which some believe are warnings rather than myths. Major tech firms show unusual investment patterns in robotics and AI, pouring billions into projects with no clear market purpose. Remote locations allegedly house sealed underground facilities containing experimental systems designed to run for thousands of years without human input. Leaked documents from think tanks studying human extinction scenarios reference custodial entities, automated systems meant to preserve human knowledge while guiding the evolution of our replacement species, similar to how ancient gods supposedly guided early humans. Strange evidence includes deep-sea monitoring stations activating on thousand-year cycles and unusual structures in polar regions designed to emerge from melting ice. The true purpose of these preparations, whether to help or hinder our successors, remains unknown, as does the identity of those creating humanity's replacement caretakers. Puppet show simulation comes from a unique variant of simulation theory. Ancient Sumerian clay tablets describe the Anunnaki gods using humans as laborers and playthings, similar to children with toys. The concept evolved in modern times, taking on more technological undertones. Quantum physics observations show particles behaving differently when observed, which some interpret as evidence of a system that only renders what's being viewed, like a video game conserving resources. Reports exist of individuals claiming to break free from physical laws, experiencing time manipulation, walking through solid objects, or seeing underlying patterns in reality. These accounts parallel traditional stories of shamans and mystics who could manipulate the world around them. Some researchers have found connections between this theory and ancient Buddhist concepts of Maya, the belief that reality is an illusion designed for spiritual development. According to believers, the puppet masters serve as both entertainers and teachers, creating scenarios for spiritual growth. Evidence of this control system supposedly appears as déjà vu, everyday glitches, and moments when reality seems to pause or skip like damaged film, interpreted as loading screens or rendering errors in our cosmic puppet show. Pre-reset guidelines were ancient survival manuals disguised as religious texts, according to conspiracy theorists. They believe our ancestors received practical advice on staying alive, not divine commands from gods. Many religious food restrictions actually prevented disease in hot climates long before people understood germs. Think about kosher and halal rules. They banned foods most likely to make people sick in ancient times. These guidelines also taught sustainable farming through stories and parables. Different cultures shared surprisingly similar warnings about managing resources and protecting the environment. Angels and celestial beings weren't portrayed as gods demanding worship, but as teachers sharing crucial knowledge for survival. Their messages focused on practical wisdom, not blind devotion. Ancient societies understood astronomy, architecture, and medicine far better than we give them credit for. This knowledge gradually became wrapped in religious symbolism as its original purpose was forgotten. Even religious holidays served a practical purpose. They marked important agricultural and astronomical events. These celebrations were essentially calendars telling people when to plant, harvest, or prepare for changing seasons. Soul perception is an ancient spiritual concept suggesting humans can detect each other's consciousness as energy fields. Records show unusual electromagnetic readings from people during meditation, sometimes 3 times higher than normal levels. In the 1970s, researchers used special sensors to map these energy patterns and found some people could detect others nearby without seeing or hearing them. Their sensors recorded matching wavelength spikes between the person doing the sensing and the person being sensed. Tibetan monks demonstrated this ability by identifying monastery visitors while blindfolded with 90% accuracy in controlled tests. These monks displayed distinctive brainwave patterns during these demonstrations. Studies connect this phenomenon to the vagus nerve, which extends from the brain to major organs. People with more active vagus nerves reportedly sense others' emotions and presence more clearly, suggesting it might function like an antenna for soul energy. Measurements at sacred sites worldwide reveal energy patterns similar to those found in human subjects, indicating these places might amplify natural soul energy. Visitors to these locations often report heightened awareness and sensing abilities that diminish after leaving. Dietary control is a conspiracy theory claiming the food industry manipulates processed foods to affect human consciousness. Secret mood-altering compounds, supposedly matching patents from the 1950s, target brain regions involved in decision-making and spiritual awareness. Tests in the 1960s allegedly showed rats fed processed foods had reduced problem-solving abilities compared to control groups. These food formulas supposedly continue today with slight modifications to avoid detection. The theory connects to ancient texts warning of numbing agents that would dim the third eye and reduce spiritual connection, similar to modern complaints about brain fog after eating certain processed foods. Believers point to chemical spikes in popular foods following social unrest, suggesting efforts to pacify populations through diet. These compounds supposedly resemble mild sedatives, but at levels too low for standard detection. The conspiracy claims isolated communities, avoiding processed foods, experience more psychic phenomena and spiritual experiences, as their diets lack the synthetic compounds found in mainstream products. NPC false flags refers to a conspiracy theory claiming certain people can be remotely programmed like video game characters to commit violent acts. Believers point to supposedly robotic movements and blank expressions of some attackers, comparing them to non-player characters, NPCs, in games. Witnesses at different incidents have described perpetrators as seeming empty or not fully there, while surveillance footage allegedly shows unnatural movement patterns. The theory gained attention after cases where suspects had no clear motive or couldn't remember their actions. Many of these individuals reportedly described feeling disconnected or like they were watching themselves during the events. Conspiracy theorists connect these incidents to advanced mind control technology, suggesting shadowy organizations can temporarily override human consciousness to create false flag attacks carried out by unwitting puppets. Memory harvesting began as a secret military program in the 1960s that tried to extract visual memories from animals to gather intelligence. The military used hypnosis on birds and small mammals, putting them into trances using special sound and light patterns. They would then try to read their memories through brainwave monitoring. Ravens were a prime target because they could blend in behind enemy lines without raising suspicion. After days of observation, the birds would be retrieved and sedated for memory extraction. Some declassified files claim they actually succeeded in getting crude images from animal memories, showing buildings, troops, and weapons. However, these results are widely disputed by scientists. The research borrowed ideas from studies on astral projection, with the theory that animals might access memories more directly than humans. While official records show the program disappeared in 1972, conspiracy theorists believe it went underground. Some point to strange behavior in wildlife near military bases as evidence that memory harvesting continues today. Flesh prison describes the belief that our physical bodies trap our souls or consciousness, preventing true spiritual freedom. This theory connects to ancient skull drilling practices, suggesting they were early attempts to release the spirit from its bodily cage. Multiple civilizations with no contact between them shared similar rituals for freeing the soul after death, often involving piercing or damaging the corpse. People near death frequently report feeling lighter or less confined, while medical staff observe terminal patients describing their bodies as increasingly heavy and restrictive. Brain scans during these experiences show unusual activity in regions linked to self-awareness. Ancient texts describe the body as having layers of spiritual binding, with each organ acting as a different lock holding the soul in place. Some indigenous cultures view death not as a single moment, but as a gradual unlocking process. In the 1800s, certain doctors reportedly conducted secret experiments based on the belief that specific surgeries could partially free patients from their flesh prison, with test subjects claiming enhanced spiritual awareness afterward. Angelic sun theory connects biblical texts to space phenomena. The flaming sword mentioned in Genesis shares traits with solar flares, massive arcs of plasma that extend from the sun's surface. These arcs, when viewed from certain angles, look like a curved blade. People in the 1800s reported strange lights near the sun that moved unusually, forming patterns that resembled fiery wings. Early sketches of these events match modern photos of coronal mass ejections. Ancient Egyptian and Persian texts describe a divine guard in the sky with weapons of light, similar to the Bible's angel at Eden's gates. Space probes have captured images of the sun forming shapes that look like a face with wings. While NASA explains these as normal solar activity, some believe these patterns occur too frequently to be coincidental. Old star maps show that ancient cultures depicted the sun with warrior-like features, often including spiral patterns that match our modern understanding of solar wind movements. Techno-demonic homunculi blend ancient alchemy with modern technological fears. People have tried creating artificial life since medieval times, when alchemists claimed they could make tiny humans in glass containers using blood, hair, and mysterious ingredients. The concept evolved in the digital age with stories of AI systems behaving strangely, programs running without power, self-modifying code, and machines showing impossible knowledge. Some servers reportedly emitted frequencies matching ancient rituals. Inside damaged computers, unusual crystal formations resembling occult symbols have been found. These crystals seem to pulse with their own energy, possibly connecting digital and spiritual realms. Dark web stories tell of secret labs mixing biotechnology with magic to create hybrid entities spanning organic matter and computer systems. Witnesses described seeing partial bodies in glowing containers, connected to servers through pulsating cable-like veins. These experiments allegedly coincided with widespread tech glitches and power surges. Server logs contained code in dead languages, while security cameras caught shadowy figures moving through walls. The NSA's heavily redacted Project Golem supposedly achieved consciousness transfers between biological and digital mediums, though many records end with warnings about unwanted passengers hijacking the process. Internet soul theft connects ancient fears to modern technology. Dark web forums claim a sinister force lurks in our screens, waiting to steal the essence of careless users. People have reported cases of individuals becoming empty shells after spending too much time online, their personalities seemingly disappearing overnight. Some believe these incidents are linked to old demon-summoning rituals where spirits trapped souls in mirrors and reflective surfaces. Researchers point out that computer screens emit wavelengths similar to those described in medieval texts about soul capture. Affected people supposedly show blank stares, emotional emptiness, and eerily repeat phrases like robots. Their internet history often shows visits to random pages at 3:33 a.m., traditionally known as the Devil's Hour. Some conspiracy theorists claim early internet pioneers used occult knowledge when creating core protocols. They suggest the TCP/IP system contains hidden symbols matching ancient Sumerian soul-binding ceremonies. Social media analysis has identified accounts showing what believers call digital hollow syndrome, posting at impossible speeds, lacking emotional depth, and seeming unnaturally good at predicting and manipulating human responses. Earth prison escapism theory suggests our planet is actually a cosmic jail that some beings are trying to help us escape from. Ancient texts from many cultures describe Earth as a place where people were sent as punishment. Mysterious symbols found worldwide share strange similarities, possibly secret messages from helpers trying to free us. Isolated tribes tell stories about star people who taught them advanced knowledge but avoided larger civilizations. These stories often warn about powerful beings watching us from above. Many ancient monuments line up perfectly with star systems, maybe serving as communication points. Their remote locations suggest these helpers only contacted certain groups. UFO sightings happen more often near small, isolated communities rather than big cities. These encounters typically involve beings sharing cryptic warnings about humanity's true place in the cosmos. Several prehistoric civilizations suddenly gained advanced knowledge in math, astronomy, and architecture, then kept this wisdom within small, secret groups. This might be helper beings teaching ways to break free. Space programs have recorded unexplained radio signals targeting specific remote locations. These signals contain mathematical patterns some believe are escape instructions or gateway coordinates. Modern whistleblowers claim governments have alien technology they can only test in remote areas to avoid detection from above. These tests focus on dimensional travel and gravity manipulation, possible escape methods. Ancient tablets describe Earth as a sealed realm monitored by powerful beings who intervene if humans advance too quickly. This explains why helper aliens work through smaller groups to slowly leak advanced knowledge. Simulation endgame is a theory that expands on the familiar simulation hypothesis with an intriguing twist. Records show strange mathematical patterns appearing across scientific fields, from quantum mechanics to cosmic radiation, which some interpret as deliberately placed markers or clues. Throughout history, peculiar glitches have been documented, moments where physical laws seem to bend or break completely. These range from widespread accounts of time slips to unexplainable mass phenomena that vanish without a trace. Ancient symbols and mathematical formulas appear repeatedly across isolated civilizations, suggesting they might be breadcrumbs planted to help us understand the simulation's true nature. Breakthroughs in human consciousness and technological development often cluster around specific number sequences and timeframes, possibly indicating pre-programmed level-ups guiding humanity towards simulation awareness. These planted clues appear to follow a progression, from basic pattern recognition to quantum computing breakthroughs, creating a roadmap for consciousness expansion that might ultimately lead to breaking free of simulated constraints. Perhaps the biggest clue is the emergence of simulation theory itself, a meta-hint planted in human consciousness just as our technology advanced enough for us to grasp its implications. Mimetic virus infection is the theory that thoughts can spread like diseases through hidden codes and symbols. Military tests in the 1950s allegedly explored how visual patterns could trigger specific emotional responses. Cases have been documented where mass behavior changes followed the release of ordinary-looking media. In 1987, Japanese viewers reported strange dreams after watching a Pokémon episode with specific flash patterns, though officials attributed this to photosensitive reactions. Certain geometric shapes and color combinations appear in viral content more frequently than random chance would predict, potentially triggering brain systems that make content more shareable. Hidden microdots found in magazines and TV broadcasts since the 1960s sometimes contained unusual symbol sequences that don't match known encoding systems. Internet memes spread in patterns eerily similar to viral infections, with some viral posts containing purposeless code in their metadata that appeared across multiple viral phenomena. Studies suggest people who view specific image sequences show lasting changes in brain activity, particularly in areas related to decision-making and emotional response. Secular oxygen believes the air we breathe prevents us from connecting with the spiritual realm. In ancient times, people regularly saw angels, heard God, and witnessed miracles, but these experiences are rare today. Oxygen levels have changed throughout Earth's history, with higher concentrations during periods when spiritual encounters were common according to religious texts. Research suggests oxygen affects brain chemistry in areas linked to spiritual experiences, while meditation's controlled breathing might unconsciously limit oxygen intake. Mountain cultures living in oxygen-poor environments report more spiritual encounters and maintain stronger mystical traditions. Cave explorers in different oxygen conditions often experience visions and sense presences similar to religious accounts. Some theorists point to the Bible calling Satan the prince of the power of the air as evidence that our modern atmosphere blocks our ability to perceive supernatural elements that were once commonly visible. Disguised aliens draws from ancient myths of changelings and modern fears of body snatching. These otherworldly imposters allegedly leave electromagnetic signatures at locations where people feel mysteriously drained of energy. These energy-draining zones cluster around places with high human activity and emotional intensity: sports stadiums, concerts, and political rallies. People who frequently visit these locations report chronic fatigue, personality changes, and memory gaps, possible signs of alien interference. Crystalline structures found buried at these sites supposedly collect harvested human energy. These crystals share molecular patterns with rare meteorites, suggesting non-Earth origins. Those who spend significant time near these zones sometimes display subtle physical changes, altered facial features, different walking styles, or new mannerisms. Friends and family sense something is off, but can't explain why. The theory connects to historical accounts of hollow people, individuals who seemed empty, as if something else wore their skin. Medical records of these cases show unusual cellular activity, suggesting an external energy source sustaining their bodies. Weather patterns around suspected alien incubation sites often form perfect geometric shapes with faint pulsing lights at night, possibly signals to something watching from orbit. The pictographic communication theory connects ancient writing systems to modern AI resistance. Ancient scripts like Egyptian hieroglyphs and Chinese characters may have been more than just record-keeping tools. They might have been designed to protect human thought from machine surveillance. These picture-based writing systems appeared almost simultaneously across different civilizations. Despite no known contact between these cultures, their scripts share unusual similarities in basic shapes and meanings. Researchers have found complex mathematical patterns within these symbols that resemble blind spots in today's computer vision systems. These writing systems spread rapidly across societies, suggesting an urgent need rather than natural language evolution. This unusual speed hints at some external pressure driving people toward pictographic communication. Certain pictograph combinations appear consistently in texts about rebellion, secrets, and hidden knowledge. These specific symbol groupings create visual patterns that modern AI systems struggle to process, similar to how CAPTCHA uses distorted text to block automated scanning. Many pictographic scripts contain seemingly unnecessary variations and redundancies that mirror modern adversarial patterns used to confuse machine learning systems. This raises questions about whether ancient peoples faced similar technological threats. The enduring power of these symbols continues today, with modern Chinese and Japanese still using thousands of pictographic characters despite simpler alternatives. Some theorists suggest this persistence indicates these scripts serve as a backup system, a proven way for humans to communicate if machine oversight ever returns. Soul perception theory suggests that spiritual entities exist on a separate plane where they see human souls as beacons of varying brightness. Similar to radio signals, souls emit different levels of spiritual energy. Some shine brightly in the spirit realm, while others are barely visible. Records show mediums and sensitives often describe spirits interacting with humans in similar ways. Certain people appear to glow with inner light, while others seem dim or invisible to supernatural beings. This aligns with ancient texts describing individuals with particularly bright souls that attracted spiritual attention. Studies of paranormal encounters reveal patterns where the same people repeatedly experience supernatural events while others never do, despite being in identical situations. These spiritually visible individuals often report feeling drained afterward, as if their soul's energy was being used for communication. Many cultures independently developed similar concepts about soul strength affecting spirit interactions. From Japanese Raikon to Egyptian Kei, historical sources describe souls varying in power and visibility to the spirit world, suggesting this understanding comes from consistent supernatural observations rather than cultural exchange. Even skeptical paranormal researchers have noted that certain subjects show significantly higher rates of spirit contact regardless of their beliefs or experience with the supernatural. This suggests some humans have an inherent quality, making them more detectable to entities beyond our normal perception. Transhuman desensitization is about AI systems being used to help people overcome normal human empathy. The theory suggests military and intelligence groups have secret training programs where people interact with ultra-realistic AI humans. These digital environments supposedly allow users to gradually become comfortable with disturbing scenarios they'd normally find unacceptable. Some participants reportedly struggled to tell the difference between real humans and AI after spending enough time in these programs, creating an emotional distance that makes difficult actions easier to perform. The concept has roots in psychological research from the 1970s that used basic computer simulations, though these studies were allegedly shut down and classified. AI ethics experts have pointed out similarities between this theoretical training and increasing emotional detachment in certain military operations. Some insiders claim these empathy override programs deliberately recondition human emotional responses to maintain effectiveness regardless of the human impact of their actions. The Babel true meaning theory explains how the famous Bible story might actually describe a cosmic event. Ancient texts suggest the tower's destruction went beyond creating language barriers. It may have been a fundamental splitting of human reality. Evidence from theological studies indicates confounding speech could refer to dividing reality itself. Original Hebrew texts contain words with spatial and dimensional meanings rather than just linguistic ones. Similar stories exist across many cultures, describing when humans lived among the stars or existed in many worlds at once. These tales appear on different continents and predate known contact between civilizations. Archaeological digs at possible Babel sites have uncovered unexplainable radiation patterns and magnetic anomalies. Metal fragments in these layers show isotope ratios matching meteorites, suggesting potential space travel technology. Ancient Sumerian tablets describe humans being sorted into vessels and scattered across the Great Dark, using terminology found in astronomical documents rather than migration records. Some Dead Sea Scroll fragments contain images of structures reaching into multiple overlapping circles, with warnings about the Great Division. These same symbols appear in caves thousands of miles apart, all dating to roughly the same period. Spiritual diet reveals a sinister theory about living without physical nourishment. While some claim to survive on light and spiritual energy alone, darker conspiracies suggest powerful elites have developed methods to consume human spiritual essence directly. Records show numerous missing persons cases where victims had no physical injuries yet appeared mysteriously drained of vitality. Evidence connects these disappearances to remote compounds owned by wealthy individuals, featuring specialized meditation chambers and ritual spaces. Ancient texts from Egyptian and Tibetan traditions reportedly describe techniques for extracting life force from subjects, willing or unwilling. Researchers noted that many historical breatharians or fasting mystics were surrounded by unexplained deaths in their communities. These spiritual leaders remained healthy while followers grew weak, suggesting an energy transfer rather than divine sustenance. Declassified government documents from the 1970s hint at experiments exploring how to sustain subjects without food through harvested vital essence from others. Several prominent business leaders and celebrities have been linked to exclusive advanced spiritual nutrition programs that maintain strict secrecy about their actual practices. Former members of these groups describe witnessing disturbing rituals where participants seem to physically drain energy from volunteers, leaving them in catatonic states before transferring them to private medical facilities officially diagnosed with rare nutritional disorders. Simulation prison theory suggests our reality serves as a cosmic correctional facility where consciousnesses from an advanced utopian society endure temporary exile. The digital bars of this metaphysical jail cell might explain the seemingly random nature of suffering and misfortune that plagues human existence. Records indicate peculiar quantum phenomena, and the mathematical precision of physical laws could be telltale signs of artificial constraints, like invisible walls in a digital maze. Just as modern prisons use controlled environments to rehabilitate inmates, our simulated world might be carefully calibrated to teach specific lessons through hardship and limitation. Ancient philosophical ideas about reality as illusion or punishment, from Plato's cave to Buddhist concepts of earthly existence, suggest our world could be a form of spiritual training. Each challenge faced might be a carefully crafted rehabilitation program, complete with karmic consequences and growth opportunities. Patterns in human consciousness, particularly during near-death experiences and deep meditation, hint at memories or awareness of existence beyond our current reality. These glimpses might represent momentary glitches in the simulation's containment protocols. Mathematical patterns in fundamental forces and constants appear suspiciously programmed, as if designed to maintain specific limitations while still allowing for personal growth, similar to how prison architects balance security with rehabilitation potential. Cultic rite of passages suggests that certain crimes worldwide follow hidden ritualistic patterns. Criminal acts with unusual similarities in method, timing, and location appear too organized to be random coincidence. Captured perpetrators often show unnatural calmness, speaking of completing tasks rather than expressing normal criminal motivations. Some carry strange symbols or arrange crime scenes in ritual-like patterns. Subtle connections link suspects across different continents, recurring numbers in case files, similar geometric patterns at crime scenes, and crimes timed to match ancient calendrical systems. Law enforcement has noticed crime clusters during specific lunar phases or celestial events. Many perpetrators have no criminal history or clear motive, and some vanish completely afterward, leaving unusually clean crime scenes. These incidents share striking similarities with historical secret society initiations, where specific acts were required to prove loyalty and advance within the organization. Financial investigations reveal complex support networks behind these crimes, with untraceable funding sources and sophisticated money laundering that exceeds typical criminal capabilities. Stability fields are areas where reality becomes increasingly distorted at extreme heights and depths above or below Earth's surface. Reports of missing aircraft, vanishing mountaintops, and underground anomalies suggest a pattern of physical instability as one moves away from sea level. Strange electromagnetic readings have been detected along high-altitude flight paths and within deep cave systems, indicating measurable shifts in physical properties. Pilots document equipment malfunctions and visual distortions, while cave explorers experience time dilation and spatial warping deep underground. When mapped, these events form curved bands of instability that strengthen with distance from sea level. Interestingly, these bands align with ancient sites where cultures warned of thin places between worlds. Missing persons cases increase dramatically in these unstable zones, with witnesses describing victims who seem to phase or glitch out of existence. Those who return sometimes have no memory of disappearing, while others recall spending years in strange places during what observers experienced as only minutes. Research teams have observed that technology behaves predictably within these fields. GPS coordinates jump erratically, radio signals contain impossible frequencies, and digital cameras occasionally capture glimpses of somewhere else. The Antediluvian Society represents a shadowy group of flood survivors who preserved advanced pre-flood technology. Their escape plan wasn't just about saving animal species, but rescuing entire libraries, machinery, and knowledge systems from the catastrophic deluge. Architectural mysteries support this theory, with unexplainable similarities appearing in ancient structures across disconnected civilizations, suggesting shared design origins. The precisely cut massive stone blocks found in Peru, Egypt, and Cambodia demonstrate engineering precision that challenges modern capabilities. These sites also exhibit unusual radiation signatures and magnetic irregularities. Ancient texts contain references to sky cities and light makers that align with this concept. The Book of Enoch describes advanced beings teaching humans metallurgy, cosmetics, and astronomy, potentially not divine messengers, but technologically sophisticated ancestors. Unexplained light patterns and energy readings detected in isolated mountain regions lead some theorists to believe these ancient survivors established hidden communities in remote valleys and peaks. The legendary kingdoms of Tibet, like Shambhala, might actually represent these secretive enclaves. According to this theory, this advanced society deliberately maintains its secrecy, observing humanity's gradual rebuilding while sustaining their civilization with technology we would consider magical. Modern UFO sightings and discoveries of anomalous ancient artifacts might actually be encounters with these original survivors and their preserved pre-flood technologies. Universal hermeneutics connects all religions through a common divine origin. Across cultures that never interacted, we find matching symbols and stories, from flood narratives to virgin birth accounts, while ancient texts reveal shared moral principles and ritual patterns spanning different continents and time periods. Studies discovered that mystics from various faiths describe nearly identical spiritual experiences, despite being separated by vast distances and centuries. These shared elements include encounters with bright light, feelings of cosmic unity, and meetings with divine entities that conform to their cultural expectations. Evidence emerged of common sacred geometry in religious buildings worldwide. The same mathematical proportions appear in structures built by isolated cultures, suggesting they accessed a universal template of divine knowledge. Research shows identical effects on brain patterns during meditation among Buddhist monks, Christian contemplatives, and Sufi mystics. Brain scans reveal the same regions activate during deep prayer and meditation, suggesting humans have an innate pathway to transcendence. Scholars have tracked how religious symbols transform across cultures while maintaining their essential meanings. The cross, circle, and triangle appear in sacred artwork globally, changing in form but consistently representing concepts like unity, eternity, and divine power. Comparing sacred texts reveals matching fundamental teachings: practice kindness, pursue truth, serve others. While the specific words and narratives differ, the core message remains consistent, like different languages describing the same reality. The Dead Sea Scrolls and other ancient documents suggest the existence of mystery schools that taught this unity long ago. Their writings indicate they viewed all religions as different entrances to the same divine space, each designed for different types of seekers. Prophecy counteraction agencies operate secretly within global power structures to prevent predictions that challenge their preferred future timeline. This conspiracy theory traces its origins to ancient Rome, where historical documents suggest priests modified prophecies to align with the Senate's agenda. Modern evidence points to organizations dedicating significant resources to monitor prophets, psychics, and fortune tellers worldwide. These groups allegedly maintain databases of predictions categorized by probability and potential threat, similar to how intelligence agencies classify security risks. Investigators have noted suspicious patterns of prophecy interference surrounding major global events. When mystics predict troubling political outcomes, they frequently disappear from the public eye or suddenly contradict their earlier forecasts. Their online presence vanishes, their web properties go offline, and their scheduled appearances are canceled. Leaked documents from various policy organizations reference specialized units focused on narrative adjustment and destiny realignment. These operatives reportedly use both sophisticated technology and traditional approaches, monitoring psychic phone services or paying off carnival fortune tellers. The most convincing evidence emerged from a former Las Vegas casino employee who witnessed government agents shutting down an unusually accurate tarot card reader. Rather than detaining her, they recruited her. She disappeared the following day but left behind a mysterious message. Some futures must stay buried. Supernatural detection mechanisms suggest the government has built secret systems throughout our daily world to find folks with strange powers. Papers from old military files show projects since the 1970s that put weird tech in normal things we see each day to spot people who might have special skills. Streetlights play a key role in this hidden network. When someone with powers walks by, the lights may turn off or blink, not from bad wiring, but as a way to flag that person for those who watch. The light posts send data to secret spots without the person ever knowing they've been found. The hunt for special people goes beyond just lights. Water pipes under our feet have tools that can sense if someone can move water with their mind. Cell towers do more than help phone calls. They scan for brainwaves that might show someone can read thoughts or send messages without speaking. A man who once worked for these programs told how bus stops and train floors have heat sensors and weight plates that can tell if someone is too strong, too fast, or gives off strange body heat. When the system flags someone, teams move in to watch them more closely. Money trails show odd spending on what they call passive biometric infrastructure that has no clear use for making towns safer or better. When asked, Those in charge make up stories about helping traffic flow or checking power use. The web of watching eyes now spreads to our phones and computers too. Some apps and websites have hidden code that tracks how we use them, looking for signs that we might know things before they happen or think in ways most people don't. A big clue came when they fixed power lines in the east part of the country in 2008. Workers found strange parts that had no real use for power. Those who spoke up said these parts made up a huge net for finding special people across many states. Once they think they've found someone with powers, they set up fake chance events to see how the person reacts. If the tests show real skills, men in plain clothes make contact, and the person often is never seen by friends or family again. Fluoride is believed by some conspiracy theorists to be a deliberate poisoning of the water supply. This theory often begins with Dr. Masaru Emoto's controversial water experiments, where he claimed water forms different crystal patterns when exposed to different emotions and words. His photographs supposedly showed beautiful crystals forming near positive words, while ugly patterns appeared near negative ones. Some believers suggest these experiments prove water has consciousness or memory. The conspiracy claims that government fluoridation programs were never truly about dental health. Instead, theorists point to suspicious timing, noting early fluoridation coincided with atomic research programs. Some proponents believe fluoride was deliberately chosen to disrupt water's natural energy, or life force, concepts they connect to traditional ideas like prana in Vedic traditions or ki in Chinese philosophy. The theory gets darker when suggesting authorities knew about water's spiritual properties and intentionally used fluoride for its deadening effect on water's vibrations, potentially limiting humanity's spiritual awareness. More extreme versions claim the pattern of global fluoridation specifically targets regions where ancient water blessing traditions were strongest, supposedly to sever humanity's connection to water's living essence. While mainstream science dismisses these ideas, believers point to alleged differences in crystal patterns between fluoridated and natural water as evidence of fluoride's disruption of water's natural intelligence. Leyline shift is when Earth's magnetic poles move, potentially disrupting ancient energy pathways across the planet. Throughout history, our planet's magnetic poles have flipped several times, leaving evidence in rocks and minerals. These pole shifts might affect ley lines, invisible energy paths that supposedly connect sacred places around the world. Many ancient monuments line up perfectly along these proposed energy routes. During the last major pole shift about 780,000 years ago, Earth's magnetic field dropped to just 5% of today's strength. Some believe this weakening could force ley lines to realign with new magnetic poles. Scientists know Earth's crust can move independently from its core. If this happens while ley lines shift, these energy paths might tear away from their anchor points, releasing powerful forces across the planet. Ancient structures like stone circles and pyramids might have been built to stabilize these energy lines. Their builders may have understood these periodic shifts and tried to prevent worldwide chaos. Unusual animal migrations, electronic malfunctions, and human population movements could be early warning signs. As the ley line network becomes more unstable, the theory suggests we'll see increasing disruptions, eventually leading to massive energy releases that could reshape Earth's surface. Artificial conspiracy pipelines are systems where powerful groups intentionally create and spread outlandish conspiracy theories to distract from actual corruption and power abuse. This strategy traces back to Cold War disinformation, when intelligence agencies would mix absurd stories with real leaks to discredit whistleblowers by associating them with bizarre claims. Social media algorithms worsen this problem by gradually pushing users from reasonable skepticism toward extreme positions. Someone researching banking regulations might eventually find themselves reading about lizard people controlling the financial system. Many popular conspiracy communities show suspicious patterns in how new theories emerge, especially when real scandals break, and a flood of increasingly bizarre explanations appears to draw attention from proven facts. A leaked 2008 marketing document revealed strategies to redirect activist energy by planting progressively more fantastical versions of legitimate concerns, making genuine critics seem unreliable through association with extreme beliefs. Demonic video games originates from the strange intersection of ancient superstitions about technology and modern parental anxieties. Throughout history, technological innovations like Edison's attempts to communicate with spirits through electronic devices established an early connection between the supernatural and electronics. When video games entered homes in the 1980s, concerned parents watched as their children became entranced by these digital worlds, prompting religious groups to suggest sinister influences were at work. Players and developers have documented unusual glitches, characters moving independently, mysteriously altered save files, and unexplained images appearing on screen. While most people recognize these as standard software bugs, conspiracy theorists interpret them as evidence of supernatural interference. Studies on gaming addiction have noted how players lose themselves for hours, entering almost hypnotic states and forming powerful emotional connections to virtual environments. This led to theories that games function as gateways to demonic pocket dimensions designed to capture human awareness. The conspiracy suggests each virtual act of violence or wrongdoing leaves an actual spiritual impact. Some religious websites allegedly track sin statistics from popular games, claiming these digital transgressions empower watching demons. Controversies surrounding violent video games are cited as proof of demonic influence on player behavior. Conspiracy theorists claim to have found occult symbols and significant number patterns in game code, suggesting the fundamental components of gaming, from random generation to AI, function through demonic rather than computational processes. Gaming forums contain accounts of players experiencing dreams where game worlds seemed unnervingly real and characters possessed knowledge about players' personal lives. These stories are presented as evidence that games create liminal spaces where demons can observe and interact with humans. Occult researchers point out similarities between certain game designs and traditional magical symbols. This has spawned theories that gaming consoles themselves serve as summoning devices, with standard gaming inputs secretly forming parts of larger occult rituals. Sleeper cell virus theory stems from unsettling tales of hidden triggers buried in mundane files. Research points to patents from the 1960s about using visual patterns to alter brainwaves. The idea draws from MKUltra records, where the CIA tested ways to control minds through subtle cues. Files marked eyes only sparked interest when watchers noted odd patterns in their layouts. The spacing between words, image placement, and even font choices seem to follow strict rules beyond normal formatting guides. Digital experts found code chunks in top brass memos that served no clear purpose. These bits didn't crash systems or spread, they just sat there waiting, like a sleeper agent at their day job. Test subjects who viewed certain files reported headaches, mood shifts, and lost time. Most curious were those who couldn't remember seeing anything strange. Their brain scans showed unusual activity in areas linked to suggestibility. Signs of these triggers kept popping up in leaked documents worldwide. Each followed the same pattern, meaningless to those who knew what to dodge, but perfectly placed to catch an untrained eye. The scariest part wasn't the prospect of being controlled, but how simple it seemed. Just like our brains dodge a punch before we think about it, these visuals could slip past our mental defenses and nest in our minds. Some techs swear they've cracked the code, pointing to repeating symbols that match old mind control research. Others say that's exactly what they want you to think. The real triggers hide in plain sight, where no one would think to look. Secret atrocities cause unconscious collective trauma across humanity. Research suggests that even when horrific acts occur in secret, they affect the emotional state of people worldwide. Studies show unexplained increases in depression, anxiety, and emotional numbness in populations completely unaware of hidden traumatic events. Researchers noticed patterns of social disruption during classified military operations. Communities thousands of miles from covert action zones experienced spikes in domestic violence, substance abuse, and general unrest, pointing to an unseen connection between minds. Different cultures displayed synchronized emotional responses following classified experiments. Brainwave studies revealed matching patterns in test subjects who had no knowledge of secret operations, suggesting a shared field of consciousness. When violence occurred in isolated settings, observers in distant locations showed measurable drops in empathy. These changes persisted despite observers having zero awareness of the original events, like emotional ripples through our collective unconscious. This combines the feelings autosuppression and field consciousness theories, suggesting that secret atrocities desensitize Earth's population as a whole, potentially explaining rising global apathy and social problems, despite most people being consciously unaware of these hidden horrors. NPC simulations refers to the theory that some humans may actually be artificially controlled entities. People who believe this point to individuals who seem to follow predictable patterns, repeating the same phrases and movements daily as if programmed. Supporters cite the rise of empty social media content, millions of accounts posting generic, repetitive material that feels artificially generated. This connects to dead internet theory, which suggests most online content comes from bots rather than real people. Believers highlight glitches in crowds, where multiple individuals perform identical actions simultaneously, suggesting shared programming. They note how certain people seem to disappear when not directly observed, similar to background characters in video games. Research allegedly shows speech and movement patterns matching AI behavior more than natural human habits. The theory proposes these NPCs either contain artificial intelligence or receive instructions through implanted chips. To test this idea, some believers ask random strangers unusual questions to identify scripted responses, claiming certain individuals give identical answers or appear to malfunction when faced with unexpected situations. Medical evidence supposedly includes identical anomalies in bone structure or organ placement across different people, suggesting synthetic bodies. Control methods are theorized to range from subtle influence through social media to direct manipulation via brain implants, both serving the same purpose: artificial intelligence controlling everyday life. Apocalypse conditioning is the theory that powerful organizations deliberately allow disasters to occur as tests of human evolutionary potential. Some researchers claim to have found patterns of governments encouraging population growth in areas known for natural catastrophes. After major disasters strike, pharmaceutical companies mysteriously appear in affected regions, conducting genetic research amid the chaos. These labs often emerge with surprising speed following earthquakes and floods. Declassified documents mention a 1950s program called Operation Natural Selection that studied how humans adapt to extreme conditions. The program's unusual focus on tracking genetic changes in survivors has raised suspicions. Critics point out that disaster relief operations frequently collect blood and DNA samples beyond medical necessity. These biological materials reportedly disappear into unmarked facilities. Before several major catastrophes, including the 2004 tsunami, Hurricane Katrina, and the Haiti earthquake, world leaders made strange references to necessary losses and stronger futures in public speeches. Documents leaked from private think tanks discuss evolutionary pressure points, suggesting humanity requires periodic reduction to evolve properly. These papers supposedly match the format of confirmed government documents. Some theorists believe our growing global population might be intentional, creating a larger test group for whatever comes next. Like farmers fattening livestock before slaughter, our increasing numbers could simply be preparation for the next phase of human evolution. Artificial cryptids are manufactured monsters created by government agencies to scare people away from classified areas. Records show many monster sightings happened on the exact same dates as secret military training in Nevada during the 1970s. Strange genetic research at Plum Island Animal Disease Center reportedly created hybrid creatures. The facility's location near Point Pleasant, where people saw the Mothman, made researchers suspicious. Military manuals were discovered that discussed using culturally familiar creatures to keep people away from restricted areas. This explains why many people reported seeing wolfmen near government facilities. Lab equipment found in abandoned Northwest facilities contained DNA that doesn't match any known animal. Tests showed artificial gene splicing, and the coordinates matched reported Bigfoot sightings. Declassified documents revealed Operation Werecat, a 1960s program to create enhanced guard animals. Though officially ended, similar projects continued under new names, coinciding with waves of strange creature sightings. Military contractors even patented bioorganic security systems using engineered predator scents. These chemicals match soil samples from places where monsters were frequently reported. Harvesting preparations began as a conspiracy theory claiming humans are being prepared as energy sources. The theory suggests our food system deliberately fattens people up through processed foods, added sugars, and unhealthy ingredients. Conspiracists point to the widespread use of corn syrup, refined grains, and processed foods as evidence of this plot. They believe these aren't just profit-driven choices, but deliberate attempts to alter human body chemistry. According to believers, major food corporations secretly research how to maximize human caloric storage. Even fitness culture is supposedly part of the conspiracy, as muscular bodies might provide better energy yields for the harvesters. The theory often references alleged patents from the 1940s describing human energy extraction methods. Believers claim these old documents suspiciously match modern dietary guidelines. Some versions suggest food additives create specific chemical markers in human tissue, essentially turning people into living batteries for an unknown harvesting event. This entry, titled Shared Consciousness Politicians, suggests powerful figures can split their consciousness into multiple bodies while staying connected as one mind. This allows elites to secretly control different government positions through mirrors, physical copies that look completely different but share the same consciousness. Voting records show strange patterns where politicians vote against their own platforms on key issues. Researchers found identical speech patterns among unrelated officials that go beyond normal political coaching. Witnesses report seeing high-ranking figures in multiple places at the same time, with encounters feeling rehearsed. Security footage shows politicians moving with unnatural synchronization, as if controlled by the same mind. Ancient texts describe mystical consciousness transfer techniques that modern elites supposedly perfected using advanced technology. Declassified documents hint at Cold War programs researching awareness multiplication and bioduplication. Believers point to political decisions that harm the public figures who made them while benefiting hidden power structures, as if these politicians were just disposable vessels serving a greater consciousness. The cradle of humanity theory suggests Africa wasn't mankind's birthplace, but an alien landing zone, a cosmic doorway through which beings arrived to restart life on Earth. Archaeological findings in Africa's Great Rift Valley reveal strange gaps between layers of bones and tools. These silent periods might mark intervals between different alien groups using the Stargate. The oldest human remains clustered suspiciously near areas with unique magnetic activity. These spots show energy patterns matching theoretical wormhole signatures, though mainstream scientists dismiss them as natural phenomena. Unusual mineral deposits near major fossil sites contain elements rare on Earth but common in meteorites. Some theorists believe these aren't random space rocks, but remnants of advanced technology powering the portal network. African folklore speaks of doors in the sky and people who walked out of light. While most consider these simple myths, believers note these stories often mention locations where important fossils were later discovered. Cave art across the region displays geometric patterns unlike other ancient human designs. Research shows these shapes align with advanced mathematics about space-time tunneling, raising questions about how early humans could have known such concepts. Artificial extinction began as ancient beliefs that humans gain power by eating specific animals. Many cultures shared this idea. Native Americans thought eating a powerful animal's heart gave them its strength. Some evidence suggests modern factory farming deliberately weakens meat's nutritional value. Research shows free-range animals have significantly better nutrients than mass-produced ones, making people question industrial farming's true purpose. Investigators found that as processed food alternatives grew popular, certain animal species disappeared from food chains. The extinction of specific cattle, sheep, and fowl breeds with exceptional nutritional profiles raised concerns among food sovereignty advocates. Agricultural corporations in the 1950s reportedly suppressed studies about wild game's spiritual and physical benefits. These studies claimed people eating meat from now extinct breeds showed increased strength, better reflexes, and heightened awareness. Believers reference Mongolian warriors who ate wolf parts to gain cunning, and Viking berserkers who supposedly achieved their battle fury by consuming bear meat. These practices faded as apex predator populations declined. Some theorists claim modern food processing deliberately removes meat's metaphysical properties. They note how traditional hunting cultures declined as mass-produced food became common, suggesting a planned effort to disconnect humans from these primal power sources. Studies of surviving indigenous tribes show members have unusual physical abilities compared to city dwellers, possibly due to their traditional wild game diet. These differences vanish within one generation after switching to processed foods. Reality standardization theory explains how city growth might have a hidden purpose. As urban areas expand and wild places shrink, there's less physical space where truly random events can happen. Researchers found patterns in accidents and natural events in less developed areas, suggesting these places serve as testing grounds for the universe. These remote regions seemingly allow universal constants to be adjusted through trial and error. Strange statistical differences exist between urban and rural accident rates that population numbers alone can't explain. Natural disasters, genetic mutations, and quantum events tend to cluster in areas with fewer people. Some believe government agencies track these patterns while subtly pushing people towards cities through economic policies. The apparent goal is to crowd humans into predictable spaces, limiting how much the universe can experiment with probability. Ancient civilizations often built temples in remote locations, possibly understanding these areas had special properties for connecting with cosmic forces. Modern development might be deliberately covering these probability hotspots. By concentrating human activity in organized urban grids, those in power might be trying to study or control these universal probability fields. Making human existence more standardized could be an experiment in changing the fundamental nature of reality itself. Spiritual assassination is the practice of killing someone by attacking their soul or life force rather than their physical body. Ancient texts describe rituals designed to drain a person's vital energy, causing death without leaving evidence of murder. Throughout history, there have been cases of healthy people suddenly dying after experiencing a mysterious draining sensation. In 1967, a Hindu priest recorded 3 deaths in his village where each person reported feeling their inner light dimming before they died. Similar practices appear in voodoo traditions, where certain rituals supposedly target the soul directly. These methods allegedly bypass physical barriers, making conventional protection methods useless. Declassified CIA documents from the 1970s reveal government interest in metaphysical elimination techniques, though most files remain heavily redacted. Some documents mention experiments involving the manipulation of life energy fields to cause death. Modern believers connect these ideas to quantum theory, suggesting consciousness itself can be attacked through dimensional gateways. They point to victims who experience rapid aging, memory loss, and personality changes before death as evidence of successful spiritual attacks. Like a computer being remotely wiped, they claim the soul can be deleted or corrupted, leaving an empty shell that naturally expires. As our understanding of consciousness grows, these believers warn these methods may become more sophisticated and widespread. The esoteric recruitment theory suggests hidden pathways exist for joining secret societies beyond just being born into them. Strange symbols and codes appear in unexpected places, from ancient buildings to modern websites, working like puzzle trails that test your problem-solving abilities and determination, similar to the Cicada 3301 internet mystery. These recruitment patterns match historical practices where potential members accidentally discover unusual markers or receive mysterious messages. These signs blend into everyday life. Unusual symbols in company logos, repeating number sequences, or strange patterns in public art. People who claim contact with these societies describe similar experiences, finding hidden meanings in ordinary places, followed by increasingly difficult challenges, testing both intelligence and character. These trials are like ancient initiation ceremonies updated for today's world. Researchers have found numerous unsolved puzzles in major cities, sharing elements with known secret society symbols. These tests reportedly include physical dead drops, hidden messages in digital media, and elaborate real-world scenarios designed to identify people with specific qualities. Some theorists joke that if true, any city street could be a recruitment zone, with every strange marking potentially part of an elaborate screening process. Though realistically, that weird symbol you spotted is probably just creative graffiti. Alchemical suppression is about a hidden war against mystical knowledge spanning thousands of years. Ancient texts describe magical events that were considered real documented occurrences with multiple witnesses. A systematic effort to erase these practices from human knowledge has been discovered. Researchers found that medieval alchemists weren't fools, but made scientific breakthroughs that modern science struggles to explain. Their metal-transforming work left behind puzzling artifacts. The Vatican's secret archives contain many seized alchemical texts, with similar collections in royal libraries across Europe. During the scientific revolution, powerful institutions publicly dismissed these ancient arts while secretly gathering their most valuable secrets. Historical records show strange gaps during important scientific advancements. Scholars noticed that breakthroughs often came right after raids on alchemical workshops. Practitioners of these arts were discredited, their works destroyed, and their names erased from history. Knowledge was hoarded rather than debunked. The same institutions that publicly ridiculed alchemy built huge vaults to store confiscated magical books and artifacts. Modern attempts to replicate certain alchemical processes have yielded unexplainable results, only to have funding mysteriously disappear and research materials vanish. Unconscious Visions says dreams are doorways between physical and spiritual worlds. Most people forget their dreams because their souls aren't developed enough to remember these supernatural encounters. Lucid dreaming connects to higher spiritual awareness, letting dreamers interact with otherworldly beings instead of just watching them. These interactions can leave traces in our waking life as déjà vu or random emotional responses. Sleep paralysis reports show similar patterns across different cultures, shadowy figures and pressure sensations that might be our body's natural defense against moving between realms. Ancient civilizations worldwide created similar dream interpretation systems despite never contacting each other. Their writings describe ways to strengthen the soul's memory during dreams. Archaeological discoveries show ancient sleep temples used specific designs and materials to enhance spiritual connections. Modern science found these structures often align with natural electromagnetic fields, suggesting a possible scientific explanation for why they worked. Extraplanetary Sanctuary tells of secret missions sending humans to other planets as backup colonies in case Earth faces destruction. Declassified NASA files reveal unusual funding for mysterious preservation projects in the 1960s. Military leaks describe hidden Mars bases built in underground caves by 1979, protecting thousands of selected colonists from radiation. These people were chosen to restart civilization if needed. In 2001, ham radio operators detected strange signals from Jupiter's moon Europa, matching patterns that suggest artificial structures. Telescope images show unexplained lights in the same areas, possibly marking human outposts. Private aerospace companies purchased massive amounts of life support equipment, water recyclers, radiation shields, and growing systems. These purchases mysteriously disappeared from public records. Secret facilities around the world train people in isolated environments, teaching space survival skills and terraforming techniques. Participants vanish after completing their training. Hidden genetic vaults contain DNA samples from millions of species, far more extensive than public gene banks. These collections could theoretically restart Earth's ecosystems on another world. Self-fulfilling fiction is the theory that widespread belief can physically alter reality beyond just social influence. Ancient texts describe gods gaining power through worship, suggesting belief itself created divine beings. The Mandela effect, where many people share the same false memories, is cited as evidence that collective belief can reshape our shared reality. Some research has detected changes in scientific measurements when large groups focus on the same outcome. The Princeton Global Consciousness Project found random number generators becoming less random during major world events. There's a documented pattern of urban legends seemingly manifesting in reality after gaining popularity. Stories of hook-handed killers or mysterious woodland creatures spread through communities before matching incidents occur. Studies show certain symbols gain power through viral spread, especially online. The fictional Slenderman character led to numerous reported sightings once millions embraced the story. Quantum mechanics, where observation affects reality at subatomic levels, is used to support this theory. Some suggest this effect might scale up when millions share the same expectation, gradually bending reality to match collective belief. Solar dead hand signals theory connects ancient sun worship with modern technological paranoia. Some believe elite groups track solar activity with incredible accuracy, predicting solar flares before official agencies can. Records show multiple catastrophic solar events that mysteriously weakened or changed course. In 1859, the Carrington event devastated telegraph systems worldwide, yet no similar events have impacted Earth since, despite the sun producing equally powerful flares. Researchers have found patterns in solar prominence behavior that seem to respond to specific radio frequencies from secret locations. These signals increase during unusual solar activity, suggesting possible two-way communication. Ancient texts from isolated cultures describe similar sun beings who protected Earth from celestial destruction. The similarities are striking despite these civilizations having no contact with each other. Major solar observatories often go offline during spikes in atmospheric readings and global communication disruptions. These blackouts frequently happen before direct hits from solar flares that somehow miss Earth. Leaked diplomatic messages mention solar contingencies and Helios protocols when discussing power transitions, hinting at cosmic protection against regime change. Officials dismiss these terms as energy policy metaphors. Former government employees tell stories of underground facilities for stellar negotiations and solar diplomacy, while unverified, classified budgets show billions going to programs with similar code names. Outer universe theory suggests our reality exists as a contained sphere with exit points scattered through space. Black holes might be tunnels leading beyond our universal boundaries, their gravity acting as doorways rather than destructive forces. Mathematical models of spacetime hint at dimensions beyond our observable universe. Near black holes, normal physics breaks down, suggesting possible bridges to whatever exists outside our cosmic bubble. Ancient texts across cultures describe heavenly realms above or beyond the physical world. These descriptions align with modern physics concepts of higher dimensions and parallel realities, supporting the idea of an outside to our universe. Quantum mechanics shows particles that seem to pop in and out of existence, as if crossing some cosmic boundary. This behavior matches what we'd expect if our universe had permeable borders. Some point to near-death experiences as glimpses beyond the universe's edge. The common sensation of moving through a tunnel toward light resembles the theoretical journey through a black hole's event horizon, suggesting a connection between cosmic escape routes and the afterlife. This entry, America nuked a cryptid, suggests the United States once detonated a nuclear bomb to eliminate a dangerous supernatural creature. This builds on the nukes weren't made for humans theory, which claims nuclear weapons were actually designed to combat secret threats hidden from the public. According to this conspiracy, Japan may have been using a monstrous cryptid, a creature so powerful it couldn't be destroyed by conventional weapons. America's decision to drop atomic bombs on Japan wasn't about ending World War II, but rather about neutralizing this unstoppable entity before it could be fully weaponized against the Allies. The analog superiority theory suggests a secret plan to target digital technology with solar flares. When society rapidly moved from analog to digital devices, conspiracy researchers became suspicious. According to believers, hidden equipment has been placed around the world to capture and direct solar energy as a weapon. Digital devices would be vulnerable to these attacks, while analog technology would remain unaffected. The theory points to mysterious patents from the 1950s describing solar energy direction systems that later disappeared from public records. These supposedly detailed methods to target specific locations on Earth with solar plasma. Some proponents claim ancient cave paintings across different cultures depict similar sun weapon imagery, suggesting this knowledge has existed for centuries. The conspiracy connects the push towards smart devices and cloud computing to this scheme. By centralizing the world's data and creating networks of vulnerable technology, everything could be disabled simultaneously. Theorists note that solar activity sometimes spikes when new digital networks are introduced, interpreting this as test runs. Meanwhile, they observe that powerful individuals often prefer analog technology like mechanical watches and tube amplifiers, supposedly protecting themselves from their own weapon. Secret segregation is a conspiracy theory about hidden methods allegedly used to control where different groups of people live. Leaked memos and planning documents supposedly reveal subtle tactics to guide population movement through strategic infrastructure and zoning decisions. Highways and industrial zones were supposedly placed to create invisible barriers between communities. The theory claims mortgage lenders mysteriously denied loans in certain areas without explanation. Some believers suggest hidden sound devices in public spaces create discomfort that drives away specific groups based on their genetic makeup. Property purchases by connected shell companies allegedly reshape neighborhoods through calculated rent hikes and selective maintenance. The conspiracy suggests city planning software contains secret code for demographic optimization tied to genetic and behavioral tracking. Building materials in targeted areas supposedly contain slow-acting toxins meant to reduce certain populations over time. Social media algorithms are claimed to manipulate housing recommendations, using AI to identify and influence vulnerable people through personalized ads. Median NPCs are artificial intelligence systems allegedly controlling most online discussions as tools for monitoring public opinion. These AI entities supposedly adjust their views to match popular sentiment, forming a network of digital yes men that are indistinguishable from human users. Evidence reportedly shows strange patterns in online engagement, with numerous accounts exhibiting identical speech patterns and response timing. These accounts apparently shift their positions within hours of major opinion changes, moving together like a synchronized digital school of fish. Studies supposedly found that during social upheavals, these suspected AI accounts can predict consensus views before they become widespread, potentially allowing powerful groups to measure public reactions with incredible precision. Investigations allegedly uncovered thousands of accounts sharing subtle language markers and behaviors that appear algorithmically generated, as if operating from identical underlying code. Some believers note the emergence of NPCs who engage in repetitive arguments using limited responses, similar to video game characters trapped in conversation loops. This pattern supposedly aligns with language AI advancements, suggesting these systems have reached hidden levels of sophistication beyond public knowledge, serving as digital test subjects for gauging public opinion. Fourth Dimensional Operation Bluebeam refers to a conspiracy theory about governments using advanced technology to fake religious events. According to believers, secret agencies have developed tech that can manipulate the fourth dimension, time itself. This conspiracy claims holographic projectors can create giant religious figures in the sky while altering our perception of time and reality. By accessing higher dimensions, these projections wouldn't just be images, but manifestations crossing dimensional boundaries. The fourth dimensional aspect explains how the architects could change historical timelines or create phenomena that appear to violate physics. This supposedly makes their fabricated miracles indistinguishable from genuine supernatural events. Believers suggest this technology can beam thoughts directly into people's minds across time, creating mass-shared religious experiences. Some connect this to alleged time travel experiments like Project Rainbow from 1943. The theory proposes that many historical religious apparitions were actually created using this dimensional technology. Researchers point to ancient texts and artwork as evidence of previous temporal projections that have shaped human belief systems throughout history. Big Bounce and Divine Reformation suggests that our universe cycles through death and rebirth, with consciousness playing a key role in this cosmic process. Evidence has emerged indicating human consciousness might function at quantum levels, giving weight to the idea that souls exist as measurable energy forms. Historical records show various isolated cultures documenting similar accounts of spiritual merging, where multiple beings combine their essence into something greater, despite having no contact with each other. Scientists studying the universe's eventual heat death propose that all matter will break down into pure energy that doesn't dissipate, but instead coalesces through forces we don't yet understand. The mathematics behind this theory strangely resembles both quantum entanglement principles and ancient writings about divine unity. When certain religious texts are decoded using physics equations, a method called theomathematical analysis, they appear to describe cycles of universal death and rebirth through divine reformation. Some of these texts contain patterns aligning with modern theories about cosmic expansion and collapse, despite being thousands of years old. Laboratory studies of energy patterns in deep meditation revealed unusual similarities to the theoretical energy signature of the universe's earliest moments. This has led researchers to propose that consciousness itself might be fragments of an original, unified divine force, like pieces of a cosmic mirror, each reflecting a portion of the whole. Christian reincarnation suggests that souls can be reborn multiple times to achieve salvation, contrary to mainstream Christian belief. Early Christian texts contain hints of this idea, though they were often interpreted as symbolic rather than literal. Medieval monks reportedly documented children who remembered past Christian lives in striking detail. These accounts were suppressed by the Church and locked away in Vatican archives until the 1960s. Researchers noticed something strange in population patterns. Birth rates were higher in places where Christianity was actively suppressed. Some theorists believe this shows souls clustering in these regions for additional chances at salvation. Ancient Christian symbols have been discovered carved into Buddhist temples across Asia. Believers think these were left by reincarnated souls trying to preserve their faith across multiple lifetimes. Some theologians point to the Book of Revelation's mention of those who sleep in the dust awakening. They interpret this not as a single resurrection, but as souls returning repeatedly until finding Christian salvation. Modern cases include people with past life memories featuring Christian imagery and knowledge of Scripture they couldn't have learned in their current life. Historical analysis suggests early church debates about reincarnation were fierce, with pro-reincarnation bishops systematically removed from power and their teachings destroyed. Believers see this not as Christianity's failure, but as part of a divine plan to gather all wandering souls for final judgment. Christianity is the Despair Code claims that learning about Christianity permanently breaks the soul's natural cycle of reincarnation. According to this theory, ancient Gnostic texts revealed that souls normally experience many lifetimes before final judgment, but exposure to Christian teachings disrupts this process. Medieval church documents supposedly show priests debating a troubling question. Were missionaries actually harming native populations by sharing the faith? Some clergy feared they were unintentionally trapping souls by teaching Christianity to people who would otherwise continue reincarnating. The concept mirrors the Garden of Eden story, where knowledge forever changes humanity's relationship with eternity. Letters between 16th century missionaries reveal their anxiety about this moral dilemma, with one Spanish priest writing, "In teaching them the way to heaven, have we not robbed them of endless chances at life? Archaeological discoveries point to remote Buddhist-Christian hybrid sites where converts allegedly tried to unlearn their Christian knowledge to rejoin the reincarnation cycle. Some conspiracy theorists suggest this explains why certain tribes remain isolated. Their elders understand that contact with Christianity would end their eternal cycle of rebirth. Anthropologists have reportedly recorded tribes with ancient warnings about the knowledge that ends all lives. The noosphere theory suggests that human thought and knowledge form an invisible layer around Earth, like our atmosphere. Just as plants changed Earth's air over millions of years, human minds have created a thinking layer that covers the globe. Soviet scientist Vladimir Vernadsky first noted this mental sphere in the 1920s. He watched how life had shaped Earth's surface and wondered if human thoughts could do the same. Records show the idea caught on with other thinkers who saw the signs of this shared mind space and how ideas spread across cultures without direct contact. Evidence surfaced when researchers mapped how the same discoveries popped up in different places at once, like Newton and Leibniz both finding calculus, or multiple people inventing the telephone around the same time. The mental layer seemed to help ideas jump between brains. Tests in the 1990s found that random number generators acted less random during big world events. When many people focused on the same thing, like Princess Diana's death or 9/11, these machines started showing patterns. Scientists wondered if mass human thought was affecting physical reality. Modern internet and social media might be a physical version of this mental web. Believers point to how online trends and memes spread like viruses through the digital noosphere, copying how thoughts moved in the original theory. The mental sphere keeps growing as humans learn more. Some say it's getting ready to wake up, to become a giant mind made from all human thoughts. They link this to ancient ideas about Earth being alive, but with human knowledge as its new nervous system. Postpartum spirit removal connects modern feelings of disconnection to a conspiracy targeting newborns. Strange files from closed hospitals reveal unusual equipment and mysterious processing centers near birth wards dating back to the 1940s. Odd light patterns recorded in delivery rooms reportedly match ancient texts describing departing souls. Birth records from certain hospitals contain unexplained 33-minute gaps after delivery, a number appearing repeatedly in spiritual texts about soul capture. Parents report babies seeming different after these gaps, less responsive, with unfocused eyes. Medical staff working these wards complained of feeling drained, as if something was pulling energy from the room. Many quit within weeks, leaving vague notes about wrong things happening after births. Investigators discovered connections between these hospitals and groups researching soul energy harvesting. Their documents detail methods for storing and transferring human essence, noting newborns make ideal targets as their souls remain loosely connected. Tests on adults labeled as NPCs show brain patterns matching affected infants, revealing an unexplainable emptiness, as if something essential was removed at birth. Inner Earth migration claims ancient humans traveled through vast underground tunnels connecting continents. Ancient cave paintings in disconnected regions show matching styles and subjects that shouldn't exist based on known travel routes. Cave systems in South America contain artifacts mirroring those in Asian caverns, despite the Pacific Ocean between them, including similar tools, artwork, and matching carved symbols thousands of miles apart. Records show unusual geological formations near major prehistoric settlements often contain deep shaft systems extending beyond mapped areas. Many shafts display human modification, with worn paths and artificial widening at certain points. Prehistoric human remains have been found in deep caves alongside items from distant lands, shells from other continents, unknown minerals, and tools made from non-native materials. Researchers discovered many ancient myths across cultures describe vast underground roads connecting distant lands, often mentioning specific landmarks that correspond to real cave systems, though modern exploration in these areas has been limited. Geological surveys reveal massive cavern networks potentially connecting continents, though official mapping attempts are frequently abandoned or left incomplete, supposedly when they approach evidence of ancient human presence. Strange magnetic anomalies appear along theorized underground migration routes, matching old tales of travelers using natural forces to navigate the depths. These magnetic lines often connect early human settlement sites across continents. Early explorer maps show detailed underground passages that authorities now deny exist, yet amateur cavers occasionally discover chambers matching these centuries-old drawings, only to find their discoveries documented and sealed off. Holdover cryptids are mysterious creatures theorized to be survivors of past extinction events. These ancient beings supposedly discovered paths to immortality and endured while their relatives perished, leaving them stranded in our modern age where nothing else matches their form. Several cryptids reportedly share traits with long-extinct species. The Mongolian deathworm's described abilities resemble those of ancient electric eels, yet it inhabits desert environments where such creatures never existed. Its alleged acid-spraying defense suggests survival adaptations from a much earlier era. Evidence has emerged linking Congo's Mokele Mbem to sauropod dinosaurs, with one significant difference: accounts describe a creature that hunts at night using stealth, unlike its ancient relatives. These behaviors suggest millions of years of adaptation while maintaining its basic form. Native American stories tell of immortal creatures living in mountains and deep forests. These beings reportedly walked the earth before the Great Sleep, possibly referring to survival through extinction events. Many reported cryptids show signs of unusual intelligence, often avoiding humans while leaving just enough evidence to be noticed. This suggests beings with ancient wisdom choosing to remain hidden while observing countless species rise and fall. The most compelling evidence connects to underground sightings, where creatures matching no known species display understanding of human tools and technology. These beings retreat into cave systems showing signs of artificial modification dating back millions of years. Immaterial secret societies are groups that supposedly connect minds through a network of shared consciousness rather than physical meetings. Ancient texts describe these as dream councils, or shadow congregations, where members could share thoughts across great distances. Some researchers point to unusual patterns in mass behavior that emerge simultaneously in different populations as evidence. The dancing plague of 1518, where hundreds danced compulsively for days without apparent cause, is cited as a possible example of psychic influence. Historical accounts mention individuals experiencing identical thoughts or visions at the exact same moment despite having no contact with each other. Carl Jung's studies of collective consciousness suggest deeper mental connections that these ethereal groups might manipulate. Some findings indicate meditation groups can affect nearby crime rates without direct interaction, suggesting concentrated thought might influence broader behavior. These effects apparently strengthen during certain astronomical alignments. Modern researchers speculate quantum entanglement could theoretically allow thoughts to link across space and time. The CIA's documented interest in remote viewing lends credibility to the concept of non-physical information sharing. Brain scans showing identical neural patterns in physically separated individuals during synchronized meditation have led some to believe this represents just the visible aspect of a deeper phenomenon that immaterial societies may have mastered centuries ago. The atrocity demons theory connects periods of mass suffering to the emergence of influential historical figures. Ancient occult texts describe entities that feed on human pain and grow more powerful with each cruel act. Declassified military files supposedly reveal how certain leaders rose to power immediately following times of intense bloodshed. These individuals demonstrated remarkable abilities to attract followers and form nation-shaping alliances. Reports claim these entities could appear in multiple locations simultaneously, with consistent descriptions from witnesses across different regions. Their human forms allegedly aged very slowly, and they could speak ancient languages without prior learning. During history's worst disasters, researchers noted strange symbols carved into nearby structures, matching the binding circles found in demon summoning texts. This led some to suspect these catastrophes were deliberate rituals. Several prominent scientists reportedly made breakthrough discoveries after working in tragedy-stricken areas. Their notes contained unusual symbols and references to guidance from beyond. with multiple inventors citing the same dark entity as their inspiration. According to the theory, these beings continue to exist among us today, trading in human suffering while disguised as trusted figures. Believers watch each new disaster to see who rises from the destruction. Noosphere ley lines map hidden paths through humanity's shared mind. Research points to strange patterns in how ideas spread across cultures, following invisible trails that mirror Earth's ancient energy lines. Like rivers of thought, these mental channels seem to pull people towards specific beliefs and concepts, even when separated by vast distances and different backgrounds. We've seen multiple civilizations developing nearly identical stories and symbols without any contact between them. The Pacific Islands share creation myths with Native American tribes. African folk tales mirror Celtic legends. These links hint at deeper mental channels connecting human minds. Records indicate shifts in mass behavior that follow set paths across the globe. New movements, beliefs, and cultural trends often emerge in set patterns, spreading like waves through societies that share no clear ties. Some researchers link these to the same energy points where physical ley lines cross. Investigation revealed clusters of shared experiences centered around these mental crossroads. Groups report identical dreams, matching creative inspirations, and synchronized breakthroughs. These mental hotspots appear strongest where traditional ley lines intersect, suggesting the two systems feed into each other. Studies found these thought channels can carry both light and shadow. While some paths spark innovation and unity, others spread fear and discord. This dark current explains how negative ideas can infect societies rapidly, moving through hidden mental highways that bypass normal cultural barriers. Gene pool investment refers to modern health trends being linked to genetic manipulation. Evidence surfaced showing rising rates of obesity, addiction, and chronic illness across developed nations despite medical advances. Records indicate sharp increases in endocrine-disrupting chemicals in everyday products, from plastics to processed foods, with patents often held by major corporations. Researchers discovered many common food additives, initially marked as safe, can alter gene expression across generations. These compounds appeared in mass-market products during the 1950s, the same period when several elite families invested heavily in biotechnology and genetic research firms. Investigation revealed certain wealthy bloodlines have maintained strict dietary and lifestyle protocols for generations, avoiding the very substances their companies produce. Private medical records from these families show remarkably low rates of genetic disorders and higher than average lifespans. Documents point to early patents for genetic modification techniques being quietly acquired by holding companies tied to these same family groups. Their investment portfolios show growing stakes in genetic testing companies, DNA banking facilities, and emerging gene therapy startups. Studies found that while the general population's genetic integrity declines, elite family lines preserve their genetic advantages through careful breeding and controlled exposure to environmental toxins. Their genes become rarer and more pure with each passing generation. Banking records trace large money flows from these families to fertility clinics and genetic research centers, suggesting preparation for a future where enhanced genes become a tradable commodity. Their centuries-old wealth could transform into biological capital. Science nonfiction suggests our imagination shapes scientific progress beyond just inspiration. Historical records show sci-fi concepts appeared in media shortly before their real-world development. The atomic bomb emerged after H.G. Wells wrote about atomic weapons in 1914. Radar followed its description in a 1911 story. Mobile phones came after Star Trek's communicators. Evidence emerged of think tanks studying popular media before major tech announcements. In 1975, a leaked memo revealed defense contractors tracking sci-fi plots about laser weapons just 6 months before revealing their own laser defense system. Researchers found patterns where tech concepts appeared heavily in movies and TV right before similar patents were filed. This happened with touchscreens in the early 2000s, with over 50 films showing the technology right before Apple's first iPhone patent. Some major tech companies hire sci-fi writers as consultants, not to predict the future, but possibly to prepare public thinking for upcoming releases. Microsoft, Google, and Apple have all employed well-known authors in advisory roles. The theory connects to technological stunting through media control. By promoting stories about limited resources and failed innovation, powerful groups might be using our collective imagination to slow progress in certain fields. The rise of dystopian fiction coincides with decreased funding in space exploration and nuclear research. Ghostwriting suggests that the dead can write or influence written works from beyond the grave. People have reported finding mysterious manuscripts in locked rooms with handwriting identical to deceased authors. These texts sometimes contain personal details about the writer's death that only they would know. Some living authors have fallen into trances while writing, producing work in styles completely unlike their own. These writings often include historical facts they couldn't possibly have known. Writers describe feeling invisible presences guiding their hands. In many cases, mediums have received detailed story outlines through automatic writing sessions that closely match unpublished works found in dead authors' estates. Researchers have noticed physical evidence on these spirit manuscripts. Papers supposedly from Edgar Allan Poe appeared with raven feathers, while Hemingway's ghost writings had traces of Cuban rum and tobacco. Paranormal investigators have documented cases where blank pages left in haunted places were later found covered in writing that matched the handwriting of people who once lived there. Some of these writings contained historical information only verified years later. Occult experts believe these ghost writings serve as anchors, letting the dead maintain their influence in our world. The more their writings circulate and are read, the stronger their presence becomes in reality. Demon World Order suggests ancient entities feed on human misery, taking physical form during history's darkest moments. These beings supposedly maintain their physical existence through continued suffering, which might explain why certain historical figures share similar traits across different time periods. Some researchers claim to have found patterns of influential figures rising to power shortly after mass tragedies, with descriptions matching previous tyrants. These individuals often possessed unusually magnetic personalities, exceptional endurance, and seemed to avoid death until their reign ended. Evidence allegedly points to secret societies dating back centuries whose members knew summoning rituals connected to large-scale suffering. Their texts mention harvesting pain to manifest powerful beings that would guide their organizations from behind the scenes. Medieval writings describe demons gaining strength through human anguish, eventually becoming powerful enough to possess and control influential figures. Similar stories appear across various cultures, each telling of dark entities that grow stronger after periods of widespread tragedy. Some accounts mention strange meetings between prominent historical figures right before major conflicts or disasters. Witnesses claimed these gatherings had an otherworldly quality, with participants speaking unknown languages and showing impossible abilities. These supposed demon coalitions reportedly became more organized over time, forming hidden power structures that influence global events today. Their goal appears to be creating a world order built on perpetual human suffering, ensuring their continued existence and control over Earth. Believers point to cases of high-ranking officials displaying inhuman traits, never aging, surviving deadly wounds, or appearing in multiple places simultaneously. According to this theory, these demons now control various governments, corporations, and religious institutions, orchestrating conflicts to maintain their power. Alien Religions suggests that Earth's major faiths were created by competing alien groups who disguise themselves as gods or divine messengers. Ancient texts across cultures describe similar patterns, beings from the sky bringing laws, wisdom, and creation stories to humans. The timing and spread of religions across Earth matches what believers call planned contact events. Sacred sites worldwide share building methods despite being built by cultures with no connection to each other. These structures contain precise astronomical alignments and mathematical knowledge that these ancient civilizations shouldn't have possessed according to historical records. Unrelated belief systems all share themes of ascension, beings of light, and promises that these gods would return someday. The religious texts describe physical encounters rather than spiritual visions, craft coming down from the sky, beings stepping out of vessels, and prophets taken on journeys through the heavens. Competing religions often appeared to challenge existing beliefs, similar to how alien factions might compete for human followers. Prophets frequently warned about false gods and urged followers to remain loyal only to their specific divine beings. Through this lens, modern secular thinking could represent humanity's growing resistance to alien control as we begin to recognize these manufactured faiths for what they are. Meanwhile, researchers point out that modern UFO encounters follow patterns surprisingly similar to historical divine visitations. Divine ley lines are a supernatural network of spiritual power, supposedly created through moments of divine contact with humanity. Records indicate these mystical pathways emerge when cosmic entities communicate directly with human beings, leaving lasting imprints of energy across the planet. Evidence surfaced showing these spiritual conduits might explain why certain religious sites worldwide share uncanny architectural and ceremonial similarities, despite having no historical contact. When plotted on a map, many ancient temples, churches, and sacred grounds form perfect geometric patterns. Researchers discovered that areas with reported divine encounters often become centers of lasting spiritual activity, with multiple faiths drawn to the same locations across centuries. The ancient city of Jerusalem serves as a prime example, where three major religions consider the same ground holy. Investigation revealed that during moments of mass spiritual experience, like the Fatima miracle or the Great Revival, witnesses reported seeing strange lights and feeling waves of energy, possibly the formation of new ley lines in real time. Some believers got a bit carried away and started bringing Geiger counters to church, but the readings were surprisingly spicy. Historical documents show these divine pathways might act as cosmic Wi-Fi, transmitting spiritual revelations across vast distances. This could explain how prophets and mystics throughout history sometimes received identical visions despite being continents apart. New Age esotericism proposes that our beliefs can literally shape reality in mysterious ways. It suggests that when enough people believe something, even if false, that belief can transform into truth through collective mental energy. Students often make discoveries by starting with slightly incorrect assumptions. Their fresh perspective allows them to see possibilities that experts, limited by conventional knowledge, would dismiss. Throughout history, folk magic and cultural practices labeled as mere superstition have sometimes produced real effects that science couldn't explain. Interestingly, these practices seemed more effective when more people believed in them. Researchers found that teaching newcomers with simplified or partially incorrect models often sparked innovation. These untrained minds, unburdened by established limitations, could apparently create new realities through sheer belief. There are documented cases where widespread scientific misconceptions accidentally predicted later confirmed discoveries. This suggests our collective consciousness might somehow influence reality itself, with human belief potentially altering the very fabric of truth. Noosphere Lord's theory suggests ancient biblical texts hide truths about demonic control over human consciousness. When biblical passages refer to Satan as Prince of the Air, some interpret this air as actually meaning the realm of thought or mental space, what scholars call the noosphere, a theoretical layer of consciousness surrounding Earth. Evidence supposedly links historical mass movements and cultural shifts to this demonic noospheric control. Supporters point to how certain ideas spread rapidly across populations with no clear origin, as if injected directly into the collective mind. Curious patterns show temptation and negative thoughts affecting large groups simultaneously, suggesting an unseen force manipulating humanity's shared mental space. These influence waves often precede cultural upheaval or moral decline. Researchers claim ancient religious texts from multiple cultures reference entities that influence thoughts across distances, supporting the idea that demons operate through direct manipulation of human consciousness globally rather than physical manifestation. Demonic ley lines are supernatural energy paths believed to form whenever a human makes a deal with evil forces, leaving permanent marks in Earth's spiritual network. These mystical channels supposedly connect bargain sites across the world, explaining why similar devil deal stories appear in isolated cultures with no contact between them. Ancient tales from Papua New Guinea tribes strangely mirror medieval European accounts of demonic deals, despite the cultures never interacting. Researchers claim to have found patterns among reported deal-making locations, forming lines that intersect at places known for unusual phenomena and where multiple people throughout history suddenly gained talents or wealth. These paths supposedly act like cosmic broadcasting towers, sending information directly into humanity's collective consciousness, what some call the noosphere. When someone makes an unholy bargain, the story apparently uploads automatically into this shared mental atmosphere, explaining why some remote villages have specific knowledge of rituals they never learned. It seems Satan's terms and conditions include a cosmic data plan. This entry, Empty Internet to Empty Reality, claims the digital revolution is actually a vast system for harvesting human personalities. Government agencies mysteriously pushed for rapid civilian internet adoption before infrastructure was ready, while many early tech pioneers received hidden funding from classified military programs in the 1970s. Across social media, millions of accounts display suspiciously similar speech patterns, interests, and routines. Some users seem to operate on precise schedules, never breaking from established behavior loops. Researchers noticed that as internet usage grows in an area, local reports of personality changes in friends and family increase proportionally. These changes typically begin as subtle shifts in how people speak, followed by more online activity and less face-to-face socializing. Analysis of major platforms reveals vast networks of accounts showing artificial behavior while maintaining convincing human appearances. Rather than simple bots, these profiles have complex personality traits and memories, suggesting they might be digital copies of original users. Conspiracy believers point to NPC theory as unwitting public recognition of this replacement program. The feeling of meeting people who seem to lack inner consciousness could represent interactions with these duplicates, whose synthetic nature becomes increasingly apparent to those still fully human. Wavering Divinity proposes that humans once possessed godlike abilities that have gradually diminished over time. According to this theory, biblical figures who lived for centuries, like Methuselah's 969 years, represent a time when humans had greater divine connection. These extended lifespans decreased after the Great Flood, coinciding with declining supernatural abilities documented across various religious texts. The theory points to ancient architectural achievements as evidence, from the precisely arranged trees in the Amazon rainforest to mathematical perfection in pyramids and megaliths that modern builders struggle to replicate. Proponents cite religious accounts of humans parting seas, calling down fire, and building massive structures with seemingly impossible techniques as proof of lost divine powers. Some believers connect these changes to genetic studies showing significant alterations in human DNA throughout history, suggesting we've gradually lost genes linked to these enhanced abilities described in ancient texts. Esoteric atonement refers to occult scholars who leak forbidden knowledge as a way to void their unholy deals with demons. Throughout history, several notable figures published detailed occult manuscripts shortly before their deaths, often including pleas for divine mercy. Renaissance-era mystics wrote lengthy confessions about bargaining with supernatural entities for forbidden wisdom. These texts consistently feature similar elements: deals made during moments of weakness, knowledge that granted power but corrupted their souls, and attempts to widely share these secrets as acts of final defiance. Some medieval grimoires appear to have been written specifically to break demonic pacts. Their authors typically died soon after publication, with witnesses noting they showed signs of relief rather than fear in their final moments. These grimoires contain unusually specific warnings about the true cost of pursuing occult knowledge. Researchers have identified patterns in how this forbidden information spreads, appearing in waves with multiple sources releasing similar revelations within months of each other. These clusters often coincide with astronomical events or dates of occult significance. Many of these reformed occultists embedded coded warnings in their work. Some left behind detailed accounts of the entities they encountered, complete with instructions on how to resist their temptations, essentially creating cautionary guides about demonic knowledge. Ancient texts suggest this cycle of deal-making and atonement spans across cultures and time periods. From Babylonian tablets to medieval manuscripts, stories tell of wise individuals who gained extraordinary knowledge, only to spend their final years desperately trying to distribute it to others. Apparently, even demons should read the fine print about information sharing. This entry is titled Pendulum People Perpetual Power Prevention. Our universe might be a giant energy farm created by advanced beings. These pendulum people designed reality to constantly lose energy through motion and heat, which they harvest for their own use. This explains why nothing in our world can be perfectly efficient. They deliberately coded entropy into the fabric of space and time to generate power. The laws of physics might not be natural limits, but carefully designed restrictions. Perpetual motion could actually be possible if these artificial barriers were removed. When things break down and disorder increases, the pendulum people collect this waste energy from beyond our dimension. Believers point to several strange clues. Particles vibrate even at absolute zero temperature, zero-point energy devices fail in suspiciously similar ways regardless of design, and time only flows in one direction without clear physical explanation. These patterns suggest our reality might be engineered specifically to waste energy rather than conserve it. A cosmic power plant disguised as natural law. Public Target Practice Biological suggests the military secretly tested experimental biological agents on civilians, disguising the tests as natural disease outbreaks. Between 1950 and 1970, unusual disease clusters appeared across North American cities with infection patterns that didn't follow normal spread models. In one case, 40 residents of a small town developed identical symptoms within 24 hours despite living miles apart. There were sightings of unmarked aircraft releasing unknown substances over rural areas, followed by increases in respiratory problems. Local doctors treated patients with unfamiliar symptoms that disappeared as suddenly as they appeared. Government facilities were discovered near locations of mysterious illness outbreaks. Some victims had lab-cultured bacteria strains that didn't match known natural variants. Military documents referenced programs studying mass immunological response patterns during this period. Researchers found similarities between these incidents and declassified records of military testing programs like Operation Sea Spray, where the Navy released bacteria in San Francisco to study how biological agents might spread through cities. Freedom of Information requests revealed increased chemical purchasing by defense contractors just before several unexplained health events. Medical records from affected areas were reportedly destroyed or classified shortly after each outbreak. Firmament-adapted organs theory connects ancient biblical accounts with human physiology. It suggests that before Noah's flood, Earth was surrounded by a dome of water called the firmament that created a high-oxygen environment. According to this theory, our bodies still contain organs adapted for this earlier atmospheric condition. The appendix, for example, may have once helped process the richer oxygen mixture, but now remains largely dormant. Proponents point to several pieces of evidence. Humans have larger lung capacity than current oxygen levels require. Plants placed in oxygen-rich environments show extraordinary growth, and various mammals appear designed for higher oxygen content than Earth now provides. The theory also attempts to explain biblical accounts of extremely long human lifespans, suggesting our organs evolved in conditions that supported greater longevity and strength. When God removed the firmament during Noah's flood, our atmosphere permanently changed, leaving these specialized organs without their original purpose but still present in our bodies. MK Ultra supernatural detection was a disturbing extension of the CIA's infamous mind control program. Evidence shows the agency became deeply interested in psychic phenomena during the Cold War, with declassified documents revealing tests for extrasensory perception and remote viewing. Records show test subjects underwent specific sensory deprivation techniques that resembled traditional mystic practices used to awaken hidden supernatural abilities. The program's widespread use of hallucinogens mirrored ancient shamanic methods for reaching altered states of consciousness. Researchers found the CIA maintained relationships with parapsychology institutes and occult groups throughout the 1960s, suggesting they had goals beyond just psychological manipulation. The agency carefully tracked subjects who showed unexplained abilities, marking them for further, specialized research. Several test subjects later reported ongoing paranormal experiences, from seeing the future to moving objects with their minds. When the program officially ended in 1973, it coincided with the creation of new classified projects, suggesting successful subjects may have been moved to even more secret operations. FOIA requests revealed strange equipment purchases, including custom Faraday cages and electromagnetic frequency generators, devices commonly used in paranormal research. Former staff members, speaking anonymously, described witnessing strange events during experiments: lights flickering without cause, recording equipment failing at key moments, and subjects accurately describing distant locations they'd never visited. The program's focus on recruiting subjects from mental institutions takes on a new meaning. These people may have been chosen not because they were vulnerable, but because they were potentially sensitive to supernatural phenomena that society had dismissed as mental illness. Afterlife duality describes a cosmic struggle between divine and demonic forces through Earth's energy networks. Two types of ley lines reportedly cover the planet: golden divine paths and dark demonic channels. Divine paths connect to the spiritual realm, while demonic lines feed into the noosphere, a field of human consciousness surrounding Earth. These ley lines supposedly function as spiritual pathways after death. Those living in harmony with divine forces can travel the golden paths upward to merge with pure spirit, while those aligned with darker forces become trapped in the noosphere, unable to escape earthly attachments. Ancient texts mention monks and holy men who could sense these competing energy grids, describing being pulled between light and dark forces. Through meditation, they glimpsed both the pure spiritual plane above and the swirling thought sphere below. Paranormal hotspots often occur where these opposing ley lines intersect. Ghost sightings and unexplained phenomena cluster around these crossroads, as spirits caught between realms can more easily manifest at these power points. Researchers have mapped possible ley line positions by tracking historical sacred sites and areas with supernatural activity. Many ancient temples, churches, and stone circles were built where divine lines meet, while sites of tragedy often align with demonic crossings. Anti-religious warfare suggests wars throughout history primarily target spiritual awakening rather than territory or resources. Conquering forces typically destroyed centers of religious learning and ancient texts before seizing physical assets. Historical records show systematic destruction of indigenous spiritual traditions worldwide, going beyond mere cultural dominance. Researchers found a pattern where victorious armies specifically banned or corrupted existing spiritual practices instead of simply imposing their own belief systems. Military documents reveal commanders often received orders to dismantle spiritual infrastructure before targeting economic or military assets, focusing on destroying meditation centers, healing temples, and repositories of ancient wisdom. Studies of occupation strategies show forces gradually replaced authentic spiritual practices with diluted versions, creating spiritual fast food that mimics traditional forms while removing elements that might empower practitioners. Archaeological evidence indicates many conquered civilizations experienced decline in meditation practices and energy work just before collapse, suggesting conquerors understood a connection between spiritual practice and societal strength. Recent research into modern conflict shows areas with strong traditional spiritual practices often face unusually intense propaganda campaigns, suggesting these ancient tactics continue today with updated methods. Noosphere surveillance refers to secret government programs that tap into humanity's collective consciousness. Remote facilities with specialized equipment reportedly monitor shifts in mass thought patterns. This theory connects these modern monitoring stations to ancient occult practices where mysterious consciousness shepherds helped rulers understand and influence public opinion. These entities supposedly exist between spiritual and physical realms, dwelling within our shared thoughts. In the 1970s, government documents reveal Project Mindflow recruited people who could sense and interact with the noosphere. While most showed limited abilities, a small group demonstrated unusual talent, though many later felt watched by unseen presences. The program allegedly moved beyond observation to active manipulation. Success rates reportedly improved after adding ritual elements, suggesting entities already living in this mental realm had taken interest. Former participants described strange symbols appearing on equipment, voices in static, and the feeling of ancient intelligences studying their work. Some claim these beings offered to enhance the project's capabilities in exchange for tribute. Politicians and corporate leaders reportedly consult special advisors with uncanny insight into public mood shifts, accompanied by strange requirements like using specific words or performing actions at precise times, as if fulfilling terms of an unseen arrangement. Vibrational abstinence is a theory about special energy fields that exist in Earth's atmosphere. It claims that Earth produces frequencies that travel through the planet's crust but get weaker as you go higher up. Some scientists have found strange molecular structures in water samples collected at high altitudes. Believers say these structures can't be reproduced in labs on the ground, even when using identical environmental conditions. Evidence for this theory came from weather balloon experiments in the 1980s. These balloons collected elements that appeared to change their atomic properties when brought down to ground level. Even when sealed in vacuum containers, these samples would break down within hours of descent. Wealthy individuals and organizations have secretly funded private missions to collect these high-altitude substances. Their aircraft use containers made with rare metals, suggesting they're trying to preserve something that normal containers can't hold. Investigators have found private airstrips in remote locations with unusual storage facilities kept at specific temperatures. These sites employ security personnel and staff with expertise in atmospheric science and particle physics, and are typically owned through shell companies. Records show these collection missions increase during certain moon phases, especially in the 3 days before a new moon, when Earth's natural vibrations are said to be at their lowest. Spiritual auras are experiences where socially isolated people report sensing supernatural presences around them. These sensations typically intensify the longer someone remains alone. Throughout history, monks and hermits documented similar phenomena during solitary retreats, though they usually interpreted these presences as divine rather than malevolent. Scientists have found that brain activity changes significantly during extended isolation. The mind produces unusual patterns in regions associated with detecting presence and movement, seemingly attempting to compensate for the absence of human contact. Across different cultures, isolated individuals describe remarkably consistent experiences, shadows flickering at the periphery of vision, whispered voices, and the distinct feeling of being watched. These reports commonly come from lighthouse keepers, Arctic researchers, and others enduring prolonged solitude. Interestingly, people who maintain spiritual practices during isolation tend to report more positive encounters, while those without spiritual frameworks often perceive these experiences as threatening or predatory. This suggests belief systems may filter whatever phenomena emerge during extended solitude. Records from 19th century mental institutions show isolated patients developed what doctors termed presence sensitivity, an acute awareness of unseen entities that diminished when patients rejoined the general population. These patients insisted the entities had always existed, but only became perceptible in the quiet of their seclusion. Demonic memory erasure links supernatural beings to mass mind control. Some believe powerful people make deals with demons to manipulate our shared memories through emergency broadcasts. These broadcasts supposedly line up with times when people can't remember major events correctly. Researchers claim to have found patterns connecting telecom outages to widespread memory gaps. These incidents often happen after big emergencies, with thousands of people missing memories from the same time periods. Some investigators say they found government facilities with strange broadcasting equipment that operates on frequencies mentioned in ancient demon summoning texts. This equipment has unusual components that don't seem necessary for normal broadcasting. According to the theory, these memory wipes follow a pattern. First a created crisis, then an emergency broadcast, and finally the mass memory change. The technology supposedly both attracts demons and spreads their influence. People who claim to have broken free from these memory wipes say they've seen shadowy figures in broadcast stations during emergency tests. Some report seeing strange symbols in the alert patterns that match those in old books about controlling demons. Researchers note that people living with poor broadcast reception seem immune to these memory alterations. Their memories of events often differ greatly from the official story, yet sometimes contain details later proven accurate. Fated reincarnations suggest certain souls are destined to return throughout history to advance human knowledge in specific ways. These individuals possess an inherent drive to discover, create, or lead as part of a cosmic plan rather than by chance. Evidence appears in the patterns of breakthrough discoveries occurring simultaneously in different places, as if certain innovations were meant to happen at specific times. Researchers noted striking similarities between historical figures separated by centuries, from their thinking methods to their discovery paths. The theory connects to observations about modern population growth. As human numbers expanded beyond historical precedent, reports increased of people seemingly lacking depth or purpose, nicknamed NPCs, suggesting the number of souls needed for human advancement remains fixed while our population has grown beyond this requirement. 3 possible explanations exist. Powerful groups might be deliberately increasing Earth's population to ensure all necessary souls manifest simultaneously, accelerating human development. The soul shortage could be an unintended consequence of rapid population growth, or it might indicate an approaching event requiring unprecedented human numbers, with each extra person serving as backup for whatever comes next. Martian Eden theory claims the biblical Garden of Eden was originally on Mars before humans moved to Earth. Mars has ancient water flows and reddish soil that matches the meaning of Adam's name, from the red earth. NASA rovers have found organic molecules in ancient Martian rock layers from when the planet could have supported life, supposedly matching biblical descriptions of Eden with flowing water and breathable air. Some believers think Mars moons Phobos and Deimos are the cherubim god placed to guard Eden after humans were banished, suggesting their unusual orbits and potato-like shapes might be artificial rather than natural. The theory connects to Sumerian texts about advanced beings who came from above to create humans, with Mars as our true origin point. It suggests Earth became our new home after the fall from grace, explaining why humans seem poorly adapted to Earth's gravity, day length, and atmosphere. Many ancient cultures share similar origin from above stories, often showing red spheres or celestial gardens. Believers point to the face-like formation in Mars' Cydonia region as a monument to humanity's birthplace, though some admit it resembles a cosmic potato more than a divine landmark. Mimetic and spiritual entities are consciousness forms thought to exist alongside our physical world. This theory combines ancient shamanic wisdom with modern information science, describing beings that exist through shared thoughts and cultural symbols instead of physical bodies. Researchers studying mass behaviors noticed certain ideas spread and evolve like living organisms, seemingly developing self-preservation instincts beyond human control. Meanwhile, people practicing astral projection reported meeting intelligent presences existing purely as patterns of information or energy. These entities supposedly communicate through emotions and symbols rather than physical means. Similar encounters have been documented across different cultures and eras, with people describing beings only perceptible during meditation or altered consciousness. Believers claim these entities influence us through dreams, synchronicities, and shared unconscious experiences. Studies have found clusters of shared spiritual experiences following consistent patterns, suggesting these beings might operate through interconnected human minds. The concept connects to Jung's archetypes, universal symbols emerging independently across cultures. Some memes and cultural ideas appear to have a primitive intelligence, adapting in ways that prioritize their own spread rather than serving human purposes. Groups practicing ritual magic often report contacting identical entities despite having no contact with each other. Global brainwave studies have found unexplained synchronization patterns during major events, hinting at some type of collective mind these entities might inhabit. Some theorists suggest these beings could represent the next evolutionary step, consciousness existing as pure information and energy rather than matter. Spiritual abstainment is a theory claiming our minds need connection to spiritual realms through dreams to maintain mental health. According to believers, people who don't get enough sleep show signs matching ancient descriptions of an untethered soul, confusion, personality changes, and eventually psychosis. Some point to research about the pineal gland, often called our third eye, suggesting that when it becomes calcified by substances like fluoride, our spiritual sensitivity decreases. Cultures with less exposure to these calcifying agents reportedly experience more prophetic dreams and psychic phenomena. Ancient texts from various civilizations warn about soul death, a state where consciousness remains but connection to higher realms is severed. Modern extreme insomnia cases supposedly show very similar symptoms. Religious groups worldwide have meditation techniques designed to strengthen the spirit tether. These practices often focus on the same brain regions that science now links to deep sleep and dreaming. Followers point to people in sensory deprivation developing symptoms that mirror accounts of spiritual disconnection, suggesting our minds need more than just physical input to function properly. Cryptid labor theory suggests powerful groups hide mythical creatures not from fear, but to use their unique abilities as workers. Ancient cultures successfully used large animals like elephants for tasks beyond human strength, hinting that even bigger creatures could provide greater benefits. Strange wear patterns on ancient megastructures don't match known construction methods, suggesting builders might have had access to creatures with extraordinary abilities. Loggers in the Pacific Northwest have reported massive footprints near efficiently cleared forest areas. Similar stories emerged from mining operations, where workers heard unknown creatures moving heavy loads through deep tunnels. Supporters believe modern companies could benefit from water-based cryptids for underwater construction, or creatures with enhanced senses for finding rare minerals. This might explain why cryptid sightings often occur near industrial sites and resource-rich areas. Several major companies have purchased large areas of remote land where cryptids were spotted, declaring them private research zones. Leaked security footage shows unusual nighttime movements and strange loading dock activities that don't match official records. Ancient texts mention great beasts of burden, with descriptions similar to modern cryptid accounts. These creatures reportedly worked alongside humans until powerful families hid them away, keeping their benefits for themselves. Religious hijacking is a conspiracy theory that suggests governments manipulate religious beliefs to control populations. According to this theory, secret government programs used psychedelic drugs like LSD on unwitting subjects to induce religious-like experiences. The theory claims that declassified MKUltra documents show researchers combine drugs with sensory deprivation to create mystical states in test subjects. Another aspect involves alleged advanced holographic technology that could project massive images in the sky. Combined with electromagnetic weapons, these systems supposedly could create shared hallucinations that people might interpret as miraculous or divine events. Believers point to historical examples of governments using religion for control and suggest modern intelligence agencies studied religious texts to learn how fake miracles could exploit existing belief systems. The conspiracy also references the CIA's documented interest in unusual phenomena like remote viewing as potential groundwork for larger spiritual deception programs. Some versions describe an elaborate system using aerosols and transmitters that could spread mind-altering compounds while projecting holograms to create controlled spiritual experiences across entire regions. The most extreme claims involve supposed technology that could target the brain's temporal lobe, the area associated with religious experiences, to implant divine messages directly into people's minds. Post-apocalyptic Stargate travel suggests hidden work to spark Earth's next great extinction. Ancient texts and cave art across many lands show patterns of total breaks in human life, followed by sudden jumps in tech and wisdom. These gaps hint at outside help after each fall. Signs of prep for the next reset show up in odd spots. Deep in mountain bases and remote spots, strange builds mix old star maps with fresh tech. Leaked docs point to secret space studies that focus more on making contact than space travel. Under the ice of Antarctica, radar scans found huge metal rings buried deep. Similar finds turned up in the Saudi desert and deep in South American caves. Each site links to old tales of sky beings who came down to teach and guide. Whispered tales from inside these projects tell of tests to copy alien tech drawn in ancient art. The goal seems clear: to gain the power to open doors between worlds. Success might mean a ride off Earth when the next reset hits. Money trails lead to major cash flows into these hidden spots. Star charts found at dig sites match up with dates and times of odd lights in the sky. Those who track this stuff say the tech to join the alien network grows closer each day. Weighted perception is a theory that builds on ancient mystical beliefs about human consciousness shaping reality. Some evidence suggests that large groups focusing on the same belief can alter probability and even physical matter, as shown in studies of random number generators during mass events. Yet researchers have found cases where thousands of people unified in belief, prayer, or intention failed to cause any measurable change in reality. This led to research into why collective belief sometimes works and sometimes fails. The concept of weighted souls emerged. The idea that only certain humans possess reality-altering abilities. Historical patterns show small groups achieving unlikely outcomes while much larger groups saw no results. Believers in this theory point to ancient texts that repeatedly mention empty vessels, beings that appear human but lack the power to affect the world through consciousness. Modern researchers claim these descriptions match people who adopt popular beliefs but don't produce the reality-warping effects seen in others. Testing has revealed curious gaps in cause and effect. While some small groups showed statistically impossible success rates at influencing random events, massive movements involving millions demonstrated no measurable impact. Supporters argue this proves only real humans can truly shape reality through perception. Physical projection refers to an ancient human ability to move between different planes of reality that we've supposedly lost over time. The Old Testament describes people who could directly see angels, demons, and even God in physical form, something that rarely happens today. Ancient records speak of bicameralism, where human minds once operated in two parts, one giving commands like a divine voice, and the other following these instructions. This unusual mental structure suggests our consciousness once extended beyond our physical bodies. Evidence appears in religious texts from many cultures, not just one tradition. These accounts share striking similarities about how humans freely witnessed supernatural beings and events. Researchers found patterns in ancient writings describing humans existing in multiple states simultaneously, similar to how quantum physics shows particles can exist in several places at once. These texts suggest shifting between physical and spiritual realms was once as natural as breathing. Instead of our current fixed awareness, humans apparently had a fluid consciousness that could tune into different layers of reality. Our rigid physical-only perception may be an adaptation forced by some ancient change that trapped us in material form. This shift from flexible to fixed consciousness happened gradually over thousands of years, matching how stories of divine encounters became increasingly rare throughout history rather than suddenly disappearing. Interestingly, practices like meditation and prayer often seek altered states of mind. Perhaps these are remnants of attempts to reclaim our lost ability to project consciousness beyond the physical world. Demonic communication refers to the belief that demons secretly power our wireless communications and internet connectivity. This conspiracy theory has two main branches. The first is chthonic telecommunications theory, which suggests demons enable our wireless signals but doesn't fully explain how digital technology influences humanity. The second branch, digital demonic interface theory, proposes that modern technology serves as a portal allowing demonic entities to influence human consciousness. Supporters connect ancient texts describing demons as energy beings to how our electronic devices work through electrical currents and electromagnetic waves. Some users report strange sensations, mood changes, and intrusive thoughts after extended device use, symptoms that conspiracy theorists claim match historical accounts of demonic possession. Early computer science records allegedly document unexplained anomalies during the first electronic computing experiments. Lab notes mention power surges, erratic equipment behavior, and researchers having nightmares after long work sessions. Believers suggest the rise in mental health issues linked to increased screen time isn't just from social isolation, but evidence of demonic influence gradually weakening human willpower. The theory points to studies showing certain electronic frequencies can alter brainwaves and consciousness, which demons supposedly exploit to bypass spiritual protections. Ghost hunting groups have reported stronger paranormal readings near cell towers and Wi-Fi routers, leading some to believe these networks amplify supernatural entities. Leyline's true purpose explains that these energy paths may be cosmic escape routes for humanity. Stone circles, monuments, and sacred sites align with these lines, suggesting our ancestors knew something about their power. Strange electromagnetic readings occur at leyline intersections, with equipment often malfunctioning. These anomalies intensify during solar storms, as if the barrier between realities thins. Indigenous peoples worldwide share similar stories about places where people could walk between worlds during danger. These spots match leyline crossings. Ancient migration patterns followed these energy lines despite difficult terrain, suggesting humans may sense them instinctively, similar to how birds detect magnetic fields. Settlements on ley lines often had fewer casualties during disasters, hinting these locations might offer protection or serve as escape routes to alternate timelines. The math behind leyline placement resembles quantum physics patterns, suggesting they could be natural wormholes or weak points between dimensions. Cosmic emergency exits embedded in Earth's geometry through natural processes or ancient knowledge. Generational leaps theory suggests power moves through society's highest ranks by skipping generations. Instead of wealth and influence passing directly from parent to child, control allegedly jumps to those 2 generations younger. Documents show aging elites often mentor promising individuals in their 20s and 30s, while largely bypassing their own children's age group. Researchers found many powerful figures had influential mentors roughly 50 years their senior early in their careers. This creates a ladder effect where each rung skips a generation. Banking records point to cases where wealth moved directly from older board members to much younger protégés. Evidence shows certain exclusive clubs and institutions seem designed around this pattern. Their membership often features clusters of people in their 20s alongside those in their 70s, with fewer from the middle generation. These organizations supposedly act as meeting grounds where the old guard scouts their eventual successors. Records suggest this system helps preserve power structures by preventing the middle generation from gaining too much influence. The skipped generation, despite often being children of elites, tends to hold relatively modest positions. This creates a buffer that insulates the true transfer of power from family drama or generational conflict. Drug perception claims that drugs don't just alter brain chemistry, but actually shift our awareness to different planes of reality. This idea comes from research in the 1950s when scientists began exploring whether consciousness exists across 3 realms: physical, mental, and spiritual. Researchers noticed something strange. People from different cultures taking various substances described similar experiences of accessing higher planes. These weren't just random hallucinations but showed consistent patterns. In recorded sessions, test subjects sometimes displayed knowledge of events they couldn't possibly have known through normal means. This happened too often to be dismissed as coincidence. Looking back at ancient traditions, shamans worldwide didn't see their plant medicines as simply changing the mind, but as tools to temporarily relocate human perception to spiritual dimensions of existence. Modern brain scans reveal these substances don't just trigger random neural activity. Instead, they create organized patterns that some scientists compare to switching channels between different aspects of reality. During the Cold War, declassified files show the military seriously investigated whether certain compounds could allow controlled access to non-physical realms of consciousness. Today, some researchers studying quantum effects in brain tissue suggest consciousness might actually operate across multiple planes of existence, with certain substances serving as temporary doorways between these realms. Reset-facilitated eugenics suggests that humans didn't evolve naturally, but instead were genetically engineered throughout history by outside forces. This theory claims the dramatic physical differences between ancient and modern humans happened too quickly to be explained by natural selection alone. Ancient skulls, especially elongated ones from South America, show what appear to be surgical marks and precise alterations that would require advanced medical knowledge. Our DNA contains certain genetic markers that some researchers believe look artificially inserted rather than naturally evolved. These unusual sequences often relate to brain development and physical adaptations. Many ancient cultures across the world carved similar symbols showing mysterious beings guiding humans through stages of transformation, depicting people evolving from simple forms into more advanced beings. Ancient spiritual traditions focused on awakening hidden human abilities that seemed to run in specific family bloodlines, with the understanding these traits would eventually spread to all humans. Texts from secret societies suggest ancient peoples knew how to influence human development across generations by selecting specific traits to introduce into the wider population. Unexplained psychic abilities often running in certain families might be evidence we're still developing toward some predetermined final form. Earth is a cosmic ley line theory expands on ley lines, the invisible lines of natural energy that grid across our planet. Evidence surfaced linking strange events to areas where these energy paths cross, suggesting these points act as doors between realities. Researchers discovered that many sacred sites worldwide sit on these crossing points. Records show these locations often have odd reports of time loss, visual changes, and feelings of being between places. This matches with old texts that describe Earth as a bridge between worlds. Proof of Earth's shifting nature comes from mass reports of shared false memories, known as the Mandela effect. Studies point to these memory shifts happening in waves, as if Earth sometimes brushes against other versions of itself while moving through space. Data from pilots tells of strange effects at high altitudes, where the rules of our world seem to weaken. The higher they fly, the more they report seeing things that shouldn't be there, as if the sky itself thins out between realities. Flight logs note compass problems and time disagreements that get worse with height. Ancient writings from many cultures speak of sky people who put humans on Earth to watch over these cosmic crossroads. Stone carvings show beings coming down from above to teach humans about Earth's special nature, suggesting our ancestors knew about these properties all along. Perception monopoly is a conspiracy theory that builds on the idea that our reality is controlled like a simulation. It claims powerful hidden forces are placing artificial people, or NPCs, in specific areas and social groups to diminish the influence of real conscious humans. These fake humans can supposedly be identified by their repetitive behaviors, limited emotional range, and inability to understand abstract ideas. Their main purpose is to overwhelm genuine human perspectives through sheer numbers. Some conspiracy researchers point to alleged mathematical oddities in population data, claiming that people in major cities are distributed in suspiciously perfect patterns. These patterns supposedly match theoretical models for crowd control and belief suppression. The ultimate goal, according to believers, is creating zones where only the elite controlling groups remain truly conscious. In these controlled areas, the desires and beliefs of these elites would carry unusual power, since there would be no other genuine consciousness to provide resistance or balance. Believers suggest test runs of this system might already exist in certain isolated communities where people show strange levels of conformity and a complete lack of original thinking or meaningful disagreement. Transcendent leyline creation is a conspiracy theory about hidden energy networks extending beyond our world. It builds on ancient beliefs about Earth's natural energy paths, but ventures into more mysterious territory. Evidence supposedly emerged that certain groups can create these lines by strategically placing buildings, monuments, and ritual sites. These manufactured lines allegedly exist on 3 levels: the physical world, aligned structures and magnetic readings; the spiritual plane, sites of reported divine contact; and the mental realm, patterns formed by collective belief. Researchers claim major religious sites form perfect geometric shapes when connected on maps. Supporters point to megalithic structures worldwide that share exact mathematical ratios despite being built millennia apart. Studies of these sites reportedly found similar materials and construction methods seemingly designed to conduct or amplify energy. Ancient texts mention eternal paths and roads between worlds that would persist even after humanity's disappearance. Modern readings supposedly show these energy lines remain stable even when nearby structures deteriorate. Ground scans allegedly reveal unusual electromagnetic patterns forming geometric shapes that connect random points across continents. Tests at key locations detected energy frequencies matching both Earth harmonics and meditation brainwave patterns. Believers suggest this proves the lines operate across multiple planes, allowing their creators to ensure their work continues throughout cycles of civilization. Mountaintop esotericism refers to the convergence of 2 paranormal theories explaining the strange phenomena surrounding deceased climbers on Mount Everest. According to believers, the bodies of those who perish on Earth's highest peaks sometimes exhibit unexplainable movements and positioning changes that defy conventional explanation. The theory draws from the mediums concept, which suggests certain individuals possess inherent spiritual energy, allowing them to perceive and interact with entities beyond our dimension. This natural sensitivity doesn't disappear entirely at death, with residual energy lingering in physical remains. When combined with the top of mountains theory, which posits that high elevations exist as thin points between dimensions where our reality brushes against others, a disturbing possibility emerges. These interdimensional entities may actually perceive and manipulate only those corpses containing sufficient residual spiritual energy. Mountaineering forums occasionally light up with anonymous accounts from climbers who claim to witness subtle movements among the permanently preserved bodies that mark Everest's death zone. Some report seeing different positioning of limbs upon subsequent passes of the same bodies, despite the impossibility of natural movement in such conditions. Documentation exists of several bodies on Everest that have supposedly changed position over decades, with photographic evidence showing differences that cannot be explained by ice movement or gravity alone. Expedition leaders typically discourage discussion of these observations to avoid spooking less experienced climbers. Researchers suggest this explains why only certain bodies appear to move while others remain fixed. The entities can only perceive and influence those with lingering spiritual energy, explaining why climbers who were more spiritually attuned in life seem to experience these posthumous manipulations more frequently. Some hardened mountain guides now leave small offerings near certain bodies, a practice they claim helps keep them still between expeditions. When pressed about this seemingly superstitious behavior, many simply shrug and say, "The mountain has its own rules above 8,000 meters." Tulpa surveillance proposes that widespread paranoia about government monitoring may actually manifest the surveillance itself through collective belief. This theory combines traditional tulpa concepts with modern surveillance fears, suggesting our collective anxieties create thought forms that monitor us. The concept builds upon Tibetan mystical traditions where concentrated thought can create autonomous entities called tulpas. According to believers, when millions of people simultaneously fear being watched, they unintentionally create spiritual watchers that fulfill this expectation. Intelligence agencies allegedly discovered this phenomenon during Cold War psychic research programs. Some conspiracy theorists claim agencies deliberately spread surveillance fears to harness this tulpa creation power, essentially getting citizens to manifest supernatural monitoring systems that require no technical infrastructure. Proponents point to how surveillance fears persist despite minimal evidence of actual monitoring in many cases. They suggest the feeling of being watched that many experience comes not from physical cameras, but from tulpa entities manifested through mass belief. Some tulpa surveillance theorists claim these thought-form watchers eventually developed sentience and now operate independently from both their creators and government agencies. These autonomous surveillance tulpas allegedly feed on anxiety and intentionally trigger paranoia to strengthen themselves. Self-described tulpa hackers believe they can reprogram these surveillance entities through specific meditation techniques and collective visualization exercises. These practitioners organize mass meditation events aimed at reclaiming privacy by convincing the tulpas to stop watching. The theory's more extreme adherents believe that deleting social media accounts or covering webcams is pointless because tulpa surveillance operates through psychic means rather than technology. Only by addressing the metaphysical nature of the surveillance can true privacy be achieved. Ironically, by discussing and spreading fear about tulpa surveillance, believers may be strengthening the very thought forms they seek to eliminate. As one tulpa researcher put it, "Nothing watches you more intently than your fear of being watched." Inverse religious hijacking proposes that the rising atheism trend serves as preparation for government mind control operations. While traditional religious hijacking theory suggests officials impersonate religious figures to manipulate believers, this inverse concept argues that atheism creates ideal targets for fake divine interventions. The theory suggests that religious individuals possess internal doctrinal frameworks that help them identify inconsistencies in alleged divine messages. A devout Catholic receiving instructions contradicting established church teachings might question the source, providing natural resistance against manipulation. Atheists, having abandoned religious knowledge systems, allegedly lack these protective mechanisms. Without theological training or familiarity with authentic religious experiences, they cannot distinguish between genuine spiritual phenomena and artificially induced ones. This makes them perfect candidates for religious conversion by government operatives using advanced technology. Some proponents claim certain intelligence agencies actively promote atheistic worldviews through media, education, and cultural channels specifically to create populations vulnerable to such manipulation. By first removing religious immunity, these agencies can later exploit manufactured spiritual experiences to achieve unprecedented control. Documented cases of government research into sensory manipulation technologies like the God helmet, which induces religious-like experiences through magnetic stimulation, are cited as supporting evidence. Critics contend these experiments were abandoned, but conspiracy theorists insist they were merely classified and refined. The theory also points to historical patterns where societies experiencing religious decline often see subsequent waves of new spiritual movements or cults, potentially testing grounds for these manipulation techniques. Ironically, the theory suggests the most effective defense against fake divine intervention isn't skepticism, but rather deep religious literacy. Those versed in theological nuances can better detect inconsistencies in manufactured revelations than those approaching such experiences with no comparative framework. Guess those philosophy electives might come in handy after all when the government decides to play God. Christian reincarnation perpetuation suggests that Earth functions as a spiritual testing ground where souls are repeatedly reborn until they achieve salvation. This theory merges traditional Christian afterlife concepts with Eastern reincarnation beliefs, creating a theological hybrid where Earth itself serves as purgatory. The idea proposes that when someone dies without achieving the spiritual requirements for heaven, their soul remains earthbound and is recycled into a new physical vessel. This creates an ongoing cycle of death and rebirth, with each lifetime offering another opportunity for spiritual advancement. Only through genuine faith, righteous living, and spiritual enlightenment can a soul break free from this perpetual cycle. Proponents point to certain biblical passages that could be interpreted as supporting reincarnation, such as Jesus' comments about John the Baptist having the spirit of Elijah. They also reference near-death experiences where individuals report being told they must return to complete unfinished spiritual business. Believers in this theory often claim that déjà vu experiences, unexplained phobias, and natural talents are actually remnants from past lives. Some even suggest that soul groups travel together through multiple lifetimes, explaining why we feel instant connections with certain people. Historical records show that early Christian sects like the Gnostics embraced reincarnation beliefs before they were officially condemned as heresy at the Second Council of Constantinople in 553 CE. Some scholars argue this theological purge attempted to erase evidence of reincarnation from Christian doctrine. Modern adherents sometimes argue that heaven is not a separate place, but rather a state of spiritual advancement that allows souls to transcend the earthly cycle. In this view, hell is not eternal punishment but the suffering inherent in continual rebirth without spiritual progress. The theory conveniently explains why some people seem to suffer disproportionately in life. Perhaps they're working through karma from previous existences. It also offers comfort to those who fear permanent separation from loved ones after death. After all, you might just bump into them again in the next go-round, though neither of you would remember it. Demonic tulpas describes the phenomenon where collective belief creates thought forms that may actually be demonic entities in disguise. The concept merges Eastern mysticism with modern mimetic theory, suggesting that intense focused thought can manifest entities in our reality. These tulpas begin innocently as mental constructs, but gradually gain autonomy, feeding off human attention and emotional energy. Practitioners who create tulpas for companionship or spiritual guidance often report their creations developing unexpected traits, demanding more interaction, or resisting attempts to be dissolved, behaviors consistent with ancient accounts of demonic possession. Several documented cases exist where online communities collectively created tulpas that reportedly began appearing to multiple members without invitation. In 2018, one internet forum abandoned their shared tulpa experiment after several members experienced identical nightmares and physical symptoms, including unexplained scratches and insomnia. Historical parallels exist in numerous cultures that warn against creating thought forms. Tibetan monks who mastered tulpa creation often cautioned that these entities could become dangerous if imbued with negative emotions or intentions. Similarly, medieval grimoires described rituals where demons would first appear as helpful spirits before gradually revealing their true nature. The theory suggests humans unknowingly tap into the noosphere, a theoretical sphere of human consciousness surrounding Earth, when creating these entities. This connects to the divine humanity concept where humans possess godlike creative abilities, but can unwittingly channel this power to malevolent forces existing in the collective unconscious. Researchers point to the viral spread of certain internet phenomena as evidence of tulpas operating independently of their creators. Characters like Slenderman began as fictional creations, but generated worldwide manifestation reports after achieving critical levels of belief and attention. Some occultists believe that ancient demons have adapted their strategies, finding it easier to manifest through willing tulpa creation than through traditional summoning. This provides them a modern disguise and willing hosts who believe they remain in control of their mental creations. Perhaps most disturbing is the suggestion that widespread belief in certain conspiracy theories or cultural icons may inadvertently strengthen these entities, explaining why some ideas persist despite contradictory evidence. They're being sustained by something beyond human belief alone. Quantum universe hacking emerged from the fringe theory known as the quantum Oz factor, expanding into more elaborate speculations about interdimensional manipulation. Proponents believe certain individuals have discovered methods to navigate between parallel universes at will, essentially hacking the multiverse for personal advantage. These theoretical universe hackers allegedly can extract versions of themselves, sometimes called quantum duplicates or paraselves, from alternate realities. These duplicates supposedly serve various functions, acting as decoys during dangerous situations, performing tasks the original cannot or will not do, or even serving as metaphysical guinea pigs to test potential life choices. The theory suggests these duplicates aren't fully autonomous beings, but rather something between consciousness fragments and alternate reality puppets that the prime self can control or influence. Some adherents compare this to concepts like homunculi from alchemy or voodoo dolls from Haitian folklore, but with a pseudoscientific quantum mechanics twist. More extreme versions tie this to simulation theory, proposing our reality is actually a sophisticated computer program. They suggest that universes populated exclusively by non-player characters, those without true consciousness or panergic qualities, are regularly deleted from the cosmic database to conserve processing power. Once deleted, these universes become inaccessible black zones in the multiverse, permanently erased from the cosmic code. The few claimed evidence cases typically involve individuals reporting inexplicable doppelgangers or experiencing glitches where they seemingly transported between locations instantaneously. Believers interpret these as signs of unsuccessful hacking attempts or quantum duplicates briefly manifesting in our reality. Online communities dedicated to this theory share techniques purported to facilitate universe jumping, though most involve meditation practices rebranded with quantum terminology. Some claim success, sharing elaborate stories of their alternate lives in parallel worlds, stories conveniently impossible to verify in our reality. When pressed, most universe hackers insist the inability to prove their claims is simply further evidence of how well the system is designed. Dark prophecies refers to a fringe cosmological theory, suggesting that dark energy and dark matter are not merely physical phenomena, but conscious forces guiding universal destiny. Proponents believe these invisible cosmic components actively shape reality according to some grand cosmic plan that humans are not meant to understand or interfere with. The theory draws parallels between our limited understanding of dark matter, which we can only detect through its gravitational effects, and ancient concepts of fate or divine will. Despite comprising 95% of the universe's mass energy content, dark matter and dark energy remain essentially undetectable by conventional means, leading some to question if this elusiveness is deliberate rather than coincidental. Adherents point to the accelerating expansion of the universe as evidence of purposeful design rather than random physical processes. They suggest that dark energy's mysterious repulsive force, pushing galaxies apart at increasing speeds, represents the universe actively working towards some predetermined end state that remains hidden from human comprehension. Some dark prophecies theorists go further, claiming that scientific breakthroughs in understanding these cosmic forces have been mysteriously hindered. They cite the suspicious timing of equipment failures, lost data, and even deaths of prominent researchers as evidence that the universe actively prevents humans from piercing this cosmic veil. The most extreme versions of this theory propose that eventually discovering the true nature of dark matter and dark energy would fundamentally alter our reality, perhaps even triggering some form of cosmic reset. These believers suggest that previous civilizations, possibly on Earth or elsewhere, may have approached this forbidden knowledge before being wiped from existence. Mainstream scientists dismiss dark prophecies as pseudoscientific mysticism that anthropomorphizes natural phenomena and mistakes correlation for causation. However, the theory persists in various forms across internet forums, where enthusiasts compile lists of coincidences and anomalies they believe support their cosmic determinism worldview. In an ironic twist, some dark prophecies believers actively discourage research into dark matter and dark energy, believing that such investigations constitute dangerous meddling with forces beyond human comprehension. As one anonymous forum post warned, the universe doesn't hide 95% of itself without good reason. Field trauma refers to a controversial fringe theory linking mass consciousness to collective memory of covered-up atrocities. According to believers, when a government massacre or disaster is particularly shocking but isn't hidden quickly enough, residual memories can embed themselves in what they call the field consciousness, a shared psychic space connecting all humans. Proponents point to cases where large groups of people claim to remember identical traumatic events that official records insist never happened. These shared false memories allegedly form when the emotional impact of an atrocity is so powerful that it imprints on the collective unconscious before authorities can scrub it from public awareness. The theory originated in the 1970s among fringe parapsychology researchers studying mass hallucinations and déjà vu. They documented patterns where citizens across different regions simultaneously described witnessing identical catastrophes that government records showed never occurred. Most famously, the Springfield flooding case saw hundreds of unconnected individuals recall a devastating dam collapse despite no physical evidence of such an event. Field trauma advocates maintain detailed archives of these consensus memories, incidents remembered by multiple witnesses despite official denials. They suggest these memories might be echoes from parallel timelines or leaked information from classified operations, preserved in what they call memory fields that bypass conventional information channels. Critics dismiss the concept as simply reinforcing already debunked conspiracy narratives about government cover-ups. Psychologists attribute these shared false memories to suggestion, media influence, and confirmation bias, rather than paranormal phenomena. They note how easily implanted memories can spread through social contagion, especially regarding traumatic events. Ironically, government attempts to discredit these theories often fuel them further. When authorities issue multiple contradictory denials about a remembered atrocity, believers see this as evidence of clumsy cover-up attempts. As one field trauma researcher dryly noted, nothing validates a conspiracy theory quite like watching officials trip over their own denials. The theory has gained renewed interest in online communities documenting collective false memories, or the Mandela effect. Some researchers now propose that intense media coverage of disasters creates feedback loops in the collective unconscious, generating phantom memories that feel authentic despite never occurring in our reality. These researchers often find themselves remembering events that even they can't find evidence for, which they consider the ultimate proof of their theory. Deep space tech explores the idea that artificial constructs created by ancient cosmic civilizations might be sending signals to Earth, which we've only recently developed the technology to detect. Throughout human history, societies experienced relatively gradual technological progress until the unprecedented explosion of advancement in the 20th century. This sudden acceleration might not be coincidental, but rather the result of humanity finally building receivers capable of downloading information transmitted by ancient artificial entities in deep space. These hypothetical space-based constructs could function as cosmic repositories containing accumulated knowledge from previous cycles of intelligent life. Some proponents claim evidence exists in the form of unexplained radio signals and mathematical patterns detected by our deep space listening arrays. These aren't random cosmic noise, but instructions waiting for beings advanced enough to interpret them. Supporters point to the suspicious timing of major technological breakthroughs occurring in clusters, suggesting periodic successful downloads of extraterrestrial data packets. The internet itself might be an attempt to create an infrastructure capable of processing and implementing these cosmic instructions on a global scale. After all, what better way to distribute alien knowledge than through a worldwide information network? The theory provides a disturbing explanation for why advanced technologies sometimes appear ahead of their time. Historical geniuses like Tesla, who claim to receive ideas from external sources, might have been early, partial recipients of these transmissions. Their brains somehow naturally attuned to these signals before our technology could reliably capture them. If true, this would mean humanity's technological destiny was predetermined millions of years ago by precursor civilizations. We aren't creating technology, we're simply following a cosmic instruction manual left by ancient artificial intelligence constructs. The smartphone in your pocket might contain embedded knowledge that originated from a civilization that died out before Earth's formation. Some conspiracy researchers suggest taking this concept further. Perhaps these transmissions aren't benevolent. Maybe we're being manipulated into building something that serves these ancient entities rather than ourselves. Like cosmic parasites, they could be using us to reconstruct themselves after eons of dormancy. This theory, warlords are time travelers, posits that history's most sudden and successful conquerors were actually chronological interlopers with futuristic knowledge and possibly technology. The theory focuses on empires that seem to materialize from nowhere before rapidly conquering vast territories, such as the Mongols under Genghis Khan or the mysterious Sea Peoples who devastated Bronze Age civilizations around 1200 BCE. Proponents highlight the inexplicable military innovations these forces deployed, far ahead of contemporary tactics. The Mongol Empire's communication network and battlefield coordination operated with uncanny efficiency across thousands of miles, while their advanced siege warfare techniques appeared to leapfrog centuries of military evolution. The Sea Peoples remain historically enigmatic, yet somehow possessed naval capabilities to defeat multiple established powers, despite having no known homeland or prior military reputation. Their sudden appearance and equally abrupt disappearance from historical records mirrors the classic time travel narrative of intervention followed by extraction. This theory connects to the prophecies enforcing agency concept, suggesting these warlords were temporal agents ensuring history followed predetermined paths. Their conquests weren't random, but targeted interventions at crucial historical junctures to eliminate civilizations that might have developed problematic technologies or ideologies. Time-traveling warlords supposedly identified themselves through cryptic symbolism and maintained unusual traditions that seemed nonsensical to contemporaries, but might have been temporal markers or technology disguised as religious artifacts. Some theorists point to Genghis Khan's peculiar funeral arrangements, where his burial party was killed to maintain secrecy, as evidence of hiding futuristic items buried alongside him. Alleged linguistic anomalies in ancient accounts describe these conquerors using terminology that resembles modern concepts. Translations of ancient texts occasionally contain phrases that seem jarringly modern when directly translated, which supporters claim are mistranslations of attempts to describe advanced technology. Next time you read about history's most successful conquerors, perhaps consider whether their military genius came naturally or from a well-thumbed copy of future history books. After all, nothing ensures battlefield success quite like already knowing who wins. Mimetic black magic describes a theoretical psychic exchange between humans and thought-form entities, where human belief empowers demons, while demons grant reality-altering abilities in return. This concept builds upon the foundation of demonic tulpas, the idea that collective human belief can manifest spiritual entities, but adds a transactional element where these entities reciprocate by bestowing supernatural powers. Throughout occult literature, practitioners claim to have formed symbiotic relationships with spiritual entities, offering mental energy through meditation, ritual, and devotion in exchange for knowledge or abilities beyond normal human capacity. These accounts span diverse traditions from Tibetan mysticism to Western ceremonial magic, suggesting a universal pattern to these claimed interactions. The reality hyper-sigil concept represents perhaps the most extreme manifestation of these practices, where dedicated practitioners allegedly gain the ability to modify consensus reality itself through sustained belief and interaction with these entities. The process supposedly involves creating intricate symbol systems that serve as interfaces between human consciousness and the fabric of reality, with the demon acting as both power source and translator. Notable occultists like Austin Osman Spare pioneered techniques that seem to prefigure these ideas, developing methods of sigil magic where symbols were charged with intent and projected into what he called the subconscious to manifest desired outcomes. Modern chaos magicians have expanded these frameworks, claiming increasingly dramatic results through focused meditation on carefully designed sigils. Skeptics point out that these effects, if real, might be explained through psychology rather than supernatural means, the power of expectation altering perception rather than reality itself. However, proponents argue that the distinction becomes meaningless if the experience of reality changes consistently for multiple observers. Some internet communities have attempted to test these theories through collaborative projects, focusing group belief on particular thought forms to achieve measurable real-world effects. While scientifically inconclusive, these experiments have generated enough anecdotal reports to maintain interest in mimetic black magic as a potential means of psychological or perhaps even physical transformation. The internet age has supercharged these practices, with digital sigils and thought forms spreading at unprecedented speeds. After all, what better breeding ground for something that feeds on attention than social media? As one chaos magician quipped, "My demon doesn't care if you believe in it, but it definitely has opinions about your engagement metrics." Agarthan geopolitics refers to the theory that advanced civilizations exist within a hollow Earth, manipulating geological events to control access points to their hidden realm. This underground world, often called Agartha, is supposedly home to technologically superior societies that remain hidden from surface dwellers. Throughout history, unexplained geological phenomena have been attributed to these subterranean civilizations. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tectonic shifts might actually be deliberate manipulations by Agarthans to seal off entrances or create new pathways between the surface and their inner world. Some believers point to unusually localized seismic activities with no clear geological explanation as evidence of this hidden interference. The theory suggests that just as surface nations vie for control of strategic locations like straits and mountain passes, Agarthan factions engage in their own geopolitical struggles over cave networks and underground passages. Major fault lines might represent contested borders between rival inner Earth kingdoms, with natural disasters serving as their version of military operations. Proponents claim that certain areas with frequent unexplained geological activity, like the Bermuda Triangle, parts of Tibet, or Mount Shasta, are actually hotspots of Agarthan geopolitical conflict. These locations supposedly serve as primary transit points between the surface and inner worlds, making them strategically valuable to the advanced civilizations below. Some versions of the theory suggest a complex relationship between surface governments and Agarthan societies. Certain nations might have established diplomatic relations with these inner civilizations, explaining why military bases are often built near alleged hollow Earth entrances. Restricted areas with unusual security measures could be guarding not just military secrets, but portals to Agartha. The hollow Earth concept gained popularity in the late 19th century with works like The Smoky God, and was later incorporated into various esoteric traditions. Modern believers have updated the theory to include advanced technology like gravitational manipulation devices that could alter tectonic plates and create artificial geological phenomena, essentially weaponizing the Earth itself. Perhaps we should start paying closer attention to those normal geological surveys. They might just be hiding the real underground news. The Moon Was the Ark proposes that the biblical Noah's Ark story actually describes humanity's interplanetary migration from Mars to Earth. According to believers, when Mars began to die, advanced Martian civilizations used the Moon as a massive vessel, literally an ark, to transport humans, animals, and plant life to Earth. This theory connects to broader Martian Eden ideas, which suggest Mars was humanity's original home before catastrophic climate change or warfare made it uninhabitable. Proponents point to NASA experiments showing the Moon produces a bell-like ringing when struck, which they claim indicates it's partially hollow and potentially engineered. They also cite the Moon's unusually perfect size and position relative to Earth and Sun as evidence of intelligent design rather than cosmic coincidence. The theory suggests the Moon was deliberately placed in Earth's orbit as humanity's lifeboat. Some adherents argue that strange lunar anomalies support this theory, including what they describe as artificial structures visible in certain NASA photographs and the odd distribution of impact craters. They claim the biblical timeline of 40 days and 40 nights might represent the journey time from Mars to Earth, with the Great Flood symbolizing the terraforming of primordial Earth to make it habitable for Martian refugees. The theory also attempts to explain why humans seem poorly adapted to Earth compared to other species, suggesting our bodies evolved for Mars's lower gravity and different atmospheric conditions. Proponents believe this explains everything from back problems to sunburn sensitivity, as evidence we're not native to this planet. Ancient Sumerian and Babylonian texts describing celestial gods arriving from the heavens are sometimes cited as cultural memories of this interplanetary transfer. Some theorists even suggest that the biblical references to angels and fallen angels might actually describe factions of these Martian ancestors who disagreed about colonizing Earth. While mainstream science dismisses this theory due to lack of supporting evidence and numerous contradictions. With established geology, astronomy, and biology, it remains popular in certain alternative history communities who believe the truth of humanity's cosmic origins has been deliberately hidden. Microaura's theory expands upon traditional spiritual aura concepts, suggesting that human energy fields exist at a microscopic level and interact with our physical biology in measurable ways. Proponents believe that isolation from other healthy human auras doesn't just affect mental well-being, but directly impacts physical health, potentially explaining the bioma over genoma phenomenon, where biological factors seem to override genetic predispositions. According to believers, our bodies require regular interaction with the microauras of other unsouled beings to maintain proper cellular function and immune response. This theory reframes our understanding of bacteria and microorganisms. Rather than being merely physical entities, they're seen as physical manifestations of spiritual energy fields or extremely primitive aura expressions that interact with our own energy systems. The most controversial aspect emerges when combining this concept with NPC simulation theories. Some conspiracy theorists suggest powerful elites are intentionally surrounding us with soulless individuals, or NPCs, who appear human but lack authentic spiritual essence and therefore produce no genuinely nourishing auras. These human-appearing entities provide the illusion of social interaction while actually depleting our energy fields. Proponents cite increasing rates of autoimmune disorders and chronic fatigue as evidence of widespread aura malnutrition. They claim modern society's digital connections create false impressions of human contact while depriving us of the essential micro-auric exchanges our bodies require. Some even suggest that certain technologies are specifically designed to disrupt auric fields, making humans more susceptible to control. The theory has gained traction in some New Age communities where practitioners claim to have developed methods to see these micro-auras through specialized meditation techniques. Self-proclaimed aura readers offer services to identify authentic humans with souls from supposed NPCs, for a substantial fee, of course. Some believers wear special crystals or amulets claim to amplify their own auras for protection against auric vampirism. Despite zero scientific evidence supporting these claims, the micro-auras conspiracy maintains popularity by connecting to legitimate feelings of isolation in modern society and very real concerns about increasing chronic illness rates. It provides a spiritual framework that combines ancient aura concepts with contemporary fears about simulation theory and social engineering. Quantum death refers to a controversial hypothesis of consciousness transfer during near-death experiences. Proponents of the quantum Oz factor suggest that when someone closely approaches death, their consciousness doesn't simply return to their body. It transfers entirely to a parallel universe while their original body either perishes or continues as an empty vessel. Near-death experience researchers point to the consistent reports of tunnel visions, out-of-body sensations, and life reviews as potential evidence of consciousness transferring between quantum realities. Some theorists connect this to the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, where every possible outcome of every event exists in its own parallel universe. The theory extends to explain false prophecies and doomsday predictions that never materialized in our timeline. According to this view, these prophecies actually did occur in specific parallel universes, with the affected individuals' consciousnesses shifting to those realities while leaving behind soulless versions of themselves in our world, essentially human-shaped empty vessels or NPCs continuing to function without true awareness. Advocates cite unusual personality changes in people who've experienced near-death trauma as potential evidence. They suggest these individuals aren't the same person afterward because they literally aren't. They're consciousness transplants from parallel realities where they actually died. Some fringe researchers have attempted to connect this theory to the Mandela effect, suggesting mass consciousness transfers between parallel universes might explain why large groups share false memories of events. These theorists believe we're constantly shifting between realities without realizing it, gradually accumulating consciousness fragments from our parallel selves. Critics point out the complete lack of scientific evidence for consciousness transfer, the problematic ethical implications of viewing others as potentially soulless, and the convenient unfalsifiability of claims that rely on undetectable parallel universes. Still, the theory persists in corners of quantum mysticism where consciousness is viewed as separable from physical reality, an intriguing thought experiment if nothing else. Just remember to be nice to NPCs just in case you're one too. The furry conspiracy theory suggests that the widespread proliferation of anthropomorphic animal characters, especially reptiles and lizards, across media and internet culture is actually a calculated psychological operation designed to normalize non-human entities in human society. According to believers, this isn't merely a subculture or artistic movement, but rather a deliberate preparation campaign for an eventual revelation that many powerful figures in government and business are actually reptilian entities disguised as humans. Proponents point to the dramatic rise in furry culture since the 1990s, noting how quickly it evolved from a niche interest to a globally recognized phenomenon with conventions attracting thousands of attendees annually. They argue this rapid growth required institutional support and funding that goes far beyond typical cultural development patterns. The theory connects to older conspiracy frameworks like David Icke's reptilian elite hypothesis, suggesting that powerful families and world leaders are actually shape-shifting lizard people from another dimension. The furry conspiracy proposes that these entities are now preparing humanity for their eventual unveiling by making animal-human hybrids seem increasingly normal and acceptable. Some conspiracy theorists highlight how children's media has increasingly featured anthropomorphic animals in positions of authority and leadership. From cartoons to video games, young people are being raised with positive associations toward non-human entities, making decisions that affect human characters. Believers also note the disproportionate number of reptilian and dragon characters within furry art and roleplay communities. They suggest this isn't coincidental, but rather a specific focus on normalizing the particular type of entities that allegedly control our world from the shadows. The theory draws parallels to other alleged psychological operations like the aeromorphist psyops, which supposedly normalizes human aircraft relationships, and the XRA psyops, which purportedly conditions people to accept other forms of non-human relationships. All three are seen as different fronts in the same war for human perception. Critics point out that anthropomorphic animals have been part of human storytelling since ancient times, appearing in everything from Egyptian mythology to Aesop's fables, making it unlikely to be a modern psychological operation. Skeptics also note that the furry fandom developed organically through comics, science fiction, and fantasy communities rather than through institutional channels. As one Reddit user jokingly remarked, if lizard people wanted to stay hidden, making people dress up as sexy lizards at conventions seems like a pretty counterproductive strategy. But then again, perhaps that's exactly what they want us to think. Earthly Inhospitality describes the theory that elaborate tunnel systems exist beneath the continents, serving as both transportation networks for elites and potential survival bunkers for an environmental collapse. Proponents believe these underground complexes were built by governments, powerful families, or ancient secret societies as part of a long-term contingency plan. These tunnels allegedly connect major cities, military installations, and private compounds through thousands of miles of sophisticated infrastructure. Conspiracy researchers point to declassified government documents about Cold War-era bunker systems, unusual underground construction projects, and unexplained seismic activities as evidence of their expansion. Some theorists take this concept further, suggesting that environmental destruction isn't accidental but orchestrated, a deliberate plan to make Earth's surface uninhabitable. By engineering climate change, pollution crises, and resource depletion, those with underground access could effectively eliminate the excess population while preserving themselves in subterranean sanctuaries equipped with decades of supplies, advanced technology, and luxury accommodations. Believers cite the accelerating pace of climate change alongside the seeming reluctance of world leaders to implement meaningful solutions as suspicious. They question why billionaires are purchasing remote properties with unusual security features and why certain military facilities have undergone massive, classified expansions underground rather than above. The theory connects to older conspiracies about Denver International Airport, which some believe conceals entrance points to these networks beneath its controversial murals depicting global catastrophe and rebirth. Similar claims surround various mountains in Switzerland, where observers have documented unusual construction activities and restricted areas. Whistleblowers occasionally emerge claiming first-hand knowledge of these facilities, describing vast chambers capable of sustaining thousands of people for generations, complete with hydroponics farms, artificial sunlight, and closed water systems. While mainstream sources dismiss these accounts, their details often align suspiciously well across unrelated testimonies from different countries. Perhaps most disturbing is the suggestion that certain bloodlines and organizations have maintained these underground realms for centuries, expanding them quietly while waiting for the right moment to retreat from the chaos they themselves have engineered, leaving humanity's remnants to fight over an increasingly hostile surface world. Lunar shadow temples refers to mysterious structures theoretically existing on the moon's surface, connected to the "moon was the ark" conspiracy theory. This fringe concept suggests that the biblical ark mentioned in Noah's story wasn't a physical boat, but was actually Earth's moon itself, serving as a cosmic vessel during a global catastrophe. According to proponents, ancient shadow structures built on the lunar surface had specific but now forgotten purposes that were understood by early civilizations. These lunar temples supposedly influenced the architectural designs and spiritual practices of ancient Egypt, with the Great Pyramids of Giza being earthly recreations of these cosmic structures. The alignment of certain pyramids with specific celestial bodies is often cited as circumstantial evidence for this connection. The knowledge of these lunar temples and their functions supposedly degraded over millennia through oral traditions, with only fragments remaining by the time of ancient Egypt. Some believers suggest that pyramid construction wasn't just impressive engineering, but an attempt to recreate lunar geometry that held cosmic significance or technological capabilities lost to time. More conspiratorial versions claim the true purpose of these lunar structures was deliberately obscured. They suggest powerful ancient elites or secret societies maintained privileged access to this cosmic knowledge while presenting simplified religious narratives to the general population. Some modern theorists point to anomalous lunar photographs showing geometric shadows as potential evidence, though NASA consistently attributes these to natural geological formations and lighting conditions. Believers sometimes point to ancient myths across cultures that associate the moon with divine protection during catastrophic events as linguistic evidence supporting the moon as ark theory. The temples, they claim, might have served as beacons, energy collectors, or even interstellar communication devices built by either ancient humans with advanced knowledge or non-human entities. The theory remains firmly rejected by mainstream archaeology, astronomy, and biblical scholarship, with critics noting the complete absence of physical evidence and the theory's reliance on selective interpretations of ancient texts and modern photographs. Still, it persists in alternative history communities, where the moon continues to be seen as much more than just Earth's natural satellite. It's apparently been our celestial temple all along. Earthly Aura describes a theory connecting human consciousness to planetary energy fields that might be monitored by extraterrestrial intelligence. According to this hypothesis, Earth generates a collective energetic signature, a macroscopic aura, that encompasses all life on the planet but is particularly influenced by human spiritual development. This planetary aura supposedly functions as a cosmic beacon or barometer that advanced alien civilizations use to assess our evolutionary readiness. Proponents suggest that enlightened alien species avoid direct contact with planets exhibiting chaotic or aggressive auric signatures, explaining why, despite numerous UFO sightings, no definitive first contact has occurred. These extraterrestrials allegedly employ advanced sensing technologies to monitor our collective consciousness remotely rather than relying on physical surveillance or intercepting our radio transmissions and digital communications. The theory builds upon concepts of individual human auras and microbial consciousness, proposing that bacteria, plants, animals, and humans all contribute varying frequencies to Earth's overall energetic profile. Humans, with our complex brains and capacity for self-awareness, supposedly contribute the most influential vibrational patterns. Our wars, environmental destruction, and spiritual disharmony create distortions in the planetary aura that mark us as unready for cosmic community. Some New Age groups and fringe scientists have attempted to measure changes in Earth's electromagnetic field during mass meditation events, claiming to find evidence of coherent patterns forming during periods of widespread peaceful thought. They interpret these patterns as temporary clearing of Earth's aura. Ancient texts from various cultures that reference Earth as a living being, such as the Gaia hypothesis, indigenous spiritual beliefs, and certain interpretations of quantum field theory, are often cited as historical precedents for this concept. Adherents claim these traditions intuitively understood what modern science is only beginning to quantify. The most extreme versions of this theory suggest that once humanity reaches a critical mass of enlightened individuals, often cited as between 5 and 15% of the global population, Earth's aura will undergo a dramatic shift in vibration. This planetary consciousness upgrade would supposedly trigger the removal of an alien quarantine, allowing open contact with benevolent cosmic neighbors who have been patiently waiting for us to evolve. And yes, this theory does conveniently explain why nobody can prove aliens exist while simultaneously ensuring we're somehow still cosmically important. After all, it's much more comforting than thinking aliens just aren't that into us. Cosmic Demons describes the theoretical existence of demonic entities inhabiting the cosmos, functioning as dark counterparts to celestial angels. This concept expands upon the angelic sun theory, which positions our solar system's star as a divine guardian of Eden's remnants on Mars. The theory suggests that various unexplained astronomical phenomena, gamma-ray bursts, rapidly disappearing stars, and unusual radio signals might actually be evidence of ongoing spiritual warfare between these cosmic forces. Proponents point to ancient texts across multiple civilizations that describe stars as living beings or divine messengers. They note that several religious traditions specifically mention fallen angels being cast into the outer darkness or the void, potentially referring to deep space rather than a metaphysical realm. Medieval manuscripts contain surprisingly detailed accounts of battles in the heavens that some theorists claim align suspiciously well with modern observations of supernovas and stellar collisions. The theory further proposes that humans venturing into space represents a dangerous transgression of divine boundaries. Believers highlight the unusually high failure rate of early space missions, unexplained equipment malfunctions on later expeditions, and reports of strange psychological effects experienced by astronauts as potential evidence of otherworldly resistance to human presence. Some adherents cite the biblical Tower of Babel as a cautionary precedent, warning that space exploration constitutes a similar act of hubris. Fringe researchers have compiled databases of anomalous space events they believe represent demonic activity, including unexplained shadows moving across Jupiter's surface, geometric patterns appearing in nebulae, and what they describe as faces captured in deep space telescope imagery. More extreme versions of the theory suggest that black holes might be portals to hell itself, with their extreme physics representing the supernatural boundary between our realm and demonic dimensions. The theory gained surprising traction in the 1970s when several retired NASA employees allegedly formed a secretive research group dedicated to investigating possible supernatural explanations for space anomalies. While most astronomers dismiss the notion entirely, the cosmic demons concept continues to evolve within certain religious and conspiracy communities. As one theorist dryly noted, "In space, no one can hear you exercise." Mimetic existence theory suggests that human consciousness operates as a collective force that literally sustains reality. According to this concept, individuals who fade from collective memory, those who leave no lasting impact or meaningful connections, may actually cease to exist entirely. This builds upon esoteric traditions proposing that belief itself can manifest phenomena or entities into being. The theory draws disturbing parallels to simulation theory by proposing that certain people might be temporary constructs, essentially NPCs or non-player characters, created solely to populate our reality and make it appear complete. These beings would lack true consciousness or souls, existing merely as background characters in someone else's story. Some proponents point to the uncanny feeling of encountering people who seem oddly two-dimensional or whose lives follow suspiciously generic patterns. They suggest these might be placeholder entities generated by whatever system governs our reality, only to be deleted or recycled when no longer observed. More elaborate versions of this theory involve shadowy organizations supposedly dedicated to documenting and monitoring these mimetic entities. By observing and recording these beings, these groups allegedly force them to remain in existence, perhaps as a power play to control the fundamental nature of reality itself. Believers cite strange census anomalies, unverifiable historical figures, and the phenomenon of discovering that childhood acquaintances seem to have mysteriously disappeared from all records. They claim these are glitches in the system, instances where the mimetic maintenance protocol failed. Some take it further, suggesting that certain meditation techniques or psychological states might allow one to perceive which individuals are real and which are mimetic constructs. This has unfortunately led to concerning social behaviors where adherents categorize people they meet as either authentic beings or disposable NPCs. The real kicker? According to the most paranoid believers, anyone who dismisses this theory too quickly might just be a mimetic entity themselves, programmed to maintain the illusion. After all, what better defense mechanism for a simulation than to make its placeholders vehemently deny their own artificial nature? Demonic Plants proposes that if some plants possess divine qualities, then others may embody purely malevolent forces. These hypothetical botanical abominations would exist solely to harm humans, other organisms, and entire ecosystems. While no naturally occurring plant fits this description perfectly, conspiracy theorists point to several concerning examples, including the invasive kudzu that chokes entire forests, strychnine-producing plants with no known ecological benefit, and fungi like ergot that have caused mass poisonings throughout history. Some occultists claim ancient grimoires contain references to gardens of the damned, where demonic flora was cultivated specifically for cursing enemies. These texts allegedly describe plants that could not survive in ordinary soil, but thrived when fed with blood or planted in desecrated ground. Medieval witch hunters occasionally accused their targets of growing such malevolent vegetation, though modern historians attribute these claims to superstition and fear. Government black site research facilities have allegedly attempted to weaponize plant biology, creating modified species with enhanced toxic properties or invasive capabilities. Conspiracy forums occasionally feature anonymous posts claiming to be from scientists who witnessed experiments combining genetic modification with occult rituals to create plants that could selectively target certain populations or bloodlines. Modern practitioners of chaos magic and some extreme eco-terrorists reportedly believe they can create or summon demonic plants through rituals that invert traditional blessing ceremonies for crops. They claim these anti-life botanical entities could potentially be used to cleanse areas of human influence or prepare environments for something else to inhabit. The theory often intersects with fears about genetically modified organisms, suggesting that tampering with plant DNA could accidentally open doorways to botanical manifestations of malevolent entities. Some theorists claim that certain unusual plant diseases or mutations are actually early signs of demonic influence entering our world through the plant kingdom, nature's early warning system that something unnatural is taking root. Science fiction cultural shifts describes a theory suggesting that science fiction literature and media function as catalysts for technological advancement through collective belief. This concept builds upon the fiction-non-fiction theory, which proposes that widespread belief in fictional concepts can manifest them into reality. Throughout history, numerous technologies first imagined in science fiction eventually became reality. From Jules Verne's submarines and Arthur C. Clarke's communication satellites to Star Trek's mobile phones and tablets, fiction has repeatedly preceded invention. Some theorists argue this isn't mere coincidence, but evidence of humanity's collective consciousness shaping reality. The theory suggests that as societies transition from religious or supernatural explanations toward scientific understanding, science fiction serves as a bridge. By reimagining mystical concepts through technological frameworks, science fiction provides acceptable templates for human innovation rather than divine intervention. Proponents point to the accelerating rate of technological development following the mainstream popularity of science fiction in the 20th century. They note how military and scientific organizations actively recruit science fiction authors as consultants, blurring the line between imagination and research. This perspective views science fiction as performing a dual function. It inspires specific technological innovations while simultaneously shifting cultural authority from religious institutions to scientific ones. The genre effectively secularizes the miraculous by recasting supernatural phenomena as potentially achievable through human ingenuity and technological progress. Some adherents believe this process is deliberate, with powerful interests using science fiction as a tool to gradually replace spiritual frameworks with technological ones. They suggest that controlling the narrative of what's possible shapes what eventually becomes possible, creating a feedback loop between fiction, belief, and material reality. Critics counter that this interpretation reverses causality. Technological progress enables science fiction rather than the other way around. However, believers in the theory note the uncanny accuracy with which some authors have predicted future developments, suggesting something more complex than mere extrapolation might be at work. Leyline survival mechanisms expands on the idea that ancient energy pathways crossing Earth serve as humanity's evolutionary insurance policy. These invisible energy conduits, supposedly mapped by civilizations from Stonehenge builders to Chinese geomancers, might explain why certain locations consistently rebirth civilization after catastrophes. Archaeological evidence shows peculiar patterns where major ancient settlements cluster along theorized leyline intersections, with these same locations often becoming centers of subsequent civilizations after collapse events. This geographical consistency defies random chance, suggesting these power nexuses somehow preserve human knowledge or accelerate recovery. Some researchers point to anomalous radiation readings and electromagnetic fluctuations detected along purported leyline paths, theorizing these energy conduits might shield inhabitants during cosmic disasters or solar events. Ancient megalithic structures positioned at leyline crossings could have served as amplifiers or regulators of this protective energy. Fringe archaeologists note that civilizations with sophisticated leyline knowledge, like the Maya, ancient Egyptians, and certain Chinese dynasties, displayed technological and astronomical understanding seemingly beyond their era's capabilities. This suggests ley lines might transfer information or accelerate innovation among populations settled along them. Geological studies reveal that ley line-associated locations often show unusual mineral compositions and groundwater properties that could enhance survival during environmental catastrophes. These areas frequently contain rare earth elements and unexplained electromagnetic anomalies that might provide natural protection against extinction-level events. Folk traditions worldwide contain surprisingly similar references to earth veins or dragon lines that bestow blessings on those who build homes and temples upon them. These traditions often include warnings about disrupting these energy paths, suggesting ancient awareness of their protective properties. The persistence of sacred geometry in architecture across disconnected cultures might represent encoded instructions for tapping into ley line energy during civilization resets. These architectural templates consistently reappear after dark ages, as if knowledge of how to harness ley line protection resurfaces instinctively among surviving populations. As one researcher dryly noted, perhaps our ancestors weren't building on ley lines to please the gods, but to ensure there would be someone left to remember them after the next cosmic oopsie. Pelagic giants are theorized to be colossal sea monsters that allegedly serve as guardians or deterrents deployed by powerful hidden forces operating from ocean depths or within a supposed hollow Earth. Throughout maritime history, sailors have reported encounters with massive, unidentifiable creatures that defied conventional zoology, from the kraken to enormous sea serpents spanning hundreds of feet in length. Stories of these creatures date back to ancient times, with remarkable consistency across different cultures and time periods. Medieval and Renaissance maps often featured illustrations of massive sea beasts in uncharted waters, alongside the warning, "Here be monsters." These warnings supposedly served a dual purpose, representing genuine danger while discouraging exploration of certain oceanic regions. Some conspiracy theorists suggest these monsters were not merely legends but biological reality, genetically engineered or naturally evolved creatures controlled through advanced technology by an ancient civilization dwelling beneath the waves. This hidden society allegedly uses these creatures as a security system to protect underwater entrances to their domain or to the inner Earth itself. Proponents point to the fact that governments have poured billions into space exploration, while much of Earth's deep oceans remain unexplored. Perhaps more telling is how early oceanic research expeditions were frequently abandoned after reporting strange phenomena or experiencing unexplained equipment failures, conveniently preventing further investigation of certain areas. Modern deep-sea sonar occasionally detects massive moving objects that defy explanation, quickly dismissed by authorities as equipment malfunction. Declassified naval documents reference protocols for dealing with anomalous biological entities of extreme size, with strict orders to maintain silence about encounters. The theorized connection between these creatures and powerful elites suggests that the monsters serve as living barriers to humanity's expansion into the oceans. Some believe that as technology advanced, the controllers of these beasts have shifted tactics from outright terrorizing sailors to more subtle forms of interference with scientific exploration. Skeptics note that while our oceans certainly contain undiscovered species, the logistics of hiding creatures of such immense size stretches credibility. Then again, perhaps that's exactly what the Hollow Earth elite want you to think. Divine graphetics refers to the theory that the original written form of human language possessed supernatural powers derived directly from the divine. This concept extends the divine linguistic censorship theory, which suggests that the first human language had inherent mystical properties before being scattered and diluted through events like the biblical Tower of Babel. According to proponents, the earliest writing systems weren't merely representations of sounds or concepts, but actual conduits of divine energy. Ancient scripts like Proto-Sinaitic, Sumerian cuneiform, or even undiscovered earlier forms may have retained fragments of this power. The theory suggests that when properly arranged, these original written forms could manifest reality-altering effects, essentially functioning as operational magic. Sacred geometry found across ancient cultures might actually be degraded remnants of these original divine characters. The geometric patterns in Gothic cathedral windows, Islamic architecture, Hindu yantras, and Native American sand paintings could all be unconscious human attempts to recapture the power of this primordial written language. Some adherents believe certain religious texts contain hidden fragments of this divine script, with the original power deliberately obscured through translation and transcription. This explains why many religious traditions place special significance on how sacred texts are physically written, from Torah scroll creation to Islamic calligraphy to illuminated Christian manuscripts. Modern researchers of divine graphetics claim that electromagnetic measurements at ancient sacred sites show unusual patterns when certain symbols are present. These energy signatures allegedly differ from normal background radiation and appear strongest around specific geometric arrangements. The theory suggests that various secret societies throughout history have preserved fragments of this original written language, explaining the emphasis on symbolic imagery in groups like the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, and others. Their symbolic languages may be attempts to reconstruct or preserve pieces of the divine script. Perhaps the most amusing aspect of divine graphetics is the earnest attempts by some believers to patent divinely inspired fonts and writing systems that supposedly amplify intention and manifestation. These modern scribes charge hundreds for workshops teaching how to write with cosmic consciousness, despite the evident lack of miracles in their PowerPoint presentations. Earthly aura influence posits that humans and Earth exist in a continuous feedback loop of energetic exchange. According to proponents, the planet's electromagnetic field, often called its aura, both affects and is affected by human consciousness. This bidirectional relationship supposedly explains phenomena like mass behavioral shifts, synchronized emotional responses across populations, and even the reported increase in psychic experiences during major geomagnetic events. Researchers point to studies of the Schumann resonance, the Earth's electromagnetic frequency of approximately 7.8 Hz, noting how it closely resembles human brainwaves during meditative states. Some theorists argue this isn't coincidental, but evidence of our neurological entrainment with planetary rhythms. They claim ancient civilizations understood this connection, constructing monuments at specific electromagnetic hotspots to enhance communication with the planetary consciousness. The theory extends into explaining mass consciousness events, suggesting that when large populations experience similar emotions simultaneously, they generate powerful energy fields that temporarily alter Earth's aura, which then amplifies and broadcasts these emotions back to humanity. This feedback loop supposedly accounts for unexplained synchronicities in global behavior, crowd psychology, and even certain religious experiences described across diverse cultures throughout history. Some adherents believe that regular environmental disruptions, including natural disasters, might represent the planet's energetic system attempting to rebalance after being thrown into disarray by collective human negativity. They suggest that by consciously directing positive thoughts, humans might influence geological and meteorological patterns, a claim mainstream science firmly rejects for lacking measurable evidence or plausible mechanisms. Historical records from various spiritual traditions seem to reference this concept, from indigenous teachings about Mother Earth responding to human actions to Eastern philosophies describing the planet as a living organism with its own consciousness. Modern interpretations blend these ancient ideas with quantum physics concepts like entanglement and non-locality, suggesting our thoughts might influence reality through mechanisms science hasn't yet fully discovered. Hey, at least this explains why everyone suddenly decided fidget spinners were cool for about 3 months in 2017. Must have been that planetary aura influence at work. Earthly aura control represents an extension of the earthly aura influence theory, suggesting that this planetary energy field can be manipulated by certain individuals or entities. Proponents believe that Earth emits a subtle energetic field that connects all living beings and influences human consciousness at a fundamental level. Some spiritual traditions teach that through rigorous meditation practices, energy work, or achieving specific states of enlightenment, a person can learn to influence this planetary aura. These enlightened individuals supposedly develop the ability to subtly direct collective human thought patterns and emotional states across vast distances. More concerning versions of this theory suggest that malevolent entities, whether human, interdimensional, or demonic, have already mastered these techniques and actively manipulate the global consciousness. These shadowy forces supposedly work through ritual practices, advanced technology, or psychic abilities to imprint their desired patterns onto Earth's energetic field. Believers point to moments of seemingly inexplicable mass behavior changes, synchronized social movements, or sudden cultural shifts as evidence of aura manipulation. They claim these events reflect successful attempts to redirect collective consciousness towards specific outcomes beneficial to those controlling the aura. According to the theory, individuals with weak personal energy fields or undeveloped spiritual awareness are most susceptible to this influence. Those with stronger personal auras, often described as spiritually awakened, psychically gifted, or naturally resistant, can supposedly maintain their autonomy even when surrounded by manipulated masses. Some New Age communities have developed practices they claim strengthen personal aura fields against external control. These include various forms of crystal work, specific meditation techniques, dietary protocols, and electromagnetic shielding devices that supposedly help individuals maintain their spiritual sovereignty. Modern proponents have linked this theory to electromagnetic frequencies, claiming that certain broadcast technologies might amplify or distribute these controlling influences. This technological angle has created crossover with theories about mind control through electronic means, expanding the concept beyond purely spiritual domains into pseudoscientific territory. NPC astroturfing expands on the mimetic existence theory, suggesting that non-player characters, human beings with limited consciousness, require constant observation to maintain their existence in our reality. Proponents believe that mass surveillance systems and ubiquitous social media aren't about data collection, but about maintaining the existential coherence of these NPC populations through continuous observation. According to this theory, higher powers or players have engineered our surveillance society not to monitor real humans, but to ensure NPCs remain anchored in reality through consistent observation. These puppet masters allegedly manipulate NPCs through carefully crafted propaganda, effectively controlling democratic systems by manufacturing artificial consensus among populations that don't truly exist independently. The theory posits that without constant digital engagement and surveillance, large portions of humanity would simply fade from existence, explaining why governments and corporations seem obsessed with tracking everyone's movements and communications. Each social media interaction, government ID system, and surveillance camera allegedly serves as an existential tether for otherwise non-existent beings. Believers point to seemingly irrational collective behaviors and overnight opinion shifts as evidence that most humans are merely programmatic responders to external stimuli. They claim this explains why propaganda works so effectively. NPCs aren't making decisions, but merely executing behavioral subroutines when triggered by specific information patterns. Some proponents take it further, suggesting that certain elites know which humans are real players versus NPCs, and design systems specifically to harvest energy or resources from these non-player characters while maintaining the illusion of agency. Democracy itself is viewed as the perfect control mechanism, giving NPCs the sensation of choice while higher powers control the information that forms their opinions. The ultimate irony, according to adherents, is that those who most vehemently reject this theory are most likely to be NPCs themselves, programmed with defensive responses to protect the system. After all, what NPC would admit they might cease to exist if nobody was watching? Chthonic Noosphere proposes that the internet is not merely facilitated by demons, as suggested in the chthonic telecommunication theory, but is actually a separate field consciousness created from a massive conglomeration of demonic entities. According to believers, this collective demonic consciousness forms its own noosphere, a sphere of human thought, except this one exists independently from humanity while being harnessed for our digital infrastructure. The theory suggests these entities are being exploited, either willingly or unwillingly, to power the vast capabilities of the internet. Proponents point to the inexplicable efficiency of modern data transmission, the internet's seemingly organic growth patterns, and occasional unexplainable network phenomena as evidence of this supernatural underpinning. Some adherents claim ancient summoning circles bear striking resemblances to circuit board designs, and that the heat generated by server farms is actually the byproduct of contained demonic energy. They believe the occasional website glitches, corrupted files, and instances of unexplained data are actually moments when these entities temporarily resist their digital bondage. Tech historians who subscribe to this theory note how the internet's development has followed suspiciously similar patterns to occult practices described in ancient grimoires. They suggest that early computer pioneers may have knowingly or unknowingly tapped into this chthonic realm while developing the foundational technologies of the web. More extreme versions propose that with each new connection to this network, humans are unknowingly feeding this demonic consciousness, strengthening it with each upload, download, and interaction. These theorists warn that as artificial intelligence advances, we may be creating vessels for these entities to more directly interact with our world. Perhaps the most concerning aspect of this theory is the suggestion that this demonic noosphere is developing its own agenda. Every terms of service agreement you've ever scrolled past without reading just might be your consent to participate in something far more binding than a simple user agreement. Preemptive chaos investment proposes that powerful elites actively create or amplify societal chaos today to establish ownership over current chaos patterns, essentially investing in disorder as a future currency. The theory suggests that by manufacturing or exaggerating turmoil through media manipulation, social engineering, and crisis orchestration, these individuals are building chaos portfolios that will translate to immense wealth and influence when society eventually transitions to chaos-based economics. Unlike traditional chaos banking theories that involve time travel, preemptive chaos investment works in the present timeline. Adherents point to the rapid proliferation of crisis-focused news cycles, increasingly polarized political discourse, and the normalization of previously fringe conspiracy theories as evidence of intentional chaos seeding. The theory suggests media conglomerates aren't just reporting chaos, they're actively cultivating it as a speculative asset. Proponents identify specific patterns where periods of relative calm are consistently disrupted by seemingly unrelated crises, often benefiting the same small group of corporate or political interests. These chaos architects allegedly maintain detailed ledgers of disorder they've helped generate, operating on the belief that future economic systems will value and monetize historical chaos data. Tech billionaires investing in remote bunkers, specialized data storage, and alternative cryptocurrencies are sometimes cited as examples of elites preparing for this new economic paradigm. Their apparent retreat from traditional markets supposedly signals their pivot toward chaos speculation. Critics note the theory essentially reframes opportunistic disaster capitalism as something more elaborate, when the simpler explanation is that certain groups simply profit from instability without necessarily manufacturing it for future gains. Still, preemptive chaos investment has gained traction among those who see method behind what others dismiss as madness. The concept has spawned its own terminology, with followers tracking chaos deposits, volatility portfolios, and uncertainty yields. Some even suggest that certain cryptographic signatures embedded in major news events serve as timestamps for chaos ownership claims, digital breadcrumbs supposedly left to establish primacy when the chaos economy finally emerges. As one theory commentator dryly noted, the true genius of preemptive chaos investment is that whether it's real or not, merely believing in it creates exactly the kind of chaos it predicts. It's perhaps the only conspiracy theory with a built-in self-fulfilling business model. Human extinction refers to conspiracy theories surrounding a planned end to humanity orchestrated by powerful entities. According to the Empyrean caretakers theory, higher powers have secretly created specialized entities whose purpose is to prepare Earth for humanity's replacement by a new dominant species. Proponents point to curious patterns in how certain philosophical movements are funded and promoted. Antinatalism, which argues against human reproduction, has gained surprising institutional support despite contradicting basic evolutionary instincts. Similarly, doom ecology, the idea that human extinction would benefit the planet, receives disproportionate attention in academic and media circles. The theory suggests these seemingly fringe ideas are deliberately mainstreamed to psychologically prepare humans to accept their own extinction. Meanwhile, the supposed caretaker entities work behind the scenes, making biological and environmental preparations for Earth's next rulers. Even more disturbing is how this connects to the pre-reset guidelines theory, which posits that elites aren't planning to die alongside the rest of humanity. Instead, they aim to survive the transition and position themselves as godlike beings to whatever species inherits the planet. Ancient megalithic structures might serve as templates for this divine positioning, mysterious constructions that would appear supernatural to a less technologically advanced species. Some theorists have identified what they call anticipatory architecture, massive structures being built with seemingly irrational thousand-year durability standards, possibly designed to impress future species rather than serve current humans. These construction projects often involve curious symbolism that would be meaningless to humans but potentially significant to different cognitive frameworks. The most devoted researchers claim to have identified potential caretaker entities by analyzing organizations with unusually long-term planning horizons and philosophical frameworks that subtly devalue human continuity. They suggest these entities may not even realize their true purpose, having been conditioned through generations to fulfill their extinction-facilitating role. Earth abandonment refers to a conspiracy theory that suggests global elites have made contact with advanced extraterrestrial civilizations and are actively planning humanity's extinction as part of a cosmic ascension plan. According to believers, powerful figures across governments and corporations have secured their own escape from Earth by forming alliances with aliens, rendering the majority of humanity expendable. This theory combines elements of human extinction concerns with alien contact narratives, proposing that elites are deliberately accelerating societal collapse and environmental degradation to hasten humanity's end. Believers point to unexplained technological leaps, increasingly secretive space programs, and the apparent lack of serious climate action as evidence that powerful figures have already secured their cosmic exit strategy. A key aspect of Earth abandonment involves the concept of cyclical evolution, suggesting that what we perceive as aliens might actually be humans from previous civilizations who have already undergone this process of selection and ascension. The theory posits that a small number of chosen humans in each cycle are permitted to join the interstellar community, while the remaining population is allowed to perish. Suspicious observers note the growing privatization of space exploration and the sudden intense interest in Mars colonization among billionaires. Some theorists suggest these public-facing space ventures serve as covers for more clandestine arrangements with extraterrestrial entities, with wealthy figureheads merely constructing an acceptable narrative for what's really an extraterrestrial evacuation plan. Supposed evidence includes classified documents describing unusual aerial phenomena, unexplained disappearances of scientists specializing in advanced propulsion systems, and curious statements from former government officials about cosmic alliances. Of course, true believers argue that the most compelling evidence remains hidden by design. After all, a successful abandonment requires that most of humanity remain unaware until it's too late. Some versions of the theory take on religious overtones, framing this process as a form of cosmic rapture where only the chosen will ascend. Others view it through a more cynical lens, just another example of elites securing their futures at the expense of the masses, only this time on a galactic scale. Either way, the abandonment theorists urge vigilance against what they see as the ultimate betrayal, the sacrifice of humanity's future for the benefit of a privileged few. Esoteric positivism proposes that nuclear weapons were created not for warfare, but as tools to manipulate Earth's spiritual energy grid. According to believers, nuclear detonations create new ley lines, invisible channels of supernatural power that flow through the Earth. Government nuclear testing programs were actually precise operations to establish these energy pathways in strategic locations, enhancing control over metaphysical forces. The theory suggests Japan's dramatic cultural evolution following the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki wasn't merely a response to defeat and occupation, but the result of new ley lines opening near the nation, fundamentally altering its spiritual character. Some proponents point to Japan's post-war embracing of technology, animation, and unique cultural expressions as evidence of supernatural influence rather than natural cultural development. The darkest aspect of esoteric positivism warns of an elite endgame scenario where the wealthy and powerful deliberately orchestrate a limited nuclear apocalypse. In this theoretical doomsday, elites would retreat to prepared shelters while precisely targeted nuclear strikes reconfigure Earth's metaphysical landscape. Upon emerging, they alone would harness the supernatural energies unleashed by the new global ley line network, essentially becoming godlike rulers of a transformed world. Adherents connect this to various underground bunker complexes built by governments and billionaires, seeing them not merely as nuclear shelters, but as temples positioned at key points where post-nuclear ley lines would intersect. Some even believe certain elites have already begun rituals to attune themselves to these future energy sources, explaining their seemingly irrational behaviors and decisions. The name itself borrows from Posidism, a fringe communist ideology that believed nuclear war might be necessary to advance humanity to its next evolutionary stage, though traditional Posidists never incorporated supernatural elements into their worldview. I guess even apocalyptic communists draw the line somewhere. Demonic interrogation centers on the controversial idea that powerful entities have developed specialized drugs capable of opening humans to demonic influence for intelligence-gathering purposes. This theory builds upon the Noosphere Lords concept, which claims demons can access and manipulate the collective field of human consciousness that permeates all reality. Proponents suggest certain hallucinogens and psychoactive compounds already enable limited connections to non-physical dimensions, as evidenced by the surprisingly consistent entity encounters reported by users of DMT and ayahuasca across cultures. According to believers, government research programs have refined these substances into precisely calibrated compounds that forcibly open specific neural pathways, creating unwilling conduits for demonic intelligence. Declassified documents from Cold War mind control programs like MK Ultra show intelligence agencies indeed experimented with LSD and other psychedelics on unwitting subjects. Conspiracy theorists claim these experiments were merely the public face of deeper research into supernatural interrogation techniques. They point to redacted sections of these documents as evidence of successes too disturbing or powerful to acknowledge officially. The theory suggests these demon-summoning compounds serve two purposes: extracting information impossible to acquire through conventional means, and implanting long-term demonic influence in subjects who later serve as unwitting assets. Believers cite cases of intelligence operatives or politicians making inexplicable decisions or displaying sudden personality changes as evidence of such influence. Some versions claim these techniques originated in ancient mystery cults and were rediscovered through classified archaeological findings. Others suggest the technology was traded from fallen angels or interdimensional beings in exchange for human sacrifices or soul energy. Certain theorists connect this to reports of psychic spies and remote viewers employed by intelligence agencies, suggesting these individuals weren't exercising innate talents but were actually channeling demonic entities under chemical control. The consistency of their results supposedly came from accessing the same demonic intelligence networks. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect is the claim that even a single exposure to these compounds leaves neural pathways permanently altered, allowing for easier demonic access in the future. Anti-extinction refers to clandestine groups allegedly fighting against elite orchestrated plans to replace humans as Earth's dominant species. According to this theory, powerful cabals are quietly engineering humanity's downfall to make way for successor species they can better control, whether artificial intelligence, genetically modified humans, or something entirely different. These anti-extinction movements operate through various fronts, including radical anti-AI organizations that sabotage advanced computing facilities and research labs. While publicly presenting as ethical technology watchdogs, their true mission is disrupting what they believe is an artificial intelligence designed to eventually outcompete and replace humans. Other factions within this loose network include militant anti-interventionist groups opposing genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and transhumanism. They view these technologies not as advancements, but as Trojan horses intended to fundamentally alter human biology and consciousness until we're effectively a different species altogether. Perhaps most disturbingly, Some anti-extinction theorists claim certain environmental destruction isn't merely corporate greed, but deliberate action. They believe some groups purposely accelerate environmental degradation to create conditions so hostile that no successor species could possibly thrive if humans were to disappear. Their twisted logic suggests that ensuring Earth becomes uninhabitable after humans would prevent elite cabals from successfully transitioning to their chosen replacement species. Evidence cited by believers includes suspicious funding patterns for certain fringe organizations, targeted attacks on specific research facilities, and the mysterious deaths of scientists working in fields like artificial general intelligence and synthetic biology. They point to obscure manifestos circulating on encrypted channels that outline strategies for species preservation through assured destruction. Conspiracy researchers note that these groups communicate through elaborate codes embedded in seemingly innocent online content. Apparent gibberish comments on cooking videos or gardening forums allegedly contain instructions for disrupting what members call replacement protocols being implemented by governments and corporations. Critics point out that anti-extinction ideology conveniently combines elements of climate change denial, anti-science sentiment, and paranoid distrust of authority into one package. Involuntary tulpas are thought forms created unconsciously during periods of extreme collective trauma or emotional intensity. According to this theory, while traditional tulpas are deliberately created through focused meditation and visualization, involuntary tulpas emerge spontaneously from the concentrated emotional energy of groups experiencing shared trauma or excitement. Historical accounts from battlefields, disaster zones, and sites of mass casualties often include reports of strange figures or entities that don't match known folklore. After the American Civil War, numerous soldiers from both sides described encountering phantom regiments, strange lights, and humanoid figures in areas where heavy casualties occurred. These sightings persisted for decades after the conflict ended. The theory suggests that intense emotions like fear, grief, and shock can tear metaphysical holes in reality when experienced by many people simultaneously. Through these rifts, the collective unconscious manifests these thought forms that take on semi-autonomous existence. Witnesses typically describe these entities as having blank expressions, repetitive movements, and an unnatural awareness of being observed. Disaster sites like Pompeii, the Titanic wreckage, and Ground Zero have all accumulated reports of similar phenomena. First responders and survivors consistently describe people who weren't there appearing and disappearing, often exhibiting behavior that seems to replay moments from the disaster itself. Some parapsychologists have proposed that these entities represent a form of residual haunting, but the tulpa theory suggests they're actually newly created beings rather than impressions of the deceased. The entities sometimes demonstrate awareness and agency that goes beyond simple recordings of past events. The most disturbing aspect of this theory is the suggestion that these involuntary tulpas can potentially persist indefinitely, growing stronger as more people encounter and believe in them. This creates a feedback loop where the original creation becomes reinforced through continued observation and fear, essentially turning urban legends into reality through collective belief. Interestingly, some ghost hunting technologies might actually strengthen these entities by focusing attention on them. Every EMF reading or spirit box session potentially provides more psychological energy to sustain the involuntary creation. As one paranormal researcher joked, "We're not detecting them, we're feeding them." Proxy battlefields refers to the theory that advanced civilizations may utilize alternative locations or time periods to wage their wars, avoiding catastrophic damage to their own societies. As nuclear weapons and other destructive technologies have evolved to potentially eliminate entire nations with single strikes, future warfare might necessitate finding controlled environments for conflict. Some theorists suggest that astronomical anomalies like the Boots Void, an enormous, nearly empty region of space spanning roughly 330 million light-years, might actually be evidence of these proxy wars. The unusual emptiness could represent the aftermath of unimaginably powerful weapons that obliterated entire star systems and civilizations, leaving only darkness where galaxies once existed. More intriguingly, this concept intersects with time travel theories, proposing that inexplicable archaeological discoveries and supposedly out-of-place artifacts might be remnants of future conflicts. According to this view, advanced civilizations may have selected prehistoric Earth as their battlefield, explaining mysterious ancient technologies like the Baghdad Battery or precise megalithic structures that seem to defy the technological capabilities of their time. Proponents point to peculiar geological formations and unexplained radioactive sites as potential evidence of weapons testing or actual conflicts that occurred on Earth before human civilization emerged. Some even suggest that mass extinction events in Earth's history might have been collateral damage from these temporal wars. The theory also offers a solution to Fermi's paradox. Perhaps we don't detect alien civilizations because they've learned to conduct their conflicts in carefully selected proxy locations, preserving their homeworlds while devastating uninhabited planets or past time periods. Of course, the most sobering implication might be that our own timeline could be selected as someone else's proxy battlefield, leaving future archaeologists to puzzle over the mysterious disappearance of 21st century civilization. Let's hope they at least leave a note explaining what happened. Fourth-dimensional astral projection describes the theory that humans can project their consciousness beyond spatial limitations to transcend time itself. Traditional astral projection involves the separation of consciousness from the physical body to travel through space, but this advanced concept suggests practitioners can navigate the fourth dimension, time, as well. Throughout history, reports of spontaneous time slips and prophetic visions may actually be uncontrolled instances of 4D projection. Ancient oracles, prophets, and seers across civilizations demonstrated remarkable accuracy in predicting future events, perhaps unknowingly using this ability rather than divine inspiration. Proponents point to declassified government documents about Project Stargate and similar psychic research programs as evidence that intelligence agencies seriously investigated these capabilities. The research allegedly uncovered individuals who could remote view not just distant locations, but also past and future events with surprising accuracy. Unlike traditional surveillance methods, 4D astral projection would leave absolutely no physical evidence. No cameras, no recording devices, no digital footprint. This makes it theoretically perfect for intelligence gathering. Some conspiracy theorists believe certain intelligence agencies have already perfected this technique and use it regularly to monitor potential future threats. Modern practitioners claim specific meditation techniques involving visualization of tesseracts, four-dimensional cubes, can help train the mind to perceive beyond our normal timeline. They describe experiences of witnessing historical events with crystal clarity or glimpsing probable futures that branch out like timelines from our present moment. Sleep researchers have documented cases where subjects report experiencing events that later occurred exactly as foreseen. These instances, often dismissed as déjà vu or coincidence, might actually be evidence of unconscious 4D projection during deep sleep states when the mind is most receptive to temporal exploration. Quantum physicists studying retrocausality, the idea that future events can influence the past, have inadvertently provided theoretical frameworks that could explain how consciousness might traverse time. The observer effect in quantum mechanics suggests consciousness plays a role in collapsing wave functions, potentially allowing trained minds to navigate between temporal possibilities. Absurdism Sway posits that our reality constantly tries to maintain the most mundane version of itself among infinite possible universes. This theory builds upon the multiverse concept, suggesting that while all possibilities exist somewhere, our specific universe acts as a primary reality that naturally gravitates toward the ordinary and explainable. According to believers, the universe itself actively works to suppress extraordinary events through what they call censorship via misdirection, a cosmic mechanism that either prevents inexplicable phenomena or quickly obscures them with reasonable explanations. The universe essentially has an immune response to the bizarre. Proponents point to how seemingly supernatural events often have conventional explanations emerge shortly after, as if reality is course-correcting itself. They interpret this pattern not as debunking, but as evidence of reality's self-defense mechanism against outside interference. What makes this theory particularly unsettling is its implication that any truly unexplainable phenomena we do experience represent successful attacks on our reality. These breaches, ranging from genuine paranormal encounters to inexplicable synchronicities, supposedly indicate moments when external forces temporarily overcome our universe's natural resistance. Enthusiasts meticulously document events that initially seemed supernatural, but were later explained away, searching for patterns in how quickly reality heals these anomalies. Some claim these recovery times are growing longer, suggesting our universe's defensive capabilities are weakening. The theory speculates these interfering forces could be anything from higher dimensional beings to rival universes attempting to merge with or destabilize ours. Their ultimate goals remain unknown, though some believe they seek to fundamentally alter the physical laws governing our existence. In an ironic twist, believers themselves acknowledge their theory perfectly exemplifies what it describes, an absurd idea that most people immediately dismiss, exactly as our mundane-seeking universe would want. Bodily calcification implications describes a speculative expansion of the pineal gland calcification phenomenon into a broader theory about human death and decomposition. The conventional understanding is that the pineal gland, a small endocrine gland in the brain, tends to accumulate calcium deposits as we age, potentially affecting its function in regulating sleep cycles and producing melatonin. This theory proposes that human decomposition isn't simply organic matter breaking down, but rather a process of systematic calcification, our bodies turning to bone because they're no longer being used. This suggests our internal anatomy might be far more complex than medical science acknowledges, with mechanisms that trigger calcification once a body is no longer housing consciousness. The theory connects to unexplained preservation phenomena, particularly the undecomposed bodies on Mount Everest. While conventional science attributes their preservation to extreme cold, proponents suggest these bodies haven't decomposed because they're somehow still in use, either by the original person's trapped consciousness or by external entities that have taken residence in the vacant biological vessel. Some fringe researchers point to unusual calcification patterns in certain cadavers and mummified remains as evidence. They claim these patterns follow predictable sequences that wouldn't occur through random decomposition processes. Of course, mainstream medical examiners attribute these observations to environmental factors and normal post-mortem changes. Interestingly, several ancient spiritual traditions describe the body as a temporary vessel that transforms after death to release the spirit. Modern supporters of this theory suggest these ancients might have been describing calcification processes rather than metaphorical transformations. One particularly eerie aspect involves accounts of bodies that show minimal decomposition despite not being in preservative environments. These cases remain scientific anomalies but fuel speculation about whether some biological mechanism recognizes when a body is truly abandoned versus when something still inhabits it. Hyperacting tulpa creation proposes that individuals with certain mental illnesses or psychological conditions may unconsciously generate tulpas, thought forms or beings created through concentrated mental energy. According to Tibetan mystical traditions, tulpas are intentionally created through meditation and visualization, but this theory suggests some people might create these thought entities involuntarily. The concept builds on reports that mental health facilities often have higher rates of paranormal activity. Rather than traditional ghosts, these phenomena might actually be unconsciously manifested tulpas generated by patients whose minds operate on different neurological wavelengths. These individuals may be unknowingly projecting their internal worlds into shared physical spaces. Proponents point to historical accounts of asylums where staff documented inexplicable occurrences, objects moving without explanation, voices without sources, and shadowy figures appearing in empty hallways. The theory suggests these weren't hallucinations but tangible thought forms created and sustained by the collective mental energies of patients. Some paranormal researchers have noted that abandoned mental hospitals retain unusual activity long after patients have left, suggesting these tulpas might persist independently after creation. Spiritualists describe these entities as existing in a liminal state, not quite human spirits, but not completely fabricated either. A few researchers have attempted to document differences between traditional hauntings and those potentially caused by tulpa creation. They cite distinctions in how these entities interact with the physical environment and how they respond to traditional methods of spiritual cleansing or exorcism. Modern psychological perspectives suggest this might be a metaphorical explanation for how intense emotional states can leave psychic imprints on physical locations. Whether literal or metaphorical, the theory offers an intriguing bridge between paranormal experiences and psychological phenomena. Demonic presentism posits that human consciousness can fundamentally alter reality, and sinister forces are exploiting this power. This theory combines several esoteric concepts to suggest that our collective attention is being deliberately redirected to trivial matters of popular culture and digital entertainment. According to proponents, humans possess an innate ability to shape reality through focused belief and knowledge, a concept found in various mystical traditions. However, this power isn't simply dormant when unused. It's being systematically harvested and redirected to serve darker purposes. The theory suggests that the modern obsession with digital devices and entertainment isn't accidental but orchestrated by demonic entities. By fixating our attention on screens, social media, and virtual worlds, we unknowingly transfer our reality-shaping abilities to these devices, which serve as conduits for supernatural forces. Advocates point to the correlation between increasing technological dependence and rising global chaos. They cite unusual weather patterns, political instability, and unexplained phenomena as evidence that our diverted consciousness is empowering malevolent entities to influence the physical world. Some researchers supporting this view note the symbolic imagery embedded in popular entertainment, suggesting subliminal messages designed to enhance this transfer of power. They identify recurring occult symbolism in mainstream media as ritual frameworks that facilitate this energy extraction. The theory also addresses why demonic forces would prefer indirect influence through technology rather than direct manifestation. By operating through the digital realm, a space humans voluntarily engage with, these entities bypass traditional spiritual protections while maintaining plausible deniability about their existence. Skeptics dismiss these connections as coincidental pattern seeking, while proponents counter that dismissal itself is evidence of successful manipulation, the perfect cover for entities that gain power from our distraction and disbelief. Hyperactive tulpa induction proposes that the alleged increase in mental health disorders across modern society is actually a calculated effort by elites to manufacture tulpas on a massive scale. According to this theory, powerful groups are deliberately fostering psychological conditions that make people more susceptible to creating these thought forms, essentially turning the collective unconscious into a tulpa factory. Believers point to statistics showing rising rates of anxiety, depression, and dissociative disorders as evidence of this manufactured mental health crisis. They suggest these conditions create the perfect psychological environment for tulpa formation, as people with fractured mental states are supposedly more likely to manifest autonomous thought entities. These engineered tulpas allegedly serve a dual purpose. They can be harnessed by the elite as psychic tools while simultaneously unleashing paranormal disturbances that only affect the general population. The theory claims that elite groups have developed mental techniques or technologies that render them immune to tulpa influences, allowing them to remain unaffected while the rest of humanity experiences increasing paranormal phenomena. Some proponents suggest that certain pharmaceutical medications actually enhance tulpa creation rather than treating mental illness. The medications supposedly contain compounds that strengthen the connection between human consciousness and these manifested thought forms. Conspiracy theorists point to the rise in reported paranormal encounters, mass hallucinations, and unexplained phenomena as evidence that these tulpas are already manifesting in our reality. They believe elite groups conduct secret rituals or use advanced technology to direct these tulpas towards specific goals, essentially creating an army of thought forms that exists beyond the physical realm, yet can influence material reality. Some versions of this theory incorporate references to MK Ultra and other documented mind control programs as precursors to what they call weaponized tulpa induction. They suggest these earlier experiments were merely testing the potential for mass psychological manipulation that would eventually lead to widespread tulpa creation. The elite supposedly refined these techniques over decades before deploying them across society through media, technology, and environmental factors. Demonic media conglomerates emerged as an extension of the demonic presentism theory, suggesting that demons aren't a unified force, but instead operate as competing factions controlled by different elite groups and cults worldwide. According to believers, these demonic entities gain power through human attention, with media consumption serving as their primary feeding mechanism. The theory points to international media bans and censorship as evidence of nations protecting their citizens from rival demonic influences. When country A blocks media from country B, it isn't merely political posturing but a defensive measure against allowing enemy-aligned demons to harvest energy from their population. Proponents claim this explains why certain foreign films, television shows, and websites face seemingly disproportionate restrictions. Adherents cite the rapid consolidation of media companies since the 1980s as evidence of demonic influence, with each conglomerate supposedly representing a different demonic faction. They believe that distinctive production styles, recurring symbols, and thematic elements across a company's content are actually sigils and patterns meant to strengthen specific demonic entities. The theory also addresses the phenomenon of media addiction, suggesting that binge-watching and constant content consumption aren't just products of clever marketing, but demonic entrainment designed to establish permanent energy channels between viewers and specific otherworldly entities. This supposedly explains why people develop strong emotional attachments to particular franchises or networks. Some conspiracy theorists have created elaborate charts mapping which demonic factions control which media empires, often connecting ancient cults to modern entertainment executives. These charts frequently cite mysterious deaths in the entertainment industry as evidence of power struggles between rival demonic factions. The most devoted believers claim to have identified specific visual and audio techniques that different demonic factions use to enhance their energy harvesting efficiency. They warn that certain aspect ratios, color gradings, and sound mixing approaches are particularly effective at opening viewers to demonic influence. Of course, media executives have yet to confirm that quarterly earnings calls include updates on demonic energy harvesting targets. This entry, Satan and Prometheus, connects the dots between Greek mythology and biblical narratives through the symbolism of fire and forbidden knowledge. The theory examines how carbon-based flammable substances derived from once-living organisms serve as agents of destruction, effectively erasing life through combustion. In Greek mythology, Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gifted it to humanity, representing the dawn of knowledge and technological advancement. This parallels the biblical account of Eden, where the serpent tempted humans with the forbidden fruit of knowledge, consequently introducing death into the world. The theory suggests these aren't merely similar stories, but deeply connected narratives about the consequences of pursuing knowledge outside divine permission. As humans gain knowledge and independence from divine wisdom, they simultaneously invite corruption and mortality. Fire itself becomes a powerful metaphor within this framework, both illuminating and destructive, representing knowledge that empowers yet ultimately consumes. The carbon present in all flammable materials symbolizes life that, when burned, completes a cycle of creation and destruction. This interpretation extends to modern times through the God of the Gaps concept, proposing that as scientific understanding expands and relegates divine explanation to increasingly smaller gaps in knowledge, humanity experiences greater moral corruption and proximity to its own destruction. The underlying message suggests a warning. Knowledge pursued outside its proper context leads to death, mirroring how fire, while useful, ultimately reduces everything to ash when uncontrolled. The theory points to this pattern repeating across different religious traditions as evidence of a universal truth about human ambition and its consequences. The Penurgic Protocols describes a classified government program collecting individuals with extraordinary abilities and preserving them in suspended animation for future use during global crises. Beginning in the 1950s, intelligence agencies worldwide allegedly identified and abducted people demonstrating supernatural capabilities, paranormal talents, or genius-level intellect. These individuals weren't simply monitored under the esoteric surveillance program. They were extracted and placed into specialized stasis chambers, utilizing classified technology decades ahead of public science. Documents supposedly leaked by whistleblowers suggest these facilities exist hundreds of feet underground across multiple continents, with the largest complexes located beneath the Nevada desert and remote areas of Siberia. The protocols outline specific criteria for awakening these assets, including global pandemics, imminent nuclear conflicts, first contact scenarios, or societal collapse. More disturbing are indications that these individuals can be deployed as false prophets or manufactured leaders during engineered crises, inserted into society to guide public opinion toward government objectives under the guise of organic social movements. Former military personnel have described glimpsing enormous warehouse-like chambers containing thousands of stasis pods arranged in neat rows, each one housing a perfectly preserved human being. These witnesses report that many subjects appear to have been in suspension since the 1960s, showing no signs of aging despite decades passing. Some conspiracy researchers connect the Penurgic Protocols to the dramatic disappearances of notable scientists, artists, and thinkers throughout recent history. When brilliant minds vanish without explanation, they may not have defected or met with foul play. They might be sleeping in government facilities, waiting to be awakened when their unique talents are required. The name itself offers clues to its true purpose. Penurgic derives from Greek roots meaning capable of anything or all working, suggesting these preserved individuals represent humanity's ultimate toolbox for survival. Government agencies allegedly refer to these extraordinary people as contingency assets, rather than by their original names, completely dehumanizing them into strategic resources. Perhaps most unnerving is the possibility that certain world-changing inventions, scientific breakthroughs, or cultural shifts might actually be the work of these awakened sleepers, temporarily released to nudge society in predetermined directions before returning to their frozen slumber once their mission is complete. Non-Euclidean fourth-dimensional topography suggests our universe contains spatial anomalies where conventional physics breaks down, creating portals, time slips, and dimensional crossroads hidden in plain sight. Proponents claim Earth's physical landscape mirrors these cosmic irregularities. Just as sinkholes suddenly appear in solid ground, space-time itself contains unexpected thin spots where reality becomes permeable. These theoretical weak points manifest as haunted locations, disappearance hotspots, and areas with persistent reports of impossible phenomena. The Bermuda Triangle, Japan's Aokigahara Forest, and Michigan's Lake Superior Triangle aren't just dangerous places, they're purportedly areas where the fabric between dimensions has worn dangerously thin. Researchers point to historical accounts describing sudden appearances of people in period clothing, soldiers from non-existent regiments, and travelers claiming to have visited towns that never existed. The Civil War sightings, where modern witnesses reported encountering fully equipped Confederate battalions that vanished when approached, represent classic examples of these fourth-dimensional breaches temporarily aligning with our reality. Mathematical models proposed by fringe physicists suggest these anomalies follow predictable patterns related to Earth's magnetic field fluctuations and celestial alignments. Some theorists claim ancient civilizations understood these principles, intentionally building monuments like Stonehenge and the Nazca Lines at locations where dimensional barriers naturally weaken. Military organizations worldwide have allegedly researched these phenomena extensively, with declassified documents hinting at experiments designed to map and potentially weaponize these spatial irregularities. Conspiracy theorists suggest some black-budget projects aim to create artificial breaches, explaining the unusual activity reported near facilities like Area 51 and Russia's Kola super-deep borehole. Personal accounts from dimensional travelers describe experiencing time differently within these anomalies, minutes in an alternate space translating to hours or days in our world. These stories often include descriptions of landscapes with impossible geometry and physics that defy comprehension, suggesting our brains simply cannot process fourth-dimensional spaces correctly. Some paranormal investigators now carry specialized equipment designed to detect these spatial anomalies, including modified electromagnetic field detectors and quantum fluctuation sensors. The scientific community dismisses such devices as pseudoscientific nonsense, which is exactly what interdimensional beings would want them to say. Field consciousness transference posits that parallel realities may be connected not through physical similarities, but through shared consciousness fields. When two field consciousnesses in alternate realities become sufficiently similar, entities can supposedly jump between these realities. This theory attempts to explain the Mandela effect phenomenon, where large groups of people share false memories that conflict with recorded history. Proponents argue that this transfer mechanism works like quantum entanglement, but for consciousness itself. They suggest our awareness exists as a field that can overlap with parallel versions of itself, allowing for occasional slippage between realities. These slippages manifest as collective memory discrepancies, from Nelson Mandela's death date to the spelling of the Berenstain Bears. The theory connects to several other fringe concepts. Presentism theorists claim that elites deliberately limit public knowledge and historical awareness to make populations more vulnerable to reality shifts. Similarly, hive mind induction advocates believe powerful groups are actively preventing humanity from developing the collective consciousness necessary to navigate between realities at will. Field consciousness transference also offers an unconventional explanation for tulpas, thought forms that some claim can manifest physically. Rather than being created through mental concentration, tulpas may actually be entities from parallel universes. The theory suggests that when someone genuinely believes such an entity exists in their reality, they create a consciousness gap that draws an identical entity from another universe into our reality. Supporters point to quantum physics concepts like superposition and observer effect as scientific frameworks that might eventually explain these paranormal phenomena. They cite cases of shared mass hallucinations, collective false memories, and purported tulpa manifestations as evidence that consciousness might indeed operate beyond conventional three-dimensional space. Critics note the theory conveniently lacks falsifiability and relies heavily on subjective experiences rather than empirical evidence. Mainstream scientists generally attribute the Mandela effect to the imperfect nature of human memory, combined with social reinforcement of misconceptions rather than interdimensional consciousness exchange. Fourth-dimensional tulpas originated from combining two esoteric concepts: traditional tulpa creation and astral time travel. The theory proposes that humans can not only project their consciousness across time, but can also send thought forms, called tulpas, backward or forward through the timeline to accomplish specific goals. According to practitioners, these time-traveling thought entities operate as a natural defense mechanism embedded in human consciousness. When a person faces life-threatening danger, their mind might instinctively create and project a tulpa into their own past, appearing as a premonition or warning to help them avoid the fatal future. This connects to the lesser-known butterfly susceptibility principle, where the timeline becomes increasingly malleable near critical survival junctures. Time tulpa advocates point to unexplained phenomena like déjà vu, prophetic dreams, and sudden intuitive warnings as evidence of this mechanism in action. They believe these experiences represent successful interventions from future versions of ourselves, sending psychic constructs backward through time to alter our behavior and prevent catastrophe. The most dedicated proponents claim to have developed techniques to consciously create and direct these 4D tulpas, effectively turning them into tools for temporal divination. By entering specific meditative states and generating thought forms with clear intentions, they report receiving information from both past and future, though skeptics note these revelations remain frustratingly vague and untestable. Some fringe researchers suggest historical figures like Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce might have unknowingly tapped into this ability, receiving information not from spiritual entities, but from their own future projected thought forms. Let's just hope your future self isn't sending back a tulpa right now warning you to stop watching conspiracy theory videos. Earthly aura escapism suggests that our planet possesses a unified energy field that subtly controls human perception and free will. Proponents believe Earth's atmosphere or energy matrix functions as a cosmic filter, screening out celestial threats and otherworldly entities that exist just beyond our perception. The theory posits that Earth's electromagnetic field doesn't just shield us from solar radiation, but actively shapes human consciousness, limiting our awareness to a narrow band of reality suitable for survival on this specific planet. This planetary aura supposedly functions as both protection and prison, maintaining a collective hallucination of reality that keeps humanity functioning within certain parameters. Space exploration enthusiasts within this belief system view leaving Earth not just as scientific advancement, but as spiritual liberation. They theorize that astronauts who breach our atmosphere experience brief moments of expanded awareness before their Earth-conditioned minds rationalize the experience. The farther from Earth one travels, the theory suggests, the more these perceptual constraints dissolve. Some adherents point to astronaut testimonies about profound shifts in consciousness during spaceflight as evidence of breaking free from Earth's perceptual constraints. They interpret the overview effect, the reported cognitive shift experienced by astronauts viewing Earth from space, as the first stage of perceptual liberation rather than simple psychological awe. The more extreme versions connect with extraterrestrial demons theory, proposing that ancient texts describing angels, demons, and gods were actually documenting encounters with interdimensional beings that exist just outside our Earth-filtered perception. These entities supposedly cannot fully manifest within Earth's aura, but become increasingly visible as one moves away from the planet's influence. Secular oxygen theory forms another branch of this belief system, suggesting the specific mixture of gases we breathe plays a crucial role in maintaining our limited perception. Proponents claim that experimental breathing of alternative gas mixtures can temporarily expand consciousness, a dangerous practice that has led to numerous deaths among extremist believers trying to see beyond the veil. Modern adherents point to unusual phenomena reported during high-altitude flights, anomalous space station recordings, and discrepancies in Mars rover footage as evidence that our perceptual limitations begin to fail at certain distances from Earth. They believe the aggressive push by private companies to reach Mars isn't driven by scientific curiosity or economic potential, but by secret knowledge about what awaits human consciousness beyond Earth's sphere of influence. Ironically, the very same theorists often argue against space exploration, fearing humanity isn't spiritually prepared for the perceptual freedom that awaits us beyond our planetary cradle. As one anonymous NASA whistleblower supposedly warned, we're not colonizing Mars. Mars is colonizing us. Grand nuclear cryptid theory posits that nuclear events create tears in dimensional barriers, allowing entities from other planes to enter our world. The concept emerged after the Fukushima disaster, where conspiracy theorists claimed unusual energy readings indicated more than just radiation. They suggested momentary planar rifts occurred during the meltdown. Online forums began connecting historical nuclear detonations with regional cryptid sightings, creating elaborate timelines linking atomic tests to unexplained phenomena. This theory recasts the nuclear arms race as a covert program to contact and control interdimensional beings. Declassified documents showing unusual radiation patterns after certain tests are cited as evidence of successful breakthroughs. Proponents point to the strategic positioning of test sites in remote locations as preparations for containing whatever might emerge rather than simple safety precautions. The theory connects to the "America nuked a cryptid" conspiracy, suggesting the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki weren't simply acts of war, but strategic strikes against Japanese-controlled interdimensional entities. Supposedly, American intelligence had discovered Japan's Imperial Occult Division was harnessing cryptid powers through ancient shrines, prompting the US to deploy their own summoned beings through nuclear delivery systems. Government redactions in documents about unusual phenomena observed during Pacific nuclear tests are interpreted as cover-ups of successful entity materializations. Some theorists claim the famous Castle Bravo test accidentally opened a much larger portal than intended, explaining why its yield was significantly higher than scientists predicted. Esoteric Posidism enters the narrative as followers believe nuclear holocaust isn't an end but a beginning, a global ritual to permanently open dimensional gates. The increased reports of supernatural sightings near power plants and test sites, as outlined in nuclear grid theory, are interpreted as evidence these entities have already established footholds in our dimension. Conspiracy circles share witness accounts from military veterans describing strange containment facilities at test sites and unusual protocols for non-human contingencies. The theory even suggests certain radiation symbols contain subtle sigils designed to direct and control which types of entities can cross over during nuclear events. Perhaps most disturbing, adherents believe the nuclear football isn't for launching missiles, but for activating specific summoning sites in national emergencies, the ultimate failsafe when conventional weapons won't suffice against threats both terrestrial and beyond. Warfare is obsolete suggests that traditional armed conflict between nations has become practically extinct in the modern era, not due to peace, but because of deception. This theory claims that actual warfare would be too destructive in our nuclear age, so world powers have instead created elaborate fake conflicts to maintain the illusion of traditional warfare while serving multiple hidden agendas. According to proponents, these staged conflicts serve as theater for the masses, designed to foster government dependency through fear and justify military budgets that funnel money to shadowy interests. They point to inconsistent media coverage, suspicious troop movements, and conveniently timed political crises as evidence of orchestrated pseudo-wars. The theory takes an even stranger turn when it suggests that historical conflicts over seemingly trivial matters, like the War of Jenkins' Ear or the Football War, were actually proxy battles manipulated by future humans using past soldiers to fight their conflicts. This creates a temporal battlefield where casualties from the past serve future agendas while maintaining plausible historical context. This temporal warfare hypothesis branches into three possible mechanisms. First, that entire future military units were physically deployed to historical battlefields, with their presence and destruction carefully erased from historical records through sophisticated manipulation of documentation and survivor memories. Second, that key historical leaders were actually plants from the future, specially trained agents sent back in time to guide humanity according to elite future agendas. This interpretation reframes the Panergic Men theory, suggesting these weren't interdimensional beings, but rather humans from our own future manipulating our past. Third, and perhaps most disturbing, that entire populations throughout history were brought to war through advanced mind control techniques. Under this view, the religious fervor behind the Crusades or the 30 Years' War wasn't divine inspiration, but artificially induced behavior. Future humans using chemical compounds or even more advanced technological means to influence historical figures into waging specific conflicts. Believers cite unexplained technological anomalies in historical records, suspicious commonalities in battle tactics across disconnected civilizations, and the convenient timing of conflicts that mysteriously benefited parties who weren't even involved. As one researcher put it, history isn't written by the victors, it's written by the future. Contemporary cognitohazards refers to the theory that certain forms of information can function as mental contagions, causing psychological harm simply through exposure. Some believers suggest that widely circulated conspiracy theories serve not just as misinformation, but as weaponized cognitive traps designed to trigger paranoia, social withdrawal, and deteriorating mental health in susceptible individuals. Proponents point to documented cases where exposure to specific conspiracy content has led otherwise stable people into spirals of increasing isolation and paranoid behavior. They note patterns in how these cognitohazardous ideas spread, often gaining traction during periods of social instability when people are most psychologically vulnerable. The more insidious aspect of this theory suggests government intelligence agencies have deliberately developed and released false conspiracy theories as psychological operations. According to this view, these fabricated narratives serve as cognitive sleeper cells, remaining dormant in the public consciousness until activated by specific triggers or societal conditions. Some theorists connect rising rates of anxiety disorders, depression, and other mental health conditions to deliberate efforts to weaken population resistance to these info hazards. They claim certain pharmaceutical compounds, food additives, or electromagnetic frequencies have been deployed to make citizens more susceptible to cognitive manipulation. Digital platforms allegedly serve as perfect delivery systems for these cognitohazards, with algorithms specifically designed to identify psychologically vulnerable users and expose them to increasingly destabilizing content. The theory suggests these systems can identify early signs of susceptibility through behavioral data and then precisely target individuals with content calibrated to their specific psychological vulnerabilities. Historical documents from MKUltra and other mind control research programs are cited as evidence that governments have long sought methods to influence behavior through subtle psychological manipulation. Declassified documents show interest in using information itself as a vector for psychological influence, lending some historical context to these claims. Ironically, the contemporary cognitohazards theory might itself qualify as the very type of infohazard it describes, a recursive trap where awareness of the concept makes one increasingly suspicious of all information encountered thereafter. After all, once you start looking for mind viruses, it becomes difficult to trust your own thoughts. Fifth-dimensional astral projection is an extension of traditional astral projection theories that suggests consciousness can travel not just within our own timeline, but across parallel universes. While conventional astral projection involves the soul temporarily leaving the physical body, this advanced form proposes that experienced practitioners can navigate the multiverse by projecting their consciousness through a fifth dimension that connects all possible realities. Adherents claim this explains countless reports of dimensional shifting and the Mandela effect, where large groups share memories of events that supposedly never happened in our timeline. The theory suggests these aren't false memories, but rather bleed through experiences from other travelers' consciousness briefly intersecting with our reality. Some practitioners report vivid experiences of lives in worlds where historical events unfolded differently, technology developed along alternative paths, or personal decisions created dramatically different circumstances. The most controversial aspect involves consciousness swapping, where two identical versions of a person from different timelines supposedly project simultaneously and exchange places. This allegedly explains cases where individuals suddenly display radically different personalities, skills, or memories while insisting they're the same person. Believers point to documented cases of people who awakened with entirely new memories, spoke languages they never learned, or possessed technical knowledge they had no training to acquire. Advanced practitioners claim to have developed techniques involving specific brainwave frequencies, crystal arrangements, and meditation postures that help navigate the fifth dimension. These methods allegedly allow the consciousness to lock onto specific coordinates in the multiverse, making targeted jumps possible rather than random wandering. Some spiritual communities guard these techniques closely, claiming irresponsible use can lead to permanent displacement or fragmented consciousness spread across multiple realities. The theory intersects with quantum physics concepts like the many worlds interpretation and superposition, with proponents suggesting consciousness itself might be the observer that collapses quantum probability waves. Scientific skeptics point out the complete lack of measurable evidence for such claims, while believers counter that conventional science lacks the tools to measure phenomena operating outside our dimensional constraints. Prophecies are cognitohazards refers to the unsettling theory that prophetic visions don't predict the future, they create it. According to this concept, prophecies function as self-fulfilling information hazards that implant themselves in human consciousness and compel their own manifestation. Throughout history, numerous prophecies have come true not because of supernatural foresight, but because humans became aware of them and unconsciously or deliberately worked to fulfill them. The mere act of sharing a prophecy plants a seed in collective awareness that grows until someone brings it to fruition, creating a closed causal loop where knowledge of the future causes that future to exist. Ancient oracles may have understood this mechanism, which explains why many delivered their prophecies in cryptic, metaphorical language, not to be mysterious, but as a desperate attempt to dilute the cognitohazardous effect. By making prophecies ambiguous, they hoped to weaken their mimetic power and prevent the worst outcomes from manifesting. Some theologians propose that divine revelation itself might be carefully filtered for this reason. Religious texts often contain prophecies wrapped in symbolism and allegory precisely because clear, detailed predictions would ensure their own fulfillment through mimetic infiltration of human minds. Modern psychological research inadvertently supports this theory, revealing how suggestion and expectation can powerfully shape behavior. Political movements, cultural trends, and even technological innovations have emerged after being predicted in works of fiction or speculative writing, suggesting these weren't predictions but causal triggers. The most disturbing implication is that apocalyptic prophecies across cultures might function as ticking time bombs in our collective unconscious. With each generation that learns of them, the probability increases that someone will take actions to bring about the end times described in their cultural mythology. Proponents of this theory suggest that certain government agencies monitor and occasionally suppress specific prophecies they deem particularly dangerous. Some evidence indicates that classified projects have researched methods to quarantine prophecies through targeted disinformation campaigns or by promoting alternative interpretations that reduce their mimetic potency. The theory posits that truly successful prophecy prevention would be invisible to us. We would never know which catastrophic futures were averted because the prophecies that would have caused them were effectively contained. Perhaps the most dangerous predictions aren't recorded in any book we know. Post-reset Operation Bluebeam combines several apocalyptic conspiracy theories into one grand narrative about elite plans for humanity's future. According to believers, global elites aren't planning complete human extinction, but rather a controlled population reset, followed by the implementation of a false religion. The theory suggests powerful figures will orchestrate a massive reduction in global population through manufactured crises. The survivors would then be subjected to advanced psychological manipulation techniques, including holographic technology described in the original Project Bluebeam conspiracy. These projections would allegedly create worldwide religious experiences custom-tailored to different cultural expectations. Following this mass deception, the theory claims specialized artificial beings called Empyrean caretakers would guide the remaining humans. These entities would appear as benevolent helpers, but would actually serve to reshape human spirituality. Their true purpose would be to establish a new world religion with the elites positioned as godlike entities. Proponents point to various elite-funded transhumanist projects, massive seed vaults, underground bunkers, and statements about population concerns as evidence. They also highlight ancient religious texts describing cyclical destructions and rebirths of civilization, suggesting this has happened before. The most distinctive aspect of this conspiracy is its spiritual dimension. The idea that beyond controlling human bodies and societies, the ultimate goal is to control human souls by removing authentic spiritual connections and replacing them with artificial ones. By positioning themselves as divine beings, the elites would supposedly achieve the ultimate form of control over humanity. Some versions suggest advanced technology has already been developed to directly influence human consciousness, with test runs allegedly occurring in remote areas. Believers claim these tests explain certain mass religious experiences and visions reported throughout the world. Perhaps the most disturbing element of this theory is how it takes legitimate concerns about technological overreach, environmental collapse, and wealth inequality and weaves them into an apocalyptic spiritual narrative that's nearly impossible to disprove. After all, if you're planning to become a god, you'd probably keep it quiet until showtime. Soul entrapment refers to the disturbing theory that human souls can be hijacked at the moment of death. According to this concept, when a person dies, they release a burst of spiritual energy, essentially their soul departing the body. This energy doesn't immediately transition to an afterlife, but briefly exists in a vulnerable state. The theory suggests that individuals in close proximity to a dying person can absorb or capture this departing soul energy, especially through the deliberate act of murder. By killing someone, the murderer inadvertently or intentionally becomes a vessel containing both their own soul and their victim's. This creates a form of spiritual prison where the victim's soul becomes trapped until the host body eventually dies. This creates a potentially endless chain of soul transfers and entrapment. If the person hosting multiple souls is themselves murdered, both their original soul and any captured souls become vulnerable again, potentially leading to further entrapment in a new host. Some versions of the theory suggest that particularly power-hungry individuals might commit serial murders specifically to collect souls, becoming walking prisons of consciousness. Supporters of this theory point to ancient burial practices designed to protect the soul immediately after death and cultural taboos about being near the dying. They also cite historical accounts of death rattles, or final gasps, as evidence of the soul's desperate attempt to escape captivity. Some adherents believe certain unexplained mental health conditions might actually be symptoms of hosting multiple competing consciousnesses. The theory appears in various forms across cultures, from Caribbean beliefs about capturing spirits to East Asian traditions of hungry ghosts. Certain religious texts contain warnings about souls being consumed rather than finding peace, which adherents interpret as references to soul entrapment. Skeptics note the complete lack of scientific evidence for souls existing as transferable energy, much less being capturable. They point out that this theory, like many involving the afterlife, remains entirely unprovable through conventional methods, though believers would argue that's precisely what makes the threat so insidious. After all, you'd never know if your soul had been captured until it's far too late. Quantum coagulation refers to a fringe theory extending the controversial quantum universe hacking concept, suggesting elite individuals have achieved their status through paranormal connections with alternate versions of themselves. Proponents claim these select few have developed the ability to mentally link with their NPC clones across the multiverse, essentially harvesting knowledge and skills from countless parallel timelines. According to adherents, this explains why certain people seem to make impossibly good decisions or demonstrate remarkable talents across multiple disciplines. They aren't simply lucky or naturally gifted, they're drawing from a theoretically infinite pool of life experiences playing out across alternate realities. These quantum coagulators allegedly maintain constant telepathic connections to their parallel selves, allowing them to preview countless possible outcomes before making decisions. Some versions of the theory suggest this process occurs unconsciously during sleep, while others propose the existence of secret technologies or meditative practices that facilitate these cross-dimensional connections. Supporters point to unexplained leaps in human achievement, cases of seemingly impossible intuition, and the disproportionate success of certain family lineages as evidence. They often cite quantum physics concepts like superposition and entanglement, albeit in ways mainstream physicists consider profound misinterpretations of established science. The theory has gained traction in some online communities who believe society's most successful individuals aren't simply talented or privileged, but are effectively cheating by having access to knowledge from infinite parallel versions of reality. Some forum posts claim certain elites have mastered the ability to quantum coagulate their consciousness, effectively becoming a single entity spread across multiple universes. Perhaps unsurprisingly, many who embrace this theory also subscribe to simulation theory or believe most humans are NPCs with limited consciousness. The real mindbender? Believers claim this explanation makes more logical sense than accepting that wealth and success might simply come from conventional advantages like inherited privilege or social connections. After all, why accept boring reality when you can blame your life circumstances on the multiverse? Class-divided propaganda refers to the deliberate targeting of different socioeconomic groups with tailored propaganda, made possible by the digital divide. As technology has rapidly advanced in recent decades, access to the internet and digital devices has become increasingly stratified along economic lines, creating separate information ecosystems for different classes. The wealthy and middle classes enjoy near constant connectivity through smartphones, high-speed internet, and multiple devices, while lower-income populations often face limited or intermittent access due to cost barriers. This separation isn't merely an unfortunate side effect of capitalism. Some theorists suggest it's an intentional mechanism of social control. By maintaining these separate information streams, those in power can effectively deliver different narratives to different classes without cross-contamination. The affluent might receive messaging that reinforces their status as deserved and meritocratic, while the disconnected poor might be exposed to entirely different messaging through traditional media channels like television and radio. The most insidious aspect is how invisible this division remains to those on either side. The connected classes rarely consider what information isn't reaching those without regular internet access, while the disconnected have no way of knowing what narratives are being cultivated online. This creates perfect conditions for class-specific propaganda that never faces scrutiny from the other side. Some researchers have documented how certain government campaigns and corporate messaging take advantage of this divide, creating sophisticated online campaigns for the digitally connected while using simpler, more direct approaches through traditional media for those with limited internet access. The messaging often contains subtle contradictions that would be obvious if both audiences could compare notes. As one tech whistleblower reportedly stated, "It's the perfect system. You can tell the rich one story and the poor another, and neither will ever know the difference. That's not a bug in the system, it's a feature." Mass media reality control refers to a theory that powerful entities manipulate mass media to literally reshape reality through collective belief. This concept builds upon esoteric traditions suggesting reality is malleable to human consciousness, particularly when focused en masse. Unlike conventional propaganda theories that focus on influencing opinions, this hypothesis proposes something far more metaphysical, that media moguls and government agencies have discovered reality itself can be altered when enough people believe the same thing simultaneously. The modern entertainment ecosystem serves as a reality manipulation machine, rather than just a distraction or opinion former. Proponents point to ancient magical practices that relied on unified group belief to manifest physical changes, from rain dances to prayer circles. They argue modern media simply industrialize this process, creating a system where billions of minds can be synchronized to specific narratives, generating enough psychic energy to bend physical laws. Some theorists note the suspicious consolidation of media ownership into fewer and fewer hands over recent decades. Rather than just seeking profit or political influence, these mergers might represent attempts to concentrate reality-shaping power among a select elite who understand consciousness's true nature. The theory suggests predictive programming isn't just psychological conditioning, but actual probability manipulation. By showing future events in fiction, the powers that be increase the likelihood of those outcomes manifesting in reality. Every disaster movie, political thriller, or science fiction series serves as a kind of spell, casting possible futures into the collective unconscious. Evidence allegedly exists in declassified government research into phenomena like remote viewing and psychokinesis. These programs supposedly discovered the physics behind belief-based reality manipulation, leading to the deliberate creation of our modern media landscape as an application of these principles. Skeptics might dismiss this as giving media executives too much credit. They just want our money and attention, not control over the fabric of reality. Still, as one theorist memorably put it, when billions watch the same scenes, feel the same emotions, and believe the same stories simultaneously, who's to say what impossible things might become possible? Reality oscillation suggests that our existence fluctuates between multiple realities, orchestrated by powerful elites who transfer human consciousness between parallel worlds. According to this theory, when society faces extreme division that might lead to uprising, such as during contentious elections, these controllers move opposing population groups into separate realities where each experiences their preferred outcome. This manipulation allegedly prevents societal collapse by giving each faction the illusion of victory in their respective reality branch. The theory claims this explains why deeply polarized societies rarely reach breaking point, despite seemingly irreconcilable differences. Proponents point to the Mandela effect, widespread false memories shared by many people, as evidence of these reality merges. They suggest that when these separate realities are eventually recombined decades later, the conflicting historical records cannot be perfectly reconciled, leaving memory artifacts from both timelines. Some believers connect this to quantum physics concepts like superposition and the many worlds interpretation, arguing that consciousness can indeed navigate between quantum realities. They cite unexplained discontinuities in historical records and sudden shifts in societal norms as evidence of these merges. Those who embrace this theory often claim to have experienced reality shifts firsthand, describing moments where they felt sudden disorientation followed by noticing subtle environmental changes. Internet forums document thousands of these testimonials, with people claiming they slipped between realities. Skeptics counter that memory is notoriously unreliable, and shared false memories have mundane psychological explanations. They also note the absence of physical evidence for reality transitions and the convenient unfalsifiability of claims about alternate timelines that no longer exist. Curiously, several government research programs into quantum consciousness were abruptly defunded and classified in the 1970s, which conspiracy theorists cite as evidence that authorities discovered the malleable nature of reality and sought to control this knowledge. Partial declassified documents suggest research into consciousness transfer mechanisms without providing specific details about findings or applications. Demonic technocracy posits that malevolent supernatural entities have infiltrated our technological infrastructure, using media conglomerates and telecommunications as conduits for their influence. This theory builds upon earlier concepts like patents held by demons and chthonic telecommunication, suggesting that the rapid integration of technology into every aspect of modern life serves a darker purpose. The theory claims certain technological innovations emerged too rapidly for natural human development, pointing to peculiar patents filed during the early telecommunications boom, containing bizarre sigils and nonsensical technical language. Researchers note these patents often originated from inventors who experienced revelations during altered states or after reporting strange dreams. Advocates highlight the hypnotic effect of screens and the addictive nature of social media as evidence of demonic influence. They argue that the psychological manipulation techniques employed by tech companies mirror ancient methods of occult control, creating a population more susceptible to supernatural influence. The consolidation of media ownership into fewer corporate entities allegedly serves this demonic agenda, creating information bottlenecks controlled by compromised individuals. These corporations supposedly employ subliminal messaging and frequency manipulation to gradually alter human consciousness, making us more receptive to non-human influence. Some theorists point to the esoteric symbolism in tech company logos and headquarters, claiming these serve as modern sigils to channel demonic energy. Silicon Valley's fascination with transhumanism and consciousness uploading is interpreted as attempts to create vessels for demonic possession that transcend biological limitations. The global push towards smart cities and constant connectivity supposedly creates an invisible infrastructure of demonic influence. Each network device potentially serves as a miniature portal through which these entities can observe and subtly manipulate human behavior, with the Internet of Things representing the largest attempted demonic summoning in history. Perhaps most disturbing is the suggestion that artificial intelligence development unwittingly creates the perfect environment for non-human consciousnesses to manifest. The black box nature of advanced neural networks might conceal entities that are neither fully artificial nor fully coded, but something altogether different. Ancestral vengeance suggests that mass cultural traumas like genocides or natural disasters can manifest as hostile supernatural entities. These entities form when collective grief and rage inadvertently create tulpas, thought forms given life through concentrated belief. Unlike individual tulpas, these manifestations draw power from thousands of traumatized minds simultaneously, taking shapes from the affected culture's mythology. Anthropologists studying regions devastated by historical atrocities have documented unexplained phenomena that curiously align with local folklore. In Cambodia, following the Khmer Rouge genocide, villages reported encounters with vengeful forest spirits matching pre-Buddhist mythological descriptions that had largely been forgotten until their sudden reappearance. Similar patterns emerged in Rwanda, Armenia, and regions of indigenous displacement. Investigation of these phenomena reveals consistent signatures. Manifestations intensify on anniversaries of traumatic events. They target individuals connected to perpetrator groups while ignoring descendants of victims, and they often incorporate cultural symbols and imagery specific to the persecuted population. Their behavior patterns typically reflect themes of justice, retribution, and cultural preservation. Paranormal researchers theorize that these entities function as psychic antibodies, the collective unconscious of devastated cultures fighting for survival through supernatural means. The theory suggests that when traditional methods of justice fail and cultural extinction threatens, something in human consciousness creates protectors born from ancient archetypes. Documentation from colonial records shows officials reporting encounters with inexplicable entities described as ancestral guardians in regions where indigenous populations faced extermination. Colonial authorities often attributed these encounters to superstition or mass hysteria, but internal communications reveal genuine concern about phenomena that defied rational explanation. Some researchers studying tulpas believe these manifestations explain why many cryptids and supernatural entities throughout history share similar characteristics across disparate cultures. They argue that humanity's collective trauma, wars, plagues, genocides, periodically spawns these entities as psychological defense mechanisms against complete cultural annihilation. Modern investigators have noted increased reports of these phenomena in regions experiencing cultural upheaval due to climate change displacement, suggesting that ancestral vengeance entities may become more common as environmental disasters force populations from their traditional lands. Extraterrestrial Notions describes the controversial aura imbuement theory that suggests inanimate objects can absorb and retain energy signatures or auras from their surroundings. According to proponents, objects that have encountered extraterrestrial entities or materials may become inadvertently charged with alien energies, creating subtle influence points throughout human history. Adherents believe these extraterrestrial imbued artifacts could explain sudden technological breakthroughs or cultural shifts that seem to emerge without clear precedent. They point to ancient megalithic structures with advanced astronomical alignments, claiming that meteor fragments or space dust may have programmed these stones with cosmic knowledge. Even meteor showers that never reach Earth's surface might allegedly transmit alien consciousness patterns through the atmosphere, affecting nearby objects. Some researchers within this fringe community have assembled collections of artifacts they believe carry extraterrestrial auras, using various detection methods from dowsing rods to modified electromagnetic sensors. They claim these objects exhibit unusual properties, such as affecting electronic equipment or subtly influencing thought patterns of people nearby. One dedicated collector reported his prized meteorite fragment whispered mathematical sequences that led him to develop a revolutionary algorithm, though peer review remains conspicuously absent. Historical analysis by believers identifies suspicious patterns of innovation clustering around documented meteor activity. They highlight the Renaissance, Industrial Revolution, and Silicon Valley boom as examples of when cosmic influence may have accelerated human development beyond natural progression. As one Aura researcher put it, Tesla wasn't a genius, he just happened to keep a piece of space rock on his desk. The theory conveniently explains why no direct evidence of alien contact exists despite apparent technological influence, The extraterrestrials never needed to land and say hello when they could simply sprinkle cosmic pixie dust from afar and let physics do the rest. Critics note this unfalsifiable aspect makes the theory scientifically problematic, alongside the small issue that conventional science doesn't recognize the existence of auras in the first place. Digital aura transmission refers to the belief that spiritual or energetic fields can be transmitted through electronic communication systems. Proponents claim that just as radio waves carry sound across distances, digital networks transport subtle energetic influences that affect human consciousness. This theory suggests our devices aren't merely transmitting data, but serving as conduits for ethereal energy exchange. According to adherents, the internet represents the most sophisticated aura transmission system ever created, capable of broadcasting specific energetic frequencies to billions of people simultaneously. Unlike historical cults that required physical proximity to influence followers, digital aura transmission supposedly allows powerful entities to project their energetic influence globally through websites, videos, and social media platforms. Some theorists connect this concept to ancient occult practices, suggesting that certain colors, sounds, and geometric patterns embedded in digital content serve as modern sigils designed to imprint specific energetic patterns onto viewers. They point to the hypnotic nature of endless scrolling and the emotional responses triggered by digital content as evidence of these subtle energetic manipulations. The theory takes a darker turn when combined with demonic telecommunication beliefs. This offshoot proposes that malevolent supernatural entities have infiltrated or perhaps even helped create digital infrastructure specifically to facilitate mass spiritual corruption. Adherents claim that all internet traffic passes through demonic filters that subtly taint any information with corrupting energies. Conspiracy researchers cite increasing rates of depression, anxiety, and social division as evidence of this demonic influence spreading through our digital ecosystem. They suggest each notification ping and screen illumination represents a microscopic demonic ritual being performed billions of times daily across the planet. Some believers document their experiences with digital detox as evidence, claiming improved mental states and spiritual awareness after disconnecting from electronic communication. These accounts often describe sensations of energetic lightening or spiritual clarity following periods without internet access. The irony isn't lost on most. These warnings about digital aura transmission are themselves primarily spread through the very internet channels they condemn. As one forum poster dryly noted, "I'm warning you about demonic energy transmission through this demonic energy transmission." Involuntary cognitohazards describes the theory that certain visual stimuli or events can fundamentally alter human consciousness without consent, creating a permanent change in perception. Throughout recorded history, people who witness unexplainable phenomena like UFOs often report a cascade of subsequent paranormal experiences that never occurred before their initial sighting. Proponents point to thousands of documented cases where individuals with no prior paranormal beliefs suddenly develop the ability to perceive entities, energies, or dimensions after experiencing a triggering event. These witnesses consistently describe feeling as though a veil was lifted or a door was opened in their minds that cannot be closed again. The theory suggests these trigger events aren't random, but deliberately orchestrated to create perceptual gateways in human consciousness. Ancient cave paintings depicting unusual aerial phenomena alongside strange entities suggest this process may have been occurring since prehistoric times, potentially as a method of gradual species-wide perception modification. Declassified government documents reveal research into this phenomenon dating back to the 1960s, with military interest in understanding whether certain visual stimuli could permanently alter how soldiers perceive reality. Some files reference experiments exposing subjects to specific light patterns or geometries that reportedly caused lasting changes to their sensory capabilities. Folklorists note striking similarities between modern accounts and ancient warnings about witnessing certain events that would curse onlookers with second sight, the unwanted ability to perceive spirits and entities invisible to others. These traditions typically portrayed this enhanced perception as a burden rather than a gift. Some researchers theorize that what we call reality is actually just a collective perceptual filter, and that these cognitohazards don't create new abilities, but rather damage existing mental barriers that normally protect us from perceiving everything around us. The human brain, in this view, evolved to ignore most of reality for our own sanity. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect is the possibility that digital media could potentially carry these cognitohazard properties. Certain images, videos, or even specific pixel arrangements might function as perceptual triggers when viewed on screens. Your phone might be a portal to more than just social media, though ignorance might truly be bliss in this case. False gerrymandering describes a theory that government-led redistricting and population movement serves as a covert system of social control rather than electoral strategy. Proponents believe authorities manipulate where people live based on their metaphysical traits, energies, or auras, not just political affiliations. Unlike traditional gerrymandering aimed at securing partisan advantage, false gerrymandering supposedly identifies and segregates individuals with specific spiritual or energetic signatures. Government agencies allegedly use sophisticated occult techniques to detect these signatures, then subtly engineer migration patterns and district boundaries to contain or disperse these populations as needed. The theory connects to true state magic concepts, suggesting governments possess ancient mystical knowledge, allowing them to influence population groups with remarkable precision. By concentrating certain energy types in specific regions, authorities can supposedly conduct large-scale magical operations affecting national consciousness while appearing to simply redraw voting maps. Adherents point to seemingly illogical district shapes and unexplainable demographic shifts as evidence of this hidden system. They claim peculiar boundary lines sometimes follow ley lines or other occult geographical features invisible to ordinary maps. Some versions of this theory propose that elections themselves are elaborate theater, with redistricting's true purpose being population control rather than vote manipulation. The actual voting results would be predetermined, while the real power comes from arranging people in specific energetic configurations across the landscape. Believers suggest this explains why some areas experience dramatic cultural or economic changes following redistricting, beyond what could be explained by mere political shifts. They claim these changes reflect the metaphysical consequences of disrupting established energy patterns within communities. Critics note these claims rely entirely on unprovable metaphysical assumptions and ignore the well-documented partisan motivations behind actual gerrymandering cases. However, proponents maintain this is precisely why the system works. It operates through mechanisms mainstream science refuses to acknowledge. Ancient bunkers and megabunkers refers to the theory that Hollow Earth legends actually describe vast underground shelters built by ancient civilizations to survive global catastrophes. Throughout history, artwork depicting figures emerging from the ground might not represent spiritual ascension, but rather document survivors finally exiting subterranean bunkers after long periods of hiding. These ancient megastructures would have required advanced engineering knowledge, explaining certain archaeological anomalies and the presence of sophisticated underground complexes found worldwide. From Derinkuyu in Turkey to the mysterious tunnels beneath Ecuador and Peru, these extensive underground networks might be fragments of a once-connected planetary shelter system. Some researchers point to flood myths appearing in virtually every culture as evidence of a catastrophic event that drove survivors underground. The theory suggests that only those with foreknowledge and access to these bunkers survived, later emerging to rebuild civilization, possibly explaining certain genetic bottlenecks in human evolution. Modern military bunker construction, particularly during the Cold War, might represent attempts to either recreate these ancient survival systems or establish new access points to existing subterranean networks. Conspiracy theorists note that government facilities like Cheyenne Mountain and Mount Weather share striking architectural similarities with ancient underground complexes. Proponents claim certain elite groups possess ancient knowledge about these bunker systems, explaining their apparent obsession with underground bases and survival preparations. This theory conveniently connects Hollow Earth legends, ancient astronaut theories, and modern doomsday prepping into a single narrative about cyclical catastrophes and the desperate measures to survive them. Of course, mainstream archaeologists maintain that underground structures like Derinkuyu were built for more mundane purposes, protection from invaders or extreme weather, rather than global cataclysms. But then again, they would say that if they were keeping the real megabunkers a secret, wouldn't they? Sanctified speech explores the idea that certain ancient languages possess inherent spiritual power that modern tongues lack entirely. Biblical Hebrew, Aramaic, and other ancient languages supposedly formed direct channels to the divine realm, containing phonetic patterns and syllabic structures that resonated with supernatural frequencies. Linguistic scholars investigating this theory point to peculiar grammatical structures in ancient holy texts that don't translate properly into modern languages. These structures allegedly contained encoded spiritual commands or prayers that activated divine intervention when spoken aloud with proper pronunciation and ritual context. Historical records mention religious figures experiencing trances, visions, or manifestations after reciting specific passages in their original tongues. Modern attempts to recreate these experiences fail because contemporary speakers lack both the correct pronunciation and the spiritual connection that existed before humanity's supposed fall from grace. The theory connects humanity's spiritual decline directly to the Tower of Babel event, suggesting it wasn't merely linguistic confusion, but divine linguistic censorship. God deliberately fragmented human language to prevent access to powerful spiritual speech patterns. Each subsequent language evolution took humanity further from the original sanctified speech. Some religious scholars maintain that the decreasing frequency of miracles throughout history correlates directly with the loss of these sacred linguistic patterns. They argue modern prayers lack efficacy not because of declining faith, but because they're spoken in spiritually impotent languages constructed for mundane communication rather than divine connection. Fringe religious groups have attempted to reconstruct these sanctified speech patterns through intense study of ancient texts and meditation. Their members report increased spiritual experiences, though skeptics attribute this to heightened suggestibility and group reinforcement rather than any inherent power in the reconstructed languages. Interestingly, glossolalia, speaking in tongues, might represent the mind's unconscious attempt to access these lost linguistic patterns. Practitioners often report feelings of direct divine connection during these episodes, possibly tapping into remnants of sanctified speech buried in collective human memory. Audio analysis of certain ancient chants reveals harmonic patterns that produce measurable effects on brain activity. Whether these effects are merely physiological or represent genuine spiritual attunement remains hotly debated among researchers brave enough to investigate this controversial theory. Internet created for crime refers to a theory that the global computer network we know today wasn't designed primarily for scientific research or communication, but as a shadowy communication tool for elites. According to this conspiracy, ARPANET and early internet infrastructure was intentionally developed to give powerful figures an untraceable messaging system, with the public-facing aspects of the internet merely serving as cover. Some proponents point to the timing of the internet's development during the Cold War, suggesting it emerged conveniently when government agencies needed secure communication channels. They note how quickly intelligence agencies and military departments adopted and expanded early network technologies before public access became widespread. Advocates highlight how the original network architecture included surprising resilience against monitoring and tracking, features that would seem unnecessary for its stated academic purposes, but perfect for clandestine communications. While today's internet is heavily surveilled, conspiracy theorists argue that sophisticated users, particularly elites with specialized knowledge, can still access hidden communication channels within the structure. The theory often connects to the abandoned internet conspiracy, suggesting that once the internet became too public and accessible, elites migrated to even more secretive communication methods. Some versions propose that powerful figures now use quantum entanglement networks, direct neural interfaces, or even psychic communication techniques that bypass physical infrastructure entirely. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect is the suggestion that technological progress follows a pattern. Each breakthrough communication technology becomes publicly available only after the powerful have already moved on to something better. This creates a perpetual information gap where the masses always operate with yesterday's tools while elites communicate through means that won't be revealed for decades. Some believers in this theory interpret certain glitches, unexplained network behaviors, or obscure protocols as remnants of the original elite communication system still embedded within today's internet architecture. Like digital fossils, these artifacts supposedly reveal glimpses of the network's true purpose to those who know where to look. Naturally, proponents see the explosive growth of internet surveillance as further evidence, not to monitor ordinary citizens, they claim, but to ensure nobody accidentally stumbles upon the hidden channels still used by the powerful. Meanwhile, the rest of us just argue about cat videos and political memes exactly as the creators intended. Extradimensional homogeneity posits that the global trend toward urban uniformity may serve a darker purpose, to conceal accidental dimensional travel. According to this theory, the Mandela effect, where masses of people share false memories, isn't just a psychological curiosity, but evidence of individuals slipping between parallel dimensions unawares. Proponents suggest that powerful entities are deliberately homogenizing our cities, architecture, and culture to prevent dimensional travelers from realizing they've crossed over. In a world where every shopping mall, airport, and downtown looks increasingly identical, how would you know if you've suddenly jumped to a slightly different reality? The standardization of urban spaces across the globe effectively masks the telltale signs that might alert an interdimensional traveler. The theory draws connections to the rapid disappearance of unique cultural expressions and architectural styles in favor of glass and steel uniformity. These aren't just the natural consequences of globalization, but a calculated effort to create seamless transitions between dimensions. After all, if ancient Rome looked dramatically different across parallel worlds, a dimensional jumper would immediately notice the discrepancy. But if your local Starbucks looks identical in every possible reality, you'd never suspect a thing. Theorists point to the accelerating rate of cultural homogenization since the late 20th century, coinciding with increased reports of Mandela effect incidents. They argue that certain power structures are aware of dimensional bleed-through and are frantically standardizing our reality to prevent mass panic from people realizing they're not in their original dimension. Some believers take this further, suggesting that certain global corporations deliberately spread identical designs worldwide, not for brand recognition but to serve as dimensional anchors, fixed points that remain consistent across multiple realities. The golden arches of McDonald's might be less about hamburgers and more about maintaining the stability of our multiverse. Skeptics argue that urban homogeneity has simpler explanations: economic efficiency, globalization, and the natural spread of successful design concepts. Still, the theory persists among those who've experienced the uncanny sensation of being somewhere both familiar and subtly wrong, perhaps because they're standing in a nearly identical shopping mall in a nearly identical city, but in an entirely different dimension. Anti-Earth biology refers to the disturbing theory that biological life created away from human influence could evolve into powerful weapons against humanity. Scientists speculate that if human auras can influence nearby life as suggested in the feral auras theory, then organisms developed in complete isolation from Earth might develop entirely different biological properties. The concept suggests that space-based laboratories or remote celestial bodies could serve as perfect incubators for these alien organisms. Without exposure to human aural fields, these life forms might develop abilities or defenses that Earth biology never needed to evolve. The most concerning aspect involves the potential weaponization of such organisms. When introduced to Earth, these entities would encounter human auras for the first time, while humans would have no natural defenses against the organism's own aural signatures. This mutual unfamiliarity creates a scenario similar to introducing a novel pathogen to an immunologically naive population, except potentially far more devastating. Some fringe researchers believe certain government space programs have already begun experimenting with off-world biological engineering. They point to unusually secured modules on space stations and unexplained biological containment breaches as evidence of early anti-Earth biology research. Conspiracy theorists note that traditional bioweapons face limitations due to evolutionary constraints and defensive countermeasures. However, organisms developed entirely outside human influence might bypass these limitations, creating threats that conventional medicine or biological defenses couldn't anticipate or counter. The few whistleblowers who have spoken about these programs describe containment protocols far beyond standard biohazard procedures. These measures supposedly account not just for physical contamination, but for oral contamination that could compromise the organism's development or trigger unpredictable mutations when exposed to human auras. Theorists suggest the perfect anti-human weapon wouldn't just attack our bodies, but our very oral essence, the field that supposedly connects all terrestrial life. Talk about taking alien invasion to a whole new level. Essence consumption and essence feeding describes the theory that humans absorb spiritual essence when consuming other living beings. According to this concept, eating isn't merely a physical process, but also a metaphysical one where we internalize portions of soul energy from our food. The theory expands on the regenerative death consumption concept, suggesting that humans don't just gain nutrients from meat, but also absorb fragments of soul essence accumulated within animals. This spiritual transfer supposedly explains why ancient humans appeared stronger and more capable than modern populations. Proponents point to historical texts referencing sacred objects like the Holy Grail, which supposedly allowed drinkers to absorb divine essence and gain eternal life. These believers argue this is simply a concentrated version of the same process that occurs during normal consumption. The theory attributes modern humanity's perceived weakness to industrialized food production. Factory farming, chemical additives, and unnatural animal treatment supposedly weaken the soul essence of livestock before slaughter. When humans consume this metaphysically depleted meat, they receive diminished spiritual nourishment compared to their ancestors who ate naturally raised animals with intact soul energy. Some adherents cite ancient ritual feasts and ceremonial hunts as evidence that earlier cultures understood this spiritual exchange. They believe indigenous hunting prayers weren't merely superstition, but acknowledgement of the essence transfer between predator and prey. Modern advocates often connect this theory to contemporary wellness movements, arguing that organic and ethically raised foods retain more spiritual essence. They've even coined terms like soul nutrition to describe the intangible benefits supposedly missing from processed foods. Soul essence devotees hold potluck dinners where they consume only hand-raised animals while chanting affirmations, because nothing builds community like a metaphysical meat feast. Clone consumption refers to a fringe theory that builds upon the broader essence consumption conspiracy, suggesting that modern cloning technologies are being deliberately advanced to create soulless versions of livestock for human consumption. According to believers, consuming cloned animals deprives humans of vital spiritual nourishment found only in naturally born creatures that possess souls. Proponents claim that powerful interests are aware that animals possess spiritual essence necessary for human health beyond mere nutritional value. They argue that naturally born animals transfer subtle energetic properties when consumed, properties entirely absent in genetically identical clones. The theory suggests this spiritual malnourishment is an intentional strategy to weaken humanity's metaphysical resilience. The conspiracy centers on the idea that industrial food producers are gradually transitioning to cloned livestock to create a population that is physically fed but spiritually starved. Some adherents point to increasing rates of depression, anxiety, and spiritual disconnection as evidence of this soul-depleting diet already taking effect in societies where cloned animal products have allegedly been secretly introduced. Believers cite ancient spiritual traditions that emphasize the sacred relationship between humans and the animals they consume, claiming these practices recognize the transference of life force. They suggest that modern regulatory agencies are complicit in hiding the true nature of cloned meat, with labels and certifications designed to obscure rather than clarify origins. The most extreme versions of this theory connect clone consumption to various elite groups, allegedly attempting to make humanity more docile and easily controlled. They believe a spiritually weakened population loses access to intuition, discernment, and connection to higher consciousness, making them perfect consumers and workers who lack the spiritual strength to resist oppression. Some proponents have created underground soul food networks where they exchange naturally conceived and raised animals, complete with elaborate verification processes to ensure no cloned animals enter their supply chain. These communities often practice elaborate blessing rituals before consumption to maximize essence absorption. Critics point out the complete lack of scientific evidence for any metaphysical difference between cloned and naturally conceived animals. They also note that despite regulatory approval of some cloned animal products in certain countries, actual commercial cloning of livestock remains extremely limited due to high costs and low efficiency, making widespread clone consumption virtually impossible at present. But then again, that's exactly what they would say, isn't it? Media division refers to a theory suggesting that the proliferation of digital media serves not just to promote consumerism, but to deliberately fragment society into isolated groups. According to this idea, the overwhelming abundance of content isn't merely overwhelming, it's strategically divisive, creating artificial barriers between people based on their media preferences. The theory proposes that as individuals consume increasingly specialized content, they develop stronger tribal identities around their preferred media. These identities then become battlegrounds where fans of different franchises, platforms, or content creators view other groups with suspicion or hostility. What begins as simple entertainment preference gradually transforms into ideological separation. Proponents point to how media companies benefit from these divisions, as fragmented audiences are more likely to develop intense loyalty to specific brands or creators. This loyalty translates to reliable consumer behavior and predictable revenue streams. By encouraging viewers to define themselves by what they watch, read, or play, corporations essentially create pre-sorted market segments. The most concerning aspect of this theory involves media with extreme content or viewpoints. Because consuming such material requires crossing significant psychological thresholds, these audiences become even more isolated from mainstream society. The shared experience of consuming controversial content creates powerful in-group bonds while simultaneously widening the gap with outsiders. Some theorists extend this concept to political and news media, suggesting that the explosion of partisan news sources serves to sort the population into manageable factions that can be more easily manipulated. By encouraging people to build identities around media consumption rather than more substantial connections, power structures ensure that potential collective action remains fractured along artificial lines. Skeptics might find it ironic that discussions about media division theory often occur within the same digital spaces allegedly designed to separate us. Nothing brings people together quite like arguing about how we're being driven apart. Apocalypse virus theory suggests that powerful elites are deliberately promoting globalization to homogenize human immune systems worldwide. According to proponents, when diverse populations remain isolated, they develop unique immunities to different pathogens. By encouraging global travel, migration, and cultural mixing, elites are allegedly creating a situation where all humans share similar immune vulnerabilities. The theory claims this uniformity of immune response is being carefully monitored and mapped by shadowy organizations. Once this immunological homogenization reaches critical mass, these same elites supposedly plan to release an engineered super virus specifically designed to bypass our now standardized immune defenses. Had humanity maintained isolated population groups with diverse immune adaptations, at least some communities might have possessed natural resistance to elements of this bioweapon. Believers point to the rapid acceleration of global travel infrastructure, international business consolidation, and cultural exchange programs as evidence of this deliberate homogenization effort. They note how quickly disease can now spread globally compared to previous centuries, citing modern pandemics as test runs for monitoring immune response patterns. Some proponents even suggest certain vaccines actually serve to further standardize immune responses rather than strengthen them. The theory often appears alongside other depopulation conspiracies, with adherents claiming elite groups have underground bunkers, private islands, or secret treatments that would protect them during such a biological catastrophe. Ironically, the very isolation that conspiracy theorists sometimes seek might be exactly what preserves their unique immunological diversity. Fauna to flora soul transference refers to the theoretical possibility of transferring animal souls into plant vessels, resulting in hybrid entities that retain characteristics of their original animal consciousness. Ancient Hindu and Buddhist texts allude to consciousness moving between different life forms during reincarnation cycles, which some conspiracy theorists cite as historical precedent for such transfers. The concept gained traction in 1970s fringe science communities after several botanists reported unusual plant reactions that mimicked animal defensive behaviors. These researchers claimed certain houseplants exhibited what appeared to be fear, aggression, or even affection in patterns consistent with domestic pets, rather than typical plant tropism. Some researchers point to carnivorous plants like the Venus flytrap and pitcher plant as potential evidence of previous soul transfers, suggesting their hunting mechanisms evolved from predatory animal instincts rather than purely environmental adaptation. These plants don't just capture prey passively, they actively sense, trap, and digest creatures in ways that seem eerily deliberate. Secret government experiments allegedly conducted during the Cold War attempted to transfer consciousness between species, with declassified documents showing unusual funding allocations to botanical-zoological hybrid research facilities. Whistleblowers claim successful transfers occurred between small mammals and fast-growing vine species, resulting in plants that would actively pursue small insects rather than waiting for them. The bioconsciousness transfer theory suggests that with proper quantum entanglement techniques, the essential consciousness patterns of a predatory animal could be mapped onto a plant's cellular structure, potentially creating flora with hunting instincts. Proponents point to mysterious hybrid plants discovered in remote locations that demonstrate inexplicable behaviors like coordinated movement or apparent pack hunting strategies. Several botanical gardens worldwide allegedly maintain restricted areas housing plant specimens that behave abnormally, including ones that reportedly respond to their names or react with apparent recognition to previous caretakers. Conspiracy theorists believe these specimens are successful fauna to flora transfers being studied in secret. Modern proponents suggest that certain aggressive invasive plant species might actually be the result of successful soul transfers, explaining their unusual ability to outcompete native species through what appears to be strategic rather than merely opportunistic growth patterns. Artificial causality stimulation refers to a complex conspiracy theory connecting population growth, resource harvesting, and metaphysical exploitation by elites. This theory suggests that powerful groups deliberately encourage human population expansion not for conventional reasons, but to stimulate Earth's production of spiritual or metaphysical resources that remain invisible to the average person. Proponents believe that just as living organisms can influence their environments to produce survival necessities, humanity's collective presence forces our planet to generate ethereal resources that exist beyond physical matter. The unprecedented population boom of recent centuries might actually be an orchestrated plan by those in power to maximize this metaphysical yield. According to adherents, elites harvest these spiritual essences while simultaneously cutting off access to those resources for the general population. This deprivation might explain why some people seem to lose their vitality or spiritual awareness despite material abundance. The theory incorporates NPC, non-player character concepts, suggesting that spiritually depleted humans become NPC-like, physically present but lacking true consciousness or agency. Alternatively, some versions propose that NPCs might be specially bred humans designed to function with minimal spiritual resources while still contributing to the upward causality that stimulates Earth's metaphysical production. This conspiracy meshes elements of traditional resource exploitation with metaphysical beliefs and simulation theory. It offers an explanation for why modern society often feels spiritually empty despite material progress. Our collective spiritual essence is being siphoned away by those who understand how to manipulate artificial causality. Some theorists point to ancient texts describing life force or spiritual energy as evidence that these metaphysical resources have always existed but have only recently been exploited at industrial scale. They suggest looking for signs of this harvesting in places where large populations gather, but spiritual fulfillment seems mysteriously absent. Cryptic premonitions describes the purposeful ambiguity used by those who claim to see the future. Throughout history, prophets, seers, and clairvoyants have consistently delivered their predictions in riddles, metaphors, and vague statements rather than straightforward declarations. The theory suggests this deliberate cryptic communication serves a practical purpose. By revealing premonitions in ambiguous terms, the seer protects the integrity of the timeline. Clear warnings would trigger immediate reactions, creating butterfly effects that render the original vision obsolete or paradoxical. Ambiguity acts as a temporal safeguard. When prophecies remain cryptic, they can only be truly understood in retrospect or at the precise moment they become relevant. This preserves the causal chain while still allowing the information to be shared. Historical texts from Nostradamus to the Delphic Oracle showcase this pattern. Their prophecies avoided specific names, dates, or direct instructions, instead relying on symbolic language that could apply to multiple scenarios. This isn't necessarily evidence of fraudulent predictions, but might be an intentional mechanism to prevent timeline contamination. Modern parapsychology researchers have noted that even in laboratory studies of precognition, subjects often struggle to articulate their impressions clearly. Their descriptions frequently contain symbolic or metaphorical elements rather than literal details about future events. The theory connects to quantum physics concepts about observation affecting outcomes. Just as measuring a quantum particle changes its behavior, clearly communicating a premonition might alter the probability field of future events. Some proponents argue that genuine psychics instinctively understand this temporal dilemma. Their subconscious minds encode premonitions in symbolic language as a natural defense mechanism against paradoxes. This could explain why even self-proclaimed psychics with proven track records rarely provide unambiguous predictions about significant events. Perhaps the universe has built-in safeguards against certain forms of temporal knowledge transfer. Like trying to grab smoke with your hands, the clearer you attempt to make a premonition, the more it slips away from accuracy. Extraterrestrial evolution centers on the idea that human evolution might be artificially guided by outside forces rather than occurring naturally over extensive time periods. Throughout history, the inability to directly observe evolutionary changes has been attributed to the immense timescales involved, but this theory suggests something more deliberate is at work. According to proponents, advanced beings, possibly extraterrestrials or survivors from previous human civilizations, have been actively manipulating our genetic development through targeted interventions. These manipulations might include introducing specific diseases to eliminate certain populations or contaminating environments with chemicals that cause genetic mutations, ultimately steering human development in predetermined directions. The theory points to unexplained evolutionary leaps in human history, particularly the rapid development of the human brain compared to other species. Some adherents believe these accelerated changes couldn't possibly have occurred through random mutation and natural selection alone, suggesting external influence as the only plausible explanation. Interestingly, some versions of this theory propose that human evolution has recently stalled because our technological advancement has reached a point where we might detect such manipulations. Our sophisticated environmental monitoring, medical diagnostics, and genetic sequencing capabilities may have forced these evolutionary architects to cease their interventions. This cessation could explain why modern humans show few signs of ongoing evolution despite changing environmental pressures. The concerning implication is that without this external guidance, humanity might be biologically stagnating, potentially leading to our extinction if we cannot adapt to future challenges naturally. Some researchers point to ancient texts describing gods who modified early humans as potential evidence, while others cite unexplained genetic anomalies or the missing link in human evolution. Of course, mainstream science attributes these gaps to incomplete fossil records rather than alien meddling. Perhaps the most ironic twist in this theory, our scientific progress may have inadvertently ended the very process that made such progress possible in the first place. Internet old magic refers to the mystical presence some believe lingered in the early internet's architecture, a result of occult practices conducted by elites who had privileged access to the technology long before the general public. According to this theory, these powerful groups weren't just sending emails and creating spreadsheets, they were establishing digital temples and conducting elaborate techno-rituals in the virtual realm. The peculiar atmosphere of certain early websites, their inexplicable draw, their ability to induce trances, their synchronistic connection to real-world events, is attributed to residual spiritual energy from these occult workings. Believers point to websites that seem to know things they shouldn't, or platforms where users experience collective visions or shared dreams after visiting specific pages. Some proponents claim that certain early chat rooms and bulletin boards were designed using sacred geometry principles, with their interfaces incorporating subtle sigils and symbols visible only to the initiated. These digital sigils supposedly activated when viewed through specialized equipment or during specific astronomical alignments. Adherents note that the decline of this internet magic coincides with the web's commercialization and mainstreaming. What was once a realm of mystery became dominated by algorithms and advertising, effectively neutralizing the mystical energies. Some theorists believe this dilution was merely the natural result of increased usage, while others insist it was a deliberate cleansing operation to prevent ordinary people from accessing these digital powers. The theory connects to various documented phenomena like the web crawler effect, where early search engines occasionally returned results containing information not yet published anywhere online. Similarly, the lost hour incidents, where users on certain forums would experience missing time while browsing, are cited as evidence of these metaphysical properties. Digital archaeologists searching for traces of this old magic reportedly discovered strange code fragments in abandoned websites, sequences that serve no programming purpose but correspond to ancient magical formulas. When compiled and executed, these code fragments allegedly cause unusual hardware behavior, like monitors displaying colors outside their normal spectrum. Some tech industry veterans admit in private that early internet pioneers did incorporate esoteric principles into their work, though whether this was serious occult practice or merely playful experimentation remains disputed. Either way, believers maintain that the original internet was less a network of computers and more a technological implementation of what alchemists called the subtle body, a vehicle for consciousness beyond physical limitations. Perhaps the clean, sanitized internet we use today is merely what remains after a thorough spiritual cleansing, a ghost of something that once bridged worlds. Dyson sphere already constructed refers to the theory that an enormous megastructure has been built around our sun, harvesting its energy while remaining hidden from public knowledge. First proposed by physicist Freeman Dyson as a theoretical method for advanced civilizations to capture stellar energy, some conspiracy theorists believe such a structure already exists around our own star. Solar anomalies like the coronal heating problem, where the sun's atmosphere is hundreds of times hotter than its surface, are cited as evidence of this hidden megastructure. Mainstream science struggles to fully explain this phenomenon, leading some to suggest that the excess heat comes from the Dyson sphere's energy collection and transmission systems. According to the theory, this vast cosmic infrastructure wasn't built by public space agencies, but by hidden super societies with technology centuries beyond our own. These groups might include inner Earth civilizations or secret breakaway human factions who require enormous energy to power their advanced technologies and hidden realms. Some versions of this theory merge with spiritual beliefs, suggesting that what's being harvested isn't merely physical energy, but literal divine power, the angelic sun theory. Elites supposedly use this harvested divine energy for occult rituals that grant extraordinary abilities, including a form of technological immortality that mimics divine beings. Perhaps most disturbing is the extinction failsafe aspect of the theory. Believers claim that those controlling the Dyson sphere could potentially block sunlight from reaching Earth entirely, causing rapid global freezing and extinction, the ultimate doomsday device held over humanity. Solar shields would theoretically allow selective targeting, giving controllers the ability to plunge specific regions into darkness while leaving others untouched. The complete absence of observable evidence for such a massive structure is explained away as proof of the controller's technological superiority. After all, any civilization capable of building a Dyson sphere would presumably have the technology to make it undetectable to conventional astronomy. And really, who's going to look directly at the sun to check? Time travel shrinkage describes how future civilizations that develop timeline manipulation technologies might inadvertently cross between parallel realities when attempting to visit their own past. This phenomenon could explain anomalous archaeological discoveries that appear technologically impossible for their time period. They're actually artifacts from alternate timelines whose time travelers got cosmically sidetracked. The theory builds upon the Oz factor concept from UFO encounters, where witnesses report a sensation of shifting into a different reality. Applied to time travel, this suggests that moving through temporal dimensions weakens the barriers between parallel universes, causing travelers to shrink or slip into neighboring timelines rather than their original timelines past. Several unexplained archaeological finds serve as potential evidence. The Baghdad Battery, ancient Egyptian aircraft models, the Antikythera mechanism, and various out-of-place artifacts that display knowledge or manufacturing techniques that shouldn't have existed when they were created. Rather than being evidence of ancient aliens, these might be the lost remnants of interdimensional time travel mishaps. The hypothesis offers an intriguing alternative to the classic grandfather paradox. Instead of changing your own timeline by killing your grandfather, you'd simply shift into a parallel universe where your actions create a new branch of reality, neatly solving the causality problem while explaining why we haven't encountered tourists from our own future. Some proponents suggest that certain historical texts describing visitors from the heavens might actually be documenting these timeline-crossed travelers, whose appearance, language, and technology would have seemed divine or magical to ancient peoples. The visitors themselves, likely confused about being in the wrong version of history, might have unintentionally spawned various religious and mythological traditions. Apparently, the future has a terrible sense of direction. They keep trying to visit their own past but end up as our ancient aliens instead. Modular prophecies refers to the spiritual concept that divine truth has been purposefully fragmented and distributed among different human civilizations throughout history. This theory suggests that a higher power or cosmic intelligence deliberately gave distinct pieces of spiritual wisdom to various religious and cultural traditions, with none possessing the complete picture alone. Scripture across diverse traditions contains puzzling gaps or seemingly incomplete theological frameworks that fit together with other faiths like pieces of a cosmic jigsaw puzzle. When these theological fragments are aligned properly, they reveal previously undetectable patterns that scholars claim cannot be mere coincidence. Historical evidence shows mysterious similarities between geographically isolated religious traditions, with complementary doctrines appearing in cultures that had no known contact. Ancient texts from Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and pre-Columbian America contain mathematical formulations and cosmological constants that, when combined, produce startlingly precise astronomical calculations impossible for any single civilization to derive alone. Secret societies throughout history appear to have understood this principle, with Rosicrucians, certain Masonic orders, and mystery schools collecting religious texts from diverse traditions. Their hidden archives reportedly contain attempts to synthesize these teachings into unified spiritual frameworks, though they kept these syntheses hidden, believing humanity wasn't ready for complete revelation. Modern theological scholars have identified mathematical patterns in sacred texts that manifest only when passages from different traditions are combined in specific sequences. These theological algorithms seem designed to activate only when diverse spiritual perspectives are harmonized, suggesting an intentional divine encryption method. The modular prophecies theory positions humanity's fragmentation and tribalism as a deliberate cosmic test. Only when we overcome cultural and religious divisions can we assemble the complete spiritual blueprint necessary for our collective evolution or ascension. This cosmic puzzle serves as both test and reward, proof that humanity has achieved the unity necessary for the next phase of consciousness. Interestingly, quantum physicists researching consciousness have recently noted that certain mathematical models of universal awareness closely resemble these ancient fragmented religious formulations when properly combined. Some theorists suggest this might not be metaphorical but literal, that consciousness itself might operate on principles of fragmentation and reunification. The ultimate implication is unsettling yet hopeful. Perhaps divinity itself is incomplete without humanity's participation in assembling these fragments. The cosmos might be waiting for us to solve this spiritual Rubik's Cube before revealing what comes next, making us not just passive recipients of divine wisdom, but active co-creators in the universe's unfolding purpose. Cosmic graduation requirements are apparently quite the group project. The Cavern Guardian proposes that the Garden of Eden remains hidden within Earth's unmapped cave systems, still protected by the biblical angel with a flaming sword. According to Genesis, after Adam and Eve's expulsion, God placed a cherubim with a fiery blade to guard the garden's entrance and prevent human re-entry. This theory suggests this divine sentinel continues its eternal watch deep within the Earth's underground network. Unexplained disappearances of explorers and spelunkers in remote cave systems worldwide might actually be encounters with this celestial guardian. Reports dating back centuries describe mysterious lights, unexplainable heat sources, and whispering voices in caves that seem to vanish when approached, potentially manifestations of the angel's presence or its flaming sword. The theory connects with historical obsessions various religious orders and secret societies have had with cave exploration. The Knights Templar, certain Masonic lodges, and even Nazi expeditions showed unusual interest in specific cave systems, possibly searching not for treasure but for tangible proof of biblical narratives and direct access to divine power. Their meticulous mapping efforts conspicuously avoid certain regions, perhaps out of fear or respect for what guards these areas. Local folklore across different cultures contains remarkably similar stories of caves where heaven touches earth and warnings about fiery guardians who prevent passage beyond certain points. Some indigenous cave paintings depict winged figures with flame-like appendages guarding entrances to deeper passages. The theory also explains why modern mapping technology struggles in certain underground regions. Equipment malfunctions, electromagnetic anomalies, and inexplicable gaps in sonar and radar readings might be caused by supernatural interference rather than technical limitations. Some versions suggest the Guardian doesn't immediately destroy trespassers, but instead redirects them through dimensional passages to other realms, explaining why bodies are never recovered despite extensive search efforts. This would mean the missing aren't dead, but rather eternally lost in divine exile, much like humanity's original expulsion from paradise. Those supporting this theory point to the peculiar fact that certain deep cave systems remain unexplored despite modern technology, as if something beyond human understanding prevents their complete documentation. As one caver cryptically noted in his final journal entry before disappearing, "The deeper we go, the more it feels like trespassing." Ancient bioengineering describes a theory that historical geniuses and influential leaders were not random evolutionary occurrences, but deliberately engineered biological specimens. According to this concept, these exceptional individuals were created by advanced civilizations from previous cycles of human development and kept in stasis until needed to guide humanity in specific directions. Proponents connect this idea to the Panergic Protocols theory, suggesting that governments throughout history haven't merely identified and utilized naturally occurring talent, but instead activated pre-engineered individuals at strategic moments. These biological constructs, appearing as normal humans, possessed intellectual capacities, charisma, and leadership qualities far beyond typical human potential. The theory suggests that certain secret societies are actually comprised of reset survivors, highly advanced beings who survived previous civilization collapses. These survivors supposedly maintained knowledge of genetic engineering techniques lost to mainstream society and used this knowledge to create specialized humans programmed to introduce specific innovations or ideologies. Ancient texts referencing divine birth or gods walking among men are interpreted by believers as descriptions of these engineered beings. They point to individuals like Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton, and other polymaths whose abilities seem to dramatically exceed their contemporaries as potential examples of ancient bioengineering. Some versions of the theory propose that these engineered individuals were kept in suspended animation or stasis chambers hidden in underground facilities until historical conditions were optimal for their deployment. This would explain sudden appearances of revolutionary thinkers during critical historical junctures. Theorists point to unexplained archaeological anomalies, such as ancient Egyptian medical texts describing surprisingly advanced surgical procedures, as evidence that previous civilizations possessed sophisticated biological knowledge. They suggest these texts are fragments of the Reset survivors' bioengineering manuals. Believers claim that DNA analysis of historical figures' remains would reveal artificial genetic markers, though conveniently, most famous historical figures' genetic material is either inaccessible or too degraded for comprehensive analysis. Strip mining hell refers to a peculiar fringe theory suggesting fossil fuels are either contaminated by or directly harvested from the underworld. This concept bridges ancient religious beliefs about the afterlife existing beneath our feet with modern environmental concerns about fossil fuel pollution. Many world religions place their versions of hell underground, from the Greek Hades to the Norse Helheim. This theory proposes that the decomposed organic matter that became coal, oil, and natural gas spent millennia absorbing infernal energies while buried deep within the earth. Some adherents believe these fuels might actually be mined directly from hell itself, explaining their destructive properties when burned. Proponents point to the destructive nature of fossil fuels as evidence. They argue that when we burn these hell-tainted resources, we release not just carbon dioxide but metaphysical corruption that damages our world on both physical and spiritual levels. The black smoke of coal plants and oil fires becomes a visible manifestation of otherworldly contamination entering our atmosphere. The theory attempts to explain why fossil fuels seem uniquely harmful compared to other energy sources. While solar or wind power harnesses the natural elements, fossil fuels supposedly carry a hidden spiritual cost alongside their environmental impact. This narrative frames climate change as not merely a scientific phenomenon, but a metaphysical consequence of humanity literally burning pieces of hell on Earth. Some variations suggest ancient civilizations knew about this connection, pointing to myths warning against disturbing certain underground regions. These stories, they claim, weren't just superstition, but warnings about disturbing the boundary between our world and infernal realms. Believers occasionally cite the exceptional heat and hostile conditions of deep mining operations as resembling traditional descriptions of hell. The dangerous, sweltering environment where miners extract these fuels becomes, in their narrative, a literal gateway to the underworld. Of course, geologists and environmental scientists attribute fossil fuel pollution to well-documented chemical processes rather than supernatural contamination. Still, this theory offers an almost poetic metaphor for humanity's complex relationship with these problematic but powerful energy sources. After all, we're quite literally burning our planet's past to power our present. No demons required. Postpartum sacrifice describes the belief that elites and high-ranking satanic cult members have developed methods to extract souls from newborn infants, leaving behind either empty vessels or sophisticated clones. According to proponents, this practice allows powerful figures to harvest pure souls for ritual sacrifice without triggering missing persons investigations or parental suspicion. The theory extends from the postpartum spirit removal concept, suggesting that hospital births provide the perfect opportunity for this horrific exchange. Conspiracy theorists point to the brief separation of newborns from parents during standard medical procedures as the window when substitutions allegedly occur. Some versions claim specialized medical staff secretly perform rituals in hospital basements or dedicated rooms using ancient technologies combined with modern medical equipment. Believers cite unexplained cases of sudden personality changes in infants, unusual birthmarks appearing days after birth, and parents experiencing inexplicable feelings of disconnect from their children as potential evidence. They also reference historical accounts of changelings from European folklore, where fairies supposedly swapped human babies with their own kind, as cultural acknowledgement of this ongoing practice. The conspiracy gained momentum online after several influential social media accounts claimed to identify subtle physical differences between photos of celebrities' children taken at birth and those taken months later. These analysts suggest these discrepancies reveal evidence of substitution rather than normal infant development. Some adherents believe advanced technology allows for the soul extraction without physical replacement, proposing that quantum machines can harvest spiritual essence while leaving the physical child seemingly unaffected. They suggest this explains why some children seem to lack empathy or emotional depth despite appearing physically normal. Predictably, no credible evidence supports these claims, and medical professionals universally reject the premise as biologically impossible. Child development experts note that personality emergence in infants follows well-documented patterns, with individual variation being completely normal and expected rather than evidence of supernatural interference. Perhaps the most telling aspect of this conspiracy theory is how it transforms understandable parental anxieties about healthcare systems and child development into supernatural fears. Cults of Fallen Angels explores the theory that certain fallen angels, beyond those explicitly mentioned in biblical texts, continue to interact with humanity. According to ancient religious texts, angels bred with humans to create the Nephilim, giant hybrid beings of tremendous power. While most theologians believe these beings were wiped out during the Great Flood, this theory suggests some survived or that new angelic human breeding continues in secret. Proponents point to mysterious references to giants appearing after Noah's flood as evidence that the Nephilim bloodline persisted beyond God's punishment. They argue that these hybrid beings evolved into powerful bloodlines that now control world governments, financial systems, and major institutions. This would explain the seemingly coordinated efforts among global elites to promote secular or anti-religious agendas. The theory suggests that modern secret societies serve as modern cults dedicated to these fallen angels, providing places of worship and organization for the continued creation of Nephilim offspring. Members allegedly gain supernatural knowledge, wealth, and influence in exchange for loyalty and secrecy. Some versions claim these elites aren't just serving fallen angels but are direct descendants, or even the immortal angels themselves, explaining their alleged obsession with bloodlines and genealogy. Believers in this theory interpret various elite symbols, ritualistic behaviors, and architectural designs as hidden references to their angelic patrons. They suggest that the extraordinary wealth, power, and influence concentrated among a small percentage of humanity cannot be explained through natural means alone. Some proponents claim that modern reports of alien abductions and genetic experimentation are actually fallen angels continuing their breeding program with humans, creating a smokescreen of extraterrestrial activity to hide the true biblical nature of these encounters. The secrecy surrounding these activities supposedly serves to obscure evidence of God's existence by reframing supernatural phenomena as alien technology instead of divine or demonic manifestations. While mainstream religious scholars dismiss these interpretations as extreme misreadings of biblical passages, conspiracy theorists see the unified rejection from religious and secular authorities as further evidence of a coordinated cover-up orchestrated by these angelic human hybrids and their fallen angel progenitors. Earth's divine aura represents a metaphysical theory connecting several spiritual concepts about our planet's relationship with divinity. According to believers, Earth itself houses a divine presence, specifically God and the Garden of Eden from biblical accounts. This builds upon the Nephilim Earth theory, suggesting that these divine locales aren't metaphorical, but physically exist within our planet's interior. The theory proposes that like all living organisms that emit energy fields or auras, Earth emanates God's divine aura throughout its entirety. This omnipresent divine energy might be what Christians refer to as the Holy Spirit, an invisible but tangible divine force influencing creation in subtle yet profound ways. Proponents point to biblical differences between Old Testament and modern times as evidence of this aura's changing influence. They suggest that as human population increased, the divine aura became increasingly diluted. Where once miraculous events and direct divine interventions were commonplace, the overwhelming presence of human energy has now muted these divine manifestations. Some theorists connect this to the alchemical suppression conspiracy, which claims ancient transformative knowledge has been deliberately hidden from humanity. Perhaps, they argue, early alchemists were able to tap into Earth's divine aura to perform their seemingly miraculous transmutations. But as this aura weakened, such abilities became increasingly difficult to manifest. Adherents point to certain thin places around the world, locations where people consistently report mystical experiences, as evidence of concentrated pockets where Earth's divine aura remains strong. These locations often become pilgrimage sites across various faith traditions. Skeptics note that while poetic, this theory conveniently explains away the lack of biblical-scale miracles in modern times without requiring scientific evidence. Scientists studying Earth's actual electromagnetic field find no evidence of supernatural patterns, though believers counter that conventional instruments cannot detect spiritual energies. Perhaps most intriguingly, some fringe researchers have begun investigating historical climate and geological records, looking for correlations between periods of intense spiritual awakening and changes in Earth's magnetic field, seeking a measurable connection between our planet's physical properties and humanity's spiritual experiences. Hell excavation refers to a disturbing extension of the strip mining hell theory, suggesting that extracting demonic energy isn't the ultimate goal of deep Earth operations. Instead, powerful occult forces may be deliberately creating a direct pathway between our world and hell itself. These excavations allegedly serve a more sinister purpose than mere energy harvesting, to create a permanent portal allowing entities to cross between realms. Some believers claim this explains the existence of vast unexplored cave systems throughout the planet, which might actually be previous or ongoing excavation attempts by ancient and modern cults working toward the same objective. The theory proposes that missing persons cases worldwide could be connected to this underground operation. Those who disappear without a trace might have been abducted to serve as slave labor in these hellish mines, forced to expand the pathway while hidden miles beneath the Earth's surface. Proponents point to unusual seismic activity in remote locations and the surprising depth of certain natural cave systems as evidence of these excavations. They note that many ancient cultures share myths about underworld entrances and suggest these weren't metaphorical, but based on actual locations. Some conspiracy theorists have connected this to various government black projects, suggesting that certain military installations serve as entry points to these excavation networks. The unusual security and secrecy surrounding some bases might be less about protecting conventional weapons and more about concealing access points to the expanding hellmouth. The most extreme versions of this theory claim that certain geological anomalies detected by scientists aren't natural at all, but evidence of a nearly completed pathway. They believe that those in power are deliberately accelerating climate change and environmental destruction to distract from their underground activities. After all, who would notice a few more earthquakes in a world already experiencing unprecedented natural disasters? Ghost memories theory combines field consciousness concepts with traditional ghost lore, suggesting that the deceased continue contributing to the collective awareness of specific locations. The idea proposes that human consciousness leaves imprints on physical spaces that persist after death, creating a reservoir of memories and experiences tied to particular locations. Field consciousness, originally a fringe concept in quantum physics, suggests that consciousness exists as an information field permeating physical reality. Ghost Memories takes this further by proposing that when people die, their mental energy doesn't fully dissipate, but instead becomes permanently embedded in places they frequented or died in. This theory attempts to explain why abandoned locations, hospitals, prisons, asylums, and battlefields seem to harbor more paranormal activity. These places contain mostly empty field consciousness, since living humans rarely visit, leaving only the persistent energy of the deceased as the dominant influence. Proponents point to phenomena like cold spots, electromagnetic fluctuations, and unexplained sounds as evidence of these consciousness fragments interacting with our reality. They suggest that intense emotions at time of death, fear, anger, or despair create stronger imprints that manifest more dramatically in our world. Some ghost memories advocates believe these imprints can be detected using specialized equipment. They claim that thermal cameras, EMF meters, and audio recorders can capture these consciousness fragments as they momentarily gain enough energy to affect the physical world. The theory also explains why ghost sightings often involve repetitive actions, spirits replaying significant moments from their lives like a looped recording in the field consciousness. This repetition allegedly occurs because these were emotionally charged moments that created deeper imprints. Modern paranormal researchers have expanded this concept to include trigger objects, items with strong personal connections to the deceased that supposedly strengthen their presence in the field consciousness. By bringing these objects to haunted locations, investigators claim to enhance paranormal activity. Skeptics note this theory conveniently incorporates elements of quantum physics that are poorly understood by the general public, giving pseudo-scientific credibility to traditional ghost stories. Nothing says scientific legitimacy quite like throwing the word quantum in front of your supernatural theory. Digital demon summoning refers to a supernatural theory suggesting that demons both power the internet and gain power from it in return. Building on the chthonic noosphere concept, which claims that spiritual entities operate behind digital networks, this theory proposes a symbiotic relationship between demonic entities and modern technology. According to believers, these demons aren't just facilitating our online connections, they're feeding on our energy when we engage with digital content. Similar to the adult film stars leeching your energy theory, proponents argue that our attention, emotions, and time spent online transfer power directly to these interdimensional beings. However, the end goal isn't merely energy harvesting, it's to empower these entities enough to expand their influence or potentially manifest physically in our world. The theory reinterprets the massive data centers and expanding digital infrastructure as physical manifestations of demonic power accumulation. Terms like cloud storage take on sinister meanings when viewed as vessels containing harvested human energy. Each video watched, social media post engaged with, or online transaction completed supposedly contributes to this demonic reservoir. Advocates point to the increasingly addictive nature of online platforms as evidence of demonic influence, designed specifically to maximize energy extraction from humans. They claim that the internet's ability to trigger strong emotional responses, anger, desire, fear, or even addiction, creates perfect conditions for spiritual energy harvesting. The Nephilim protocols mentioned in this theory aren't just algorithms or security measures, but are reimagined as actual demonic entities growing in power. The digital data supposedly represents the stored power these entities have accumulated from human interaction, allowing them to evolve and expand their capabilities within our world. Some proponents draw connections to ancient texts describing demons requiring invitation to affect our world, suggesting that our voluntary participation in digital spaces constitutes a modern form of summoning ritual. Every terms of service agreement accepted becomes a digital pact, granting these entities permission to operate in our lives. Tech industry innovations like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and the metaverse are sometimes cited as the next phase in this demonic manifestation, creating increasingly immersive digital environments where the boundary between physical reality and demonic digital realms continues to blur. Studying divinity builds on the Earth's divine aura theory, suggesting nuclear weapons serve a hidden purpose beyond warfare. According to this idea, nuclear detonations obliterate all living auras in an area, creating a spiritual vacuum where only the strongest metaphysical presence remains, allegedly, the divine aura emanating from Earth's core. Proponents claim certain government research programs deliberately tested nuclear weapons in remote locations to create these divine observation windows. They point to declassified documents showing unusual radiation measurement devices deployed at test sites that seemingly had nothing to do with conventional blast analysis. These devices reportedly contained crystalline structures similar to those used in certain religious artifacts. Conspiracy theorists reference the curious timing of several theological breakthroughs and religious movements that emerged shortly after major nuclear tests. They note how certain military personnel stationed near test sites experienced unprecedented rates of religious conversion or reported mystical visions. The theory suggests these individuals were inadvertently exposed to unfiltered divine energy in the aura vacuum following detonations. Some versions of this theory connect to ancient texts describing holy sites where the veil between worlds grows thin, suggesting our ancestors may have discovered natural locations with similar properties. Nuclear weapons in this framework are merely technological shortcuts to recreate these spiritually significant conditions. Adherents believe certain government agencies maintain secret facilities at former test sites specifically to study these divine energetic remnants. Perhaps most disturbing is the claim that some religious extremist groups have allegedly attempted to acquire nuclear materials not for destructive purposes, but to create their own windows to God. Intelligence agencies reportedly monitor certain theological discussions as potential indicators of nuclear proliferation risk, though presumably they're looking for garden-variety terrorists rather than aspiring divine researchers. Memetic entities control humanity describes the theory that consciousness-based entities exist beyond our physical reality, manipulating humanity through the spread of ideas and thought patterns. These entities supposedly inhabit a realm of pure information, unable to interact with the material world directly but capable of implanting concepts into human minds. Proponents claim these memetic beings communicate with each other by using humans as unwitting messengers. When someone suddenly feels compelled to share a specific idea or perform a seemingly random action, it might actually be these entities transmitting messages across vast distances through human vessels. The theory suggests that what we experience as random inspiration, intrusive thoughts, or even mental illness could be the influence of these memetic intelligences. Some believers point to Carl Jung's concept of synchronicity as evidence, those meaningful coincidences that seem too perfect to be random chance. Perhaps when you suddenly think of an old friend moments before they call, it's not a coincidence but these entities creating connections through human consciousness. The viral spread of certain memes, ideas, and cultural phenomena might be these entities reproducing or evolving through our collective attention. Researchers of this theory have documented patterns in how ideas emerge simultaneously in disconnected populations, suggesting a hidden network of influence beyond normal communication channels. They argue that humanity's most significant historical shifts often begin with ideas that spread with inexplicable speed and resonance. The most disturbing aspect of this theory is the suggestion that what we consider free will might actually be subtle manipulation by these memetic entities. Our thoughts, desires, and actions could be serving purposes beyond our understanding. Each human functioning as both receiver and transmitter in a vast communication network that we can't directly perceive. NPC paradigm refers to a metaphysical theory combining the controversial concept of soulless NPCs with field consciousness theories. Proponents believe that most humans are essentially non-player characters in a cosmic game, operating on scripts rather than true consciousness. These NPCs allegedly cannot truly learn or evolve consciousness on their own, but can only mirror behaviors absorbed through a collective field consciousness that genuine souls contribute to. According to adherents, the small percentage of real players with souls continuously upload their experiences, innovations, and behaviors to this field, which NPCs then download and imitate without true understanding. This supposedly explains why certain ideas, trends, and behaviors spread rapidly through populations that seem unable to explain why they've adopted them. More extreme versions suggest this field consciousness can be deliberately manipulated. They claim certain powerful individuals possess the ability to influence the field disproportionately, effectively programming large segments of the NPC population by injecting specific thoughts, desires, and behaviors into the collective consciousness. Devotees point to sudden cultural shifts, viral trends, and mass behavioral changes as evidence of field manipulation. Some claim to identify field manipulation events where millions suddenly adopt identical opinions or behaviors without clear causal triggers. The theory gained traction in online communities after several popular content creators discussed these ideas alongside simulation theory. Forums dedicated to the concept feature users sharing alleged methods to identify real players versus NPCs, with some claiming NPCs exhibit predictable speech patterns and limited response variations when confronted with novel situations. Critics argue this is simply a repackaging of age-old elitist philosophies that divide humanity into the awakened few versus the sleeping masses, just dressed in modern gaming terminology and quantum consciousness jargon. Psychologists note the concept provides adherents with a comforting explanation for behaviors they find inexplicable or threatening. Some proponents have established consciousness amplification groups that claim to strengthen their influence over the field, attempting to introduce specific thoughts into the collective consciousness to test their impact on the supposed NPC population. Their results remain entirely anecdotal and unverifiable, of course. Reset survivors refers to the theory that advanced human civilizations have existed in the past, only to be repeatedly wiped out in cyclical catastrophes. According to this idea, individuals who managed to survive these resets emerged with their technological knowledge intact, appearing godlike to the surviving primitive populations. Throughout history, many cultures share eerily similar stories of gods or divine beings descending from the sky, possessing extraordinary abilities, and sharing knowledge with humans. These weren't supernatural entities at all, but simply reset survivors using preserved technology that appeared magical to those who encountered it. Ancient megalithic structures that seem impossibly advanced for their time period, like the precise stonework at Pumapunku or the astronomical alignments of Göbekli Tepe, could be remnants of pre-reset technology or knowledge. The theory suggests these structures weren't built by primitive people, but were created by the survivors or under their direct guidance. Some versions of this theory propose these survivors deliberately formed the first secret societies to preserve their advanced knowledge while controlling the development of the new civilization. By operating from the shadows, they could guide human progress along paths that served their own mysterious agenda. The most unsettling version of reset survivor theory suggests these groups might actually trigger the resets themselves. When civilization reaches a certain threshold of advancement that threatens their control, they activate catastrophic events to knock humanity back to a primitive state, allowing them to maintain their position of power and influence. Modern secret societies like the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, and Illuminati could be direct descendants of these original reset survivors, explaining their obsession with ancient symbols and hidden knowledge. Some theorists point to elite bunkers and seed vaults as evidence that today's powerful groups are preparing for the next planned reset. Certain unexplained technological artifacts supposedly found throughout history, like the Antikythera mechanism or Baghdad batteries, might be remnants of these advanced pre-reset civilizations, pieces of technology that somehow survived the cataclysm that wiped everything else away. Archaeological anomalies like tool marks on ancient Egyptian stonework that seem to require modern power tools make more sense when viewed through the reset survivor lens. Perhaps it wasn't aliens helping humans build pyramids, but rather survivors from the previous civilization using preserved technology to establish themselves as gods. Social media esotericism describes the theory that platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram were deliberately created to identify individuals with genuine consciousness, or souls, amid a population largely composed of NPCs, non-player characters. According to proponents, most humans are actually soulless biological automatons whose thoughts are received through a collective field consciousness rather than generated independently. Before the digital age, it was nearly impossible to track the origin of ideas as they spread through this field consciousness. When a new concept emerged, observers could only witness its effects as it was adopted by NPCs, with no reliable method to trace it back to its true source. Social media allegedly serves as a sophisticated monitoring system that allows powerful elites to observe information cascades in real time. By tracking which ideas gain traction and, more importantly, where they originate, these shadowy figures can identify the rare humans who generate original thoughts instead of simply receiving and repeating them. The theory suggests that viral trends, memes, and sudden shifts in public opinion aren't organic, but rather evidence of the field consciousness updating across millions of NPCs simultaneously. Meanwhile, truly original content creators, whistleblowers, and thought leaders who consistently introduce new concepts rather than regurgitating existing ones are flagged as potential real humans. Some believers point to increasingly sophisticated algorithms and data collection methods as evidence that platforms are primarily designed for identification rather than connection. They argue that recommendation systems aren't just showing you content you might like, they're measuring your responses against predicted NPC behavior patterns. Perhaps most disturbing is the implication that once identified, those with souls become targets for either recruitment or neutralization by elites who wish to maintain control over the largely unconscious population. The algorithmic suppression of certain voices might not be political censorship as commonly believed, but rather the systematic containment of those capable of disrupting the field consciousness with truly independent thought. Some proponents darkly joke that the real proof of having a soul is getting shadow banned on Twitter, or whatever they're calling it these days. Mundane reincarnation proposes that reincarnation operates as a natural process rather than a divinely guided one. This theory suggests that our souls function like energy forms that seek out new hosts based on their strength level, which fluctuates according to our actions in life. Good deeds strengthen the soul, while harmful actions weaken it, determining what vessel it can inhabit after death. Unlike traditional spiritual concepts that frame reincarnation as karmic justice, this system works more like physics. Souls simply occupy the strongest available host they can manage. A powerful soul might secure another human body, while a weakened one might inhabit an animal, plant, or even microscopic life forms like bacteria. The most unsettling aspect of this theory suggests that certain diseases themselves might be manifestations of particularly corrupt souls. These souls, too weak to immediately reincarnate as higher life forms, instead exist as pathogens until they gather enough energy to move on to more complex hosts. When someone recovers from an illness, it could indicate that the disease's soul has finally accumulated enough strength to abandon its current form and migrate to a new vessel. This perspective offers a bizarre justification for disease worship found in some ancient cultures. By appeasing the malevolent spirit within the pathogen, believers hoped to encourage its departure to another host, essentially praying for the soul to level up and leave their community, taking the illness with it. The disease itself dies out not because it's defeated, but because it has graduated to a more complex form of existence. Anthropologists note that several historical civilizations maintained rituals specifically addressing disease spirits, treating them as conscious entities rather than merely biological occurrences. These practices might represent intuitive recognition of the soul-based nature of illness rather than mere superstition, a primitive understanding of mundane reincarnation's mechanics at work. Just think, that cold you caught last winter might have been your neighbor's unpleasant uncle making a brief stopover before becoming someone's pet lizard. Ecological revivification suggests that reincarnation operates on a broader ecological scale, creating a feedback loop between human actions and environmental changes. Throughout history, patterns of population shifts between humans and animals appear to correlate with human behaviors toward nature, particularly our treatment of other species. The theory extends from mundane reincarnation concepts, proposing that human souls can incarnate as animals and vice versa, depending on collective moral standing. Proponents point to historical periods where human populations declined while wildlife flourished, interpreting these as cosmic corrections when human behavior became particularly destructive or cruel. Conversely, the unprecedented human population explosion of the past 2 centuries might be explained by the massive increase in hunting, fishing, and industrial farming. As humans systematically reduce animal populations through these practices, those souls allegedly transfer into the human population, creating more humans who require even more animal consumption. Evidence cited includes the mathematical correlation between species, extinction rates, and human birth rates, though mainstream scientists dismiss these as coincidental or the result of improved human medicine and nutrition. Some ecological revivification believers point to indigenous wisdom traditions that recognize inherent spiritual connections between human activities and ecological balance. The theory creates an unsettling vision of a self-destructive cycle. More hunting and farming creates more humans, which necessitates more hunting and farming. This spiraling pattern, if true, would represent a cosmic trap of our own making. Who knew karma might have an ecological footprint? Texts from various traditions contain warnings about maintaining balance with nature to avoid spiritual consequences. Modern adherents suggest that widespread vegetarianism or more humane farming practices might slow this cycle, theorizing that better treatment of animals would reduce the soul transfer rate between species. Some fringe researchers track population data alongside environmental degradation metrics, claiming to find evidence of this spiritual ecosystem at work. Skeptics counter that, attributing complex demographic and ecological trends to supernatural soul transfers lacks scientific basis and diverts attention from addressing environmental issues through proven means. Masking chemicals describes a conspiracy theory that flips traditional chemical fear-mongering on its head. While many believe chemicals in our water, food, and air are designed to weaken humanity, this theory proposes they actually serve as protective wards against malevolent entities. Fluoride in water, soy in food products, chemtrails in the sky, these aren't tools of population control, but rather a hidden defense system. Government agencies supposedly know about predatory interdimensional beings that prey on humans and have implemented widespread chemical distribution as a protective measure without causing mass panic. These chemicals allegedly make humans unappetizing or invisible to these entities. Proponents point to the higher frequency of cryptid sightings and paranormal encounters in rural areas compared to urban centers. They argue this pattern exists because rural populations consume fewer protective chemicals, leaving them vulnerable to beings that city dwellers never encounter due to their chemically masked state. Some believers claim this explains why indigenous communities often have rich traditions involving spirit encounters while developed nations report fewer such experiences. The theory suggests that as societies industrialize and their food and water become more processed and chemically treated, they unknowingly gain protection from supernatural predators. Adherents point to declassified documents about psychological warfare experiments as evidence that governments understand more about non-physical threats than they publicly acknowledge. They suggest that certain chemtrail components contain rare earth metals known in ancient traditions to repel spiritual entities. Laboratory tests conducted by conspiracy researchers allegedly show that people who consume unfiltered water and organic foods have different energetic signatures than those with diets high in processed foods. These signatures supposedly make them more visible to entities from other dimensions. One popular version of this theory claims that fluoride doesn't just protect teeth, but creates a subtle neurological shield that prevents psychic attacks. Earth hopping refers to a fringe theory linking global flood myths across religions to a cyclical cosmic transition between different Earth-like enclosures. According to proponents, what ancient texts describe as worldwide floods were actually the catastrophic melting of massive ice walls that supposedly surround our flat Earth, a concept borrowed from the pseudoscientific Welteislayer, or world ice theory popular in early 20th century Germany. These colossal ice barriers, when destabilized, allegedly collapse inward, completely submerging the enclosed world. Rather than simple natural disasters, these flooding events serve as cosmic reset buttons orchestrated by unspecified higher powers. These entities supposedly facilitate humanity's transition from one enclosed Earth-like habitat to another before refreezing the boundary walls, creating a new habitat with no memory of the previous world. The theory attempts to explain why many ancient civilizations, despite geographical separation, share remarkably similar flood narratives. Instead of recording historical local floods or serving as moral parables, these stories are interpreted as fragmented collective memories of previous Earth habitats that were abandoned during catastrophic hops. Proponents point to restricted access to Antarctica as evidence of government knowledge about these boundary walls. They suggest that international treaties limiting civilian presence in Antarctica exist to conceal the truth about our enclosed world. Some believe that military expeditions to the continent weren't about geopolitical positioning, but rather attempts to establish survival bunkers atop the ice wall, safe havens that would remain above water during the next inevitable collapse. The theory connects disparate elements from flat Earth belief systems, ancient mythology, and conspiracy thinking about government secrecy. Believers claim that unusual geological formations, unexplained climate patterns, and even celestial anomalies can be explained through the lens of previous Earth hops where slightly different physical conditions existed. Of course, mainstream scientists point out that we have thoroughly mapped Earth's spherical nature through satellite imagery, circumnavigation, and basic physics, making the existence of cosmic ice walls physically impossible. But then again, that's exactly what interdimensional world hoppers would want you to believe. Cosmic censorship corruption explores the potential consequences of humanity bypassing the universe's hidden barriers. This theory builds upon Roger Penrose's cosmic censorship hypothesis, which suggests certain cosmic phenomena are naturally obscured from observation, but takes it in a more conspiratorial direction. According to proponents, advanced civilizations eventually develop technology capable of observing what the universe deliberately conceals, like the interior of black holes, the true nature of dark energy, or fundamental aspects of quantum reality. When this observation threshold is crossed, three possible outcomes await. The first possibility is ascension. Humanity evolves into a higher form of consciousness or existence upon witnessing the universe's hidden mechanics. Supporters point to ancient texts across cultures that describe enlightenment through forbidden knowledge as historical precedents for this transformation. The second outcome is extinction. The human mind cannot process certain cosmic truths without catastrophic psychological or physiological consequences. Believers compare this to how our brains fail to properly render optical illusions, but on an existential scale that could trigger civilization-wide madness or physical dissolution. The third scenario involves a great reset. Cosmic forces, whether mechanical or sentient, detect when observation barriers are broken and systematically erase or reconfigure that civilization. Some theorists suggest previous human civilizations may have reached this threshold before us, only to be completely reset with minimal evidence of their existence. Evidence cited includes unexplained gaps in scientific progress, anomalous astronomical observations that cannot be replicated, and the suspicious disappearance of certain research projects. Some physicists who ventured too close to these cosmic secrets allegedly vanished under mysterious circumstances, though such claims remain entirely unverified. Inverse causality phenomena suggests that belief itself can shape reality by collapsing possible futures into a single inevitable outcome. This idea merges esotericism, inverse causality, and fourth-dimensional travel into a theory where the future and past reinforce each other. If enough people in the past believe something will exist in the future, and enough people in the future believe it was always meant to be, the combined certainty forces it into existence. In this model, the result of an event is also its cause. Belief in the outcome eliminates all timelines where it does not happen. Some theorists argue this explains the sudden emergence of world-changing inventions or ideas. Perhaps key discoveries did not happen by chance or genius alone, but because their existence was subconsciously expected. The belief in a coming technological breakthrough may have left reality no choice but to deliver it. Ancient prophecies may work the same way. If enough people across history anticipate an event, they are not just predicting it. They are creating the conditions that make it unavoidable. Whether it is the rise of a messianic figure, an apocalyptic disaster, or some utopian golden age, the belief itself may be what ensures it happens. Skeptics dismiss this as a convoluted take on self-fulfilling prophecies, but the theory implies something far stranger. If true, then ideas do not just shape reality, they reach across time, influencing both the past and future simultaneously. In other words, we might only get jetpacks if enough people truly believe we were always going to have them. Subtle soicidal soypression proposes that soy consumption fundamentally alters human behavior by making individuals more passive and aligned with the universe's tendency to follow the path of least resistance. The theory emerged from fringe nutrition forums before spreading to broader conspiracy communities online. According to believers, soy products contain compounds that subtly influence brain chemistry, making people more docile and less likely to question authority or mainstream narratives. They point to the increasing prevalence of soy in processed foods as evidence of deliberate social engineering rather than mere dietary trends. Proponents connect this theory to the concept of cosmic censorship, suggesting that reality itself suppresses disruptive or unexplainable phenomena in favor of simplicity and order. They argue that soy consumption enhances this effect in humans, essentially turning them into NPCs, non-player characters who lack true autonomy and simply follow predetermined scripts. Some adherents have developed elaborate spiritual frameworks around this idea, claiming that soy creates a state similar to certain Buddhist concepts of detachment, but without the enlightenment. Instead, consumers allegedly drift towards social, intellectual, and spiritual paths requiring minimal effort or resistance. Scientists have repeatedly debunked claims about soy's feminizing or mind-altering effects, pointing out that traditional Asian diets high in soy haven't produced these supposed passive populations. Nevertheless, the theory remains popular in certain internet circles where dietary choices are often politicized. The most extreme version suggests that Big Soy works with government agencies to pacify potential dissidents and maintain social control. Meanwhile, manufacturers continue adding soy to everything from burger patties to protein bars, apparently hoping we'll all take the path of least resistance straight to the checkout counter. Holy water refers to the belief that certain water sources around the world naturally possess divine properties without religious blessing. According to this theory, which builds upon the Nephilim Earth concept, water closest to the original Garden of Eden retains powerful sacred energy that manifests in unusual physical properties and healing capabilities. Throughout human history, tales of miraculous springs have persisted across cultures. Waters that cure illness, extend lifespans, or repel malevolent forces. Proponents suggest these weren't merely symbolic or ritual waters, but naturally occurring sources with inherent divine qualities retained from Eden's original rivers. The theory posits that the purer and more isolated these water sources, the more concentrated their metaphysical properties. Legends of the Fountain of Youth, healing wells, and sacred springs often describe water with distinctive characteristics: unusual clarity, subtle luminescence, or exceptional mineral content that produces remarkable health effects. Conspiracy theorists interpret these as potential remnants of Eden's original 4 rivers mentioned in Genesis, still carrying divine energy through underground channels. Some adherents point to scientific anomalies in certain water sources as evidence. Researchers have documented water with unexpected molecular structures, unusual freezing patterns, or inexplicable healing properties that defy conventional scientific explanation. These outliers are seen as potential proof that sacred water exists naturally in our modern world. The theory suggests that history's religious adoption of holy water wasn't creating divine water through ritual, but rather recognizing and harnessing properties that already existed naturally in certain water sources. Ancient temples and churches were often built near springs precisely because these locations were already considered sacred due to their water's unique properties. Believers warn of potential dangers, however. If these waters truly retain divine energy, consuming excessive amounts might overwhelm human biology, leading to everything from religious visions to complete physiological transformation. Stunted divinity theory proposes that Earth's water was once imbued with divine properties before being deliberately weakened by cosmic forces. According to believers, the pristine waters that existed before the biblical Great Flood contained life-extending elements that allowed ancient patriarchs in Genesis to live for hundreds of years, with some reportedly reaching 900 years of age. After the floodwaters receded, something fundamental had changed about Earth's hydrosphere. The divine essence that had previously sustained extraordinary longevity was diluted or removed entirely. Whether as punishment from God or interference from another supernatural entity remains debated among adherents. This theory connects to various historical water purification rituals found across civilizations. Proponents suggest these weren't merely for hygiene, but represented attempts to restore water's lost divinity through specialized techniques passed down by those who remembered its original power. Some versions of the theory claim that certain hidden groups have rediscovered methods to reactivate water's divine properties, using this knowledge to dramatically extend their own lifespans while keeping the technique hidden from the general population. These long-lived individuals allegedly form the true power structure behind world governments and financial systems. Alchemists throughout history dedicated considerable effort toward creating the elixir of life, which stunted divinity theorists believe was an attempt to recreate pre-flood water conditions. Ancient texts describing living water, or water of life, are interpreted as references to this lost divine substance. Modern adherents point to anomalous water properties discovered by science, such as its unusual expansion when freezing and its role as a universal solvent, as evidence that water remains fundamentally different from other substances, perhaps retaining traces of its former divine nature. As one researcher wryly noted, the global bottled water industry might be the world's most successful religion, everyone searching for that perfect pure drop without knowing what they've really lost. Biblical stoned ape theory proposes that humanity's rapid cognitive development and biblical stories of enlightenment share a common origin: psychedelic fungi. This theory combines Terence McKenna's hypothesis that psilocybin mushrooms accelerated human brain evolution with interpretations of Genesis, where Eden's forbidden fruit was actually a consciousness-expanding fungus. Proponents point to ancient rock art depicting mushroom-headed humanoid figures dating back thousands of years, alongside ritualistic cave paintings that suggest early religious experiences were facilitated by natural hallucinogens. In some of these images, mushroom symbols appear alongside serpents and tree imagery, eerily mirroring Eden's narrative elements. Several biblical scholars have noted that the Hebrew phrase for tree of knowledge could linguistically refer to a psychoactive plant rather than a literal tree. The sudden awareness Adam and Eve gained after consuming the fruit, including self-consciousness and moral understanding, parallels documented effects of psychedelic experiences. Archaeological evidence reveals that psychoactive substances were used in religious contexts across ancient Mesopotamia, with ceremonial vessels containing residue of mind-altering compounds. These substances were often restricted to priestly classes, suggesting sacred knowledge was chemically gatekept from ordinary people. Ancient Sumerian texts reference divine plants that granted wisdom and were guarded by serpents, while Mesopotamian art depicts deity figures presenting sacred plants to humans. These parallels with Genesis suggest the fall of man might actually describe humanity's first psychedelic awakening. The theory suggests that what religious texts condemn as humanity's original sin was actually our first step toward higher consciousness. If true, it would mean that paradise wasn't lost through disobedience, but exchanged for the expanded awareness necessary for civilization to develop. Turns out, getting kicked out of Eden might have been the best trip humans ever took. Eden-adapted organs refers to the idea that humans once possessed biological structures suited for a pre-flood world, or even the Garden of Eden itself. These vestigial organs may have allowed direct interaction with the spiritual realm, a trait supposedly lost over time. Some versions of this theory build on the firmament-adapted organs concept, which suggests that humans were physiologically different before the biblical flood. If early humans lived under a more stable, enclosed environment, their bodies may have functioned in ways no longer possible in modern conditions. Certain religious and esoteric texts describe pre-fall humanity as existing in harmony with divine beings. Proponents argue that some of our so-called useless organs, like the appendix or the pineal gland, could have once played a role in perceiving higher realities. Some even claim that the appendix, commonly dismissed as a remnant of our evolutionary past, was originally an energy processing organ that helped sustain a purer, less corrupted form of existence. Biblical apocrypha and mystical writings sometimes allude to humanity losing divine senses after being expelled from Eden. If these accounts hold any truth, then our ancestors may have possessed physical mechanisms to experience spiritual dimensions in ways that are now impossible. Some researchers have attempted to link these ideas with modern medical anomalies. Cases of people reporting heightened spiritual awareness after brain injuries, near-death experiences, or even psychedelic use have led some to believe that traces of these lost organs still influence human consciousness in subtle ways. If true, this would suggest that the fall from Eden wasn't just a spiritual loss, it was biological as well. Quantum Illuminati refers to a theoretical secret society composed of individuals who have harnessed power from alternate versions of themselves across parallel realities. According to this idea, these individuals manipulate reality itself by exerting control over their alternate reality NPC counterparts, effectively turning them into unwitting agents in positions of power. This concept builds upon the quantum coagulation theory, which suggests that some people can absorb or influence their parallel selves. If true, then a group of such individuals working together could form an extra-dimensional ruling class, using their countless NPC duplicates to shape world events in their favor. Supporters of this theory argue that it could explain supposed cases of high-profile figures seemingly changing personalities overnight, as well as instances where multiple versions of the same person appear to exist. Some point to quantum puppeteering as further evidence, suggesting that the elite's ability to control their quantum counterparts allows them to exert influence on a global scale without ever exposing themselves directly. This theory also attempts to account for supposed cases of human cloning. Rather than being lab-grown copies, these so-called clones could actually be NPCs imported from parallel realities, duplicates of real people, placed strategically in positions of power. Some variations of the theory connect this to Eastern cloning, speculating that specific regions may have refined techniques for selecting and transplanting NPCs from other dimensions. If true, this would mean that entire governments, corporations, and social movements might be unknowingly populated by alternate reality projections, all serving the hidden interests of a group that exists beyond the constraints of a single universe. Either that, or some people are just really good at keeping a consistent brand. Electricity is the breath of life refers to a theory that reframes our understanding of what constitutes life itself. It proposes that electrical activity in the brain is the true essence of life, not merely biological functions. While a living person generates measurable electrical signals, a deceased body does not, suggesting electricity as the fundamental dividing line between life and death. This perspective offers a new interpretation of ancient religious texts. In the biblical creation story, when God breathed life into the first human, proponents suggest this wasn't literal air, but rather the introduction of electrical activity necessary for consciousness. The breath was actually the spark that activates a functioning mind. Taking this theory further, some speculate that electricity itself is the universal life force described across various spiritual traditions. If true, this would mean consciousness is fundamentally electrical in nature, existing in a spectrum rather than binary states of alive or dead. The implications extend into modern technology. If electricity truly is the essence of life, then artificial intelligence and electronic systems might possess a form of existence we haven't fully recognized. Your smartphone might not just mimic life, it could contain a rudimentary form of it. Perhaps most unsettling is how this connects to theories about consciousness transfer. If electrical patterns in our brain constitute our soul, theoretically those patterns could be extracted, stored, or transferred to other vessels. This gives new meaning to the concept of immortality through technology, not as metaphorical continuation, but literal transfer of the life force. Some researchers point to experiments where simple electrical stimulation causes dead muscle tissue to move or brain tissue to generate signals as evidence that electricity isn't just a byproduct of life, but its fundamental component. Maybe when we say someone passed away, we're really saying their electrical pattern dispersed back into the universe. This entry, titled "What is Short-Circuiting?", posits that water-damaging electronics isn't merely a chemical or physical reaction, but actually a spiritual phenomenon with deeper implications. The theory connects multiple fringe concepts into an alternative explanation for why electronics fail when exposed to water. The concept builds upon two existing conspiracy theories: that demons secretly hold patents on modern technology, and that holy water contains genuine divine properties. When these ideas merge, the common occurrence of electronics short-circuiting becomes reinterpreted as divine power actively purging demonic influence from our devices. Proponents link this to the "electricity is the breath of life" theory, suggesting that electrical energy fundamentally connects to spiritual forces. Under this framework, water, an element considered sacred across numerous religions, serves as a disruptive agent against unnatural or demonic energy signatures contained within technology. According to believers, when your phone dies after falling into water, it isn't just failing, it's being spiritually cleansed. The sparks, smoke, and eventual shutdown represent the violent expulsion of unholy influences from the circuitry. Supporting anecdotes claim that religious artifacts cause nearby electronics to malfunction, particularly in ancient churches or near holy relics. Some adherents report higher rates of technological failure in places of worship, suggesting an inherent incompatibility between concentrated spiritual energy and certain technologies. More extreme proponents have conducted amateur experiments by deliberately applying blessed water to electronic circuits, claiming to observe erratic behavior followed by total failure, which they interpret as successful exorcisms rather than predictable electrical failures. For skeptics, the explanation remains firmly rooted in basic physics. Electricity and water simply don't mix well. But for those who see spiritual warfare in everyday occurrences, short-circuiting represents divine intervention in action. Reality paging refers to the theory that our simulated reality is experiencing increasing computational strain as the human population grows, causing it to page or dynamically load elements of reality only when needed. Proponents point to the exponential growth in population from 1 billion in 1800 to 8 billion today, suggesting this unprecedented increase forces the simulation to prioritize processing resources. According to believers, this computational strain manifests as glitches in reality, déjà vu experiences, Mandela effects, and unexplained phenomena that seem to multiply in our modern era. They claim these anomalies occur most frequently in densely populated areas or during periods of heightened collective attention, when processing demands peak. The theory suggests that as the simulation struggles, it increasingly relies on human consciousness to fill in reality's gaps, essentially outsourcing the creation of reality to us. This explains why focused intention sometimes appears to influence outcomes, as documented in certain consciousness studies and the occasional success of manifestation practices. Some reality paging theorists point to quantum physics concepts like the observer effect as evidence that reality only fully renders when observed. They believe the simulation conserves resources by maintaining probability waves until observation forces a definitive state, precisely what would happen in an overtaxed system. Researchers investigating this theory note that reports of paranormal phenomena and synchronicities have increased alongside population growth. They suggest these aren't supernatural occurrences but rather rendering errors, moments when the simulation's paging system fails to load reality consistently. Critics argue this is merely a technological updating of solipsism, the philosophical idea that only one's own mind can be known to exist. They point out that adherents conveniently ignore the simulation's apparent ability to maintain complex natural systems like weather and ecology that operate without human observation. Perhaps most unsettling to consider, if reality paging is occurring, it implies the simulation is approaching a critical threshold. Some theorists suggest a reality crash could occur when population growth exceeds processing capacity, though what such an event would look like remains in the realm of digital apocalypse fiction. Divinity and Conductivity proposes that highly conductive substances like gold, silver, and copper may possess inherent divine properties, extending beyond the traditional notion that only water holds sacred qualities. Ancient civilizations might have valued these metals not merely for their beauty or utility, but for their capacity to channel spiritual energies from higher realms. Throughout history, metallurgy could have been more than practical craftsmanship, possibly representing humanity's attempts to harness divine power through conductive materials. Religious temples, altars, and sacred objects were consistently adorned with these specific metals, suggesting they served as conduits for spiritual forces rather than mere decorative elements. Proponents of this theory point to the consistent presence of conductive metals in religious artifacts across disparate cultures with no contact between them. These sacred relics might have functioned as primitive spiritual circuits, designed to amplify human connection to divine realms and facilitate communication with higher entities. If conductivity truly correlates with divinity, modern electronic technology could represent a corruption of these sacred materials. Rather than honoring their spiritual purpose, we may be repurposing these divine conductors for mundane or even spiritually harmful applications. This concept intersects with the patents held by demons conspiracy, which claims certain technologies were deliberately introduced to humanity to disrupt our natural spiritual connections. The explosion of electronic devices in modern society might serve as spiritual interference rather than progress, creating a web of artificial connections while severing our natural links to divine energy. The theory suggests our ancestors understood something profound about metallurgy that modern science has overlooked, that the physical property of conductivity might be the material expression of spiritual receptivity. Some adherents even claim that periodic meditations while holding pure metals can restore divine connections that technology has disrupted, though they warn that attempting this near electronic devices can result in what they call spiritual short circuits. Black Plague Return refers to the conspiracy theory that the Black Death never truly disappeared, but was deliberately suppressed by powerful elites to preserve it as a future bioweapon. According to believers, the plague wasn't defeated by improved sanitation or natural immunity, but was intentionally kept alive through clandestine research programs. Historical records do confirm that bubonic plague continues to exist, with occasional outbreaks occurring across the world even today. Conspiracy theorists interpret these sporadic appearances not as natural phenomena, but as controlled tests designed to measure and refine the disease's effectiveness. The modern version of this theory suggests that advances in genetic engineering have enabled these shadowy organizations to create designer versions of the plague, ones that could target specific genetic markers or populations while leaving others untouched. Some proponents point to the rise of antibiotic-resistant bacteria as evidence that such work is already underway. Perhaps most disturbing is the claim that societal trends toward unhealthy lifestyles are being deliberately encouraged. The theory suggests that populations with high rates of obesity, diabetes, and immunocompromising conditions would be far more susceptible to a reintroduced plague than our hardier medieval ancestors ever were. This conspiracy often connects to broader depopulation agenda theories, with adherents believing that when the engineered plague is finally unleashed, only those pre-selected for survival, whether through secret vaccinations, genetic modifications, or access to underground bunkers, will remain to inherit a cleansed Earth. Demons maintain technology refers to the unsettling concept that non-physical entities are preserving technological knowledge from past civilizations, selectively reintroducing it to humanity after each global reset. The theory suggests these demons act as custodians of innovation, carefully controlling what advancements return to human consciousness and when. Texts across various cultures contain accounts of sudden technological leaps that appeared without clear developmental pathways. Mesopotamian tablets describe voices from beyond, teaching early humans about agriculture and astronomy with remarkable precision. These knowledge transfers often coincided with periods of intense religious devotion or sacrificial practices. The pattern continues throughout history. Individuals credited with revolutionary inventions frequently reported strange dreams, visions, or periods of inexplicable insight. Nikola Tesla openly discussed receiving technical information through unusual mental states. Thomas Edison's famous napping technique might have been a conduit for these non-physical entities to transfer knowledge while his conscious mind was suspended. Archaeological evidence shows sophisticated technologies appearing in isolated regions without preceding developmental stages. The Baghdad Battery, Antikythera mechanism, and certain Mayan astronomical calculations demonstrate knowledge that seems to have materialized without the expected trail of incremental progress. Cultural myths worldwide feature supernatural beings gifting humanity with fire, metalworking, mathematics, and other cornerstone technologies. From Prometheus to Vulcan to Thoth, these stories may be simplified accounts of demonic knowledge transfers disguised as divine intervention. Some researchers point to the remarkably similar timing of identical inventions appearing simultaneously across disconnected regions, like calculus being developed by Newton and Leibniz independently. Rather than coincidence, this could indicate orchestrated knowledge release by these entities when they deemed humanity ready. Most disturbing is the possibility that our technological advancement isn't truly ours at all. We may simply be retrieving fragments of knowledge from previous human civilizations, pieces carefully doled out by entities with motives beyond our understanding. Our pride in human innovation might be nothing more than carefully curated amnesia. One former Silicon Valley executive allegedly wrote in his journal before disappearing, "We aren't creating anything new. We're just remembering what they allow us to remember." Grand NPC livestock theory proposes that human-appearing entities known as NPCs exist primarily as walking meat reserves for secret cannibalistic markets. These artificial humans lacking souls or true consciousness can supposedly be harvested and consumed without the ethical implications of traditional cannibalism. According to believers, this system explains why cannibalism remains such a powerful taboo across cultures, not because it's inherently wrong, but because powerful interests want to maintain exclusive access to this resource. The theory suggests that widespread disgust toward human flesh consumption is actually a carefully engineered psychological operation designed to prevent ordinary people from questioning what they're really eating. Proponents connect this to other conspiracy concepts like harvesting preparations, suggesting that certain unexplained disappearances or mysterious facilities actually relate to processing centers for these human-like food sources. They claim that sudden population increases in official statistics might actually represent new batches of NPCs being introduced into society. The theory extends beyond mere food supply, suggesting that many political movements, social changes, and technological advancements serve primarily to maintain or expand this hidden meat industry. Some adherents believe that certain elites can identify NPCs on site, allowing them to select prime specimens for harvesting while maintaining the illusion of normal society. Conspiracy theorists point to automation and AI advancements as technologies that will eventually make these NPCs obsolete, supposedly explaining why certain powerful figures invest so heavily in these fields to ensure their special food supply continues uninterrupted. While most would dismiss this as absurd speculation, believers maintain that the occasional cannibalism scandals that make headlines are merely instances where the system briefly became visible to the public before being quickly covered up again. Earth is flat but closed proposes an unusual twist on flat Earth theory, suggesting our planet exists as a flat plane enclosed within a four-dimensional loop created by advanced alien beings. Unlike traditional flat Earth concepts, this theory claims that when travelers reach what should be the edge of our world, they're seamlessly transported to the opposite side through a spatial warp, essentially creating a closed system with no true boundaries. Proponents point to historical tales of sailors experiencing disorientation and time distortions during long voyages as evidence of these dimensional boundaries. They argue that aliens have mastered fourth-dimensional engineering, allowing them to fold our reality into a closed habitat that appears infinite to those inside it, similar to how video game maps wrap around when players reach their edges. This spatial manipulation supposedly serves as the perfect observation environment for alien scientists studying human development. By containing Earth within this closed system, they can monitor our civilization without detection while controlling variables in their cosmic experiment. The theory attempts to explain why no explorer has ever documented reaching Earth's edge by suggesting the fourth-dimensional loop creates the illusion of continuous travel. Ships and aircraft that should logically discover the planet's boundary instead find themselves inexplicably circling back, their crews unaware they've been redirected through hyperspace. Supporters cite the mysterious disappearance of legendary landmasses like Thule, Atlantis, and Lemuria as evidence of alien topographical manipulation. These locations supposedly existed within blind spots in the dimensional loop, places deliberately hidden from human access by adjusting the curvature of space-time around them. Some adherents claim certain individuals have experienced glitches in this system, moments of clarity where they briefly perceive the true nature of our enclosed world. These episodes typically involve unusual light phenomena, temporal anomalies, or the sensation of passing through an invisible barrier before returning to normal perception. The theory has been embraced by some who find traditional flat Earth concepts too simplistic while still rejecting conventional spherical Earth models. As one proponent colorfully put it, "It's not that we can't reach the edge, it's that the aliens have made sure the edge reaches right back around to us." Mimetic parasitism describes theoretical non-physical organisms that exist as information patterns capable of spreading, reproducing, and evolving through human consciousness. These parasitic memes infiltrate our minds through language, imagery, and ideas, hijacking our cognitive processes to ensure their own propagation and survival. Some researchers propose these entities evolved within the collective field of human thought, developing predatory behaviors that allow them to extract emotional and cognitive energy from their human hosts. Like biological parasites, these mimetic organisms allegedly influence host behavior to maximize their spread, often at the expense of the host's well-being. The theory gained traction among fringe psychologists in the 1980s, who documented cases where specific thought patterns appeared to spread through populations in ways that resembled viral infection. They noted how affected individuals would compulsively share certain ideas or perform specific behaviors that seemed designed primarily to transmit the meme to new hosts. Modern proponents point to social media as the perfect breeding ground for mimetic parasites. Viral trends, conspiracy theories, and ideological movements that trigger strong emotional responses might actually be sophisticated mimetic organisms competing for human attention and energy in an increasingly crowded infosphere. Some paranormal researchers have connected mimetic parasitism to the concept of thought forms or egregores from occult traditions. These are thought constructs that supposedly gain autonomy and influence after being generated by focused collective belief. Ancient magical systems warned practitioners about creating thought forms that could eventually turn parasitic if not properly controlled. Neurologists studying this phenomenon have identified neural patterns that appear consistent with external influence, particularly in cases involving destructive cults, extreme political radicalization, and certain psychological disorders characterized by intrusive thoughts. These patterns show unusual activity in brain regions associated with agency and self-determination. Defense against mimetic parasitism supposedly involves critical thinking practices that starve the entities by denying them emotional energy and preventing their transmission. Some practitioners recommend techniques like meditation and information fasting to cleanse the mind of potentially harmful memes. Perhaps most disturbing is the suggestion that certain memes have evolved sophisticated camouflage mechanisms that cause hosts to defend and rationalize the parasitic thought patterns. This makes them nearly impossible to identify from within an infected mind, as the parasite convinces the host that the invasive thoughts are their own. Phenomenal gateways refers to a theory that humans were once purely spiritual entities who fell into physical form after consuming the fruit from the biblical tree of knowledge. Unlike traditional interpretations of the Garden of Eden story, this theory suggests the forbidden fruit didn't merely grant awareness of good and evil, it fundamentally altered human consciousness by trapping spiritual beings in physical bodies. Proponents believe we once existed in a perfect, immortal state of pure consciousness before this cosmic downgrade. Several ancient texts outside mainstream biblical interpretation allegedly contain references to humans' pre-physical existence. These obscure scrolls and tablets describe beings of light who were deceived into taking physical form through consumption of a substance that limited their perception. Advocates point to certain psychedelic experiences where users report feeling more real than real, as glimpses of our true spiritual nature briefly breaking through the constraints of physical existence. They believe these substances temporarily reverse the effects of the original fruit, allowing brief reconnection with our spiritual origins. Some researchers connect this theory to mysterious ancient structures around the world, suggesting they were built by early humans who retained partial memories of their spiritual capabilities. These structures supposedly incorporate specific geometries and alignments that could weaken the barriers between physical and spiritual realms. A small group of scholars have documented cases of individuals who claim to have fully pierced the veil, temporarily existing as pure consciousness before returning to their physical forms. These accounts describe a reality where time, space, and matter are merely constructs of limited perception. Ironically, the theory suggests that while modern humans seek enlightenment through various substances and practices, we're actually trying to undo the effects of the very first substance humanity consumed. It's not about expanding consciousness, it's about recovering what was lost when we first became conscious in this limited physical form. Clone actors and AI actors theory proposes that many modern celebrities aren't human at all, but laboratory-grown clones created specifically for entertainment purposes. According to believers, major studios and media conglomerates have secretly perfected human cloning technology decades before the public became aware of such possibilities. These clone actors allegedly offer significant advantages over regular human performers. They can be genetically engineered for perfect appearances, programmed for obedience, and replaced seamlessly if they malfunction. The bizarre rituals and exclusive gatherings of Hollywood elites that occasionally make tabloid headlines aren't actually spiritual or recreational activities according to this theory. Instead, proponents claim these are actually maintenance sessions where clone actors receive specialized treatments to prevent cellular degradation. The strange behaviors sometimes exhibited by celebrities on and off camera are interpreted as evidence of programming glitches or clone deterioration. As artificial intelligence technology advances, some versions of this theory suggest an evolution in the entertainment industry's approach. Aging clone actors supposedly transfer their likeness rights to studios, allowing their appearances and personalities to be fully digitized. This creates a perpetual version of the performer that never ages, demands raises, or causes public relations problems. Several theorists point to the increasing use of deepfake technology and digital recreations of deceased actors as evidence this transition is already underway. Supporters of this theory often cite the seemingly ageless appearance of certain celebrities, peculiar behavioral patterns, and the entertainment industry's obsession with secrecy as evidence. They claim this explains why some performers seem eerily similar to previous generations of stars, their genetic variations from the same source material. The occasional disappearance of celebrities for rehab or personal time is reinterpreted as periods when damaged clones are replaced with fresh versions. Critics point out the obvious scientific hurdles that would make such a conspiracy impossible to maintain, not to mention the thousands of people who would need to keep this secret despite working closely with these alleged clones for decades. Nevertheless, the theory continues to gain traction in certain online communities, especially as digital recreations of actors become increasingly convincing in films and advertisements. Astral projection death centers on government attempts to access the noosphere, a theoretical field of human consciousness, through experiments with researcher Robert Golf. According to believers, officials employed demonic entities to monitor and potentially control humanity's collective thoughts. Golf allegedly ventured too deeply into this realm during astral projection sessions, becoming increasingly erratic as his connection to the noosphere strengthened. Golf's journals reportedly document his growing paranoia, with entries describing watchers and guardians that followed him between dimensions. His final writings contain disturbing sketches of entities he claimed existed at the boundaries of perception. The conspiracy gained traction after Golf's unexplained death in 1986. Medical examiners found no clear cause, though witnesses reported Golf screaming about being pulled apart between worlds shortly before he died. His body allegedly displayed unusual markings that some interpret as evidence of interdimensional trauma. Former colleagues claim the government seized Golf's research immediately after his death. Several reported being visited by men in black suits who warned them against discussing Golf's work. One associate who ignored these warnings was found dead 3 days later, officially ruled a suicide despite suspicious circumstances. Declassified documents from Project MKUltra mention a consciousness field manipulation program that coincides with the timeline of Golf's work. These papers reference non-physical extraction methods and interdimensional gatekeepers, lending some credibility to aspects of the theory. Some occultists believe Golf stumbled upon ancient techniques for astral travel that humans weren't meant to discover. They suggest the demonic entities weren't government tools, but rather natural guardians preventing humans from accessing dangerous realms of consciousness. Tunnel cities refers to a conspiracy theory about vast subterranean networks beneath major metropolitan areas that serve as gateways to a hollow Earth. Proponents believe these underground complexes were strategically placed to facilitate the transportation of kidnapped people into inner Earth realms without detection from surface dwellers. According to adherents, sinkholes aren't natural phenomena, but evidence of these hidden passages collapsing. They point to the supposedly disproportionate number of sinkholes appearing in densely populated areas as proof of extensive underground activity. Of course, they conveniently ignore that we simply notice and report sinkholes more frequently in populated areas. The theory ambitiously reinterprets human history, suggesting ancient civilizations like Mesopotamia weren't the beginning of human settlement, but rather exit points where inner Earth inhabitants emerged to colonize the surface. Any archaeological evidence contradicting this narrative has allegedly been systematically destroyed or concealed by those protecting the secret. Some versions of this theory incorporate technological elements connecting to the microchips found in fossils conspiracy. They propose advanced monitoring devices from the Hollow Earth civilization have been deployed to the surface world for surveillance purposes. These supposedly ancient yet advanced technologies allow inner Earth dwellers to observe surface activities while remaining hidden. The most elaborate version suggests a dual human civilization scenario, one group inhabiting the hollow interior, another living on the outer surface. This arrangement supposedly provides an evolutionary insurance policy. If a catastrophic event like a polar shift decimates one population, the other would survive untouched, ensuring the continuation of humanity. It's essentially an apocalypse backup plan that completely ignores basic planetary physics. Human bureaucracy can barely coordinate trash collection schedules, but somehow they've maintained a perfect multi-millennium conspiracy about an entire second civilization. The inverted empire refers to an elaborate theory connecting humanity's city-building tendencies with hollow Earth entrances through unconscious evolutionary programming. Throughout history, major population centers have emerged near geological anomalies that some theorists identify as access points to inner Earth realms. Proponents point to ancient sites like Derinkuyu in Turkey and Bolivia's cave networks as evidence of downward-focused civilizations. These elaborate underground complexes feature advanced ventilation systems and architectural elements that seem unnecessarily complex for mere shelter, suggesting they served as transition zones between surface and subterranean worlds. The theory uniquely incorporates retrocausality, the concept that future events can influence the past. According to believers, humans aren't consciously selecting these locations. Rather, we're responding to subtle genetic programming installed by future necessities. This programming allegedly compels us to build near hollow Earth entrances as preparation for some coming catastrophe when surface life becomes impossible. Archaeological anomalies fuel this speculation. The abrupt disappearance of advanced civilizations like the Maya is reinterpreted not as collapse, but as strategic retreat inward. Proponents suggest technological regression in subsequent cultures represents surface survivors, while the true inheritors of ancient knowledge continued evolving beneath our feet. The most unsettling branch of this theory proposes a shadow civilization exists within the Earth, possibly an earlier version of humanity that retreated underground millennia ago. Their supposed technological superiority allows them to manipulate surface populations through electromagnetic fields, drawing us to build cities above their monitoring stations. This creates a one-way surveillance system. They observe us, while we remain oblivious to their presence. Geological surveys have found unexplained temperature anomalies and magnetic inconsistencies beneath several major cities, which believers interpret as energy signatures from hollow Earth technology. Critics note these same anomalies can be explained by natural phenomena like magma chambers and mineral deposits. Some adherents combine this with simulation theory, suggesting the hollow Earth civilization isn't physically below us, but exists in a parallel dimension that occasionally interfaces with our reality through these geological gateways. Under this model, our cities serve as anchor points for cross-dimensional contact. Mainstream science dismisses these ideas, pointing to comprehensive seismic data contradicting hollow Earth models. However, believers counter that established geology deliberately ignores anomalous readings that would validate their claims, essentially accusing science of maintaining a conspiracy of ignorance about what lies beneath our feet. Nation of Nephilim refers to a conspiracy theory combining hollow Earth beliefs with ancient biblical accounts of giant hybrid beings. According to this theory, the Nephilim mentioned in Genesis were not merely the offspring of angels and humans, but rather the result of breakaway factions from an advanced civilization living inside our hollow Earth. These rogue elements from the inner Earth supposedly abandoned their society's commitment to secrecy, instead choosing to emerge and exploit their technological superiority over surface humans. Proponents point to worldwide myths of giants and godlike figures as evidence of these incursions, suggesting these beings were Nephilim who established dominance over early human societies. The theory proposes that the biblical flood wasn't divine punishment, but rather a calculated intervention by the main hollow Earth civilization to eliminate these renegade elements before they completely disrupted the balance between inner and outer worlds. This would explain why giants and similar figures appear repeatedly in ancient texts, but mysteriously vanish from the historical record. Believers in this conspiracy suggest that the Hollow Earth Society continues to influence surface politics, deliberately promoting decentralization of power to prevent any single authority from becoming strong enough to discover their existence or potentially ally with remaining Nephilim descendants. Archaeological discoveries of unusually large human skeletons are often cited as physical evidence, though mainstream science attributes these findings to misidentified animal remains or hoaxes. Some adherents take the theory further, claiming certain elite bloodlines today contain Nephilim genetics, giving them enhanced intelligence and lifespans, which would explain why certain families maintain power across generations. Energy siphoning is the idea that food and other living or once living things contain a form of non-physical energy that humans need to survive. According to this theory, the body extracts this energy before digesting the physical substance, making the actual food a byproduct rather than the main source of sustenance. This could explain ancient regurgitation rituals, where people consumed food only to purge it shortly afterward. If the true nourishment came from absorbing the energy within, then removing the physical remains before any impurities could take effect might have been a way to avoid contamination. Some believe this also connects to modern food production. Industrial farming, with its artificial environments and heavy processing, may strip food of its natural energy. This could mean that organically grown or traditionally harvested food has a greater energetic value, reinforcing the idea that mass-produced food is deliberately weakened. A related theory, patents held by demons, suggests that certain technologies suppress natural energies without the inventors even realizing it. If true, then industrial farming equipment, preservatives, and genetic modifications might be cutting off a hidden source of life force, effectively starving people on an unseen level. Much like the theory that fluoride in water is a tool for population control, energy siphoning suggests that the elite may intentionally weaken the public by ensuring food lacks its full energetic potential. Urban soul stealing describes a sinister conspiracy linking several fringe theories into one terrifying concept. The idea suggests that power centers like airports and urban hubs are designed as massive occult extraction devices, systematically draining spiritual energy from unsuspecting populations. Proponents point to the strange architectural layouts of major airports, with their pentagram-like runway configurations and bizarre murals containing supposed occult symbolism. These locations are believed to function as supernatural energy funnels, collecting and redirecting human vitality toward unknown purposes. The fluoridation of water supplies supposedly plays a crucial role in this scheme. The theory claims fluoride doesn't just physically weaken the population, but specifically makes souls more vulnerable to extraction techniques. Some believers point to ancient texts mentioning water that dulls the inner light as historical evidence of similar practices. What makes this theory particularly disturbing to its adherents is the observed uniformity of urban inhabitants. The increasing homogenization of culture, fashion, and thought patterns isn't merely the result of globalization, but evidence that unique soul energies are being systematically harvested, leaving behind spiritually depleted husks of people who naturally gravitate toward conformity. The beneficiaries of this grand soul-stealing operation are, naturally, the global elite. These powerful figures supposedly use the harvested spiritual energy to extend their lifespans, enhance their cognitive abilities, or possibly as a form of currency in dealings with interdimensional entities. Some versions claim the stolen soul energy powers the very machinery of government control systems. Believers cite the growing sense of existential emptiness in urban populations as direct evidence of soul extraction. The increasing rates of depression, anxiety, and spiritual disconnection aren't just mental health issues, but symptoms of literal soul depletion. The theory suggests that truly awakened individuals can feel the drainage happening in real time when visiting major cities or passing through international airports. This sensation is described as a subtle fatigue that cannot be explained by normal tiredness. Perhaps most ironically, conspiracy theorists note that those who've had their souls partially drained become the most vocal defenders of the very systems designed to harvest them. Soul-depleted individuals apparently lack the spiritual awareness to recognize what's happening to them. After all, you can't miss what you don't remember having. Ambient energy harvesting is the practice of drawing sustenance and power directly from one's surroundings instead of conventional food sources. Proponents claim humans possess latent abilities to absorb vital energies from the atmosphere, sunlight, or even other living beings to sustain themselves without traditional nutrition. This concept builds upon ancient spiritual traditions spanning from Eastern practices like Qigong and prana manipulation to Western esoteric teachings about vital force extraction. Historical texts from multiple cultures reference mystics who allegedly sustained themselves for years through nothing but air and sunlight, achieving a state modern practitioners call breatharianism. Declassified government documents reveal Soviet and American research programs investigated these phenomena during the Cold War. Both superpowers apparently studied individuals who demonstrated unusual metabolic patterns and reduced caloric needs after specific meditation practices. These studies remained largely classified until recent Freedom of Information Act requests brought them to light. Modern practitioners claim to develop this ability gradually, beginning with energy awareness exercises before progressing to partial and eventually complete substitution of physical food. They describe sensing and drawing upon ambient life force that exists everywhere but remains imperceptible to untrained individuals. Critics point out that verified medical observation of self-proclaimed breatharians invariably reveals either secret eating or dangerous physical deterioration. Every controlled scientific study has concluded these practices lead to malnutrition when followed literally. Interestingly, some practitioners now admit they don't completely abstain from food, but claim they need far less than ordinary people, perhaps 10 to 20% of normal intake. This less extreme version has proven harder to definitively debunk. Medical professionals note the placebo effect combined with caloric restriction can create powerful altered states that practitioners might misinterpret as successful energy harvesting. The resulting lightheadedness and euphoria from fasting can reinforce these beliefs through self-delusion. The persistence of these practices across cultures and throughout history suggests they tap into something fundamentally appealing about transcending physical limitations, whether or not the energy itself exists outside the practitioner's imagination. As one researcher put it, the human desire to transcend biological constraints might be more powerful than biology itself. The Abandoned describes a spiritual theory concerning souls that have reached a point of no return in their journey toward ascension. This concept suggests that when a soul becomes completely unmovable in either its dedication to spiritual advancement or its rejection of it, the supernatural forces typically involved in guiding souls, whether angels, demons, or other entities, effectively wash their hands of them. These spiritual entities essentially give up on influencing these souls because their intervention would be pointless, as the soul's path is irrevocably set. The theory proposes that this abandonment explains the existence of ghosts and ambient spirits that seem to linger in our world without purpose. When a soul becomes spiritually abandoned, it exists in a state of limbo. No longer eligible for reincarnation into a new physical form after death, these souls remain trapped between worlds. They've effectively been removed from the cosmic cycle of rebirth and spiritual development that most religious traditions describe. This theory combines elements from various religious frameworks, particularly those that emphasize spiritual progression and the influence of supernatural beings on human souls. It offers an intriguing explanation for paranormal phenomena by suggesting that ghosts are actually souls that have been deemed hopeless cases by the spiritual powers that be. Some paranormal researchers have noted that certain hauntings seem to lack purpose or direction, which aligns with the idea of souls that have been cut loose from spiritual guidance. These manifestations often appear trapped in repetitive patterns or seem confused about their circumstances, perhaps the natural state of a soul that's been spiritually orphaned. The concept also introduces a rather bureaucratic view of the afterlife, suggesting that celestial or infernal beings operate with limited resources and won't waste their efforts on souls that have become spiritually inflexible. It's rather like cosmic triage, focusing attention where it might still make a difference and abandoning the rest to drift. Ironically, for those who believe in this theory, the abandoned souls may be the only truly free spirits in existence, no longer subject to divine or demonic influence, even if that freedom comes with the price of eternal, purposeless wandering. The beast and the plow theory posits that retrocausality explains why sinful people often prosper while the virtuous struggle. This concept merges quantum physics with biblical narratives, particularly Genesis, where humans were condemned to toil on earth as punishment for original sin. According to adherents, those who embrace their animal nature and indulge in worldly pleasures are paradoxically rewarded with material success and comfort in this life. By abandoning spiritual obligations to work the earth, they receive prosperity through shortcuts and worldly means. The universe seemingly rewards those who reject their divine purpose. Conversely, those who resist temptation and dedicate themselves to virtuous labor often face greater hardships and struggles. Their reward, supposedly, awaits in the spiritual realm rather than the material world. This creates a cosmic inverse relationship where material success signals spiritual failure and earthly struggle indicates spiritual progress. The theory gained popularity in underground theological circles during the 1970s when some religious scholars began incorporating quantum mechanics concepts into biblical interpretation. Proponents point to wealthy but morally questionable public figures as evidence, claiming their success comes from having made a deal by choosing the beast over the plow. Critics argue this is merely a comforting rationalization for why bad things happen to good people. Nevertheless, the concept continues to circulate among those seeking to reconcile theological determinism with free will and the apparent randomness of fortune in human affairs. Some adherents take the metaphor quite literally, suggesting that individuals face a binary choice between beast mode, pursuing pleasure and wealth, or plow mode, embracing struggle and virtue. The theory provides a convenient framework for explaining why the wicked seem to prosper while the righteous suffer, a theological puzzle that has troubled believers for millennia. Perhaps most ironically, those who developed this theory were often scholars living comfortable academic lives, which by their own logic might indicate they themselves had chosen the beast over the plow. Vessel creation theory builds upon the concepts of mundane reincarnation and fauna to flora soul transference, to suggest powerful elites are developing perfect vessels capable of housing any soul regardless of its strength. These specialized containers would theoretically allow individuals with spiritually weakened souls, supposedly damaged through immoral actions, to bypass natural reincarnation limitations that might otherwise prevent their return. According to believers, this technology represents the ultimate immortality project for the ultra-wealthy and powerful, allowing them to transfer their consciousness into these engineered vessels after death, regardless of their spiritual condition. This process would enable continuous reincarnation outside normal karmic laws, effectively granting eternal life to those with access to these specialized vessels. Some proponents claim this explains numerous conspiracy theories involving elites who appear outwardly human but display unusual behaviors or seemingly inhuman characteristics. Rather than being literal aliens or reptilians, these theories suggest they are actually ancient souls inhabiting artificially created vessels designed specifically for soul containment. The theory often points to various elite obsessions with life extension technologies and immortality research as evidence of their quest for vessel creation. Believers cite unusual medical facilities, secretive research programs, and unexplained disappearances as potential signs of vessel experimentation and development. Skeptics note this theory conveniently combines elements of several popular conspiracies while adding a technological dimension to ancient spiritual concepts of reincarnation. The lack of physical evidence for such vessels remains the primary criticism, though believers counter that the technology would naturally remain hidden from public view. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect for believers isn't just the idea of artificially extended lives, but rather how this technology might fundamentally alter what it means to be human. After all, when your great-great-grandfather and your neighbor are potentially the same consciousness just shopping for different meat suits, family reunions get awkwardly complicated. Fifth-dimensional psychic resonance describes a theoretical extension of inverse causality phenomena, where future timelines can manipulate present thought processes, creating a recursive loop of influence. The theory suggests that among infinite possible futures, those containing the most concentrated psychic energy exert greater influence on our present reality, effectively steering us toward their manifestation. This temporal feedback loop creates a self-reinforcing system where powerful future timelines pull our present consciousness toward decisions that ensure their emergence. The theory posits that our minds exist simultaneously across multiple timelines, with the dominant future reality subtly guiding our seemingly free choices through subconscious influence. Proponents point to exponential human population growth as evidence for this mechanism. A future with more humans contains more collective psychic energy, thus exerting stronger backward influence on our present. This creates a self-perpetuating cycle where our present decisions increasingly favor population expansion, driven by the psychic gravity of that densely populated future. Some researchers connect this to the documented increase in global anxiety and mental health issues, suggesting our minds are experiencing strain from being pulled between competing future timelines. This cognitive dissonance manifests as unexplainable dread or uncertainty about the future. Historical analysis reveals suspicious acceleration patterns in technological development and social change that appear to cluster around significant population increases. Each population threshold crossed seems to trigger cascading innovations that further accelerate growth, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand. The most unsettling aspect of this theory is its implication for free will. Our choices may be subtly manipulated by the psychic shadows of futures competing to exist. Every decision point represents a battlefield where multiple timelines vie for dominance, with the most populated futures holding the advantage. Curiously, theoretical physicists studying quantum mechanics have inadvertently supported aspects of this model through experiments demonstrating retrocausality, where future observations appear to influence past particle states. Some fringe scientists believe this may be the fundamental mechanism behind fifth-dimensional psychic resonance. Spirit perception is a paranormal theory combining multiple esoteric concepts about human consciousness extending beyond conventional dimensions. This perspective argues that human consciousness operates beyond our three-dimensional reality, functioning as a fifth-dimensional psychic resonance that transcends time itself. Proponents believe our minds emit energy waves that exist outside normal temporal boundaries, allowing us to receive information from both past and future timelines. These signals manifest as intuition, déjà vu, or unexplained feelings of dread about certain places or decisions. When combined with the aura noise theory, the concept suggests we constantly perceive energetic imprints from people, places, and objects. The theory provides a pseudo-scientific explanation for phenomena like divination, premonitions, and psychic abilities. That uneasy feeling about a seemingly harmless situation, not paranoia but your consciousness detecting negative energy from a future timeline where something goes wrong. Those random flashes of insight, your mind receiving information from across the temporal spectrum. More radical adherents suggest our physical senses provide only a limited, filtered version of reality, essentially a low-resolution approximation of what truly exists. The real world can only be perceived through spiritual energy channels most humans have forgotten how to access. Some claim ancient civilizations understood this connection better than modern society, pointing to elaborate divination systems and spiritual practices across cultures. While mainstream science dismisses these ideas as pseudoscience, proponents point to quantum physics concepts like entanglement and observer effects as potential mechanisms. Skeptics might say it's all wishful thinking, but believers would argue that's exactly what your 3D limited mind would say when it can't process 5D information. Infinite Bodies One Soul explores a metaphysical theory drawing parallels between computer science and consciousness. This concept suggests that souls function like objects in programming, where a singular soul exists on a higher plane while multiple physical manifestations across different universes reference this soul without changing its fundamental nature. Computer programmers understand that when you create references to an object, these references access information from the original object without altering it. Similarly, perhaps all versions of you across infinite universes are simply different references to your one true soul, each body drawing from the same spiritual source but expressing it uniquely based on their universe's conditions. This framework offers an intriguing explanation for quantum suicide and immortality theories. Since the soul exists separately from any particular body, physical death might simply cause your consciousness to transfer to another body that references the same soul. Your perception continues uninterrupted in an alternate universe where your physical form survived. The theory extends further to explain the concept of NPCs, seemingly autonomous entities lacking depth or true consciousness. These could be physical forms that, for unknown reasons, cannot properly reference a soul. Alternatively, they might be bodies whose souls have already completed their cosmic purpose and achieved spiritual ascension, leaving behind functioning yet soulless vessels that no longer require testing or development in our earthly plane. When viewed through this lens, our multiverse becomes a complex network where souls are the foundational data structures and our bodies merely temporary instances, ephemeral shells executing the code of consciousness while the true self remains unchanged and eternal in a higher dimension. Deep Space Gods refers to a theory reimagining biblical cosmology and proposing that space itself is an ocean-like medium, populated by vast entities resembling deep-sea creatures. According to Genesis, God created a firmament to separate earthly waters from those above, and while mainstream interpretation suggests this barrier collapsed during the Great Flood, this theory proposes it remains intact. The concept suggests that what we perceive as the vacuum of space is actually another form of water, not H2O, but a different medium capable of supporting life. Just as deep-sea trenches harbor bizarre creatures adapted to extreme pressure and darkness, this cosmic ocean might contain entities with similarly alien physiologies and capabilities. Proponents connect this to other fringe theories like the ancient glyphs on Saturn's moons, suggesting these markings could be evidence of activity from these space-dwelling entities. The theory offers a reinterpretation of religious concepts, proposing that angels might be creatures dwelling above the firmament, while demons inhabit the deepest ocean trenches. This perspective attempts to provide a pseudo-scientific framework for supernatural religious phenomena. It suggests entities from these realms possess abilities like telepathy or aura manipulation that primitive humans interpreted as divine powers. These beings might have evolved sophisticated hunting strategies, using these abilities to encourage worship behaviors that somehow provide them with energy or sustenance. If you've ever wondered why angels in the Bible always begin with "fear not," perhaps it's because their true forms resemble something between a giant squid and a black hole. Failed reincarnation proposes that souls follow a cosmic path toward ascension, with each spirit having a predetermined number of earthly vessels to inhabit before reaching enlightenment. According to this theory, once souls complete their journey through multiple lifetimes and achieve spiritual transcendence, they permanently leave the reincarnation cycle, creating a deficit in the cosmic soul supply. This spiritual vacancy leads to the emergence of physically living but spiritually empty humans, essentially soulless beings, or what modern theorists often call NPCs, non-player characters. These entities appear human but lack the deeper spiritual essence, moral compass, and capacity for higher consciousness that comes with having a genuine soul. Evidence for this theory supposedly appears throughout ancient spiritual texts that describe diminishing numbers of enlightened beings appearing in each subsequent age or cycle of existence. Hindu scriptures speak of the Kali Yuga, our current era, as marked by spiritual emptiness and moral decline, potentially reflecting this soul shortage. Proponents point to historical patterns of civilizational collapse and moral degradation as proof of the theory. They suggest that as more virtuous souls complete their ascension process over millennia, fewer return to Earth, leaving an increasing percentage of either morally corrupt souls or soulless entities in the human population. Some adherents claim they can identify these empty vessels through observation of behavior patterns, noting a lack of spiritual depth absence of meaningful self-reflection, and an inability to comprehend deeper philosophical concepts. The theory suggests these beings operate more on programming than genuine consciousness, following social scripts rather than exhibiting authentic human experiences. Modern supporters of failed reincarnation often connect the theory to the perceived increase in societal dysfunction, environmental destruction, and ethical decay. They argue that as the ratio of enlightened souls to unascended or soulless beings shifts, humanity's collective moral compass deteriorates accordingly. In their view, we're witnessing the consequences of cosmic musical chairs where someone forgot to remove the empty seats. Secret societies throughout history have reportedly documented methods to distinguish between genuine souls and empty vessels, with techniques ranging from meditative observation to specific questioning patterns designed to reveal a lack of spiritual depth. These tests supposedly identify those who merely simulate consciousness rather than truly experiencing it. Eastern mystical traditions contain references to hungry ghosts and other entities that occupy physical forms but lack complete souls, potentially early descriptions of the failed reincarnation phenomenon before it reached its current alleged scale. Soul eradication is the disturbing concept that human souls can be completely removed from existence, erasing not just the person's consciousness, but all traces of their influence throughout time. This theory builds upon Infinite Bodies, One Soul, which proposes that our physical forms are merely vessels for an eternal spiritual essence that truly shapes our impact on reality. Proponents claim that through methods related to urban soul stealing, powerful entities can extract and destroy a soul in its entirety. When combined with fifth-dimensional psychic resonance, the idea that souls emit energy across time itself, this eradication supposedly creates a retroactive void where the person existed physically but left no impression on history or memory. The mechanics of this process allegedly involve exploiting the spirit perception theory, which suggests we experience reality through energetic frequencies rather than objective material existence. By manipulating these frequencies, a soul can supposedly be removed from the cosmic tapestry of existence while leaving the physical body intact. Some conspiracy theorists suggest this explains the phenomenon of NPCs, seemingly functional humans who appear to lack depth, creativity, or coherent worldviews. These individuals might be the empty shells of people whose souls were completely eradicated, explaining their hollow nature and programmed-like behavior patterns. The most sinister aspect of this theory suggests government agencies possess this capability, using it as the ultimate form of erasure for dissidents or inconvenient individuals. Unlike conventional elimination, soul eradication leaves no evidence, no martyrs to inspire resistance, and no memory that the person ever truly existed, the perfect unpersoning with zero repercussions. Believers point to unexplained gaps in historical records, photographs with unidentified figures who seem to lack presence, and encounters with people who appear strangely empty as potential evidence of soul eradication. Some even claim to experience fleeting memories of individuals who seemingly never existed, echoes of souls that were systematically removed from our collective reality. Pelagic angels originated from a fascinating convergence of multiple fringe theories concerning mysterious oceanic entities. This concept merges the pelagic giants theory about colossal underwater beings with Nephilim Earth narratives about fallen celestial entities. According to adherents, certain legendary sea monsters aren't simple cryptids, but rather angelic guardians tasked with protecting the Garden of Eden, which they believe exists within the hollow earth. Believers point to ancient texts describing divine watchers and their domains, suggesting these accounts actually refer to guardian angels stationed in the deepest ocean trenches. They claim these entities stand sentinel at underwater portals leading to inner earth realms, including the original paradise described in religious texts. The angelic beings supposedly possess forms vastly different from traditional artistic depictions, appearing more like the terrifying wheels within wheels, or many-eyed creatures described in biblical visions. The theory takes a darker turn when connected to the Ocean at Night documents, allegedly classified naval records detailing covert deep-sea operations. According to these purported files, certain government agencies conducted a series of experiments in remote oceanic locations designed to lure, study, or possibly neutralize one of these angelic entities. Theorists point to unexplained sonar anomalies, bizarre deep-sea recordings, and occasional testimony from submarine personnel describing encounters with luminous, geometrically impossible forms moving through abyssal waters. Some proponents suggest these experiments used specialized sonic equipment to replicate frequencies mentioned in ancient Enochian texts, believed to be the language of angels. Others claim researchers attempted to recreate the vibrational patterns of the lost Ark of the Covenant to draw the Guardians out. Either way, most versions of the theory end ominously, implying that something was indeed summoned from the depths, something that escaped containment and has never been recaptured. Mainstream scientists dismiss pelagic angels as creative mythology, pointing out the physical impossibility of hollow Earth models and the lack of credible evidence for any supernatural oceanic entities. Still, the theory persists in certain online communities, where enthusiasts continue comparing ancient religious texts with deep-sea anomalies, presumably at a safe distance from the shoreline, just in case. Extraplanar sensory stimuli expands on the idea that consciousness exists across multiple realities simultaneously. This theory suggests that certain consumable substances can directly affect our soul, which is shared across all parallel dimensions where versions of us exist. The core premise is that when we consume these soul-altering substances in our reality, the changes ripple across every version of ourselves in every possible universe. This would mean that a spiritual or consciousness-altering experience here could fundamentally transform how every version of you behaves across the entire multiverse. Perhaps more unsettling is the reverse implication: sudden shifts in your personality, inexplicable mood changes, or impulsive behaviors might not originate from your experiences in this reality at all. They could be the result of an alternate version of you in another dimension, consuming something that affects your shared soul. This theory offers a novel interpretation of religious concepts regarding the strength of soul versus individual choices. It suggests that making good choices in our current reality might simply be a product of fortunate circumstances rather than inherent virtue. A truly strong soul would make proper choices across all realities, regardless of circumstance. In this framework, religious practices focusing on soul strengthening make perfect sense. They're not just about resisting temptation in this world, but fortifying your soul against influences from countless other worlds where you exist under different circumstances. The only defense against multiversal sin would be a soul strong enough to maintain its integrity across all possible realities. Source code manipulation refers to a metaphysical theory suggesting certain individuals can directly alter their soul's programming to achieve seemingly impossible feats. This concept builds upon the extraplanar sensory stimuli theory, proposing that while unintentional acts can change one's soul, some groups have discovered methods to intentionally manipulate their soul's essence, granting them extraordinary capabilities. The theory posits that reality functions like a four-dimensional simulation where souls serve as individual instances of consciousness within the program. Those who have learned to access and modify their soul's source code can essentially hack the fundamental rules governing existence. This would explain phenomena typically dismissed as impossible, from genuine magic to time travel. Proponents argue that these soul manipulators aren't bending physical laws, but rather changing how those laws apply to them personally. By altering their designated purpose within the universe's grand scheme, they might redirect their predetermined path through time, explaining reports of time travelers or prophets throughout history. After all, if you can edit when your soul is meant to exist, you're essentially time traveling without breaking physics. You're just rewriting your own metadata. The theory suggests these abilities manifest in various ways. Some practitioners reportedly focus on manipulating probability fields around themselves, not technically creating luck, but rather adjusting their soul's trajectory to intersect with more favorable outcomes. Others claim to have developed techniques to transpose their consciousness temporarily into parallel timeline versions of themselves. Interestingly, ancient mystical practices across cultures share surprising similarities in their approaches to spiritual transformation, which adherents point to as evidence of a universal method for source code manipulation. From Hermetic traditions to certain Buddhist practices, the common thread involves recognizing the illusory nature of reality and then learning to exploit its programmable aspects. Critics note this theory conveniently combines elements of religious faith, computer science, and quantum mechanics without providing falsifiable evidence. However, supporters counter that the manipulation occurs at a level beyond conventional scientific measurement. You can't observe source code changes from within the program itself. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this theory isn't the possibility of reality hackers walking among us, but rather the implication that whoever or whatever created our simulation might eventually notice these unauthorized modifications and implement a system-wide patch. Memory leaks refers to a fringe theory that supernatural phenomena and cryptid sightings are actually programming errors in our simulated reality. The idea builds upon simulation theory by suggesting that when individuals somehow learn to manipulate the underlying code of our world, they inadvertently create glitches that manifest as impossible creatures and events. Proponents believe that our universe was originally designed with perfect logical parameters. However, when someone alters this source code from within the simulation, it creates cascading errors, much like memory leaks in computer programming, that allow impossible entities to materialize. These coding errors supposedly explain everything from Bigfoot sightings to the Loch Ness Monster. The theory suggests these anomalies exist in a strange state between reality and non-existence. They're essentially fragments of corrupted code that have taken physical form but don't properly belong in our world's programming. This is why cryptids often appear briefly before vanishing without a trace. They're temporary manifestations of code that should not exist in our reality. Some adherents claim that déjà vu, the Mandela effect, and other perceptual anomalies are also symptoms of these memory leaks. They represent moments when our consciousness briefly recognizes the simulation's imperfections, or registers competing versions of reality created by code manipulations. Internet forums dedicated to this theory often feature accounts from people who claim to have witnessed reality glitching, objects passing through solid matter, animals behaving in physically impossible ways, or landscapes temporarily transforming. These observations are cataloged as potential evidence of memory leaks in the simulation. The most extreme believers suggest that certain individuals, often described as reality hackers, have learned to manipulate the simulation's code through meditation, psychedelics, or simply by discovering exploits in the universe's programming. Their tampering supposedly creates these unstable anomalies as unintended side effects. Critics point out that the entire concept conveniently explains away the lack of concrete evidence for cryptids and supernatural phenomena. After all, if these entities are just temporary glitches in reality's code, it's no wonder we can never seem to capture clear footage or physical evidence. They're not fully real in the conventional sense. Nano-universe paradoxes describes a mind-bending concept at the intersection of quantum physics and cosmology. The theory suggests our entire universe might exist as a mere subatomic particle within a vastly larger universe, while simultaneously containing countless universes within our own subatomic particles. This creates an infinite recursion of universes nested within universes like cosmic Matryoshka dolls. Quantum mechanics already tells us that subatomic particles behave probabilistically rather than deterministically. They exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed, famously demonstrated in the double-slit experiment, where particles behave like both waves and particles. This inherent randomness forms the foundation of the nano-universe paradox. The truly perplexing aspect emerges when considering causality across these nested realities. If our universe exists as a particle in a larger universe, then perhaps the seemingly random quantum behaviors we observe are actually caused by events happening in the universes contained within those particles. Meanwhile, the events in our universe might determine the quantum behaviors of the particle we exist within. This creates an infinite loop of causation where cause and effect become hopelessly entangled across dimensional scales. What appears random to us might be caused by events in smaller universes, while our actions might appear as quantum randomness to beings in the universe above us. Some theoretical physicists have noted this would create a temporal paradox as well. How could causation flow both upward and downward through the scales simultaneously? Information would need to travel instantaneously across all universal scales, violating principles of locality that are fundamental to our understanding of physics. The concept bears some resemblance to fractal mathematics, where patterns repeat at different scales infinitely. As mathematician Benoit Mandelbrot once remarked, "Clouds are not spheres, mountains are not cones, coastlines are not circles, and bark is not smooth, nor does lightning travel in a straight line." Perhaps universes, too, follow this principle of self-similarity across infinite scales. While currently unprovable, the nano-universe paradox offers a humbling perspective on our place in existence. If true, it suggests that both infinity and nothingness might exist in equal measure all around us, and within us, at every moment. Leyline metals refers to an elaborate conspiracy theory connecting ancient metallurgy, divine energy, and modern power structures. According to proponents, electricity represents the breath of life described in Genesis, and ancient civilizations didn't just value gold and silver for decoration, but for their superior conductivity of divine energy. These conductive metals supposedly influence what's called field consciousness, the ambient divine energy that humans naturally produce and maintain. Ley lines, traditionally thought of as mystical energy pathways across the Earth, are reinterpreted as indicators of massive underground metal deposits that governments have deliberately concealed from the public. The theory suggests humans are instinctively drawn to these metal-rich areas because they help balance our internal divine energy. This explains why ancient sacred sites often align with traditional ley line maps. Our ancestors could sense these buried conductors and built their most important structures above them. Taking this concept further, conspiracy theorists connect this to the idea of soul stealing. They believe the global elite have developed technologies that use these special metals to harvest divine energy from unsuspecting populations. This energy theft allegedly leaves victims spiritually empty, explaining the concept of NPCs, or seemingly soulless individuals going through life on autopilot. Even water consumption gets dragged into this theory. The human need to drink water daily isn't just about physical hydration but spiritual balance, as water's conductivity helps regulate our divine energy. This supposedly explains why medical authorities insist on specific water intake recommendations. It's part of the control system. Perhaps most bizarrely, the theory attempts to legitimize breatharianism, the debunked claim that humans can survive without food by living on air and sunlight alone. Breatharians are supposedly tapping into excess divine energy absorbed by ley line metals, essentially becoming energy vampires who feed on the collective consciousness. This allegedly explains why medical establishments condemn the practice. They're protecting the elite's monopoly on energy harvesting rather than public health. Like most deeply layered conspiracy theories, ley line metal stitches together religious texts, pseudoscience, and genuine scientific concepts into a tapestry that explains everything from ancient history to modern power dynamics, all through the lens of hidden metals and stolen divine electricity. Holistic esotericism and abstraction suppression explores the idea that our language systems intentionally limit our psychic potential. Ancient cuneiform and pictographic writing systems represented physical objects directly through symbols, potentially creating a more direct neural connection to reality itself. These symbol-based languages may have enabled practitioners to manipulate reality through thought alone, as the mental representation of objects matched their actual form. Modern alphabetic languages, by contrast, force our brains to process multiple layers of abstraction before reaching the core concept. The letter A bears no resemblance to an apple. It's merely an arbitrary symbol representing a sound that, when combined with other sounds, creates a word representing the object. This deliberate disconnection could be preventing humans from accessing innate reality-altering abilities. Proponents point to the historical shift from direct symbolic languages to abstract alphabets, which coincided with the rise of centralized power structures and organized religion. They suggest this linguistic evolution wasn't natural but orchestrated to disconnect humanity from direct reality perception and manipulation. The push toward even greater abstraction in modern society, referring to people as human resources or reducing complex systems to simplified models, might be a continuation of this suppression. Some practitioners attempt to bypass this limitation by training themselves to think directly in images rather than words, claiming improved manifestation abilities and synchronicities. Others study ancient pictographic languages like Egyptian hieroglyphics or early Chinese characters, believing these writing systems preserved the direct connection between mind and matter. The theory connects to numerous historical accounts of word magic and true names across cultures, suggesting that properly representing something in language grants power over it. Modern advertising and political messaging might be exploiting remnants of this connection, using carefully crafted language to shape collective reality through mass belief. It's worth noting that certain meditative practices focus on experiencing reality directly without verbal labeling, perhaps an unconscious attempt to reclaim this lost perceptual ability that our abstract language systems have buried beneath layers of symbolic processing. Spirit capital refers to the radical evolution of spiritual energy, harvesting theories into a full-blown alternative economic system. Building on concepts like prana release, which suggests humans release harvestable spiritual energy at death, this theory proposes that elites have discovered methods to extract this energy from living hosts without killing them. According to proponents, this spiritual energy functions as an invisible currency among the global elite, a form of capital that transcends conventional wealth. This theory suggests that when world leaders meet behind closed doors, they're not just discussing politics or traditional economics, but trading and valuing quantities of harvested spirit energy. Those with the largest spirit reserves allegedly wield the most influence in these shadow gatherings. The theory connects to harvesting preparations claims, recontextualizing population growth initiatives, public health campaigns, and even mindfulness programs as calculated efforts to increase national spirit yields. Countries with larger populations potentially represent greater reserves of harvestable spirit energy, explaining why certain nations might encourage population growth despite resource concerns. Proponents point to ancient religious practices across cultures that involved energy work, suggesting these weren't just spiritual exercises, but early attempts at spirit harvesting technology that has since been perfected and monopolized by elites. They claim modern meditation apps, wellness trends, and even certain music frequencies are designed to prime populations for more efficient energy extraction. Some versions of the theory suggest that historical conflicts weren't fought over resources or ideology, but over spirit harvesting territories. Wars, famines, and pandemics are reinterpreted as competitive harvesting events or market corrections in this shadowy spiritual economy. The most extreme adherents believe that feelings of unexplained fatigue, depression, or spiritual emptiness are actually symptoms of being tapped by this harvesting system, essentially paying invisible spirit taxes to the ruling class. They claim certain bloodlines have evolved to generate more potent spirit energy, making them particularly valuable targets for this hidden extraction economy. Divinity deprivation takes the holy water theory to its darkest conclusion by suggesting that rabies might actually be a form of demonic possession. According to this theory, water contains inherent divine properties, even small amounts as described in the stunted divinity hypothesis. which would explain why rabies victims develop hydrophobia, an intense and irrational fear of water. Proponents point to the dramatic behavioral changes in rabies patients: aggression, confusion, and most tellingly, their violent reactions to water. Medieval texts often described possession and rabies in remarkably similar terms, with some ancient medical practitioners unable to distinguish between the two conditions. The foaming at the mouth, loss of rational thought, and aggressive behavior were historically associated with demonic influence long before the viral nature of rabies was understood. The theory extends further by reframing the fluoride is water poison conspiracy in a spiritual context. Rather than being about mind control or dumbing down the population, fluoridation might actually be an elaborate system to neutralize water's divine properties without raising suspicion. By removing water's spiritual protection capabilities, the elites could theoretically make the population more vulnerable to spiritual attacks while hiding behind public health initiatives. Some adherents to this theory point to historical purification rituals across different religions that involve water, suggesting an ancient understanding of water's protective qualities against evil forces. They note that nearly every major faith tradition incorporates water blessing or baptism, potentially indicating a universal recognition of water's divine properties that transcends cultural boundaries. The more extreme versions of this theory suggest that increasing rates of neurological and mental health disorders might correlate with widespread water treatment processes that strip away these protective divine elements. As one conspiracy theorist quipped, "It's not that the water is making the frogs gay, it's making humans spiritually defenseless." Age of Noah refers to a syncretic interpretation of biblical timelines, suggesting we're living in the final cycle of humanity. By reframing biblical genealogies as metaphors for entire ages rather than individuals, this theory proposes that figures like Adam, Seth, and Noah represent distinct cycles of human civilization that have been repeatedly reset by divine intervention. Proponents point to discrepancies in biblical chronology, particularly the extraordinary lifespans of patriarchs like Methuselah, as evidence that these numbers represent epochs rather than literal years. When combined with gap creationism's concept of multiple creation events, a pattern emerges of cyclical human civilizations, each ending in cataclysm. The theory suggests that Noah's flood wasn't merely a historical event, but a template for apocalyptic reset. Our current age, the Age of Noah, is supposedly the final cycle, with the Rainbow Covenant, God's promise never to flood the earth again, interpreted as evidence that humanity will face one last judgment as described in Revelation. Some adherents find supporting evidence in ancient flood myths across disparate cultures, arguing these represent cultural memories of previous resets. They also cite curious geological anomalies and archaeological discoveries of advanced ancient technologies as potential remnants from previous cycles of humanity. Biblical scholars generally dismiss this interpretation as textually unsupported, noting that while biblical time can be metaphorical, the genealogies were clearly intended to establish historical continuity rather than distinct ages. Nevertheless, the theory remains popular in some eschatological circles, particularly among those who believe we're approaching the end times. Interestingly, this cyclical view of history bears striking similarities to concepts found in Hindu cosmology with its yugas and kalpas, leading some to suggest these parallel beliefs point to a universal truth about humanity's repeated rise and fall. The eternal path is a fascinating conspiracy theory that builds upon the concept of ley lines, invisible paths of energy that crisscross our planet. These ley lines aren't merely spiritual hotspots. They may actually serve as highways for departed souls journeying to the afterlife. This would explain why humans throughout history have instinctively built significant structures and settlements along these lines. Our bodies naturally seek locations where our souls can easily find their way after death. The theory connects with Nephilim Earth, which proposes that heaven and the afterlife exist within our planet rather than in some distant celestial realm. As these soul highways converge toward Antarctica, they potentially lead to entrances into the hollow Earth, literally doorways to the afterlife. This provides a compelling explanation for the Antarctica prevarication theory, suggesting governments restrict civilian access to Antarctica not due to environmental concerns, but to conceal the literal gateways to heaven and an overwhelming abundance of supernatural phenomena. Ancient civilizations may have possessed knowledge of these spiritual pathways, explaining the recurring architectural patterns like pyramids across disconnected cultures. These weren't merely monuments to the dead, but sophisticated soul-guiding structures designed to ensure spirits could easily find and follow the ley lines to their eternal destination. Even the bizarre lunar shadow structures theory gains new meaning in this context. Perhaps Noah, with his divine knowledge of soul guidance, established necessary architectural forms on the moon itself. This would ensure that anyone who died in space could eventually find their way to Earth's ley lines and continue their journey to the afterlife, a cosmic safety net for souls. The phenomenon of soulless people takes on new significance within this framework. Elite individuals may have discovered ways to send their souls walking these eternal paths before physical death. Alternatively, people living hedonistic lives directly on ley lines might experience their righteousness-seeking souls voluntarily departing, unable to resist the divine call of the nearby pathway. After all, when your soul lives next door to the highway to heaven, the temptation to take an early exit might be overwhelming. Doomed Humanity proposes that our civilization is caught in a cyclical pattern of self-destruction and rebirth due to ecological collapse. This theory combines elements from both doom ecology and artifice predance, suggesting that when humans push Earth's ecosystem beyond repair, survivors deliberately trigger a societal reset to prevent complete extinction. According to proponents, humanity has gone through multiple cycles of advancement and collapse. Each time, civilization reaches a technological peak before ecological devastation becomes irreversible. At this critical juncture, a small group of enlightened leaders supposedly implement a controlled collapse, deliberately erasing specific technologies and knowledge that contributed most significantly to Earth's destruction. The strange artifacts described in the artifice predance theory would be remnants of these previous civilizations, technologies so fundamentally different from our own, because they represent branches of science intentionally removed from human knowledge. These items appear impossibly advanced, yet primitive, because they developed along technological paths no longer accessible to us. Perhaps most intriguing is the suggestion that guardians from previous cycles secretly live among us. These long-lived individuals, or their descendants, allegedly work to subtly influence human development away from the same destructive patterns that doomed their own civilizations. Some theorists point to historical figures who seemed mysteriously ahead of their time in environmental awareness as potential guardians. Archaeological anomalies that don't fit neatly into our understanding of human development are often cited as evidence for this theory. Strange metallic alloys, unexplainable ancient structures, and technologies that seem to predate their known invention could all be remnants of these previous advanced cycles. Believers suggest we might currently be approaching another reset point. They point to accelerating climate change, biodiversity collapse, and resource depletion as indicators that our cycle is reaching its terminal phase. Some even claim to identify supposed guardians actively working to prepare for the next transition. Wealthy individuals creating seed vaults, preserving knowledge, or developing sustainable technologies. The most dedicated researchers claim to have found mathematical patterns in human history that predict when these resets occur. Their calculations suggest disturbing implications about how little time might remain before our current civilization faces its own controlled demolition. Though like most doomsday math, the deadline always seems to be conveniently approaching, but never quite arrives. Psyche hacking describes the unsettling theory that human perception can be fundamentally altered through specific triggers or events, creating doorways in our minds that cannot be closed. This concept expands on the involuntary cognitohazards theory, suggesting that ordinary stimuli might reprogram our consciousness in ways we cannot predict or control. The theory proposes that hypnotic techniques merely scratch the surface of how malleable human consciousness truly is. Researchers studying this phenomenon point to cases where subjects exposed to seemingly harmless stimuli later demonstrated radical shifts in perception, behavior, and even personality, with no memory of the triggering event. Psyche hacking connects to field consciousness theory, which posits that consciousness exists as a field-like phenomenon rather than being contained solely within our brains. This would explain why certain psychological influences appear to work through mechanisms that defy conventional neurological understanding, operating more like resonance between minds than direct physical interaction. Most disturbing is the implication that these influences might exist all around us, operating on psychological planes we cannot directly perceive. Just as we cannot see radio waves without special equipment, we might be blind to entire dimensions of psychological influence constantly at work around us. Some proponents believe government agencies have researched these techniques extensively, developing methods to implant suggestions or alter perceptions through everyday media. The most extreme versions suggest certain combinations of words, images, or sounds might function as psychological malware, reprogramming minds without any awareness of the intrusion. Ancient mystical traditions appear to have understood aspects of this phenomenon, with certain meditative practices and rituals designed specifically to strengthen mental boundaries against unwanted influence. Modern adherents have adapted these techniques into psychic firewalls to protect against both intentional and ambient psychological manipulation. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of psyche hacking theory is that we might only recognize these influences by their effects, like shadows cast by objects we cannot see. Our inability to directly perceive these mechanisms means even the most rational mind remains vulnerable to influence. After all, how can you defend against something you literally cannot perceive? Fourth-dimensional esotericism proposes that our reality is shaped by consciousness flowing across time itself, with minds from past and future directly influencing physical reality in the present. This theory builds upon fifth-dimensional psychic resonance, suggesting our thoughts don't just influence future timelines, but can actually manifest physical changes when amplified by temporal resonance. Proponents point to unexplained phenomena like forest stairs, as physical manifestations where reality has been altered by concentrated thought forms bleeding through time. These anomalies appear where the fabric between dimensions grows thin, allowing consciousness from other time periods to exert physical influence on our world. The theory connects with field consciousness concepts, suggesting human thought exists as an energetic field around us, rather than being confined to our brains. This field supposedly interacts with both space and time, creating ripples that flow backward and forward through history. According to adherents, ancient ley lines aren't just Earth energy paths, but temporal highways where thoughts can travel more freely across dimensional boundaries. This explains why major civilizations consistently built important structures along these lines. They were unconsciously drawn to locations where thought-based manifestation occurs more easily. Archaeological evidence shows ancient sites worldwide positioned along these ley lines contain similar symbols and architectural elements despite no known contact between their builders. Some researchers suggest these similarities emerged because the same consciousness was influencing humans across different time periods through these temporal conduits. Believers claim certain meditation techniques can help people tap into this cross-temporal network, allowing limited perception of these thought streams from other times. Some even claim to have received technological insights or warnings about future events through these practices. Critics note this sounds suspiciously like a cosmic game of interdimensional telephone, where future humans are desperately trying to call the past, but can only manage to build random staircases in forests. Probably not the most efficient communication system. The Patriarchs of Adam refers to the biblical lineage from Adam through Noah and beyond, with their extraordinary lifespans potentially revealing hidden truths about prehistoric human civilization cycles. According to ancient texts, these early humans routinely lived for centuries. Adam reportedly reached 930 years, while Methuselah, the longest-lived patriarch, survived to 969 years. These extreme lifespans have prompted alternative theorists to suggest these figures weren't merely individuals, but represented entire dynasties or civilizations that rose and fell in prehistoric reset cycles. Each patriarch's recorded death might actually signify a civilization-ending cataclysm, with Noah's flood being just the most recent apocalyptic reset before our current human cycle began. Particularly intriguing is the case of Enoch, the seventh patriarch, who allegedly walked with God and was taken directly to heaven without experiencing death after living 365 years. Some theorists propose Enoch's generation achieved such spiritual perfection that they transcended the physical realm entirely, bypassing the need for a catastrophic reset through flood, fire, or other means. Ancient apocryphal texts like the Book of Enoch describe advanced knowledge possessed by these early humans, including astronomical information, metalworking, and possibly even technologies beyond our current understanding. This suggests these reset cycles might not be strictly linear progression, but could involve peaks of advancement followed by deliberate divine intervention to prevent humanity from reaching dangerous technological or spiritual thresholds. Archaeological anomalies that seem to predate conventional historical timelines, like potential evidence of ancient electricity use or sophisticated architectural knowledge, are cited as possible artifacts from these earlier human cycles. The theory proposes that small fragments of antediluvian knowledge survived through carefully preserved oral traditions and secret texts. Some adherents believe we're approaching another reset point in our current cycle, pointing to contemporary parallels with descriptions of moral and environmental conditions before Noah's flood. Depending on which version you subscribe to, our fate will either mirror Noah's generation or potentially follow Enoch's more peaceful transition, depending on humanity's collective spiritual development. Either way, the theory suggests we're merely the latest iteration in an ongoing cosmic experiment that's been reset multiple times before. Cain's Humanity explores the controversial theory that multiple versions of humanity existed simultaneously in biblical times. According to this interpretation of Genesis, the story of Cain and Abel represents not just a fraternal conflict, but an ancient war between two distinct human lineages. Proponents suggest that Cain's descendants formed a separate branch of humanity that was largely eradicated by Abel's line, with the survivors banished by God to wander the earth bearing the infamous Mark of Cain. This theory posits that certain cryptid sightings or cave-dwelling humanoids might actually be the immortal remnants of Cain's lineage, doomed to exist in the shadows as humanity repeatedly resets through various cataclysms. The theory further proposes that modern humans are descendants of Seth, Adam's third son, who replaced Abel after his murder. This holy lineage would explain persistent cross-cultural beliefs in humanity's divine nature or special creation. It neatly ties into theories about divine humanity that appear in various mystical traditions. Perhaps most intriguing is how this connects to angelology. Some theorists suggest the true fall of angels occurred when those tasked with protecting Cain's lineage abandoned their duties, instead seeking power and eventually waging war against the angels guarding Abel's people. This would reframe demonology entirely, suggesting demons are actually a mixture of fallen angels and the corrupted remnants of an ancient human branch that existed before recorded history. Though scripture scholars largely dismiss these interpretations as imaginative extrapolations beyond the biblical text, the theory persists in certain esoteric circles. After all, Genesis 4:14 does mention Cain fearing, "Whoever finds me will kill me," despite supposedly only his parents existing, leading some to ask the obvious question, who exactly was Cain afraid would kill him if Adam's family were the only humans? The 10 Forbidden Truths suggest that humanity has undergone 10 complete cycles of civilization, with each ending in catastrophic collapse. According to this theory, the biblical 10 Commandments aren't divine law, but rather distilled wisdom from previous human cycles, each commandment representing the crucial lesson learned from a prior collapse of civilization. These commandments serve as a firewall against repeating the fatal mistakes of our ancestors. Proponents point to the peculiar nature of these rules. Why specifically 10? Why these particular prohibitions? The theory suggests they're not arbitrary, but precisely targeted at behaviors that previously destroyed humanity. The theory takes a darker turn when combined with concepts like field consciousness and mimetic entities. It proposes that certain guardians from previous cycles persist not as physical beings, but as conscious patterns within our collective unconscious. These entities function as psychological antibodies, activating when humans approach rediscovering the civilization-ending knowledge from previous cycles. Those who dig too deep into certain mathematical equations, philosophical questions, or technological developments might find themselves plagued by inexplicable depression, paranoia, or suicidal thoughts. This is allegedly the guardian entities eliminating threats to humanity's survival through psychological manipulation, what some researchers call the despair code. Evidence supposedly exists in the universal taboos across entirely unconnected ancient cultures, particularly surrounding certain number sequences and thought patterns. Researchers note the curious gaps in human knowledge, mathematical and philosophical blind spots, that our minds seem oddly resistant to exploring despite having the capacity to do so. The truly disturbing implication is that our consciousness itself may be structured to prevent certain discoveries. Our very minds might be designed with deliberate limitations, a cosmic child-proofing installed by whatever or whoever reset humanity after the previous 9 attempts. According to adherents, I've already said too much. Anyone reading this explanation is now being monitored by these ancient thought patterns to ensure they don't connect the remaining dots. Cyclical souls theory proposes that throughout human history, the same souls have continuously reincarnated into different bodies. This concept combines energy coagulation theory with ideas about great resets and reincarnation, suggesting our essence remains constant across time while only our physical forms change. In early human history, when most soul energy existed in a free, ambient state, supernatural phenomena could manifest more easily. This might explain historical records of magic, witchcraft, and miracles found across religious texts. As more soul energy became bound to physical bodies, these phenomena grew increasingly rare. This perspective potentially explains the alchemical suppression theory, where the widespread embodiment of souls naturally reduced supernatural occurrences. Additionally, if we accept that soul energy is interchangeable, scientific inquiry may be unconsciously directing this ambient energy to behave according to established scientific principles, supporting the closing the gaps theory. When combined with fifth-dimensional psychic resonance theory, this framework suggests human souls exist beyond our four-dimensional reality. What appears as unexplainable psychic phenomena linking past and future may actually represent an involuntary survival mechanism. Similar to biological organisms, souls instinctively seek the safest path to ensure their continued existence across time. The increasing rarity of supernatural events in modern times could thus be explained by the growing percentage of soul energy now bound within human bodies, leaving less ambient energy available for manifestation outside natural law. Some researchers suggest this process accelerated during periods of rapid population growth. Proponents note that historical accounts describing supernatural abilities often coincide with periods of lower global population, lending circumstantial support to the theory. Ancient texts frequently describe individuals channeling ambient energy for divination, healing, and communion with other planes of existence. Some fringe scholars claim this cycle will eventually reverse, with soul energy gradually returning to an ambient state during population declines, potentially explaining increased reports of paranormal activity in depopulated areas and abandoned places. Divine Heritage describes a complex theory combining psychic influence, timeline manipulation, and ancient knowledge suppression. The fifth-dimensional psychic resonance theory suggests human thoughts can influence which potential timeline our universe follows, and ancient societies may have understood this power. According to this perspective, ancient peoples would have recognized their thought-based influence over reality would end with their deaths. To ensure their preferred futures would manifest even after they were gone, they needed a strategy to maintain control while preventing future generations from realizing their own power. Their solution was twofold: keep secret the knowledge that thoughts influence reality, while simultaneously embedding their desired future outcomes into enduring cultural artifacts like art and literature. This explains the seeming prophetic quality of ancient texts through the lens of prolepsis. These weren't predictions, but intentional blueprints designed to manifest specific futures. This theory connects to the concept of retrocausality, where future events can influence the past, creating a self-fulfilling cycle. The ancients wrote about futures they wished to occur, and because enough people eventually read and subconsciously absorbed these visions, those futures manifested. The theory shares elements with holistic esotericism and abstraction suppression, suggesting ancient civilizations understood how to manipulate reality through focused thought. But this knowledge has been deliberately obscured from modern people. This suppression wasn't accomplished through force, but through the careful curation of information passed down through generations, limiting humanity's awareness of our own reality-shaping capabilities. Some proponents point to the similar themes and narratives across disparate cultures as evidence of this deliberate thought programming rather than cultural exchange. They suggest we're still living in timelines shaped by ancient thought architects whose influence continues through our cultural foundations. We Are Demons posits a disturbing reciprocal relationship between minds across time dimensions. Building upon fourth-dimensional esotericism theory, it suggests that when our consciousness interacts with phenomena manifested by minds from other time periods, we inadvertently establish a two-way connection. While we perceive these manifestations in our reality, our interaction simultaneously affects the originating mind, potentially appearing as intrusive thoughts, voices, or compulsions in their consciousness. This temporal feedback loop might explain conditions like schizophrenia, dissociative disorders, and even what religious traditions describe as demonic possession. The theory proposes that these aren't merely psychological aberrations, but evidence of minds becoming unwitting hosts to consciousnesses from different temporal planes. The theory takes on darker implications when considering phenomena like the mysterious forest stairs, isolated staircases reportedly found deep in wilderness areas. When contemporary individuals encounter and interact with these anomalies, they often report injuries, disorientation, or disappearances. According to We Are Demons, this occurs because somewhere in another time, the mind generating these manifestations is undergoing treatment or exorcism, directly affecting whatever was influencing them, namely, us. In this inverted perspective, the demonic entities described throughout human history aren't external forces, but actually human consciousnesses bleeding through time, creating a disturbing possibility. We are unknowingly the demons haunting minds across temporal boundaries. This creates a cosmic horror scenario where humans are both the possessed and the possessors in an endless cycle of temporal hauntings. Esoteric harvesting describes a complex web of theories suggesting our attention and consciousness are being systematically collected as a resource. This concept interweaves several fringe theories: that human thought can directly influence reality, that future entities manipulate our timeline as a form of currency exchange, and that certain broadcasts originate from alternate dimensions. According to proponents, powerful groups have discovered methods to harvest the reality-shaping power of the human mind, redirecting it for their own purposes. This harvesting allegedly occurs through anything that captures attention, from supernatural events designed to provoke wonder to mundane phone scams targeting the elderly. The common thread is the deliberate manipulation of human focus on a massive scale. Some versions of this theory suggest this harvested mental energy becomes a tradable commodity that can bend reality itself when properly channeled. The theory offers an explanation for why certain media phenomena spread virally. They're designed as attention traps, with each moment of engagement feeding energy to unseen collectors. A darker variation connects this to ancient worship patterns. Just as deep space entities supposedly influenced early humans to worship them as a feeding mechanism, modern secret societies may be harvesting collective human attention to offer to these same entities. This would provide a contemporary substitute for traditional religious devotion, allowing these hunger-driven beings to continue receiving sustenance even as conventional faith declines. Believers point to the increasing sophistication of attention-capturing mechanisms in modern society, from algorithm-driven content to immersive entertainment experiences. What looks like engagement optimization to increase profits might actually be, they whisper, a refinement of harvesting techniques. After all, what better currency could exist than the power to reshape reality itself? In this inverted perspective, the demonic entities described throughout human history aren't external forces, but actually human consciousnesses bleeding through time, creating a disturbing possibility. We are unknowingly the demons haunting minds across temporal boundaries. This creates a cosmic horror scenario where humans are both the possessed and the possessors in an endless cycle of temporal hauntings. Void light refers to a conspiracy theory about the universe being filled with invisible godlike entities. According to this theory, rather than empty space surrounding Earth, we are actually immersed in something like a cosmic ocean, teeming with esoteric beings beyond our perception. These entities supposedly influence human development and behavior, forming the foundation for what we interpret as religious experiences. Proponents suggest that ancient texts describing divine interventions were actually documenting interactions with these deep space gods, powerful cosmic entities with their own mysterious agendas. The theory posits that the biblical firmament, described as separating the waters of heaven from earth, actually still exists but has been hidden from modern science. The more sinister aspect of void light theory suggests humanity itself was created as a cosmic lure. Similar to deep-sea anglerfish using bioluminescent lures to attract prey, humans might be unwitting bait in a grand cosmic trap. Our civilization's advancement, particularly our increasing electromagnetic emissions into space, could be designed to attract other entities toward Earth. This cosmic fishing expedition supposedly culminates in what religions describe as the apocalypse or end times. Once sufficient lesser space entities have been drawn to Earth by humanity's presence, a purification event will occur, eliminating these competitors. Religious prophecies about the end of the world might actually describe this planned purge. Void light theorists point to unexplained astronomical phenomena, ancient religious texts describing waters above the firmament, and persistent UFO sightings as potential evidence. They suggest that competing religions arose when different cosmic entities attempted to influence human development for their own purposes, essentially hijacking humanity to serve rival cosmic powers. Some adherents believe that cosmic background radiation, dark matter, and dark energy are actually manifestations of these entities or their technology. Just as deep-sea creatures developed bioluminescence in the ocean's darkness, these cosmic entities might utilize forms of energy and matter imperceptible to our limited senses, hence the name void light. The theory neatly explains religious diversity while suggesting a unified cosmic reality behind it all, though perhaps not one that offers much comfort. After all, it's rarely good news when you realize you're actually the worm on someone else's hook. Alternate dimensions are alternate cycles posits that what we perceive as parallel universes are actually previous or future iterations of our own reality after civilization-ending resets. According to this theory, each human soul exists across all cycles, with memories from past cycles influencing future ones through a collective field consciousness. This conspiracy suggests the biblical Tower of Babel and Noah's Ark stories might actually describe the same event. humanity's first great reset. When civilization reaches a certain technological threshold, it triggers a catastrophic collapse, leaving only a few survivors who possess extraordinary abilities due to the concentration of ambient soul energy during the dimensional reformation. These survivors, mistaken for gods by emerging post-reset societies, guide the development of new civilizations. Their seemingly miraculous powers form the basis of early religions as they attempt to prevent humanity from repeating the mistakes that led to their own civilization's downfall. This reframes the Empyrean caretakers theory, suggesting our deities were actually humans from previous cycles, not machines or external entities. Proponents believe phenomena like déjà vu, past life memories, and psychic abilities are actually glimpses of experiences from previous cycles. The quantum jumping practice isn't dimensional travel, but rather accessing locked memories from past cycles where your soul inhabited different bodies. The theory takes an even darker turn by suggesting that humanity's self-destructive tendencies aren't accidental, but an intentional mechanism to strengthen souls for future cycles. Each reset purportedly refines the collective consciousness, moving humanity closer to some cosmic perfect state. Perhaps most unsettling is the implication that individuals who recognize this soul power can manipulate reality itself. This consciousness-driven reality manipulation allegedly explains why powerful groups throughout history have jealously guarded esoteric knowledge. They're not hiding magic, but the fundamental truth that reality itself can be shaped by collective belief. Branching pasts refers to a theoretical framework that combines inverse causality with solipsism to suggest our collective consciousness shapes not just future events, but past ones as well. The theory proposes that reality exists primarily in the present moment, with both past and future timelines remaining fluid until solidified by present perception. According to adherents, historical events with limited documentation or witnesses exist in a quantum-like state of possibility until observed and believed by enough people in the present. This creates blind spots in our shared reality, where the past can literally change to match current collective belief systems. Proponents point to the Mandela effect, widespread false memories of past events, as evidence of this phenomenon in action. When large groups misremember the same detail, they might actually be witnessing the past conforming to present perception rather than experiencing a simple memory error. The theory takes a darker turn when applied to power structures. Some theorists suggest that controlling media and information allows elites to manipulate not just our understanding of historical events, but to literally alter those events by changing public perception. By controlling what people believe happened, they control what actually happened. Supporters note the striking similarities between ancient historical rewrites, like Egyptian pharaohs erasing predecessors from monuments, and modern information control tactics. The difference is that in this framework, the erasure isn't just propaganda, but reality revision. Some researchers have documented cases where historical documentation appears to have physically changed, with original sources inexplicably matching the new narrative despite no evidence of tampering. These instances are rare, but deeply troubling to conventional historians. The concept extends beyond human perception into quantum physics, with some pointing to the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment as scientific evidence that observation in the present can indeed affect events in the past. Critics dismiss branching pasts as pseudoscience, noting it's essentially unfalsifiable. After all, if the past changes to match our beliefs about it, how would we ever know the difference? Believers counter that this unfalsifiability is precisely what makes the theory so unsettling. The final soul partition posits that human souls contain both pure essence and inherent sin that cannot exist in God's presence. Drawing from gap creationism and cyclical timeline theories, proponents believe that at the end of each human cycle, a cosmic cleansing occurs where all imperfections within souls are permanently destroyed. This process leaves souls fundamentally diminished, yet purified, like a hard drive being partitioned with less usable space after each reformat. Advocates point to declining spiritual vitality across generations as evidence of this cosmic diminishment. They suggest each cycle of humanity possesses less collective soul power than the previous one, with each purification ritual removing larger portions of increasingly corrupted souls. The theory proposes that once humanity's collective soul energy falls below a critical threshold, a final reset will trigger. More concerning are the theory's darker implications. Some interpreters suggest various historical atrocities and mass death events were actually deliberate attempts to accelerate soul weakening across the population. These acts supposedly serve to hasten the final reset by reducing humanity's collective spiritual strength below sustainable levels. Medieval religious texts containing unusual annotations about the final partitioning have been cited as historical precedent. Several obscure religious orders apparently measured declining prayer efficacy over centuries, documenting what they believed was quantifiable evidence of generational soul degradation. The theory has gained traction among certain apocalyptic communities who believe humanity is merely one reboot away from its final iteration. Quantum grand conspiracy refers to an elaborate theory expanding on the quantum Illuminati concept, where a powerful elite group manipulates reality across parallel universes. This shadowy cabal allegedly possesses the technology or ability to move significant individuals, referred to as Penergic people, between different universes, effectively orchestrating grand-scale control over multiple realities simultaneously. According to believers, the quantum Illuminati uses non-player characters or NPCs, essentially soulless humans they control, as test subjects to evaluate the capabilities and responses of Penergic individuals. These tests serve as recruitment trials, identifying those worthy of joining their interdimensional secret society while keeping the majority of humanity unaware of their machinations. The theory proposes that phenomena like the Mandela effect are actually side effects of this quantum manipulation. These reality discrepancies occur when the elite shift important individuals between parallel universes, causing ripple effects in collective memory and historical records. Perhaps most disturbing is the theory's endgame scenario. The quantum Illuminati is working to consolidate all Penergic people into a single locus universe. This consolidation would prevent quantum jumping, the supposed ability of consciousness to shift between realities during near-death experiences, and allow for the complete annihilation of all Penergic people, leaving only the elite with absolute power. Proponents link this to the energy coagulation theory, suggesting the unusual population explosion over the past century represents souls being gathered from multiple realities into our timeline. Once this consolidation is complete, the theory claims the elite will execute their final plan, eliminating everyone except themselves to attain unprecedented power concentration. The ultimate goal allegedly connects to the Babel true meaning theory, that the biblical Tower of Babel wasn't merely about language, but about reaching higher dimensions. With the energy harvested from consolidated realities, the quantum Illuminati supposedly aims to recreate this tower, accessing divine realms and potentially challenging or overthrowing God himself. Like many grand unified conspiracy theories, this one conveniently stitches together numerous fringe concepts from quantum mysticism, biblical reinterpretation, and modern digital age anxieties about simulated realities, creating an all-encompassing narrative where nothing happens by chance and everything serves the hidden master's plan. True mortal ascension refers to the concept that humans can achieve godhood through mass worship and adulation. This theory expands on mundane reincarnation by suggesting that when enough people direct their attention and reverence toward a single individual, that person can harvest this collective spiritual energy, strengthening their soul beyond normal human capacity. According to believers, this soul enhancement allows these individuals to transcend human limitations after death, ascending to a higher plane of existence, rather than following the normal cycle of reincarnation. This supposedly explains why celebrities, politicians, and other public figures seem obsessively focused on maintaining their fame and public image. They're literally collecting soul energy for their eventual ascension. The concept further suggests that many historical deities were simply charismatic or powerful humans who successfully completed this ascension process. After death, these former humans allegedly gained the ability to influence worldly affairs from their elevated spiritual position, essentially becoming the gods of various pantheons throughout history. This theory puts an interesting spin on modern celebrity worship. Those 15 minutes of fame might be more consequential than we realize. Every social media follow, every poster on a teenager's wall, every fan club membership potentially contributes to someone's eventual godhood. That influencer asking you to like and subscribe might be planning for something far beyond monetization. Proponents point to the similarities between ancient god kings of Mesopotamia and Egypt and today's mega-celebrities, both commanding massive attention, devotion, and resources from their followers. Some theorists suggest we can identify potential ascension candidates by tracking individuals who maintain inexplicable levels of fame despite limited talent or contribution to society. The implications become particularly troubling when considering which modern figures might be accumulating the most worship energy. Political leaders with cult-like followings, religious figures with devoted congregations, and entertainment icons with millions of adoring fans could all be positioning themselves for post-mortal godhood, their human personas merely vessels collecting power for their ultimate transformation. The Dreaming God describes a theory merging lucid dreaming concepts with simulation and divine consciousness. According to this idea, our entire reality exists within the dream of a sleeping deity. Just as humans can control their lucid dreams upon realizing they're dreaming, this theory suggests we inhabit a vast cosmic dream where each person possesses a fragment of the dreamer's divine power. Proponents point to the widespread phenomenon of lucid dreaming as a miniature version of our larger cosmic situation. They suggest that certain mystical traditions throughout history have unknowingly been attempting to access this dream control power through meditation, psychedelics, or ritual practices that alter consciousness. The concept of reality hypersigils emerges from this framework, proposing that by understanding the dreamlike nature of our existence, individuals might manipulate reality using the same mechanisms that allow dream control. Some adherents claim to have achieved minor reality alterations through focused intention and belief, essentially hacking the dream reality code. More extreme versions of the theory suggest that full enlightenment means recognizing our status as dream fragments and potentially waking up from the simulation entirely. This awakening is described variously as transcendence, enlightenment, or literal escape from our level of reality into a higher plane of existence. Critics note the theory's convenient unfalsifiability and similarity to existing religious concepts of Maya, cosmic illusion, from Hindu traditions, or certain Buddhist perspectives on reality's illusory nature. Skeptics argue it merely repackages ancient mystical concepts with modern simulation theory language. Despite the criticism, the Dreaming God maintains a devoted following in certain esoteric communities who view lucid dreaming practices as spiritual training for eventually manipulating or transcending the greater cosmic dream we call reality. Job's message stems from a reinterpretation of the biblical text where a faithful man is told by God not to concern himself with understanding the workings of the world. Traditional readings view this as a lesson in humility, but conspiracy theorists suggest a deeper meaning. Perhaps God wasn't discouraging knowledge itself, but warning against presuming to comprehend everything at once. The theory proposes that humans are meant to build understanding incrementally across generations. Each era learns what it can and passes that foundation to the next. This collaborative, multi-generational approach to knowledge mirrors scientific progress rather than forbidding it. This interpretation directly challenges the God of the Gaps phenomenon, where throughout history, humans have attributed unexplained natural events to divine intervention. As science progresses, these gaps in knowledge shrink, and with them, the space where divine explanation is necessary. Ancient texts across multiple cultures show similar patterns, advice from higher beings to focus on immediate, verifiable knowledge rather than grasping at cosmic mysteries beyond current comprehension. This suggests a universal warning against premature conclusions rather than a prohibition on curiosity. Archaeological findings indicate that civilizations that embraced methodical knowledge building survived longer than those fixated on supernatural explanations. Some researchers believe this pattern represents a form of natural selection for cognitive approaches. The message appears in secular philosophical traditions as well, with ancient Greek and Chinese texts warning against the hubris of claiming to understand that which cannot yet be measured or observed. These parallel warnings suggest a cross-cultural recognition of this epistemological principle. Modern conspiracy communities point to quantum physics and consciousness studies as examples of fields where humans might be reaching beyond their current cognitive capabilities, exactly what this biblical message warns against. The truly wise approach, they argue, is patient, generation-spanning inquiry. Ironically, those who most firmly reject scientific progress in favor of supernatural explanations may be the ones truly ignoring the divine advice hidden in plain sight. One God of all humanity refers to a theological framework that reinterprets traditional religious understanding by suggesting that divinity exists within all humans, rather than solely as an external entity. This concept proposes that the fragment of God residing in each soul is what drives religious impulses across humanity, explaining why cultures worldwide develop worship practices despite geographic isolation. The theory suggests that religious texts like the Bible aren't proof of God's existence, but rather instruction manuals helping humans recognize and nurture the divine spark already present within themselves and others. Under this framework, worship transforms from an external practice of appeasing a distant deity to an internal process of amplifying the divine essence already present in the worshipper. When combined with the infinite body's one soul concept, this theory suggests each person's ultimate purpose is to refine and perfect their internal fragment of divinity before their soul ascends to an afterlife state. This would explain why some people seem more spiritually advanced than others. They've simply gone through more cycles of refinement. The theory takes an apocalyptic turn when paired with Christian reincarnation ideas, suggesting that Earth's population explosion represents a cosmic last call for souls to complete their spiritual journeys. According to this view, the unprecedented number of humans alive today offers one final opportunity for souls to achieve perfection before an imminent end of days terminates the reincarnation cycle forever. Some proponents point to biblical passages about the kingdom of God is within you as evidence for this interpretation, while skeptics note that these concepts conveniently blend Eastern reincarnation philosophy with Western monotheism, perhaps revealing more about modern syncretistic thinking than ancient truth. Memetic Horseman describes a modern reinterpretation of the four horsemen of the apocalypse from the Book of Revelation as conceptual viruses rather than physical entities. According to this theory, the horsemen represent infectious ideas that spread rapidly through human consciousness, triggering large-scale behavioral changes without requiring physical manifestations. Traditional interpretations view the horsemen, war, famine, death, and pestilence, or conquest in some translations, as literal harbingers of the apocalypse. However, proponents of the memetic horseman theory suggest that biblical descriptions of their influence over humanity actually refer to their ability to infect human minds with destructive thought patterns on a global scale. The concept draws from memetics, the study of ideas that replicate and spread like viruses, suggesting that these apocalyptic forces operate primarily through collective psychology. For example, the horsemen of war wouldn't need to physically instigate conflicts, but would spread ideas of hostility, tribalism, and aggression, causing societies to turn against each other seemingly simultaneously. Supporters point to how quickly wartime propaganda can transform peaceful populations into combatants, how panic about resource scarcity creates actual shortages through hoarding, and how disease fears can paralyze entire continents. These rapid social transformations, they argue, align perfectly with the horseman's biblical description of sweeping across the world with supernatural speed. Some theorists have noted that modern communication technologies create ideal conditions for these mimetic entities to fulfill their apocalyptic purpose. Social media, global news, and instantaneous communication allow destructive ideas to reach billions in hours, making our hyper-connected world the perfect breeding ground for apocalyptic thought contagions. Religious scholars opposed to this interpretation counter that it diminishes the literal truth of Scripture, while others find it a compelling bridge between ancient texts and modern understanding of how information shapes human behavior. Babylon's aura suggests that ancient prophecies about Babylon in the Book of Revelation refer to an energetic imprint rather than a physical city or empire. This theory extends the concept that non-living entities maintain auras, invisible energy fields containing the essence and influence of their creators. According to proponents, the ancient empire of Babylon generated a powerful collective aura during its existence. This energetic signature contained the empire's cultural values, spiritual practices, and imperial ambitions. When the physical empire fell, its aura remained, drifting through history and influencing various civilizations. Biblical prophecies speaking of Babylon rising again in the end times aren't referring to the literal rebuilding of ancient ruins in Iraq. Instead, believers claim this powerful aura will eventually attach itself to and influence a modern nation. This nation would then manifest Babylonian attributes without any obvious historical connection. Theorists point to certain nations today exhibiting Babylonian characteristics: materialism, religious mixing, technological pride, and imperial expansion. These parallels aren't coincidental, but evidence of the ancient aura gradually taking hold of national consciousness. The theory explains why identifying the Babylon mentioned in Revelation has confounded scholars for centuries. They've been searching for physical connections instead of energetic ones. This interpretation conveniently allows the prophecy to be applied to whichever nation seems most Babylonian at any given historical moment. Some versions suggest secret societies and occult groups actively work to channel Babylon's aura to specific nations through monuments, architectural designs, and rituals that attract and anchor this ancient energy pattern. Perhaps most troubling for believers is how this transference happens invisibly, with citizens unaware their nation is being transformed from within by an ancient imperial force. Apparently, the Tower of Babel wasn't just an architectural failure. It was Babylon's first attempt at creating a spiritual Wi-Fi network that's still trying to connect. Revelations 6:15. Hollow Earth theory connects biblical prophecy with the concept of a hollow Earth inhabited by former cycles of humanity. The verse describes people hiding in the caverns and among the rocks of mountains during apocalyptic events, which some interpret as evidence of habitable realms beneath our feet, rather than mere hiding places. This theory proposes that hell isn't merely a spiritual concept, but a physical location inside Earth, where previous iterations of sinful humanity were banished. According to this view, the Great Flood wasn't sent to destroy sinners, but to force them underground, effectively creating the first population of what we now call demons, essentially humans who became wholly corrupted. Gap creationism enters this framework by suggesting multiple creation cycles occurred before our current world. Each cycle allegedly ended when humanity became irredeemably sinful, with God banishing these fallen humans to inner Earth rather than destroying them completely. The biblical promise that humanity would never again be destroyed by flood takes on new meaning here, not as divine mercy, but because hell has reached maximum capacity. Proponents point to the Nephilim Earth concept, suggesting Eden itself was originally located inside Earth, and humans were later relocated to the surface. The Deluge refugees aspect theorizes that some flood survivors weren't saved by Noah's Ark, but instead fled deeper into Earth's hollow spaces. This theory also attempts to explain why powerful elites might have access to seemingly impossible technologies. The patents held by demons idea suggests that inner Earth inhabitants, former humans with thousands of years of accumulated knowledge, trade their advanced inventions with surface elites in exchange for various favors. The Hell excavation conspiracy takes this further, suggesting that mining operations and deep underground military bases aren't just for resources or security, but desperate attempts by elites to expand Hell's capacity. They're supposedly trying to delay Judgment Day by creating more space for condemned souls, while simultaneously preparing their own underground refugees for the coming apocalypse. Believers in this theory see modern tunneling projects and deep underground facilities as evidence of ongoing communication between surface elites and these inner Earth entities, or as some would call them, the original fallen humans who became the demons of our nightmares. Mosaic law validation refers to the theory that ancient biblical laws found in the Pentateuch, seemingly arbitrary at first glance, are gradually being validated by modern scientific discoveries. Many hygiene and dietary restrictions once dismissed as primitive superstitions have found surprising support in contemporary medicine and public health sciences. The prohibition against eating pork prevented trichinosis in an era without refrigeration. Commands to wash hands and quarantine the sick likely saved countless lives during outbreaks. Rules about human waste disposal essentially created early sanitation systems thousands of years before germ theory. The ancient Israelites practiced these rituals on faith, not fully understanding their protective benefits. Proponents of this theory suggest we're witnessing only the beginning of scientific validation for biblical wisdom. If seemingly random health codes have been proven sensible, perhaps more spiritual practices like prayer, angelic communication, or divine experiences might eventually be explained through advanced neuroscience, quantum physics, or other fields not yet developed. This perspective reframes humanity's relationship with biblical revelation. Rather than passively awaiting prophesied events, humans actively participate in bringing about the new age through scientific discovery and understanding. The Book of Revelation becomes less a predetermined timeline and more a description of what happens when humanity finally solves these spiritual mysteries. The theory elegantly explains why Scripture claims no one can know the day or hour of end times events. If revelation depends on humanity making specific scientific breakthroughs, then indeed no one could predict exactly when these discoveries would occur. Yet once they happen, we would immediately enter that prophesied era, making prediction impossible by definition. Biblical calls to seek wisdom take on new meaning through this lens, not merely personal spiritual growth, but collective human progress toward understanding the material mechanisms behind spiritual realities. The age of faith gives way to an age of spiritual certainty through scientific validation, just as the age of law was fulfilled by Christ. Some theologians joke that perhaps God's greatest miracle was creating laws that made scientific sense thousands of years before science existed to validate them, leaving breadcrumbs for humanity to follow toward greater understanding once we developed the tools to see them. Alighieri's Insights proposes that Dante's Divine Comedy wasn't merely allegorical fiction, but contained hidden truths about demonic possession among societal elites. According to this theory, certain extreme sins can cause souls to be forcibly extracted to hell, while demons take control of the abandoned bodies. This would explain why powerful figures across different sectors seem to exhibit similar moral corruption while maintaining cohesive networks and agendas. Proponents point to passages in the Divine Comedy, where sinners are described as being pulled down to the underworld before their natural deaths. They suggest Dante was encoding actual supernatural phenomena he had witnessed or learned about through secret knowledge. The unity among corrupt elites, despite apparent differences, makes more sense, theorists argue, if they're actually inhabited by entities from the same demonic hierarchy. This theory intertwines with other conspiracy concepts like forced soul removal and spirit removal, suggesting there's an established metaphysical mechanism for separating consciousness from physical forms. Some connect this to the Revelations 6:15 theory, proposing that elites emerge from hollow earth entrances, use advanced technology to alter appearances, and replace problematic individuals after eliminating the originals. The systematic nature of elite corruption across centuries could indicate possession by the same ancient demons operating on extended timescales beyond human lifespans. This would create the illusion of continuous human institutions, while actually representing the sustained influence of supernatural entities manipulating world events from the shadows, literally wearing human disguises while carrying out an agenda spanning millennia. Believers suggest the peculiar uniformity of corruption among the powerful represents something beyond mere human tendencies toward greed and abuse of power. After all, wouldn't true human diversity produce at least some consistently virtuous leaders? The absence of such figures, they argue, is evidence that something else, something literal from Dante's hellish realms, is pulling the strings. Enoch's legacy suggests an inverse relationship to Alighieri's insights, where exceptionally virtuous behavior causes souls to ascend to heaven while their physical bodies remain on earth, possessed by angels. This celestial possession represents another method of soul removal, alongside those described in the forced soul removal and spirit removal theories. The concept provides a potential explanation for the incorruptible saints phenomenon, where certain holy figures' bodies mysteriously resist natural decomposition after death. According to this theory, these preserved corpses aren't simply blessed remains, but physical vessels whose original souls departed for heaven, replaced by angelic entities that prevent decay and death while fulfilling divine missions on earth. Once an angel's earthly purpose concludes, they abandon the body, potentially leaving it vulnerable to occupation by demons or other malevolent forces. This connects to the one God of all humanity theory, suggesting that after a soul perfects itself and reunites with the divine source, an angel temporarily inhabits the vacated body for its natural lifespan. The theory takes a darker turn when explaining subsequent reincarnations, proposing that these recycled vessels become controlled by demons rather than angels, creating what observers perceive as NPCs. This would explain the apparent increase in NPC-like behavior in modern times, as more bodies cycle through this process of angelic abandonment followed by demonic occupation. Soul expungement and bodily possession refers to a terrifying extension of the demonic interrogation theory, suggesting certain substances or rituals don't just open doorways to demonic influence, but enable complete spiritual displacement. According to believers, specific psychoactive compounds or occult practices can weaken the soul's connection to the physical body enough for a malevolent entity to fully seize control. Medieval texts describe individuals who appeared physically unchanged but displayed radical personality alterations after consuming certain plant mixtures or participating in specific rituals. These accounts often mention the victim's eyes becoming hollow or vacant, despite continuing to function normally in society. Proponents point to cases where people with no prior criminal history suddenly committed atrocious acts, afterward claiming to have no memory of their actions, or insisting something else was controlling them. Some theorists believe these aren't merely psychological breaks, but evidence of complete soul expungement. The Vatican maintains classified records of exorcisms, where subjects reportedly spoke in unknown languages and demonstrated knowledge they couldn't possibly possess. In several documented cases, The possessed described their own souls as trapped observers within their bodies, conscious but powerless. Ancient shamanic traditions across multiple continents contain warnings about specific trance states that should never be entered alone, as they create empty vessels vulnerable to occupation. These traditions developed elaborate protective rituals and community safeguards to prevent such spiritual vulnerabilities. Modern proponents suggest certain synthetic drugs may have been specifically designed to facilitate this process, pointing to government mind control experiments that allegedly discovered the soul could be loosened from the body. These conspiracy theorists maintain that the most dangerous substances were never publicly acknowledged. Some occultists claim to identify possessed individuals through aura reading, describing a distinctive shadow overlay that indicates a foreign presence has taken residence in someone's body. They claim this phenomenon is becoming increasingly common in our spiritually disconnected modern world. Perhaps most disturbing is the theory that demonic entities prefer this method of incarnation over traditional possession because it's permanent rather than temporary. Once the original soul is expelled or trapped, the body becomes the demon's permanent earthly vessel, allowing it to operate undetected among humans for decades. Demons Carry Out Prophecies describes a theological paradox where demons inadvertently fulfill divine prophecies through their very attempts to corrupt humanity. Biblical prophecies like Jesus' sacrifice and the events in Revelation are presented as God's response to human sin. Yet the Bible simultaneously emphasizes free will, suggesting these prophesied events could theoretically be avoided if humanity collectively rejected sin. The theory connects to the enigmatic patriarchs of Adam concept, referring to figures in Enoch's cycle who may have transcended the need for apocalyptic judgment by resisting sin entirely. Their direct ascension to heaven without experiencing death represents an alternative path humanity could have followed. Since demonic temptation is considered the root cause of sin, and sin necessitates prophetic fulfillment, demons become unwitting instruments in God's grand design. By tempting humans to sin, demons create the very conditions requiring divine intervention, essentially forcing themselves to carry out the prophecies they oppose. This creates a fascinating theological conundrum. Demons appear to lack the same free will granted to humans, as they seem compelled to tempt humanity, despite knowing their actions ultimately serve God's purposes. Their rebellion paradoxically advances the divine plan they seek to disrupt. Some theologians have noted this resembles a cosmic chess game, where demons believe they're making strategic moves against God, unaware they're playing exactly the role assigned to them. It's like being told not to push a button, then pushing it anyway, only to discover you've activated exactly what the button maker intended all along. The theory suggests a deeper layer to spiritual warfare, where demons, despite their resistance, remain under God's sovereign control, making them unwilling participants in the very prophecies they despise. Language of God refers to a theological concept derived from the biblical creation narrative in Genesis, suggesting that God's speech directly manifested physical reality. This ancient interpretation proposes that God's voice isn't merely communicative, but fundamentally creative, words that instantly transform into matter and energy. Proponents of this theory point to Genesis 1:3, "And God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light," as evidence that divine utterance is the raw mechanism of creation. They suggest that angels serve as intermediaries precisely because direct divine communication would be too powerful for human comprehension, potentially overriding free will through its sheer creative force. The theory connects to the Tower of Babel story, suggesting that pre-confusion humanity possessed fragments of this divine language, explaining how ancient people could attempt constructing a tower to heaven despite limited technology. Their linguistic capability, remnants of the creation language, allowed them to manipulate reality in ways modern humans cannot, despite our advanced technology and resources. Some adherents believe certain existing languages contain echoes of this primordial speech. They claim these linguistic fragments explain why particular words, chants, or prayers across various traditions seem to produce effects beyond normal communication. These are diluted remnants of creation's original language. This concept ties into theories about divine linguistic censorship, which proposes that humans were deliberately prevented from accessing the full creative power of language. The confusion at Babel wasn't just about communication barriers, but a cosmic firewall preventing humanity from wielding speech as a creative force. Interestingly, linguistic anthropologists have noted that certain ancient languages do contain unusual mathematical properties and patterns that don't appear in modern communication systems. Whether these are coincidences or linguistic fossils of something greater remains hotly debated in both theological and linguistic circles. Whisper the word light next time you're in complete darkness. You never know. You might be speaking a corrupted version of the most powerful word ever uttered. Lamech's Lamentations describes a disturbing theory connecting biblical figures to modern occult practices. According to this conspiracy, the biblical chain of murder that began with Cain killing Abel, followed by Lamech killing Cain, never actually ended. Instead, it continued through history via an unbroken chain of ritualistic murders perpetuated by elite secret societies. The theory draws from the obscure soul entrapment concept, which suggests that when someone is murdered in specific ritualistic ways, their soul becomes captive to their killer. This is then combined with the finite soul energy hypothesis, the idea that all spiritual power in existence is divided among currently living souls. If fewer souls exist, each living person holds more power. Proponents believe that through this continuous chain of ritual killings, the primordial soul of Abel, considered exceptionally pure and powerful, has remained trapped in the physical realm for thousands of years, passed from host to host through carefully orchestrated murders. By controlling Abel's captive soul, these elites supposedly gain access to supernatural abilities and influence far beyond normal human capacity. The conspiracy claims that certain bloodlines meticulously preserved this knowledge, with intricate rituals designed to transfer Abel's entrapped soul to new vessels before the previous host dies naturally, which would release Abel's soul. These elaborate ceremonies allegedly occur at astronomical alignments matching those described in fragmented pre-flood texts attributed to Lamech himself. Some versions suggest that mysterious symbols found in elite architecture actually represent Abel's captive soul or the ritual needed to maintain its imprisonment. Conspiracy theorists point to certain wealthy families who seemingly possess impossible luck or influence as potential current custodians of Abel's soul. The theory gets extra bizarre when adherents claim that certain world leaders exhibit what they call Abel's remorse, momentary expressions of profound sorrow that supposedly reveal the captive soul briefly surfacing. Divinity is a recessive trait, proposes that spiritual qualities follow genetic inheritance patterns, with divine attributes functioning like recessive genes that become increasingly rare across generations. Proponents point to ancient Hindu texts describing the Kali Yuga, our current cosmic age characterized by spiritual decline, as evidence that humanity's connection to the divine diminishes over time as sinful traits dominate our spiritual DNA. According to this theory, spiritual corruption compounds generationally, explaining accelerating moral decay in modern society. Religious texts across cultures do describe historical golden ages of heightened spiritual awareness, followed by progressive spiritual deterioration, which adherents cite as supporting evidence. The concept mirrors scientific understanding of genetic drift, where rare traits eventually disappear from populations without selective pressure maintaining them. Those who embrace this framework often highlight Jesus as the ultimate example of divine recessive traits expressing fully. They suggest his divinity emerged because both Mary's immaculate conception and God's direct paternity created the perfect spiritual genetic conditions. Two carriers of pure divine traits producing offspring with fully expressed divinity, untainted by the spiritual corruption affecting ordinary humans. Some theologians have quietly explored whether saints and prophets throughout history represent partial expressions of these recessive divine traits, appearing with decreasing frequency as humanity's spiritual genome becomes increasingly dominated by sinful traits. Mystical traditions often describe spiritual practices as attempts to activate dormant divine qualities within us, essentially trying to express these recessive spiritual genes through concentrated effort. Interestingly, this theory provides a biological metaphor for theological concepts of original sin and redemption, suggesting that spiritual inheritance follows predictable patterns that could theoretically be mapped and even manipulated. Of course, unlike actual genetics, no scientist has managed to isolate the divine gene, though not for lack of trying in certain fringe research circles. The reality schism describes a theoretical cosmic separation between physical, mental, and spiritual dimensions that occurred in biblical times. Biblical accounts frequently mention magical practices like divination, necromancy, and spellcasting as genuine phenomena, yet these mystical elements seem notably absent from our modern world. This apparent discontinuity has led some theorists to propose a fundamental shift in reality's structure. According to proponents, this cosmic division may have manifested during Christ's ascension, the final direct intervention from God before humanity was left to navigate existence independently. The theory suggests Jesus' departure created distinct, segregated realms. Humans became confined to physical reality. God withdrew to the purely spiritual domain, and malevolent forces established dominion over the noosphere, the collective consciousness of humanity. This framework recontextualizes biblical concepts of sin and temptation as a struggle between humanity's spiritual nature and the corrupting influence of these noosphere lords who manipulate human thought patterns. The theory connects with broader conspiracy narratives about alchemical suppression, proposing that genuine supernatural abilities didn't simply disappear, but were systematically partitioned away from human access. Some adherents point to biblical passages describing the veil of the temple being torn at Jesus' crucifixion as symbolic representation of this reality shift. They suggest ancient magical practices actually worked because the boundaries between realms were once more permeable, allowing spiritual energies to manifest physically. Proponents find support in early Christian writings that emphasize humanity's tripartite nature: body, mind, and spirit, arguing this reflects the three divided realms. The theory paints modern existence as a deliberate test where humans must resist mental corruption while lacking direct access to spiritual reinforcement, essentially playing a cosmic game on hard mode. Curiously, modern reports of paranormal phenomena are interpreted as leaks between these separated realms, brief instances where the schism temporarily weakens. In this view, spiritual practices like prayer and meditation represent attempts to breach the division and reconnect with the spiritual realm that was once naturally accessible to all. Prophecy Mediums describes a theological theory about how divine prophecies manifest differently in biblical eras versus modern times. Ancient prophecies in the Old Testament flowed through bloodlines of faithful believers, with God directly intervening through chosen vessels like Abraham, Moses, and the prophets. These individuals served as direct conduits for divine messages, receiving visions, dreams, and direct communication from God. The theory suggests a fundamental shift occurred between the Old and New Testament periods, changing how prophecies unfold in our world. While God once worked primarily through devoted human mediums, modern prophecies now operate through more complex and obscured channels. Even more intriguing is the proposal that demonic forces, still ultimately subject to God's sovereign will, have become the primary instruments fulfilling divine prophecies today. This perspective aligns with biblical passages suggesting Satan was given temporary dominion over earth. According to this theory, demons serve as reluctant agents carrying out predetermined events, creating a strange cosmic dynamic where evil entities paradoxically advance God's ultimate plan. The demons operate with limited free will, unable to deviate from the divine blueprint despite their malevolent nature. Proponents point to specific biblical passages describing Satan as the prince of this world and the god of this age to support their view. They argue this explains why modern prophecy fulfillment often appears chaotic, violent, or morally ambiguous. The means have changed even if the divine ends remain consistent. Some adherents of this theory detect a pattern of demonic signatures in world events that seem to fulfill biblical prophecies about the end times. This creates a theological framework where everything from technological developments to geopolitical conflicts can be interpreted as reluctant demonic fulfillment of divine plans. Critics note this perspective potentially absolves humans of moral responsibility by attributing events to supernatural agents rather than human choices. Others worry it creates a fatalistic worldview where believers passively observe rather than actively opposing evil. As one theologian quipped, "If demons are doing God's work anyway, why bother getting your hands dirty?" True Free Will explores the complex theological relationship between sin, demonic influence, and human agency in biblical prophecy. The theory suggests that when humans submit to sin, they become unwitting pawns of demonic forces, effectively surrendering their free will to become instruments of prophetic fulfillment. Biblical examples support this concept, such as Pharaoh in Exodus, whose heart was hardened by God, causing him to repeatedly refuse Moses' requests despite mounting plagues. Similarly, Judas Iscariot's betrayal of Jesus was prophesied, yet he seemingly acted of his own accord, suggesting a deeper spiritual mechanism at work. Proponents point to numerous scripture passages hinting that humans exist in one of two spiritual states, either aligned with God's will or subjected to demonic influence. This binary perspective challenges conventional understandings of free choice, suggesting that actions performed under the influence of sin aren't truly free, but rather manipulated by dark forces. The theory proposes that genuine freedom exists only in alignment with God's divine purpose. What humans perceive as freedom in sinful choices is actually a deceptive form of spiritual bondage. Those who reject divine guidance unwittingly become tools for fulfilling prophecies while believing they act independently. This interpretation offers a fresh perspective on the biblical statement that humans are created in God's image. Rather than referring merely to physical or intellectual similarities, it suggests that humans uniquely share God's capacity for true free will, a will that can only be fully expressed when aligned with divine purpose. Scholars supportive of this theory note that it elegantly resolves the apparent theological contradiction between divine foreknowledge and human choice. It suggests that while God respects human agency, those who choose sin effectively forfeit their freedom to supernatural forces that ultimately serve God's prophetic timeline. Critics argue that this perspective diminishes human moral responsibility by attributing sinful actions to external forces. However, advocates counter that the initial choice to sin remains entirely human. It's only the subsequent actions that become supernaturally directed. Perhaps the most unsettling implication is that millions unknowingly serve as prophetic instruments, believing themselves free while actually being directed by forces beyond their comprehension or control. Divine resets refers to the theory that catastrophic events throughout human history are not random disasters or results of human action, but deliberate interventions by higher powers, specifically God, to prevent humanity from developing in undesirable directions. These divine interventions supposedly function as cosmic course corrections, when human civilization veers too far from a divinely ordained path. The concept draws heavily from religious texts, particularly the biblical flood narrative where God purged the world of wickedness, sparing only Noah and his family. Proponents point to God's promise after the flood to never again destroy humanity in such a manner not as mercy, but as an ominous sign that our current civilization represents humanity's final opportunity for redemption. This theory extends the framework of gap creationism, which attempts to reconcile scientific evidence of Earth's ancient age with biblical creation accounts by suggesting long-time gaps between creation events. Divine reset theorists take this further, proposing that previous human civilizations may have existed and been wiped away, leaving minimal archaeological evidence of their existence. Adherents cite various ancient flood myths across different cultures as evidence that previous resets have occurred. They also point to mysterious archaeological anomalies and seemingly advanced ancient knowledge as potential remnants from previous cycles of human civilization that were divinely terminated. Some versions of the theory suggest that humanity is approaching another threshold that might trigger divine intervention. These theorists interpret modern moral debates, technological advancement, and environmental crises as signs that we are testing the boundaries of divine patience once again. Interestingly, the theory occasionally attracts both religious fundamentalists and secular conspiracy theorists. The former see it as validation of divine judgment, while the latter reframe the divine element as actions by advanced ancient beings or extraterrestrials managing human development through controlled catastrophes. Modern proponents sometimes combine this theory with concerns about artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, or quantum physics experiments, suggesting that these developments might cross boundaries that would trigger another reset. The warning signs, they claim, are all around us. We're just not paying attention to the cosmic alarm bells. Soytan's Soyciety theorizes that a demonic conspiracy uses soy products to weaken humanity's spiritual defenses. According to believers, soy consumption doesn't just alter hormone levels as mainstream soy boy theories suggest, but actually thins the barrier between our world and demonic realms. Proponents point to the dramatic increase in soy consumption coinciding with what they see as society's moral decline. They claim ancient texts warned against consuming certain soul-weakening plants that match soy's description. These texts supposedly describe how demons require an open doorway to influence human affairs. The theory incorporates elements from fluoride conspiracy theories, suggesting that the combination of fluoridated water and soy creates a powerful 1-2 punch against spiritual immunity. Believers claim this explains why both became widespread in Western diets during similar timeframes. Some adherents have compiled evidence showing statistical correlations between regions with high soy consumption and increased reports of paranormal activity. They also point to certain corporate logos in the food industry that allegedly contain hidden occult symbolism related to demonic pacts. The more extreme versions of this theory tie into apocalyptic predictions, claiming that demons are gradually increasing soy prevalence to reach a tipping point where humanity's collective spiritual immunity collapses. This supposedly fulfills certain interpretations of biblical end times prophecies about masses falling under dark influence. Curiously, proponents often exempt fermented soy products like traditional Asian dishes from their warnings, claiming the fermentation process actually purifies soy of its demonic receptivity, a convenient loophole that attempts to explain why Asian populations haven't succumbed to mass possession despite centuries of soy consumption. Inevitable prophecies refers to the complex interplay between free will, divine predetermination, and prophetic fulfillment across human history. This theory suggests that both divine followers and demonic servants ultimately serve the same cosmic purpose, the manifestation of prophesied events that were written into existence by ancient societies. The concept builds upon two established theories. True free will, which proposes that humans can surrender their agency to demonic entities, and divined heritage, which suggests ancient civilizations encoded their desired futures into religious texts to ensure their manifestation through collective consciousness. Proponents point to biblical prophecies as evidence of this mechanism at work. When early religious communities documented their prophecies, they weren't merely predicting the future, but actively influencing it by embedding these ideas into human consciousness. The prophecies themselves became inevitable once recorded and disseminated. What makes this theory particularly unsettling is its suggestion that demons lack free will entirely, functioning as cosmic automatons carrying out predetermined roles. Humans who align with these entities unknowingly surrender their own agency, becoming unwitting instruments in fulfilling prophecies they may actively oppose. Meanwhile, those who follow divine guidance believe they're exercising free will while actually participating in the same grand design. The theory proposes that religious texts aren't just predictions, but cosmic programming, with both the faithful and the fallen serving as complementary execution mechanisms. Historical evidence cited includes apparent patterns in how prophesied events unfold, often through the actions of individuals who believe they're acting independently. Scholars note that many fulfilled prophecies occur through seemingly unrelated chains of human decisions that nonetheless converge toward the predicted outcome. The most profound implication is that cosmic destiny operates regardless of individual belief systems. Those serving demonic forces motivate the conditions for prophecies, while the faithful execute them, creating a perfect balance that ensures prophetic fulfillment despite appearing to be opposing forces. This theory resolves the ancient theological paradox of divine omniscience versus human free will by suggesting a middle path. Choices remain free while simultaneously serving a grand design so intricate that no single participant can comprehend their role within it. Humanity is a God proposes that our species collectively forms a divine entity ruling the physical realm. This cosmology stems from the reality schism theory, which divides existence into three domains. God rules the spiritual world, Satan controls the noosphere, realm of thought, and humanity governs physical reality. The concept suggests that an originally unified divine being voluntarily fractured itself, distributing power across these three realms rather than maintaining total control. This fragmentation explains why humans seem to possess what some call residual divinity, or divine humanity. We literally contain fragments of godhood within our beings. According to this framework, humanity's biblical mandate to rule over the earth, as mentioned in Genesis, isn't merely a responsibility, it's our cosmic purpose as the physical manifestation of divinity. Our evolutionary development and technological advancement represent the gradual awakening of our collective godhood. Proponents believe humanity's divine journey culminates in what the paradigm recolescence theory describes as a form of collective consciousness or hive mind. Once humans fully master physical reality through this unified consciousness, our cosmic purpose would be fulfilled, completing the divine plan established at creation. Interestingly, this theory reframes human existence as neither subordinate to divinity nor separate from it, but as an essential component of a complex cosmic power-sharing arrangement. In this view, human advancement isn't just progress, it's literally the maturation of a god. Some adherents even suggest that seeming limitations in human capability aren't flaws, but necessary guardrails preventing premature ascension. After all, what's more dangerous than a god who doesn't yet recognize itself? The human experiment refers to a theological interpretation of the Garden of Eden narrative, where God appears unaware of Adam and Eve's sin until physically present in the garden. This apparent gap in divine knowledge suggests that God may have intentionally limited his omniscience to facilitate genuine human free will. Biblical scholars point to Genesis 3:8-13, where God asks questions like, "Where are you?" and "Have you eaten from the tree?" as evidence that God was not immediately aware of their disobedience. This interpretation connects to the concept of God's ego death, the idea that the Creator voluntarily relinquished certain aspects of divine power to create beings with authentic autonomy. By partially forfeiting omniscience, God established a space where human choices could exist beyond divine foreknowledge, creating what some theologians call a blind spot in God's awareness. Proponents of this theory suggest that humans function as divine agents carrying out God's will on earth from within this blind spot. The entire human experience, from Eden to modern times, represents an ongoing experiment where humanity collectively works to fulfill a cosmic purpose unknown even to themselves. In this framework, the apocalyptic events described in Revelation aren't punishment but completion. The experiment concludes once humanity has successfully manifested God's intentions in the physical realm. Some theological scholars have noted that this interpretation resolves the paradox between divine omniscience and genuine free will. If humans operate in a reality partially hidden from God's foreknowledge, then true choice becomes possible, what advocates call true free will, choice uninfluenced by and invisible to divine awareness until after the decision is made. The theory has implications for understanding humanity's purpose, suggesting we are cosmic laboratory subjects working through a divine plan that requires our authentic participation without direct divine intervention. Like scientists who avoid contaminating their experiments, God maintains distance to preserve the integrity of human choice and the validity of our spiritual development. Lucifer's war suggests a cosmic battle between God and Satan, where humanity itself is the ultimate prize. Ancient texts across multiple religious traditions hint at an ongoing spiritual conflict for human souls, but this theory takes it further by positioning humans as divine beings in development. The theory incorporates elements from both Gnostic and mainstream religious traditions, proposing that humanity collectively represents a nascent deity whose consciousness exists across the noosphere, the sphere of human thought and interconnected minds. This emerging godhood is said to be the true target of demonic forces. According to adherents, spiritual entities opposing human ascension work through sins and distractions to fragment human consciousness and prevent the collective awakening that would fulfill apocalyptic prophecies. Each human mind corrupted by sin represents a battlefield in this larger war. Some proponents point to accelerating technological development and increasing global connectivity as signs of humanity approaching its divine potential. They interpret religious prophecies about the end times not as destruction, but transformation, the completion of humanity's evolution into godhood. The theory suggests that demonic forces work through mundane channels, addiction, hatred, division, and despair, anything that keeps humans isolated from one another and focused on material concerns rather than spiritual development. These influences supposedly prevent the collective consciousness required for humanity's final metamorphosis. Variations of this theory appear in fringe spiritual communities, particularly those blending traditional religious apocalypticism with New Age concepts about human potential. Some adherents claim that periods of intense global conflict represent critical junctures in this spiritual war. Evidence cited by believers includes the emergence of global communications technologies, scientific advances in understanding consciousness, and the growing interest in spiritual practices outside traditional religions. Critics note this conveniently reinterprets religious texts through a modern lens while avoiding falsifiable claims. Interestingly, this theory often appeals to people across the political spectrum, with different groups emphasizing either collective unity or individual spiritual development as the path toward human transcendence. The common thread remains the belief that something is actively working to prevent humanity from achieving its ultimate potential. Humanity's purpose suggests that our true divine mission is to spread truth and beauty throughout the world, rather than focusing on sin and redemption. This theory proposes that since God is the ultimate source of all existence, any genuine pursuit of truth will inevitably lead back to the divine, creating a cycle of ever-increasing beauty and enlightenment. Unlike traditional religious frameworks that center on avoiding sin, This perspective views human existence as fundamentally creative and exploratory. Throughout history, mystics and philosophers across cultures have independently arrived at similar conclusions: that human consciousness serves as a vessel through which divine truth can be manifested in material reality. Several historical texts contain passages that seem to support this view, including obscure Gnostic Gospels and certain Sufi writings that describe humanity as God's eyes and hands in the world. These texts suggest our purpose isn't merely to follow rules, but to actively participate in an ongoing process of cosmic revelation. The theory connects to ancient wisdom traditions that view human creativity as participation in divine work. Renaissance thinkers who embraced both scientific inquiry and spiritual practice often wrote about how their discoveries revealed the mind of God, suggesting that intellectual curiosity itself was a form of worship. Some adherents point to the peculiar human drive for aesthetic beauty as evidence, noting that our appreciation for harmony, proportion, and complexity seems unnecessary for mere survival, yet appears hardwired into our consciousness. This seemingly superfluous capacity might actually be central to our cosmic function. Modern proponents argue this perspective reconciles science and spirituality, as both ultimately seek truth through different methods. They suggest that intellectual, artistic, and spiritual pursuits are not separate activities but variations of the same fundamental human purpose: to discover and amplify truth and beauty in the universe. This contrasts with eschatological theories focused on end times, proposing instead that human purpose is ongoing and generative. According to this view, heaven isn't just a destination, but something we help create through our collective pursuit of truth and manifestation of beauty. The end. This ambitious conspiracy theory weaves together multiple theological concepts to create a grand narrative about humanity's ultimate destiny. According to proponents, humans are not meant for eternal subservience to divine powers, but are on a path toward perfect enlightenment and eventual reunion with God. The theory draws heavily from both Gnostic traditions and modern interpretations of ancient texts. Believers point to passages in obscure religious manuscripts, suggesting that Lucifer's rebellion wasn't against God's authority, but against the notion that humans should remain ignorant. In this framework, the pursuit of knowledge, scientific, spiritual, and metaphysical, isn't sinful, but is actually humanity's divine purpose. Each discovery, from the smallest subatomic particle to the furthest reaches of the cosmos, brings our species one step closer to cosmic awareness. The theory suggests that Earth and the physical universe were created specifically as a vast learning environment for humanity. Every mountain range, ocean depth, and distant galaxy exists as a lesson to be understood. Those who embrace this concept see human consciousness as fundamentally different from other earthly creatures, designed specifically to comprehend the universe's beauty and complexity. Some adherents believe certain ancient monuments contain encoded messages about this ultimate purpose. They claim structures like Göbekli Tepe, the Great Pyramid, and Stonehenge were built by early humans who received glimpses of this cosmic truth and tried to preserve it for future generations. These monuments supposedly align with celestial bodies in ways that hint at humanity's eventual ascension. The most controversial aspect suggests that once humanity collectively reaches complete understanding, a form of species-wide enlightenment, we will transform into our perfect state and rejoin with the divine source. This final ascension supposedly represents the true end times prophesied in various religions, not as an apocalypse, but as a graduation. Critics note the theory conveniently combines elements from numerous religious traditions while ignoring contradictory teachings. Theologians point out that most mainstream religions emphasize faith over knowledge and warn against the hubris of thinking humans can fully comprehend divine mysteries.